I never anticipated that Whitebeard, during the war at Marineford, merely took a sip of wine, which resulted in the complete annihilation of Admiral Kazru, Captain Garp, and entire Marine headquarters, all due to your awakening of the universal brewing system while traversing the world of pirates. As long as you possess sufficient materials, you can brew elixirs that enhance healing, defense, and other invincible states, all while gaining attribute bonuses akin to those of the drinker. In the Whitebeard Pirates, you obtain the initial synthesis recipe as a reward from the system. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the recipe for Moutai liquor. By combining ordinary liquor, flames, and sea stone, you can produce 10,000 bottles of Moutai. Only upon consuming all of these can you unlock the next synthesis recipe. Gazing at the liquor in Marco's bowl, an idea struck you. Captain Marco, there is something I would like your assistance with. Marco paused, taking a sip from his bowl and smiling. Just tell me what you need. I need you to help me gather these 3 items. The more the better. You presented the synthesis recipe for his review. Liquor, sea stone, and flames. It shouldn't be too difficult to procure these, he remarked. But what do you need them for, Dragon Knight? You will find out soon enough, Captain Marco, you replied with a mysterious smile. Marco, not pressing further, set to work. It must be said that Marco's efficiency was remarkable. He quickly gathered the necessary raw materials. I searched the entire ship, and this is all I could find, he reported. With the materials in hand, you began the synthesis process. While Marco's curiosity piqued, he was eager to see what this young man was concocting so mysteriously. After a brief moment, all the materials Marco brought vanished from sight. What happened to the items I just provided? Marco's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized you, suspecting you might possess some devil fruit ability. The synthesis of Moutai liquor has commenced. Please remain patient. Moments later, 3 bottles of Moutai appear before you. What is this? Marco examined the items in your hands closely. It's liquor. Although Marco had traveled to many places, he had never encountered such peculiar wine. The packaging was somewhat odd, yet appeared exquisitely crafted. I gathered all these materials just to produce 3 bottles of liquor. Marco took 1 bottle, attempting to discern its true nature, pondering the significant resources expended. Dragon Knight, may I taste this liquor? Marco asked somewhat awkwardly. Of course, Captain Marco. Everyone in our crew is welcome to try it. You laughed, eager to see what this liquor was all about. Marco took a bottle and prepared to share it with his crew. As he slightly opened the cap, he was momentarily taken aback. The aroma was unlike anything he had ever encountered. He scrunched his brow and leaned closer to the bottle, confirming that the intoxicating scent emanated from it. This is incredibly fragrant. The alluring aroma enveloped Marco, drawing him in completely. You approached him, and soon you two were captivated by the delightful fragrance wafting from the Moutai. How can this Moutai be so aromatic? In his previous life, he had no interest in wine, yet upon encountering the current Moutai, he felt compelled to indulge. After pouring the wine into a bowl, Marco slowly lifted it, and in a sudden act, downed it in 1 gulp. As the liquor coursed through him, his eyes widened involuntarily. Captain Marco, are you all right? Seeing Marco's dazed expression, particularly with his typically small eyes now round and wide, was rather amusing. Captain Marco, what do you think of this drink? Do speak. Marco donned a solemn expression and raised a hand to signal for them to keep their distance, before gulping down the rest of the wine in his bowl. Dragon Rider, I fear I can no longer share this with you, he exclaimed. You simply do not understand. This wine is divine, utterly exquisite. No, this bottle shall be my solitary indulgence. Captain Marco, at least allow me a taste. Your exasperation was palpable as you observed Marco, a veteran beneath the white beard, succumbing to temptation. Marco poured more Moutai into his bowl, but alas, by the second round, the bottle was already drained by him alone. He couldn't help but lament, this wine is indeed remarkable, but its quantity is woefully insufficient. With barely 2 bowls, it has vanished. Dragon Rider, why not fetch that other bottle for me? Seeing Marco intent on opening 2 more bottles, you were reluctant. Though he had assisted in sourcing the ingredients, the crafting was a solitary endeavor, and Marco had already been rather generous. Captain Marco, I fear that might not be appropriate. Good things should be shared among all. That is the spirit we uphold on the old man's ship. Upon hearing the mention of the old man, Marco snapped back to reality. Perhaps the wine's exquisite taste had led him to forget his principles. Indeed, on the old man's ship, everyone was akin to family. It was unfair for him, Marco, to hoard the bounty alone, especially after spending so much time with the old man. He almost forgot the most important tenet of life aboard the ship, grievous oversight. Marco thumped his head lightly, donning an apologetic expression. I apologize, Dragon Rider, it was you who reminded me. Good things should be shared among all. As a captain on the old man's ship, I cannot hoard the treasure for myself. How is that any different from that damn teach? After expressing his indignation, Marco declared that he could no longer monopolize the other 2 bottles, they must be shared with their comrades. A smile graced your face. This was indeed my commendable captain. As you watched Marco finish his drink and prepare to join you in sharing the remaining bottles with the crew, the system's voice echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have received an exclusive attribute point bonus. What on earth is an attribute point bonus? Since Marco consumed the Moutai you crafted, you have gained 2 points in self-healing ability. Then, you beheld your attribute panel. Point 2 additional attribute points have been added to the options for self-healing abilities. This implies that whenever someone consumes his wine, his own powers will be slightly enhanced. What if an ordinary pirate drinks my wine? He inquired. If an ordinary person partakes of your wine, you shall receive a random attribute point increase. Once all your attribute points accumulate to a total of 100, other, more potent attributes will be unlocked. That sounds quite promising. The system's current task requires selling 10,000 bottles. If I diligently complete this task, these attribute points will surely be fully realized. At that time, my strength will be significantly augmented, and I shall no longer have to fear becoming cannon fodder in the future. Returning to the present, he held 2 bottles of wine, which he brought to his comrades who were dining. These were all brothers of the same team. Given the limited supply of wine, he decided to allow his team members to savor it first. Captain Marco, what is this? The others observed Marco's beaming smile with curiosity. What good fortune has befallen him today? Why is Captain Marco so elated? This wine is something we must all taste together. It was crafted by our brother of the Dragon Riders, and it is quite remarkable, Marco declared, distributing a bottle among them. Is it merely a bottle of wine? How could such a thing bring such joy to Captain Marco? Since when did you develop such a penchant for wine? This is not your usual demeanor. What sort of wine could possibly elicit such delight from Captain Marco? The group gazed intently at the bottle of Moutai, perplexed and intrigued. You'll find out once you try it, he said, opening the bottle. As the cap was removed, the enchanting aroma wafted forth, causing everyone to widen their eyes in astonishment. This fragrance emanates from this bottle? It is truly astonishing. Just from this scent alone, I feel we could each consume 10 gin. Come, let us pour the Moutai into everyone's bowls. Each bowl received a modest half-full serving, and soon the bottle was emptied. Without further ado, everyone raised their cups and began to drink. Marco observed enviously from the side, nearly drooling at the thought of tasting the elixir himself. It was, without a doubt, a celestial brew, but alas, there was too little of it to indulge again before it disappeared. As everyone finished their half-bowls of wine, they were utterly entranced. Captain Marco, no words are needed. You are truly a magnificent captain. I have never tasted such exquisite wine. It is exceptionally delightful. Captain Marco, how could you possess such a treasure and not keep it for yourself, but instead share it with your subordinates? Your greatness knows no bounds. The brothers were so moved that they shed tears of joy, leaving him with an overwhelming desire to smile. Could it be that the alcohol content is too high, causing them to become tipsy? He pondered. But that shouldn't be the case. People in the pirate world are quite resilient when it comes to drinking. This is merely half a bowl. Captain Marco, do you have more? We've only sampled half a bowl, they implored. Marco was taken aback and waved his hand dismissively. There is indeed another bottle with our Dragon Rider brother, but I have decided to let the other teams have a taste first. Since we are all family aboard our father's ship, both my team and I have already enjoyed 2 bottles of this splendid creation. Let the brother from the other team share another bottle that should suffice. Marco's rapport with the crew aboard is beyond reproach. Although he held a deep affection for the wine, he yearned to claim it as his own. However, thoughts of his father and the other crew members flooded his mind, prompting him to grit his teeth and generously offer the final bottle to others. The tale of the exquisite wine savored by the first squad swiftly circulated throughout the entire ship. Captain Diamond Jaws of the 3rd Squad, upon hearing of the delightful wine, felt compelled to investigate. Jaws, a boisterous and hearty man, had a profound love for fine spirits. His camaraderie with Marco was particularly close, so upon learning of the enticing libation, he sought to see it for himself. Marco's loyal brethren gathered in a circle, deliberating on how to allocate the precious bottle among the members of other teams. This posed quite the conundrum. It was impractical to offer merely a sip to each individual, especially given the scarcity of resources. Marco, is there any possibility of continuing to produce this wine? He pondered, guilt washing over him at the thought that Whitebeard had yet to savor it. If only the raw materials were still available, the production would be effortless. Alas, the crucial ingredients for synthesizing the Moutai had been exhausted, leaving them with the option of waiting until the ship docked to seek out more in town. Curious about the hushed discussions, Jaws approached the group. "I've heard you possess some remarkable wine. I came to see what you've acquired." His wide smile revealed a set of pristine white teeth as he settled beside Marco. After exchanging pleasantries, Marco furrowed his brow. "We are currently debating how to share the last bottle with others." "Indeed, Captain Jaws," Marco continued, "such fine wine deserves to be shared." Jaws was taken aback. "What nonsense! A single bottle has left the esteemed first squad and is such a quandary? What manner of wine possesses such allure? I must see it for myself." Jaws remained composed, and as Marco presented the last bottle of Moutai, Jaws scrutinized it closely before letting out a scoff. "I have never even laid eyes on such a wine, let alone held any interest in it. I expected you to speak of some rare vintage." Jaws declared that he would not desire such a wine, urging others not to entertain the notion of partaking. "Are you truly uninterested?" Marco's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization as he assessed the crew's reactions to the bottle. Some, unaware of the wine's exquisite flavor, would likely show no interest. Thus, he could simply offer it to those who were intrigued. A smile crept across his face. This approach seemed quite sensible. Jaws, oblivious to Marco's underlying meaning, wrinkled his nose in disinterest. "Apologies, but this wine does not pique my interest. In contemporary terms, one might say it was unworthy even of a dog's attention." Jaws remained earnest. "Very well, let us proceed with the division." As Marco prepared to uncork the bottle, the moment he twisted off the cap, Jaws inhaled sharply, detecting an unexpected fragrance. "What is this delightful aroma?" he mused, gazing at Marco and the smiles of those surrounding him. It was only then that he realized he might have been deceived. "Marco, I think I shall have a taste," he said. "Of course, just a sip," came the reply. "If I find it mediocre, I shall certainly abstain." "Isn't that a lack of interest?" "No, I merely wish to sample it." The aroma was quite inviting, and he was curious to ascertain if it matched his expectations. "Very well, then you may have but a taste." Marco poured a small measure of wine in his bowl. Jaws swiftly finished the drink. "All right, Jaws, you may take your leave now. This wine shall be distributed among the other captains." Marco prepared to pour the wine into other bowls for the leaders of the three teams. Jaws stood there, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Suddenly, he moved, his robust figure deftly seizing the Moutai liquor. "No one is allowed to snatch it away. This wine is mine. Why are you still trying to take things?" Jaws was somewhat tipsy, raising the Moutai to pour it down his throat with remarkable speed. The others were powerless to stop him. "This must be shared with the other brothers." Foolish Jaws quickly drained the wine, and his expression soon relaxed. "Ah, this wine is truly exquisite." Such a small amount was insufficient. One sip only heightened his desire to drink more tea that moment. He heard Marco's voice, and Jaws suddenly realized. "I drank it all." He pointed at himself, incredulous, still contemplating his recent actions. "You, Captain Jaws, were the one who initially claimed you wouldn't drink, then insisted on just a taste. And now you have consumed it all. What shall we do for the other brothers?" Jaws stood there, dumbfounded, having completely lost control. The allure of the wine was simply irresistible, and he had succumbed. "What a fool I am. How can I drink it all?" Jaws gritted his teeth in frustration, stamping his feet in regret. Marco, with a resigned smile, said, "Well, since it has come to this, I shall entrust the task of sourcing the ingredients for the next batch of wine to you. Go seek them out." Jaws perked up. "What ingredients?" "These 3 items," Marco replied. "If Captain Jaws can assist in locating them, I shall produce as much wine as desired." Jaws glanced over, and a smile broke on his face. "I have all of those items in my cabin." The other's eyes widened in surprise. Jaws dashed toward the ship's hold, where he had stored the sea stone seized during previous confrontations with the Navy. "Here they are, Dragon Knights, it's all yours." Jaws declared that I drank that wine too hastily, and I feel I barely savored its exquisite flavor. "You are like Zhu Beiji indulging in ginseng fruit," Marco retorted. With the raw materials gathered, let us proceed with the synthesis. The process began. Please do not wander off. Before long, 5 bottles of Moutai emerged. Jaws and Marco, their hearts racing with excitement, took hold of the bottles. "Jaws, you should distribute 3 bottles to the captains of the other 3 teams and their subordinates. How you choose to share it is up to you. I shall join the Dragon Knights to seek out our father, so he too may experience the flavor of this wine." Marco was beaming with joy. Jaws smacked his forehead in realization. Ah, our father has yet to taste it. Then you should act swiftly. Rest assured, it is I, I shall undoubtedly continue to assist the dragon riders in their quest for these materials. Marco and his companion approached Whitebeard in a sequential manner. Upon noticing their arrival, a smile adorned Whitebeard's face. Father, we have brought you some exquisite wine. This wine is truly exceptional. Is that so? Marco, where did you procure this wine? Whitebeard, upon seeing the bottle in Marco's hand, was naturally elated. Just the other day, Marco had advised him to refrain from drinking, yet here he was, presenting him with a bottle. This gesture delighted Whitebeard, who felt that Marco truly understood him as a father. Whitebeard scrutinized the two bottles of Moutai in Marco's hands, liquors he had never encountered before. Regardless of the type, if it were a gift from his son, Whitebeard would indulge without hesitation. Father, this is what I crafted for brotherly Longqi. As the ship's doctor, I should not encourage you to drink, however. You must savor this wine. Marco wore an expectant smile. When did your crew start brewing such exquisite wine? I am quite eager to ascertain its quality, he remarked, standing before Whitebeard with an air of respectful confidence. Rest assured, this wine is not only harmless to you, but it also possesses the potential to extend your lifespan. With a grand gesture, Whitebeard raised the Moutai skyward and erupted into laughter. What a charming young man. In that case, I must taste this wine to discover whether it truly possesses such miraculous qualities. The marvel of this wine lies in its origin, crafted by the hands of the system itself. Indeed, as the saying goes, what the system produces is always of superior quality. Whitebeard gently tapped the bottle, and the cap fell away, releasing an enticing aroma that filled him with delight. It appeared that this wine was indeed intriguing. Holding the bottle with one hand, he tilted his head back and began to drink deeply. After finishing an entire bottle of Moutai in one go, Whitebeard's expression shifted from joy to a complex mixture of emotions, leaving Marco momentarily astonished. Father, are you all right? Whitebeard bowed his head, and suddenly, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. The wine was simply too delicious, evoking memories of his cherished aspirations in life, to have a family and to freely relish the beautiful moments shared with them. In that moment, a vivid scene unfolded before his eyes, his sons surrounding him, each one robust and recounting their glorious achievements. There were vast azure seas, delectable food, and such exquisite wine. He sat contentedly, basking in their happiness. This life was truly splendid. Father, Father, Marco called out repeatedly, snapping Whitebeard back to reality, and he gazed at Marco and the other companion, his eyes igniting with fervor. Father, how do you find this wine? Whitebeard did not respond directly. Instead, he cast aside the intravenous apparatus in his hand and sprang to his feet. Dragon Rider, tell me, how is this remarkable wine produced? I wish for this extraordinary beverage to remain aboard our ship. Whitebeard seemed to have rejuvenated by several decades, his entire being brimming with vigor. Dragon Knight brothers, you truly have earned my admiration, he declared. Upon witnessing his father's transformation, Marco couldn't contain his joy and hurriedly opened another bottle of wine, pouring it into a bowl for his father. Old man, we shall drink together, ding dong. Congratulations, host. Due to Ja's consumption of your wine, you have gained 2 to your defense attribute. Whitebeard has drunk your wine, granting you 5 to your strength attribute. You glanced at your system panel. Strength, wine, defense, self-healing ability, everything in perfect harmony. Thus, it was clear that he would soon become even stronger. After several rounds of drinking, Whitebeard posed a question that lingered in his mind. How is this wine produced? You divulged the 3 raw materials to him. Whitebeard scrutinized these ingredients, his brow furrowing. These materials were rather scarce, some were merely sea stone. Every time they battled the Navy, they would scavenge a plethora of items from them. But previously, they had discarded these treasures without a second thought. To create such exquisite wine, these 3 materials were essential. After a moment's reflection, Whitebeard stated, let us depart. How many bottles of this Moutai wine remain? If we don't leave soon, there may not be a single bottle left after distributing to the other captains and brothers. Taking a deep breath, he added, such fine wine must be preserved at all times. During our long journeys at sea, having such delightful wine as company is truly comforting. Therefore, I have decided that once we dock, we shall seize a Navy base. Whitebeard's expression grew serious. Marco, what are you dazed about? To produce this wine, we must attack the Navy base on the island. Such exquisite wine must be produced in bulk. Not only have I not had my fill, but my sons have yet to indulge as well. It is merely a small Navy base. I can capture it in an instant. Urarara. Marco nodded in agreement. To produce such a quantity of wine, a navy base is indeed necessary. The base houses a significant amount of sea stone, enabling us to manufacture this wine en masse. What do you mean, Dragon Knight? Marco inquired, sensing your intentions. You certainly had no objections after all. His mission was to produce 10,000 bottles of Moutai wine and consume them. This required a substantial increase in production. More was better. Moreover, 10,000 bottles would not suffice for just the brothers aboard Whitebeard's ship. They would need to be sold elsewhere to fulfill the task assigned by the system. Otherwise, you would be stuck at the first basic synthesis formula, unable to progress to the next. That was quite disheartening. Old man, I shall gather our forces. Once the ship lands, we will seize it, Marco replied earnestly. At Marineford, Admiral Sengoku listened with a furrowed brow to a report from the nearby marine. Report to Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard Pirates have landed on Stewie Island and captured the Navy base established there. According to the base personnel, they have taken a considerable amount of sea stone. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Whitebeard, at such an age, why must there always be new tricks and schemes? Is it not enough to be honest and straightforward? Moreover, what is the purpose of seizing so much sea prism stone? Are they perhaps attempting to develop some secret weapon? It sounds utterly absurd. Additionally, there's a matter concerning the red-haired pirates. What has transpired? It appears that the red-haired pirates are preparing for a new operation. According to reports from relevant authorities, the red-haired pirates are set to make contact with the Whitebeard Pirates. The five elders seem to be in a precarious situation. Just a few days ago, a fleet sent to the New World was defeated. The Yonko, Shanks, has finally made direct contact with Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, aboard the Moby Dick. The lookout crew aboard the ship spotted the vessels of the red-haired pirates. You sit before Marco, your mind swirling with thoughts. If Shanks is to meet with Whitebeard, it implies that the impending battle is not far off. For now, the most pressing matter is to swiftly complete the tasks assigned by the system. The sea prism stone obtained from the naval base can be synthesized into 3,000 bottles of Moutai liquor. The objective remains to continue sourcing raw materials for synthesis and devise a means to deplete this Moutai. In a brief moment, Shanks' ship approached, and you witnessed the scene firsthand. Shanks boarded the vessel and, utilizing his intangible conqueror's haki, caused the pirate henchmen to collapse one after another. Despite Marco's warning, it was too late. However, through the enhancements provided by the system, you are no longer just an ordinary pirate. Such conqueror's haki is indeed formidable, but does not render one incapacitated. Forgive me for making a grand entrance upon arrival, Shanks said with a polite smile to Whitebeard. I bring water for healing and have matters to discuss with you. As he filled the cup, Whitebeard took it. This is liquor from the West Sea. I presume it is of fine quality. I have visited the World Pearl Sea, and none can surpass the liquor brewed from water that seeps into the skin. This is the wine of my homeland. Do give it a taste. Whitebeard took several swigs and couldn't help but grimace. Not bad, but after tasting the Moutai you crafted last time, I find this current offering to be rather unremarkable, thin as water. Why not try my liquor, kid? Whitebeard declared confidently, eager to show Shanks what true fine wine is. Shanks had intended to discuss Ace with Whitebeard, but did not expect the latter to produce alcohol. Let's discuss serious matters, Whitebeard. The snot-nosed brat is grown up now. Shanks, you must savor this wine properly, Whitebeard insisted. Shanks was taken aback, pondering what sort of wine could elicit such fervent endorsement from Whitebeard. He then smiled broadly. Since you are so insistent on treating me. Shanks grinned and said, since you're treating me like this, I want to hold back. Whitebeard casually tossed him a bottle. After receiving the wine, Shanks opened the cap. He had drunk more types of alcohol than places he had visited. As soon as he opened the cap, the aroma wafting from the bottle stunned him. Why does this wine smell so good? He had never encountered a wine that could make him linger just by its scent. This was a first for him. However, based on his experience, he knew that only after truly finishing the wine could one make a proper evaluation. Let's give it a try. Whitebeard wore a teasing smile. Then, Shanks took several big gulps. His expression was as somber as Whitebeard's had been earlier. The next moment, he was completely astounded. Whitebeard, where did this wine come from? Shanks asked him, then immediately finished the entire bottle. He was lost in the fragrance of the wine, unable to extricate himself. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so delicious? Drinking such amazing wine made him almost forget why he had come here. Glug, glug, glug. How is it? The wine here isn't bad, right? Not just not bad. I've never seen such delicious wine before. Shanks was already feeling a bit tipsy. Whitebeard, do you have more? Whitebeard couldn't help but give him a disdainful smile. This kid is still a kid, even as one of the 4 emperors. He is still just a kid in his eyes. He really hasn't figured out. How interesting. Mainly, it's thanks to Ryuzaki. After all, this wine really has the power to captivate people. I have plenty of this kind of wine here. However, you still need to finish what you came to say. Shanks suddenly realized, right? He came here to persuade Ace and Blackbeard. The next scene was all too familiar for Ryuzaki. Persuasion failed, and the two fought. The entire sky split open with a huge crack. Ryuzaki's involvement still didn't change the course of their battle. However, they didn't truly intend to fight to the death. Shanks was not the type to act recklessly. The two quickly stopped. Shanks was still reluctant to part with the Moutai wine. What are you still doing here, kid? Go back to your ship. Whitebeard returned to his seat, looking displeased. Whitebeard, don't be so stingy. Let me take some of that wine back so I can let my crew taste it too. Hey, Shanks, don't get greedy. That wine is hard for us to obtain. How can you just take it? Marco pointed a finger at him sternly. I definitely want to take it for free. We can negotiate the price. After all, this wine is just too exquisite. He still wanted to bring back more. If there's a party later, he could enjoy it with everyone. You'll have to ask Ryuzaki about that. Whitebeard still considered Ryuzaki's opinion. Seeing this, Ryuzaki couldn't help but curve his lips into a barely noticeable smile. He had just been thinking about how to consume this wine. And now here comes a business opportunity. How many bottles do you want? This wine is very complicated to make, so it will be a bit pricey. One bottle will cost 100,000 berries. 100,000 berries a bottle? This kid really dares to ask for that. Both Whitebeard and Marco were taken aback. Upon hearing this, Shanks couldn't help but laugh. 1 million berries then, and I'll take 1,000 bottles first. He usually enjoys throwing parties, so he needed a lot of wine. Moreover, buying more to stock up would allow him to sip a few during voyages. What a great pleasure in life. By then, he could also invite Mihawk and the others for a drink. 1,000 bottles? Shanks, you really have money. Marco couldn't help but exclaim. Ryuzaki, however, didn't seem surprised at all. After all, someone who could get the 5 elders to meet him. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. Besides, Shanks doesn't expand territories or build nations like other pirates. Naturally, he has saved up quite a bit of wealth. Soon, Shanks brought a few officers aboard his ship and took away 1,000 bottles of wine. Longqi rode, and Jasupo and the others were still in shock. What's going on with the boss? How did he come back with so much wine after a trip to Whitebeard's ship? Chapter 6. Shanks buys alcohol. Shanks spent a fortune for this fine wine. He directly paid 100 million berries to take away 1,000 bottles of Moutai. Whitebeard and the crew members of the divisions were dumbfounded. One must say, the charm of this wine is truly great. Longqi, this 100 million berries is yours. Whitebeard generously prepared to give all the money Shanks spent to Longqi. Upon hearing this, Longqi quickly shook his head and waved his hands. This won't do. When we were gathering materials, everyone contributed together. How could I take all the money for myself? Everyone boarded Whitebeard's ship, and there really isn't a distinction of who owns what. Therefore, giving all the money to Longqi is something everyone is fine with. Brother Longqi, you should keep it. If it weren't for you, how could we enjoy such delicious wine? Marco patted Longqi on the shoulder and said. Jaws also chimed in, yes. Brother Longqi, only you have the skill on Dad's ship. Helping you find materials was just a small effort. Besides, we've all enjoyed your wine already. You've already repaid us. Longqi firmly refused. Business doesn't work this way. When we helped find materials at the Navy base, I didn't contribute much. It was all Whitebeard and the captains who did the heavy lifting. Now, taking all the money for myself is definitely unreasonable. Let's do it this way. I'll split it 50-50 with you all. In the future, you help provide materials. And I'll be responsible for the technique to produce the Moutai. How about that? The captains were momentarily taken aback. Brothers, don't put me in a difficult position. I will need everyone's help in the future, and this money is what you all deserve. Seeing this situation, Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting little guy. He knows how to share with everyone and is well-versed in the ways of the world. Indeed impressive. Longqi's abilities are extraordinary. I feel I must help this kid more in the future. Don't worry, Longqi. On our ship, aside from Teach, who doesn't qualify as my son, the rest will all help you well. Whatever you want to do, just do it boldly. Yes, Brother Longqi, if you need any materials in the future, just let me know. I promise to get them for you. Marco laughed, patting his chest. Jaws will definitely help too. Don't worry, Brother Longqi. Is this really the Whitebeard Pirates? Longqi couldn't help but be deeply moved. He planned to split the money with everyone 50-50. This way, it seemed very reasonable. and everyone would be more motivated to look for raw materials. Everyone, listen to me. My next goal is to produce 10,000 bottles of Maotai. I hope everyone can help find raw materials so that I can produce it. All right. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Longqi's position on Whitebeard's ship became increasingly important. He received the money and could even use the profits to buy some raw materials. If he couldn't buy them, he could notify everyone to help him acquire them through other unknown means. Ding! Due to red-haired Shanks drinking your Maotai, the host gains 5 Conqueror's Hockey attribute points. Unexpectedly, Shanks started drinking it so quickly. New World Sea Area. Red-haired Shanks began to rest on the island with his subordinates. The so-called rest means throwing a banquet. Today, he brought so much delicious wine from Whitebeard's ship, so he had to enjoy a good drink. Boss, what are your next plans? Is Whitebeard still ignoring the advice and insisting on chasing Teach? The people around him began to discuss. This was unavoidable. Once Ace encountered Teach, it could become unstoppable in this chaotic era. Boss, you brought so much wine? Hurry up and let's have a taste. Rikairu ran over to Shanks, indignant. All right. Quickly inform the brothers. The banquet is starting. The pirates cheered. Is this wine really that magical? Can make the boss spend 100 million berries to buy it? The boss is a fool. It must be that old guy Whitebeard deliberately tricked him. Beside him, Ben Beckman seemed to see through everything. Shanks couldn't help but roll his eyes and shot him a displeased glance. If you don't believe it, just drink. However, I only allow you to drink 1 bottle. What the heck? Everyone began to taste it. Even the usually aloof Beckman was shocked. This wine really has something special. Rikairu quickly finished a bottle of Maotai. Boss, what did you just say? I want another bottle. You idiot. I haven't even started drinking, and you've already finished it. Shanks scolded him like a child. I'm having a hard time holding on. Ha ha. So delicious. What kind of earthly delicacy is this? Shanks looked at Beckman teasingly, draping an arm over him. Remember, you can only drink 1 bottle. 1 bottle is 1 bottle. I won't drink more. Beckman said firmly. Ha ha. That's good. At this moment, a pirate rushed over to Shanks. Captain, Hawkeye, my hawk is coming. Oh, just in time. Let him try it too. Shanks said with a mischievous smile. In a moment of distraction, he noticed that 1 bottle of Maotai was missing from beside him. Beckman, did you sneakily drink my wine while I wasn't looking? Ben Beckman was about to argue when he saw Shanks pull out a bottle of Maotai that he had hidden. Caught you. At this point, everyone was already slightly tipsy. They were joking and having fun with each other, and paired with the fine wine, it was truly delightful. Shanks, hey, Shanks, can you be serious for a moment? How did the trip to the Whitebeard Pirates go? At this moment, Hawkeye stepped over, seeing Shanks and the others playing around and not taking things seriously. He immediately became serious. Oh, my hawk, come, try this fine wine. Try what fine wine? First, let's clarify things. Did you have a confrontation with Whitebeard? Shanks' face turned slightly red as he poured Maotai into a bowl and handed it to him. With Whitebeard. Hawkeye was about to continue questioning when he suddenly caught a whiff of the aromatic scent wafting from the bowl. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? Hawkeye was stunned. He sniffed again, unable to continue questioning. Give it a try. I got it from Whitebeard. Hawkeye picked up the wine bowl and drank it down. Chapter 7 Selling to Sobriety. Rarely buys alcohol. Hawkeye was confused. What kind of alcohol made the red-haired pirates so fond of it? He usually drank quite a bit himself. When alone, he occasionally enjoyed a few sips, which was quite nice. But was this alcohol really as exaggerated as this group was acting? Just from the bottle, it certainly smelled great. Drink it and give it a try. Shanks handed him a bottle of Maotai. Hawkeye took the drink without hesitation and started to drink. Down in one. Down in one. Shanks cheered on from the side. After finishing a whole bottle of Maotai, Hawkeye felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. What kind of alcohol is this? Why is it so delicious? Hawkeye was shocked. He had thought this alcohol only had a good aroma, but after drinking it, he realized the taste was equally amazing. Ha ha. Of course, this alcohol was discovered by me first. Now that you're here, don't leave. Let's get drunk together. Shanks pulled out dozens of bottles of Maotai and began pouring them into bowls and cups. In recent days, Longqi had been busy synthesizing Maotai on the ship. Now 5,000 bottles of Maotai had been completed. First, they needed to consume these 5,000 bottles before thinking about selling them. They couldn't possibly consume all 10,000 bottles on the Whitebeard Pirates ship. They had to spread it out for external sales. 5,000 bottles of Maotai would be put on the market to see how it goes. As for the price, it would be set at 100,000 berries per bottle. This price did seem a bit expensive for the common people. However, the quality of this alcohol spoke for itself. Once someone tried it, even if the next price was $1 million, there would likely be buyers. Longqi, what do you plan to sell these Moutai? The location of sale is crucial. It requires careful consideration of local market demand, supply and demand relationships, and customer flow. For instance, if you set up on an island where the residents don't drink at all, there would be no market for your alcohol. After much thought, Longqi decided to first place the goods on Sabeti archipelago. This island had a large flow of people, being a necessary route to the New World. Additionally, it was relatively prosperous, with good economic development and a variety of customers. Most of these customers had a high demand for alcohol. So, Sabeti archipelago it is. All right, Longqi, then I'll help you and the brothers to put these 5,000 bottles into Sabeti and test the waters. What if this alcohol is a bit too expensive? That's what Marco was worried about. Don't worry, Captain Marco, we'll sell it like this for now. I have my ways. Soon, 5,000 bottles of Moutai were introduced to Sabeti archipelago. The price of 100,000 berries for such a small bottle made the residents feel it was exorbitant. One bottle for 100,000? Why not just rob it? Yes, this bottle is a bit too expensive. How can it be sold for such a high price without knowing how it tastes? Expensive things have their benefits. Perhaps this alcohol is top-notch. The residents on the island noticed the unique Moutai at the sales point and began to discuss it. They had never seen alcohol packaged like this before. The bottle wasn't very large, yet it was priced at 100,000 berries. It was indeed a bit pricey. Bro, if you think it's top-notch, why don't you try it? Don't just talk. The crowd urged one resident to be the first to take the plunge. That resident touched his pocket and thought, honestly, 100,000 berries was almost half a year's income for him. He really couldn't afford it, even if he could afford it. What if the alcohol wasn't good? He would end up losing a lot. After careful consideration, he still didn't dare to buy it, and could only say, this alcohol is indeed a bit expensive. I'll just wait and see for now. Everyone dispersed, saying, scatter, scatter. Who buys this overpriced alcohol will be taken advantage of. The Moutai didn't sell at all that day. This made Marco, who was observing the situation nearby, a bit anxious. Longqi, I told you this alcohol is a bit too expensive. If you keep this up, no one will buy it. Don't worry, Captain Marco. Maybe someone will buy it soon. Good things take time. What do you mean? Finally, the first person brave enough to take the plunge arrived. This person had gray hair, wore glasses, and a white cloak, casually coming to buy a few bottles of alcohol. His own stock had run out. He had won some money gambling a few days ago and wanted to treat himself today. This person was none other than the Dark King, Rayleigh. It's him, Rayleigh. Marco recognized him at a glance. Longqi wasn't overly surprised. He had known for a while that Rayleigh was on this island working as a coding master. Look, our first customer has arrived. Longqi smiled confidently. Are you sure Rayleigh will buy alcohol? Marco was a bit skeptical. Longqi was quite confident. Rayleigh had two well-known hobbies, drinking and gambling. Soon, Rayleigh noticed some unique alcohol on the shelves today. His eyes lit up slightly. What kind of alcohol is this? I've never seen it before. After examining the bottle, he found it quite interesting. But when he looked at the price, he hurriedly set it down. This alcohol is selling for 100,000? That's too expensive, Rayleigh exclaimed, wondering why this alcohol was so pricey. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced back at the Moutai with reluctance. Why not? Give it a try. This alcohol is so expensive. Perhaps it really is worth the price? He usually liked to gamble, and this time he thought he'd take a chance to see if this alcohol was worth the price. Boss, I'll buy this alcohol. The seller was taken aback. This alcohol had been sitting here with no buyers, and now a fool had finally walked in. Such an expensive alcohol. He wouldn't be disappointed. 100,000 berries. Rayleigh waved his hand, placing the 100,000 berries in front of him. He immediately took a bottle, eager to try it. Even if he got scammed, he would accept it. After all, the money was won from gambling. Losing it wouldn't matter. Now that he had retired, money was just a piece of paper to him. Rayleigh didn't have high hopes. He had traveled the world and tasted all kinds of alcohol. Even if this one was good, he had likely tried it long ago. But the packaging did attract him. Let us give it a try. Rayleigh was somewhat impatient, as if waiting for a reveal. He slightly lifted the bottle cap. A rich aroma of alcohol rushed out. Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. Is this the smell coming from this bottle? Chapter 8. Crazy Snatching. A flying Moutai worth 10 million berries. The intoxicating aroma of the wine left Rayleigh in a daze. It was far superior to any wine he had ever tasted before. After a few seconds of stunned silence, impatience crept onto his face. He blew on the bottle and gulped down a few sips, causing his whole body to shiver. His expression changed immediately. This wine was simply too delicious. In that moment, he felt as if he were in the heavens, light as a feather, experiencing an indescribable pleasure. Rich and flavorful, with an endless aftertaste. The wine's aroma was strong, and its taste was robust, with a long-lasting finish. The most crucial part was that after drinking several sips, he felt no signs of intoxication, no heavy-headedness. Rayleigh had a fierce love for wine and had tasted countless good wines, but none had made him feel as comfortable as this one did today. A truly good wine. It was exquisite and smooth, without any spicy or harsh sensations, leaving behind a lasting, delightful flavor. As a veteran drinker, these sensations were what he cherished the most. He could tell with one sip that this was undoubtedly a good wine. Rayleigh had a terrifying capacity for alcohol. After finishing an entire bottle, he felt no hint of drunkenness. The alcohol in his system was gradually dissipating. No, I must buy another bottle. I drank too quickly and didn't get to savor it properly. With that thought in mind, Rayleigh hurried back. Fortunately, he still had some money left, so buying another bottle was not a problem at all. As soon as he arrived at the wine counter, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. What was going on? The locals had heard the owner mention someone buying a bottle for 100,000 berries and had rushed over to see who the fool was that got scammed. In today's terms, they wanted to see who had been taken advantage of. Boss, did someone really buy a bottle for 100,000 berries? What's the deal? The owner shook his head and said frankly that he hadn't even tried this wine himself. It had just arrived today. An old man had pulled out 100,000 berries without hesitation. He was a regular customer. People were genuinely shocked that someone had bought such wine. Before long, Rayleigh reappeared, startling the owner. He thought Rayleigh had come back to demand a refund. Old man, our shop doesn't do refunds. Seeing the owner's reaction, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. He pulled out 100,000 berries from his pocket and placed them on the table without saying a word. Give me another bottle. What? Everyone present was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to come for a refund? Why did he want another bottle? This wine, could it really be that special? Old man, how's this wine taste? Is it really that good? A young man nearby asked. This wine? It's just average. Depends on personal taste. I just think it suits my palate, Rayleigh thought to himself, knowing he wouldn't tell these guys how delicious it really was. What if the wine was all sold out? However, his words only piqued everyone's curiosity even more. Seeing Rayleigh's happy demeanor after buying the wine, they became even more convinced that this wine was definitely extraordinary. Boss, I'll also put up 100,000. Let me try it too. Someone couldn't hold back any longer. It was just 100,000 berries. What was the worst that could happen? After purchasing the wine, the person opened the bottle in public. Moments later, the familiar aroma wafted from the bottle. The crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Is this what a wine tastes like? No way. The onlookers quickly gathered around the open Moutai bottle. It really is. I'll also put up 100,000. I want to buy a bottle and try it too. I want to give it a shot too. The owner was completely dumbfounded. This wine was so incredible. He could hardly believe it. So he opened a bottle from his own pocket and started drinking. After taking a sip, his eyes widened in disbelief. This wine was simply too good. No, if this continues, it will be snatched away quickly. I must raise the price. The owner frowned, contemplating a price increase. From a distance, Longqi and Marco exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed that the allure of this Moutai was still terrifying as ever. However, he wouldn't let the wine seller violate their rules. After a while, the two approached the owner. Upon seeing them, the owner realized they were the two brothers who had supplied him with the stock. Boss, you can set the price for this wine at your discretion, but we need to take 70% of the earnings. 70%? That is a bit high. Isn't it? Our distributors only get 30% profit. This seems a bit unreasonable. Marco chuckled. Longqi joined in the laughter. If that is not acceptable, we'll just find someone else to be our agent. There are plenty of places in Xiangbedi. As the two prepared to leave, the owner panicked. No, that won't do. This wine is so good. I'll sell it. I'll help you make money. Just give us 30%. The owner was somewhat wise. If he knew who these two were, he would probably be too scared to agree to anything. All right, here's what you should do, boss. Just say that the Moutai is running low, that there are only a few bottles left, and then the price will naturally go up. Longqi instructed the owner. The owner nodded, his eyes lighting up. This was indeed a great idea. If he could make this high-end wine appear scarce in the eyes of customers, they would bid high prices without him having to raise the price himself. Longqi, what did you do before? How did you come up with such a sneaky idea? Longqi smiled without answering. This was just a standard operation from his previous life. Hunger marketing. He had seen too many examples of it in his past life. The more scarce something felt, the more people wanted to buy it. Marco looked at Longqi with admiration. It was a shame this guy wasn't running his own business. Using Longqi's method, customers thought the Moutai was about to sell out and began offering high prices to snatch it up. Within days, a bottle of Moutai skyrocketed to 10 million berries. Rayleigh was left in tears upon seeing this scene. In less than 5 days, The price of that bottle of wine had skyrocketed from 100,000 berries to 10 million. If he had known, he would have bought more to stash away. Returning to Shaki's bar, Rayleigh looked dejected. What's wrong? It seems like you lost money again today. Rayleigh paused and replied, losing money isn't the issue. It's just that there was a good bottle of wine that I can never drink again. What wine? Is there really wine you can't drink? How strange. That wine is now selling for 10 million berries, and I left with nothing. How about it, Shaki? Can you lend me some money? Rayleigh changed his tone and smiled at Shaki. Shaki quickly covered her little treasury. Rayleigh, when did you learn to borrow money? Chapter 9, Selling Himself. Just for alcohol, Rayleigh smiled awkwardly. It's just that I ran out of money for alcohol. Shachi crossed her arms, adopting a strong woman-esque pose. Is this wine really that good? This Rayleigh, who used to care little about money, would never borrow money regardless of how broke he was. Now he was actually asking her to lend him money, which shows how appealing this wine must be. What kind of wine could have such a charm that even the former vice captain of the Pirate King began borrowing money to buy it? You don't understand. I've never had such delicious wine before. It's just that now it's too expensive, 1 million berries a bottle. I need to find a way to get some money. Shachi nodded, agreeing that the price was indeed a bit steep. He wouldn't earn that much money running a tavern in a year. She couldn't come up with that kind of money at the moment, and only Rayleigh would do something so extravagant as spend that much on wine. Think of another way. How do you usually make money? Use your methods to earn some more. Rayleigh thought for a moment and realized he could only resort to his usual method. The next morning, he headed to a certain place. This was the auction house of the Sabaody archipelago, where various auction transactions took place, catering to big clients, including the celestial dragons. That's right, Rayleigh planned to auction himself off. The auction house owner's eyes lit up when he heard Rayleigh wanted to auction himself, secretly delighted. He thought a fool had walked in, and he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He figured this old man must be desperate to consider selling himself as a servant for money. After a long wait backstage, Rayleigh finally got his turn. Oh, there's even a celestial dragon. Rayleigh watched the situation below the stage with a smile, but he hoped he wouldn't be taken away by those troublesome celestial dragons. Having long since retired, he wanted to enjoy his old age peacefully. Otherwise, attracting the attention of a marine admiral would be quite a hassle. Fortunately, the noble celestial dragons in the audience showed no interest in him. They had no use for an old man with gray hair. They were mainly looking for fishmen to take home for entertainment. As the bidding commenced, Rayleigh was quickly sold. The final price of 700,000 berries felt a bit low to him. However, he didn't complain. After all, at his age, being worth that much was already quite good. If he were sent to the Navy headquarters, he probably wouldn't be worth even that much. But he wasn't foolish enough to complicate things for himself. Soon, the buyer came to take Rayleigh home. The buyer was a wealthy woman who looked at Rayleigh's robust physique with gleaming eyes. She really felt like she had struck gold. Come on, my little treasure. You need to serve me well. Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle, of course. Without any hesitation, Rayleigh unleashed his conqueror's hockey. The invisible force instantly knocked the wealthy woman out. He easily removed his shackles and walked over to her. Sorry, but I'm going to use your money to buy some wine. With that, he began to rummage through the wealthy woman's belongings. He found a whopping 20 million berries. It seemed this time he hit the jackpot. More good wine to drink. How wonderful. With the money in hand, he immediately headed to the wine cellar. Holding the 2 bottles of wine he just bought, Rayleigh returned to Shachi's tavern with a beaming smile. Seeing the 2 extra bottles in his hands, Shachi knew he had succeeded and smiled. Looks like things went smoothly. Is this your precious wine? Rayleigh sat down at the bar and placed the 2 bottles of flying Moutai on the table. That's right. This wine is now more expensive than gold. I had to negotiate with the owner for a long time just to buy these 2 bottles. Otherwise, my money would have only bought one. Thinking back to the scene at the wine-selling place, he couldn't help but sigh. The wine was incredibly popular now. So much so that residents outside were crowding in, even getting hurt in the process. The price of the wine was still skyrocketing. Shachi looked at the wine Rayleigh placed on the bar with interest. It seemed this wine was enough to drive every wine lover crazy. Of course, it's incredibly delicious. Her eyes sparkled as she continued to examine the wine. It's the first time I've seen you so crazy about a drink. What charm does this wine have? Let me experience it too. Rayleigh chuckled and quickly opened a bottle of Moutai. The aroma of the wine wafted out, captivating Shachi. She suddenly smiled. Looks like this is the charm of this wine. Not entirely. You should taste it. Rayleigh poured the wine into a glass and handed it to her. Shachi didn't even hesitate and downed a glass in one go. Her expression shifted from doubt to shock, then to enjoyment. Rayleigh looked at her expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rayleigh, don't laugh. Let me savor it again. All right, I'll pour you another glass. But don't drink it all. Rayleigh, Why have you become so stingy? This is only my second glass. Xiaoqi raised her glass again and swallowed another mouthful of the delicious wine. This wine was too delicious. So good. One more. Xiaoqi was truly enjoying herself. The taste of the wine was like a spring breeze, giving a feeling of comfort and belonging. After finishing, she felt completely refreshed. What? You want more? I haven't even drunk that much from this bottle. What's there to fear? At worst, I'll pay you back later. Weren't you out of money? I just temporarily don't have money. Then I have nothing more to say. Let's drink together. Rayleigh smiled as he refilled Xiaoqi's glass and his own. The two clinked their glasses in a tacit understanding. Ha! I told you this wine was great. No wonder you did something so drastic. Selling yourself just to get these 2 bottles. But now that I think about it, it's really worth it. This wine is indeed too delicious. They both took a sip and showed happy smiles on their faces. The scene was incredibly warm. By the way, Rayleigh, when you're doing those things, did it attract the Navy's attention? There are more Marines on the island now than before. It won't, as long as I don't provoke those troublesome celestial dragons. I won't have any issues. Xiaoqi, let us drink another one. Okay. Chapter 10. Kizura goes to Sabati. Rayleigh originally thought that as long as he didn't take action against the celestial dragons, nothing would happen. But he was mistaken. This incident still caught the attention of the Navy headquarters. After all, being able to remove those explosive handcuffs was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. There were celestial dragons present at the time. The method used by the other party was likely Conqueror's Haki. Only that person would have such power. Admiral Sengoku. Are you saying? This matter still needs someone to investigate. We don't know the purpose of the other party's actions. If it really is him, we must take it seriously. I've heard rumors that the Dark King Rayleigh might be active in Sabati. Now it could very well be him. Sengoku. If it really is Dark King Rayleigh, this is no trivial matter. We must know the other party's intentions. That's exactly what I want to know. Go call the admirals from the Navy headquarters. Over. Sengoku couldn't help but recall that era, the vice captain of Pirate King Roger, Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, who was quite a troublesome character. This old pirate, who had long since retired, was now up to something again. Soon, Admiral Kizuru arrived in front of Sengoku. The Navy headquarters had been quite busy lately, with the admirals each occupied with their own matters. Only he had been slacking off in the office, and unexpectedly got called over. Sengoku, what's the matter? Kizaru, you need to go to the Sabati archipelago. It said that Roger.S. Vice Captain Rayleigh is active on the island. Check if this incident was indeed caused by him, and if so, what exactly does he intend to do? Dark King Rayleigh, regardless of how you look at it, he was a major headache for the Navy back in that era. Even now, as an old man, the Navy still has to take him seriously. Kizaru lazily agreed, showing a hint of reluctance on his face. Staying at Navy headquarters was really not a good thing. Had he known, he would have just gone out for a stroll, and Sengoku wouldn't have assigned him a task. On the Sabati archipelago, Rayleigh, with Xiaoqi's support, headed to the liquor store with tens of millions of berries. He was beaming with joy. Xiaoqi was indeed a hidden gem. Having so much money, he could drink to his heart's content this time. Today, he would tell the boss to give him a discount. After all, he was the first person to buy liquor. If it weren't for him, would the price of this liquor be as high as it is today? Rayleigh quickly arrived at the liquor store with the money. The boss saw this old man again and greeted him with a welcoming smile. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have known how delicious this liquor was. The boss would still give him a discount. Old customer, today I'll give you 20 off. Ha, great. At the port, Admiral Kizuru stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in his justice coat, watching the island's edge. There were still many pirates nearby. When those pirates saw Kizuru, their faces changed like mice seeing a cat. What is this? Admiral Kizuru of the Navy headquarters. What is going on? Why is he here? Who knows? Anyway, let us try to keep a low profile and get rid of our weapons. The pirates hurriedly slipped away to avoid his gaze, then tossed away their guns and blades, pretending to act nonchalant. Kizaru glanced at them. With his observation haki, how could he not know these guys were pirates? However, the Navy soldiers behind him didn't notice that these pirates quickly discarded their weapons. Kizaru didn't care to deal with these small fry. He still had to complete his mission. The sooner he finished his task, the sooner he could get off work. Why bother with these guys? Before his subordinates could react, he transformed into a flash of light and quickly rushed out, disappearing from the warship. Soon, he sensed the aura of a strong opponent from a distance. Oh, it really is Dark King Rayleigh. This old guy is indeed on this island. Kizura muttered under his breath, pouting behind his sunglasses. At his age, what kind of trouble did he still want to cause? Kizaru moved swiftly, quickly trailing behind Rayleigh. How could Rayleigh not know someone was following him? He had long sensed a powerful presence behind him, moving at incredible speed. A smile crept across his lips as he led Kizaru to a secluded corner, then set down 2 bottles of liquor. Is it the Navy? Rayleigh turned around and saw Kizaru, showing no signs of panic, but rather a mocking smile typical of a strong opponent. Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, after so many years in retirement, do you still want to stir up some trouble? Admiral Sengoku over at the Navy headquarters is already starting to pay attention to you. Kizaru replied calmly, that guy Sengoku? Haha, this old man usually has nothing to do. Just goes to buy a few bottles of liquor. How about it? Want to try some? This liquor is quite good. Kizaru didn't have time to drink with him. He needed to complete his mission as soon as possible. Tell me, what is the purpose of this operation? What kind of thing could make you, an old man in retirement, take action? Kizaru continued to press. Rayleigh pointed to the few bottles of Moutai on the ground and smiled. It's just these few bottles of liquor. Kizaru pouted and chuckled. How could it be? The vice captain of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, would make such a fuss over a few bottles of liquor, even alarming the Navy headquarters. It just doesn't make sense. Admiral Paulicelino, we're late. At this moment, the soldiers behind him discovered Kizaru and quickly rushed forward. Seeing that old man in the distance, they all looked puzzled. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Kizaru instantly conjured a sharp laser sword between his hands. It's been so many years since I've taken action. I might as well play with you a bit. Rayleigh also boldly took action. The two exchanged a set of Tai Chi moves. Kizaru performed a form of health-preserving swordplay. Kizaru definitely didn't want to get serious with Dark King Rayleigh. He was just going through the motions to report back later. Tell me the truth, Rayleigh. Is it really just for these few bottles of liquor? Kizaru brought Rayleigh to an open space. Rayleigh awkwardly smiled. Indeed it is. If you don't believe me, you can really try it. 1 bottle is 10 million berries. Kizaru looked at the bottle of liquor through his glasses, his face somewhat dumbfounded. You mean this liquor sells for 10 million? That's way too expensive. How long would I have to work to buy a bottle or 2? I can let you try it. After you taste it, you might believe what this old man says. I'm really not lying to you. Kizaru skeptically opened the Moutai. Rayleigh shouldn't be lying to him. There was nothing to gain from deceiving him. Oh, is it really that amazing? Chapter 11. The Yellow Ape buys alcohol on credit. Even the Dark King Rayleigh is so fond of this wine. This can only mean that the wine indeed has extraordinary qualities. A mysterious smile appeared on Rayleigh's face as he twisted the bottle cap open. In that moment, the Yellow Ape was frozen in place. He quickly took off his sunglasses and stared intently at the mouth of the Moutai bottle. Is this really coming from this wine? The Yellow Ape found it hard to believe, but the aroma of the wine spread all around, and it was only Rayleigh's bottle that had been opened. How about it? Want to try a sip? Rayleigh generously poured a capful of wine, about the size of a thumb, for the Yellow Ape. The Yellow Ape didn't care how much Rayleigh poured for him. He just wanted to explore and see if the taste matched the enticing aroma. Carefully taking the thumb-sized cap, the Yellow Ape took a small sip. In the next second, he was immediately entranced, feeling as if he was in a beautiful painting. Wow, this wine is really delicious. The Yellow Ape was still savoring the fragrance from earlier. He felt as if his busy work life had vanished, replaced by days spent lounging on the beach, gazing at bikini-clad beauties by the shore, holding a wine glass, and listening to soothing melodies. No boss pushing him, no heavy tasks. He felt completely relaxed and comfortable. However, because he had only taken a small sip, this moment of enjoyment did not last long. He quickly returned to reality and looked at the wine in Rayleigh's hand with burning eyes. Rayleigh noticed the unusual gaze from the Yellow Ape and instinctively protected his wine. That's not allowed. You need to buy your own, he said. Just let me have another sip. The Yellow Ape pouted, acting like a child, which made him exceptionally cute. To be begging an infamous former pirate for a taste of wine was quite something. The main reason was that the wine was ridiculously delicious, and the Yellow Ape was eager to have another sip. Rayleigh, that stingy old man, had only given him a small amount. He hadn't had enough. If you want a drink, go buy it yourself. Rayleigh turned to leave. I can't believe I'm witnessing the great Dark King Rayleigh being so stingy. The Yellow Ape looked at Rayleigh's departing figure with a resentful gaze. After a while, the group of Marines rushed in behind him, each holding a gun, and they spoke in unison. Admiral Borsalino, where's the Dark King Rayleigh? The Yellow Ape disdainfully curled his lip. He wanted a drink. What? Drinking? The Yellow Ape realized he had slipped up and quickly corrected himself. That guy couldn't handle me and has already run away. The others couldn't help but admire Admiral Yellow Ape's prowess. Even the Dark King Rayleigh couldn't match him and fled in defeat. Damn it, he still got away. The Yellow Ape added dramatically. His mind was still calculating how to get the Moutai wine. Rayleigh had said that this wine was worth 10 million berries, and he didn't have enough money on him. If all else fails, he could ask the owner if he could buy it on credit. Soon, He took advantage of his subordinates' inattention and went to the wine selling point. The owner quickly recognized that this was an admiral from the Navy. The yellow ape requested to buy on credit. The owner was taken aback but had to agree. Don't ask why. It's just how social dynamics work. After all, he was a Navy admiral. Admiral Yellow Ape, how much money do you have? The yellow ape rummaged through his pockets and finally pulled out 5,000 berries. The owner was stunned. Is the salary of a Navy admiral this low? This is a total loss-making deal. He wouldn't even cover the cost price. However, the owner still pretended to agree to let the yellow ape buy one bottle on credit, while internally feeling a bit of regret. The yellow ape took the Moutai wine with excitement. Great, brother. I'll come back for more next time. Huh? The owner was completely dumbfounded. You want to come back for more on credit? Admiral Yellow Ape, please spare me. Back on the warship. The yellow ape returned to his cabin and took off his coat, revealing a lewd smile. My little treasure, I'm here. The yellow ape muttered to himself as he walked toward the dining table. There was a wine glass and a bottle of Moutai. The yellow ape's eyes sparkled with desire. If someone were unaware, they might think he was about to do something inappropriate. He filled the glass with wine and tilted his head back to drink. Wonderful. It's simply indescribable. The yellow ape felt as if he was once again transported to that beautiful painting. Although he was on a military mission aboard a warship, his mind had already soared far beyond. Sunshine, beach, waves, beauties, and a leisurely person raising a wine glass, toasting with the beauties. Oh, how refreshing. Another glass. The yellow ape immediately poured himself another glass. Immersed in the fine wine, he couldn't stop himself, drinking glass after glass. The Marines aboard could vaguely see through the cabin windows that the yellow ape was alone, continuously drinking something. Admiral Borsellino seems to be troubled and is drinking to drown his sorrows, one Marine analyzed, having seen the yellow ape enter the cabin with a strangely packaged bottle of wine. Ah, it seems that being an admiral comes with a lot of worries. Yeah, look at Admiral Borsellino drinking alone. He didn't even ask us to join him. He must have something on his mind. The others began to speculate as they watched him drink alone in the cabin. Could it be that he's feeling down because he didn't personally capture the Dark King Rayleigh? It's very possible. They heard that Rayleigh couldn't handle it and ran away, and Admiral Borsellino might feel he didn't complete his mission and let the headquarters down. What a dedicated and responsible admiral. Admiral Borsellino, we will always follow you. You are a great leader. The speculations of the crowd were completely opposite to the yellow ape's thoughts. He just wanted to secretly enjoy the fine wine in his cabin alone. If his subordinates found out, each would take a sip, and wouldn't that finish off his share? This little bottle of wine could only be enjoyed entirely by himself. That would be the most satisfying. As the warship returned to the Navy headquarters, the first thing the yellow ape did was return to his quarters to look for the money he had saved over the years. He needed to find enough to give that owner and negotiate a low price for a few more bottles. He couldn't let that owner keep making a loss. That is not something a Navy officer should do. He planned to buy a few more bottles of wine to store in his office. When he had nothing to do, he could secretly sip a few glasses. That would be wonderful. Chapter 12. Borsellino. Stop hiding it these days. Kizaru has been frequently going to the Sabeti archipelago without bringing his subordinates, which has attracted the attention of Sengoku. What on earth is this Kizaru up to? Last time, when I sent him to investigate Rayleigh, he returned with just a casual report, seemingly not taking it seriously at all. Go, call Borsellino to my office. When Kizaru was called to the office, Sengoku's face was ashen. Last time I asked you to investigate Rayleigh, what progress have you made? Kizaru looked somewhat dazed. This was because he had just savored a few sips of wine in the office and was still relishing the rich flavor. Sengoku's words passed through his ears like the wind. Bang! Sengoku slammed the table, unable to hold back any longer. Slacking off at work was one thing, but to do so in front of his direct superior was simply outrageous. Borsellino, I've heard you've been running to Sabeti every few days. What are you trying to do? Why haven't you reported anything back to headquarters? Be careful, or we might think you're colluding with the Dark King Rayleigh. Kizaru, lost in the taste of fine wine, was genuinely startled by Sengoku's angry words. Colluding with Rayleigh? That is serious. Kizaru quickly stood at attention. Admiral Sengoku, I only go to Sabeti occasionally to buy some things, and I have no dealings with the Dark King Rayleigh. I have already investigated the matter you asked me to look into. Rayleigh sold himself just to buy wine, with no other motives. I even taught him a lesson, but he managed to escape. Sengoku's eyelids twitched. You taught Rayleigh a lesson? That might fool your subordinates, but you think you can trick me? Sengoku, being a clever person, was not fooled. He could tell Kizaru had not taken this matter seriously. However, if Rayleigh was just after some wine, Sengoku felt somewhat relieved. As long as the guy was planning a comeback or posing a threat to the celestial dragons, that would be manageable. Just keep an eye on him from time to time. Borsalino, listen to me. From today on, you will be responsible for monitoring the movements in Sabaody, especially Rayleigh. If you discover any improper actions on his part, report to me immediately. Sengoku said seriously. Kizaru nodded, thinking to himself, what could that old man do? He's just short on money and wants to buy some wine. What can I say? That Maotai wine is just too delicious. Hee with that thought. Kizaru displayed a lewd grin. This made Sengoku quite furious. There was really nothing he could do about this guy, who was always so laid back and unprofessional. Admiral Sengoku, I'll take my leave now, Kizaru said, as Sengoku covered his face, watching him leave with a worried expression. After Kizaru left, a young marine beside Sengoku whispered, Admiral Sengoku, should I go check what Borsalino is up to? The young marine, who served as an assistant next to Sengoku's office, was quite capable and trusted by Sengoku. All right, go see what this guy is up to. Just as Kizaru was thinking about that bottle of wine he had just opened, he hurried back. He returned to his office, sat down, propped his legs up, and poured himself a glass of wine from a small cup onto the table. After taking a sip, he revealed a satisfied expression. Yes, this is the taste. Drinking a little wine and taking a nap at work is really quite enjoyable. All of this was observed by the marine, standing at a distance near Sengoku. He immediately went back to report to Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, General Borsalino is drinking wine. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. This is outrageous. This guy is drinking during work hours. Sengoku realized that this matter could not be ignored any longer. He had to publicly reprimand this guy to make him remember. You, find an opportunity in the next few days to bring him and the wine over. Also, summon the other admirals. Yes. Soon, Kizaru was caught red-handed drinking in his office by the marine who entered. The marine confiscated both the person and the wine. Kizaru pouted, thinking, oh no, there goes my salary for this month. General Borsalino, let's go. Admiral Sengoku is holding a meeting. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku sat sternly behind his desk, and the atmosphere was tense. The two admirals, Akiji and Akainu, along with Vice Admiral Garp and Chief of Staff Suru, were all seated on the sofa. When Kizaru walked in, he sensed that things were not looking good. This was going to be a public execution. Sengoku pointed to a seat, signaling Kizaru to sit down. I called you all here today for two reasons. The first is regarding Fire Fist Ace's pursuit of Blackbeard. If the two of them meet, a great battle is inevitable, and we must keep a close eye on the situation. Sengoku said solemnly, battles between pirates are best if they both lose. That would be the best outcome, Akiji remarked, observing the ambitious Blackbeard, who had killed the captain of the Whitebeard crew and hindered the Blackbeard pirates once again. Exactly. That's why we should pay more attention to both sides' movements. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and suddenly shifted his tone, continuing, There's also another matter. Recently, some high-ranking marine officers have been neglecting their duties and have repeatedly gone to Sabaody. Guess what they're doing? They're going there to buy wine. As far as I know, that wine isn't cheap. A marine officer, instead of working properly, he goes to buy wine and even drinks during work hours. What kind of nonsense is this? Sengoku shouted angrily, casting a glance at Kizaru, who remained unfazed in his seat. The others present already knew the answer. I'm not against you drinking, but this is during work hours. If you absolutely can't resist, drinking occasionally is fine. However, according to what I know, you drink every day. You even frequently go to Sabaody to buy wine. Am I wrong, General Borsalino? It seemed that Sengoku was indeed going to publicly reprimand him this time. Admiral Sengoku, I reflect on this matter. Kizaru immediately apologized, knowing how to handle such situations. It was best to give his superior face and publicly admit his mistakes. Everyone fell silent, except for Garp, who suddenly burst out laughing. Sengoku, is it really necessary to be so serious? It's just a bit of wine. As long as it doesn't affect normal work, what is the big deal? Only this marine hero, Garp, dared to speak to Sengoku like that. The others remained quiet. As far as I know, Borsalino isn't the type to be addicted to alcohol, so it seems this wine is something special. Ha ha ha. Garp looked at Kizaru, signaling him not to hide it, and to quickly let them know what this wine was like. Chapter 13, The Shock of the Navy Headquarters, to turn an occasional drinker into someone who drinks so crazily. This liquor must have its unique qualities. Just right. The meeting has ended, and everyone is tired. Why not taste this wine together and see what it's all about? Sengoku shot him a disdainful glance. This old guy was just like Kizaru, never serious. Little did he know, 2 years later, Sengoku would actually join their ranks. Here they are. A bottle of Moutai appeared before everyone, and all eyes turned toward it. It's just a bottle of liquor, right? What could be in it that makes our Navy Admiral so enchanted? Sengoku looked at the bottle of Moutai with disdain. Akiji, who usually loved drinking, showed a hint of curiosity. The packaging of this liquor looked strange. He had never seen such a bottle before. Garp laughed heartily, slapping the sofa beside him. Since our meeting is over, why not have a taste and see what is so magical about this liquor that makes people so captivated? Kizaru tilted his head, muttering, I advise you not to try it lightly. Your sensitive palate might not withstand its flavor. Kizaru knew the taste of this liquor very well. Once these people tasted it, they would definitely be hooked and unable to extricate themselves. Oh, if that's the case, I'm even more curious, Garp said, grabbing the Moutai from the table. This liquor is that impressive? Of course, the finest wines in the world can't compare to it. Fine. If you really want to try it, then go ahead and open it. After you drink it, you'll realize what I said is the truth. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, Garp was the first to open the bottle cap. Everyone leaned in to catch a whiff. Soon, the aroma of the liquor spread, and a rich, fragrant scent wafted over. Moments later, Akiji and Akaina both looked shocked. Garp was grinning from ear to ear. This liquor was truly exquisite. Garp eagerly found a cup to pour some and savor the flavor. Just the aroma was overwhelming for them. Only Sengoku, sitting at his desk, still pretended to be serious. What good is just the aroma? The key is whether it tastes good. Just as he finished speaking, Garp found a cup and poured some to taste first. It's delicious. What a great wine. Garp's face lit up with joy, as if he were seeing the scene he had always dreamed of. Luffy and Ace joining the Navy and becoming Navy kings. Moreover, after drinking this liquor, Garp felt like he had regained the vigor of his youth, as if he were back in his prime during the battle at God Valley against rocks. What a great wine. I really have no other adjectives to describe it, Garp exclaimed. Akiji and Akaina looked at him with puzzled faces. What made Garp so excited about this liquor? The two of them then tasted it as well. Akiji shivered all over. Delicious. It's really fragrant. Akainu's eyes lit up. He had never tasted such a rich and delightful wine. The Moutai made him feel as if he had single-handedly swept away all the pirates in the world, with those despicable pirates repenting before him and begging for their lives. Even Tsuru, usually calm, took a sip and immediately beamed with a smile. Drinking this liquor felt like she was back in her youthful days. She, who didn't usually like drinking, found this wine astonishing. Did you buy this liquor from Sabaody? Akiji asked after finishing his cup. He thought to himself that he should ride his little bicycle to buy a few bottles next time. This liquor is quite expensive. Don't drink it all up. Kizaru pouted. Everyone laughed. Indeed, such a fine liquor would be irresistible to anyone. Garp, with a cheeky grin, looked around the room. Sengoku, observing the expressions on everyone's faces, felt a tightness in his throat. Mr. Sengoku, are you going to try this liquor or not? Come on, hurry up. Sengoku finally couldn't resist leaving his seat and walked over to them. To be honest, he had been drawn in by the aroma of the liquor. He had never been against drinking. He just wanted to maintain a dignified and serious image in his high position, with Sengoku and Akiji urging him to drink. Combined with the enticing aroma of the liquor, his throat felt dry. He really wanted to take a sip. Well, I'll reluctantly try this liquor to see how wonderful it really is, Sengoku said as he picked up the cup and took a sip. The next moment, he felt as if he melted instantly. His eyes widened, and a look of pure enjoyment spread across his face. This liquor, it's too marvelous. Sengoku quickly finished the drink in his cup and turned to see Kizaru looking at him with a teasing expression. He immediately cleared his throat. Borsalino, I can tell this liquor is indeed quite unique. Now I understand why you kept going to Sabaody to buy it. Sengoku, I told you this liquor is great. Even Rayleigh is crazy about it. Now you believe me, right? Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. He believed that Rayleigh's actions were merely to earn some money to buy this liquor. If this liquor is so good, then we should stock up on some for ourselves. Let's buy more to enjoy during our leisure time. Additionally, we can use this liquor as a reward for our sailors. Sengoku's suggestion was quite reasonable. If this liquor is so delicious and can serve as motivation, its value would be even higher. All right, then you all go to Sabaody and buy more of this liquor. The next morning, several high-ranking members of the Navy headed to Sabaody. Garp, Akiji, and Kizaru all went there. They negotiated with the liquor seller and agreed to buy 100 bottles of Moutai for 1 million berries. Seeing that high-ranking Navy officials had come, the seller thought that if they wanted a discount, he should oblige, selling them a favor for the future. Thus, the first influx of Moutai liquor into the Navy was quickly concluded. Chapter 14, Multi-Selling. Unlocking the powers of the Tremor fruit, the experiment in Sabaody was very successful. Next, It was time to find someone to distribute it to various places. With so many people drinking this liquor, Longqi's system points gained were quite substantial. He was incredibly excited because several of his attributes had already reached 100 points. This meant he could unlock new abilities. Soon, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations. Host's total attributes have reached 100. Unlocking new ability, Tremor Fruit ability. The Tremor Fruit? The ability of the Whitebeard fruit? Longqi was shocked. Although he was on Whitebeard's ship, having the powers of the Tremor Fruit was a bit outrageous. How could he not know the power of the Tremor Fruit? With the upcoming Marineford War, if the Navy discovered his Tremor Fruit ability, he could only imagine their expressions. On Whitebeard's ship, both Whitebeard and Longqi possessed the Tremor Fruit ability. Would the war even continue? Shattering the air with a punch was every tough guy's dream. The system informed him that once the system points reached 1,000, he could unlock new abilities again. As expected, the system's products were indeed exceptional. He didn't need to worry about whether having 2 devil fruits would affect his body. After all, it was a reward mechanism from the system, not him actually eating 2 devil fruits. System, please allocate all the extra attribute points to the Tremor Fruit ability. After resolving the issue of system attribute bonuses, Longqi began preparing to complete the first task given by the system. Half of the 10,000 bottles of Maotai had already been sold. To speed up the process, Longqi planned to distribute the remaining Maotai to other regions. The 4 seas and the New World were the next targets for distribution. One day, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates gathered together, quietly waiting for Longqi's arrival. Longqi was the one who brought them wealth, and now each captain on Whitebeard's ship was rolling in riches. Although they didn't care too much about money, they were still quite pleased to have it in their hands. After all, it was a lot of shiny berries. It would be unusual not to be excited. Everyone quiet down, Brother Longqi is here. As soon as Longqi appeared, everyone looked at him with welcoming eyes filled with excitement. Brother Longqi, what shall we do next? Hee, you have no idea. Our division captains are all rich now. After all, that one bottle sold for up to 50 million berries. Each of us is worth billions. It's just fantastic. Jaws couldn't help but express his gratitude to Longqi. Longqi's wealth was beyond words, thanks to the endless fortune brought by the flying Moutai. However, he wasn't satisfied with just Moutai. He wanted to quickly complete the system task and unlock the next synthesis formula. Brothers, we need to speed up the process. My plan is to distribute the Moutai to various seas so that we can sell out the 10,000 bottles quickly. The crowd was puzzled. Isn't it good to sell in Sabaody? The population is large and the economy is prosperous. We might even sell at a higher price. Why settle for selling Moutai in just one place? Longqi voiced his thoughts. He actually wanted to unlock the second synthesis formula as soon as possible. The Moutai had already made him a fortune. All right, we'll follow Brother Longqi. Everyone get ready to distribute the remaining 5,000 bottles across various seas. We don't need to sell them at such high prices. We just need to sell them quickly. The faster, the better. Soon, the remaining Moutai was fully distributed. Many liquor traders, knowing there was profit to be made, specially took the liquor on their ships to various seas. As long as the residents on those islands wanted it, they could even deliver it to their doors. This liquor was incredibly valuable, with each bottle capable of earning at least 1 million berries. New World, Onigashima. Inside the castle built into a skull, Kaido was drinking heartily. He was also a guy who loved drinking. When he drank too much, he often caused destruction and sometimes even cried. Outside, Ember walked up. Lord Kaido, look what I brought you. In Ember's hands were 2 bottles of Moutai. They were part of the remaining 5,000 bottles that Longqi had distributed. Ember had heard about the popularity of this liquor in the Sabaody archipelago while flying outside. He happened to encounter a ship selling Maotai and bought 2 bottles to bring back. Oh, what kind of liquor is this? Kaido, in the middle of drinking from his gourd, instinctively glanced at the 2 bottles of Moutai in Ember's hands, looking disdainful. This small bottle isn't even enough for me, Kaido. Lord Kaido, you may not know, but this liquor has been selling like hotcakes in the Sabaody archipelago. From what I know, even people from the Marine headquarters often go to buy this liquor. Ember had a good grasp of the Navy's movements. This made him even more certain of the liquor's uniqueness. Really? Ha, that's interesting. The Navy? Does Sengoku and that old guy Garp like to drink too? Kaido laughed to himself, not intending to drink the liquor Ember brought. How about this? Call Queen and Jack over. Let's have a good drink together. We could try the liquor you brought back then. Kaido pointed at Ember. Soon, the 3 main executives were in place, seeing Kaido calling them. They didn't know what was happening. Lord Kaido, what do you need us for? Nothing major today. I just want you to accompany me for a few drinks. And Ember just brought 2 bottles of so-called good liquor. Kaido gestured for Ember to open the Moutai. Ember quickly opened one of the bottles. Jack and Queen, sitting beside him, suddenly caught a whiff of the fragrance from the bottle. Why does this liquor smell so good? I told you, this liquor is definitely not ordinary. Ember also smelled the aroma of the liquor and was momentarily captivated. The three main executives looked eagerly at Kaido. They could hardly wait to taste this liquor. Kaido was still drinking from his own liquor. Initially, he had no interest in the small bottles, wanting his subordinates to finish them off just to keep him company. However, when he caught a whiff of the Maotai's aroma, looking down at the liquor gourd in his hand, it suddenly lost its appeal. Chapter 15 Partners. Heading to Dressrosa, Lord Kaido. Are you sure you don't want to try a sip? Jack lifted his wine glass and downed it in one go. The moment the liquor went down, he couldn't help but shiver, his eyes instantly sparkling. How's the wine, Jack? Quinn looked at Jack's reaction, his mind filled with question marks, unsure of what Jack's expression meant. Ash also lifted his glass to take a sip. As the aroma of the wine spread from his taste buds throughout his body, his mind conjured images of avenging his race by slaughtering all enemies. This wine is truly exceptional. Quinn was puzzled and quickly lifted his glass to taste it as well. He couldn't help but exclaim, as the wine's exquisite flavor made him feel as though he were basking in a spring breeze. This wine made every cell in his body stir with excitement. This ultimate pleasure was akin to the honor of achieving some great scientific invention. So refreshing. Lord Kaido, you should try it too. Kaido raised an eyebrow, observing the reactions of his three top subordinates, a sneer appearing on his face. These three really went to great lengths to put on this act just to get him to taste this so-called fine wine. How interesting. I must say, they all performed quite well. From their expressions to their body language, they really seemed to be reacting to a superb wine. You three should consider acting. It would be a shame not to. Ha ha ha. Lord Kaido, this wine is truly remarkable. I have never tasted such delicious wine. Jack argued, having become utterly captivated by the exquisite Moutai, feeling anxious when he saw Kaido, still doubtful. How could this possibly be an act? This wine is genuinely good. All right. I can smell it too. This wine is fragrant. Kaido, have drunk too much to find interest in any kind of wine, as long as it's drinkable. It's fine. Lord Kaido, I advise you to take a sip. After all, there is no loss in trying. Ash stood up and filled a glass for Kaido, presenting it to him. Kaido was taken aback, seeing his subordinates offering it to him like this. He thought to himself, since they're so insistent, you might as well try it. Fine, Ash, since you've urged me so much. I'll give it a shot and see if this wine is as divine as you say. Kaido lifted the glass and quickly gulped it down. A refreshing sensation washed over him, and the wine's rich flavor immediately astonished him. This wine? Are you sure this is wine? Kaido had his subordinates pour him another glass, and he quickly drank that one as well. A look of joy spread across his face, a feeling as if he ruled the world, with the entire world beneath his feet. This wine is truly extraordinary. Not only is it fragrant, but drinking it makes him feel invigorated, completely free of that dizzy feeling one usually gets from drinking too much. Open another bottle for me. I want another. Ash hurriedly went to open another bottle, and Kaido took the bottle, blowing into it. Gulping down the entire bottle, a warm stream surged through his body. Comfortable, refreshing, exhilarating. After finishing this wine, he felt that all the other wines he had drunk before were bland. Ash, where did you get this wine? Buy more of it as soon as possible. From now on, Kaido, will only drink this wine. Kaido had more wealth on hand, most of it from the money he extorted in Wano, money earned from setting up factories, and some for protection fees collected from small countries. He told Ash to get as much of this wine as possible, without holding back any of his wealth. Ash quickly transformed into a toothless wyvern to help Kaido buy wine. Kaido looked at the wines he had previously drunk and swung the nearby wolf fawn club to smash them all. What were those wines? They were like the heavens compared to the wine he was drinking now. There was simply no comparison. Not long after, Ash returned with many bottles of Moutai. The wine sellers knew he was Kaido's subordinate and didn't dare ask for a high price. They sold it at the original price of 100,000 berries. Kaido was very pleased as he looked at the Moutai. By the way, Jack, when you go to Doflamingo in a few days, you can bring some of this over for him. They're long-term business partners, and Kaido is not the type to be stingy. All right, Lord Kaido. Kaido opened several bottles and started pouring them all into his wine gourd to drink. A few days later, the Drought Jack began heading to Dressrosa for the artificial devil fruit transaction. As he had a long-term cooperative relationship with Doflamingo, Jack specifically brought a few bottles of Moutai with him. At the Dressrosa port, Doflamingo's top aide, Treble, had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Jack arrive, he quickly stepped forward to welcome him. The artificial devil fruits that our Lord Kaido wants must be delivered as promised. After Jack disembarked, the first thing he did was to have Doflamingo's subordinates deliver the artificial devil fruits. Those fruits were crucial for strengthening their beast pirate's power. Treble smiled. That is for sure. Our young master has already prepared the artificial devil fruits as per Lord Kaido's instructions, just waiting for your arrival. Good. That's the best. Jack, with his bad temper, would definitely cause a scene in Dressrosa if Doflamingo's crew dared to refuse or delay the delivery. However, seeing Treble's toys swiftly transporting the artificial devil fruits onto his ship, a smile returned to his face. Doflamingo is quite reliable. Tell your young master that Lord Kaido treats his partners very well. We didn't come empty-handed this time, as Lord Kaido brought you some fine wine. This wine is so good that even we, the cadres, didn't dare to drink much of it. You should be sure to thank us. Seeing the wine in Jack's subordinate's hands, Treble paid little mind, simply expressing his gratitude. Speaking of good wine, Dressrosa has quite a stock of fine wines too. Moreover, Doflamingo rarely drinks. When he does, he only enjoys some very good red wine. Thank you for the trouble, Lord Kaido. We are also loyal to Lord Kaido, and I will definitely convey this to our young master. Once all the artificial devil fruits were loaded onto the ship, Jack happily boarded and left with his subordinates. The 3 bottles of wine Jack brought were also taken to the royal palace in Dressrosa. Doflamingo, that drought Jack brought a few bottles of wine this time. Do you want to try some? Chapter 16. Doflamingo starts selling Moutai, Dressrosa Palace. Don Quixote Doflamingo sat on the sofa with goblets filled with red wine on the table. After years of dedication to the construction of Dressrosa, the kingdom was thriving, which truly satisfied him. In the underground world, the name Joker was known to all. The orderly sale of artificial devil fruits and various arms brought him immense profits. Toripole stood beside him, placing the wine gifted from Jack on Doflamingo's table. Doflamingo, this wine is quite strange. I've never seen a bottle like this, Toripole said, wiping his nose. Doflamingo, crossing his legs and reading the latest newspaper, couldn't help but smile wickedly upon seeing the wine Toripole brought. What good wine could that guy bring? It's probably just some that Kaido doesn't drink. Doflamingo prided himself on knowing Kaido well. If there were truly some exceptional wine, why would he order his men to transport it here? I can't say for sure, but I put it on the table. If you want to taste it, feel free to open it. However, judging by Jack's tone, it sounds like this wine was given to us as if it were a great favor. Oh, is that so? Kaido actually sending me good wine? Doflamingo chuckled to himself. The boozy old man Kaido, if the wine were truly delicious, would he not want to drink it all himself? The fact that he sent it here likely meant it wasn't worth much or wasn't good quality at all. I think Kaido might actually be sending us good wine. After all, we are his partners, helping him acquire so many artificial devil fruits. He should thank us properly, Toripole analyzed. Doflamingo looked at the wine sent by Kaido on the table and couldn't help but curl his lips. Unfortunately, I never drink this type of wine. Toripole nodded in agreement. After all, Doflamingo was a noble celestial dragon. How could he lower himself to drink wine meant for commoners? You could distribute these bottles to the family executives later. Or, if you want to drink, you can have some. But I want to be drinking it. Doflamingo continued to focus on the recent newspaper, keeping up with the latest developments. Soon, Sugar also arrived at the palace. Upon seeing the strangely packaged wine on the table, Toripole immediately understood. Doflamingo said, "This wine is ours. I'll get you a glass right away." Toripole was always tasked with protecting Sugar, and he followed her words closely. Despite Sugar often pretending to be a little girl in front of others, she was already quite the old lady. It was only natural for this old lady to want to drink. I'm just curious about this wine. It seems very strange. I want to try it. Toripole recalled Jack's expression when delivering the wine and felt it was indeed special, not like some unwanted trash. He quickly found 2 glasses and opened the bottle. Moments latte. The aroma of the wine wafted out, instantly spreading throughout the kingdom of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, who was idly sitting and reading the newspaper, lifted his head in surprise, staring at the bottle of Moutai. Sugar and Toripole's eyes sparkled with excitement. This wine smells so good. Jack must not have been lying. This wine is indeed excellent. Hurry, I want to try it. Torpole, pour me some. Sugar exclaimed joyfully. As Toripole filled the glasses, both of them inhaled the fragrance of the wine, intoxicated by it. The guards inside and outside the palace caught the scent of the wine, all staring wide-eyed at it, nearly drooling. It was hard to imagine that such a rich aroma could come from a single bottle of wine. After filling their glasses, they immediately began to savor it. Sugar first took a small sip, then her expression changed as she gulped down the entire glass. The new guards beside her stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this the behavior of a little girl? Tory Pole, no longer hesitating, quickly drank his share as well. This wine is simply delicious. It's nothing like ordinary wine. Amazing. This was a wonderful experience they had never encountered before. Especially for Sugar. She felt as if she had reached the peak of her life. Incredible. Meanwhile, Doflamingo watched the two with disdain in his eyes. Just a glass of wine, and these two are like this. They really are useless. He continued reading the newspaper. After an unknown amount of time, as the two finished their drinks and returned to their posts, Doflamingo finally poured a little of the Moutai into his own glass. I want to see what's so special about this wine that my subordinates can't resist. If this wine turned out to be really good, he could use it to his advantage. As the wine went down, Doflamingo was instantly captivated. His expression shifted from disdain to delight, and finally to utter enjoyment. The wine seemed to transport him back to the homeland of celestial dragons, where he could trample all those celestial dragons underfoot. Imagining himself as the king of the celestial dragons. Everyone bowed to him. He was the king of the world. So refreshing. No wonder those two had such expressions earlier. It seems Kaido can be quite considerate of his business partners. Doflamingo tilted his head back, continuously savoring the Moutai. He felt this wine was even more delicious than the world-class red wines he usually drank, worth millions of berries. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since this wine was so good, wouldn't it yield substantial profits if operated underground? Now, if he could find the producers of this wine, he could sell it worldwide. Let us not forget, he was the biggest intermediary in the underground world, a powerful figure who operated in both the legal and illegal realms. He had many resources at his disposal. With this thought, he immediately summoned his executives for a meeting. Once everyone had gathered, Doflamingo spoke. There's a new plan involving this bottle of wine called Moutai. I need everyone to help me figure out where this wine is produced. We need to purchase a large quantity of it, because once we have this wine, it's equivalent to having endless wealth. Chapter 17. Unfolding Cooperation. Brother Ming's fear, it must be said that Don Quixote Doflamingo's mind operates very quickly. After tasting the sweetness of this liquor, he immediately came up with a new plan. He decided to acquire this liquor in large quantities. Given its deliciousness, it would be profitable no matter where it was sold. He planned to buy in bulk for sale in Dressrosa, and then transport it to other places. As long as there was demand, they could deliver it anytime and anywhere. With Doflamingo's connections and resources in the underground world, finding out who produced this liquor and where it was first sold would not be difficult. Doflamingo learned that this Moutai liquor was first sold in the Sabati archipelago, produced by the Whitebeard Pirates. What? The Whitebeard Pirates? Everyone was shocked. There was a hint of astonishment in Doflamingo's eyes behind his glasses. He never expected that this old guy Whitebeard would also engage in such a venture. According to various investigations, the person producing this liquor was a pirate on Whitebeard's ship named Ryuzaki, who had extraordinary abilities. Doflamingo had a rough understanding of the situation. Now, what he needed to do was cooperate with this pirate Ryuzaki to seek profit together. Soon, on Whitebeard's ship, Ryuzaki received an invitation from Doflamingo. The biggest intermediary in the underground world had already discovered the profitability of this liquor. A smile appeared on Ryuzaki's face. His companion Marco reminded him to be extra careful, as Doflamingo was very cunning and he should be wary of falling into his trap. Doflamingo sent someone to deliver a message, asking Ryuzaki to visit Dressrosa in a while, saying there was a big cooperation to discuss. Ryuzaki thought about how his Moutai liquor was almost sold out, but there were still some countries where the liquor dealers were unwilling to transport it due to various reasons. For example, on Daughter Island in the Amazon Lily, because it was located in a windless zone and had countless large sea kings, no liquor dealer ship was willing to go there. Just right, handing it over to Doflamingo as an intermediary might help sell the liquor faster. However, the profit-sharing issue will be discussed in detail later. Ryuzaki, how about I accompany you? After all, that's Doflamingo's territory. Marco expressed his concerns about the risks of Ryuzaki going alone. It's fine, Captain Marco. They can't do anything to me. Besides, I'm from the Whitebeard Pirates. They would have to think twice before acting against me. Ryuzaki chose to go to Dressrosa alone to discuss cooperation with Doflamingo. In the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo wore a broad smile, flanked by his top executives, Sugar, Treble, Pika, Diamante, Baby 5, and Dellinger. Soon, Ryuzaki appeared in the kingdom, his expression calm as water. Brother Ming, You call me here today, surely to discuss the profit sharing of this liquor. Just say what you think. After being invited to sit down by Doflamingo's subordinates, Ryuzaki slowly spoke. Refreshing. I like your temperament. Let me get straight to the point, Brother Ryuzaki. I am very interested in your liquor, and I want to sell it in various places in the underground world. Rest assured, my channels are much stronger than those ordinary liquor dealers. That's naturally acceptable. Cooperation is about mutual benefit. However, the production of this liquor is quite troublesome, so I can only offer you a maximum of 30 profit per bottle. Doflamingo was immediately stunned. Only 30 profit per bottle? Was he treating him like a beggar? This liquor in Doflamingo's hands could yield dozens or even hundreds of times the profit. In the hands of ordinary liquor dealers, it would be worthless. It could even be snatched by other pirates. Brother Ryuzaki, I hope you think this through. Is 30 too little? Doflamingo attempted to continue in a negotiating tone. 30 is already quite a lot. If it weren't for your channels, I wouldn't even consider cooperating with you. You need to understand this, Ryuzaki said proudly. Looking at him from his seat, Doflamingo's face began to show a hint of anger. However, since the other party was from the Whitebeard Pirates, he didn't dare act recklessly. After a moment, he regained his sinister smile. All right, Brother Ryuzaki, let's do it this way. I will purchase your liquor. 30 is fine, as your liquor is indeed impressive. In reality, Doflamingo was far from satisfied with this profit margin. Let's drink and eat first. Later, I will have someone show you the sights of Dressrosa. The food was already served. The seemingly joyous banquet made Ryuzaki sense something was off. He noticed Sugar nearby was stirring restlessly. Ryuzaki was well aware of Sugar's ability. Once touched, he would be instantly forgotten by the world. Ryuzaki smiled slightly, thinking Brother Ming is resorting to such underhanded tactics. If he weren't a transmigrator, he might have fallen victim to this scheme too. Sure enough, Sugar approached Ryuzaki with a fruit basket. Brother, come eat some fruit. As she took out the fruit from the basket to offer to Ryuzaki, he declared, if you're going to use such tricks, then I have no need to cooperate with you. With that, Ryuzaki's expression changed, and his aura suddenly intensified as he threw a punch. Instantly, the air before him shattered. The entire Dressrosa palace shook violently, and Sugar was sent flying by the strong gust. The Shock Fruit's ability was activated. The entire kingdom began to crack. An unimaginable earthquake occurred. All the executives present were shaken to the point of spitting blood. Seeing the situation was dire, Doflamingo shouted, "Stop, Brother Ryuzaki. 30 is fine. I agree. For such a small profit, it wasn't worth it to fall out with the Whitebeard Pirates." Moreover, the other party's strength was truly astonishing. This kid was using Whitebeard's ability. Looking around Dressrosa, within a 10-mile radius, everything was affected by the earthquake, and all the buildings were destroyed. The kingdom of Dressrosa collapsed, ultimately turning into ruins. Get to work and try to sell this liquor. Remember, don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I will destroy everything you've built. All your filthy endeavors, Ryuzaki said calmly before turning to leave. Only Doflamingo and his executives were left in shock and fear. They believed that if Doflamingo hadn't been sensible enough to agree just now, their years of hard work might have turned to dust in an instant. Get those goods transported over. First, sell them within Dressrosa and make some money. Doflamingo recalled the scene earlier, still feeling a lingering fear. This kid is too terrifying. Chapter 18. Empress Hancock tastes Moutai. How to say it? Longqi also possesses the ability of the Tremor fruit, rewarded by the system. Does Doflamingo dare to act recklessly in front of him? With one punch, he could blow his head off. If it weren't for Doflamingo still having some use, he wouldn't mind replacing the king of Dressrosa. The kingdom of Dressrosa is in ruins. Doflamingo is filled with unspeakable anger, but he doesn't dare to take any action. Not to mention the opponent is Whitebeard. Even Longqi's terrifying abilities might make his cadres no match. Just now, if it weren't for Toripole catching Sugar in time, the Dressrosa he painstakingly built would have quickly descended into large-scale riots. He has already purchased 1,000 bottles. Doflamingo's subordinates, Pika and Diamante, hurriedly began to arrange for the reconstruction of the Dressrosa palace, while the remaining cadres started to sell these Moutai wines domestically. Soon, the Moutai wine received an extraordinary response. Doflamingo is quite resourceful. He only provided a few hundred bottles of Moutai to the citizens, allowing the reputation of the wine to spread throughout Dressrosa, and everyone knew of its preciousness. Finally, Doflamingo began to present a bottle of Moutai in the bullfighting arena as the highest reward for the victor, to attract more citizens to participate in the competition. It is well known that beneath the bullfighting arena is an underground factory, where losers would end up as toys, thus obtaining more puppet slaves. After finishing the domestic affairs, he began to ship most of the Moutai to other regions, including places even the wine merchants dare not go, such as Wano and Amazon Lily. Wano is the territory of the Yonko Big Mom. Who would dare sell wine in her country? Only the underground world's Joker might have that capability. Next is Amazon Lily, where the terrifying sea kings surround the island. Doflamingo immediately began to use his connections to transport it to the New World and various areas of the Grand Line. Inside Amazon Lily, open the gates. Lady Snake Princess has returned. The ships of the 9 snake pirates entered Amazon Lily, and the island was filled with crowds of female citizens cheering for Empress Hancock. Hancock walked up the red carpet, her expression cold and proud. Welcome back, Lady Snake Princess. This is a treasure carefully selected from the spoils. Please take a look. Hancock took the treasure box, her face filled with arrogance. Golden flower, what is this? Hancock discovered several oddly packaged bottles of wine placed at the entrance alongside the treasures. Lady Snake Princess, this is the precious wine we specially bought for you. It has been very popular in Sabaody. We've always wanted to buy a few bottles for you, but we had no connections. Now we've had someone transport it from the sea. Please try this fine wine. A maid inside Hancock's palace wore an excited smile. They thought the Snake Princess would be delighted to hear about the wine. Unexpectedly, Hancock's expression darkened, and she turned to leave, showing no interest in listening to this. Golden flower, you are really foolish. Lady Snake Princess doesn't drink much. Why did you buy this for her? Hancock's second sister criticized her. But I heard this wine is astonishing. I just wanted Lady Snake Princess to taste its flavor. We haven't even tasted it ourselves. All right, let it be. Just leave the wine here. Hancock walked to her bedroom. Her mount, a python, coiled around her, allowing her to rest against it. She meant well, and what you're doing will only alienate people. At this moment, Granny New entered, speaking earnestly to Hancock. I will do what I want. What I do is none of your business. Your time has ended. Someone, throw her out. Hancock grabbed Granny New and threw her out. What an annoying woman. Hancock, feeling disturbed, ordered her subordinates to prepare a bath. As she commanded a bath, the entire island began to sound the alarm. The female guards on duty stood at their posts to prevent anyone from approaching. You are in charge of the guards. From now on, for 2 hours, no one is allowed to enter the city. Hancock glanced at the Moutai wine on the ground and casually took it into the bathhouse. It's nice to sip a little while bathing. Hancock occasionally drinks. That slight tipsiness could help her forget the trauma she once suffered. Entering the bathhouse, Hancock held the wine in her hand and opened the bottle. Suddenly, her eyes widened. This wine, why does it smell so rich? Hancock immersed herself in the bath, delicately holding the goblet. Her cold and beautiful expression now showed an impatient look, her eyes revealing a hint of desire. She then drank the wine. Oh, what happened? Sister? What's going on inside? At the door, her 2 sisters immediately asked anxiously. This wine is truly astonishing. Wine? What is Sister talking about? Could it be the wine the maid just brought? Sister, what on earth is going on? Hancock had no time to reply and poured herself another glass. Elegantly and gently, she drank it down. Then she licked her lips, and her face immediately flushed with a hint of red. Good wine, such good wine. I have never had such delicious wine. This wine felt like sweet love coming to her, making her happy and sweet. Happiness, truly wonderful happiness. Soaking in the comfortable hot water while drinking such delicious wine, life couldn't get better. After finishing her bath, she immediately called for the maid who had brought the wine. Golden flower, your wine. Golden flower was so startled at that moment, thinking the Snake Princess was going to trouble her. Where did you buy your wine? I want a lot. Can you buy more? Golden flower. The maid was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 19. Big Mom's Craving. Can a bottle of wine solve it? Empress Hancock ordered 500 bottles of Moutai, which Doflamingo arranged to be delivered to the center of the calm belt on Daughter Island. The 500 bottles of Moutai were about to be sent to Whole Cake Island. On Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin, also known as the Yonko Big Mom, was hosting a tea party with her many daughters. Countless pastries, items, and flowers have been infused with souls, turning them into living beings joyfully dancing. Big Mom sat in the center, her children around her with somewhat serious expressions. What movements are the Navy making now? She asked her children nearby. Katakuri replied earnestly. The Navy headquarters is closely monitoring the contact between Fire Fist, Ace, and Blackbeard. They believe something significant may happen once they meet. Last time, Yonko Shanks went to talk with Whitebeard, and it was precisely about this matter. Oh, interesting. That kid on Whitebeard's ship? Blackbeard seems to have quite the ambition. Yes. Mama, This Blackbeard has been with the Whitebeard Pirates for so long, and now he has killed the captain on the ship. It seems he had this plan for a long time. All right, let's not talk about this for now. As long as they don't touch my interests, I can ignore it for the time being. Big Mom let out a laugh, Mama, as she enjoyed the thought of a conflict between Whitebeard and Blackbeard, hoping for both to suffer greatly. This way, she could seize Whitebeard's influence. Enough about other matters. Let us start the tea party. I'm craving desserts. By the way, what delicacies do we have today? Big Mom turned her gaze to her ace chef team. The most skilled among the chefs was Snack, the head chef of the Big Mom Pirates, whose ability allowed him to turn anything into food. While it could fill the stomach, it wasn't necessarily delicious. As head chef, he sought out many famous chefs from around the world, especially pastry chefs, to create delightful treats for Big Mom at every tea party. Today, Snack's subordinates had purchased several bottles of Moutai from outside and prepared some delicacies. He had heard recently that this Moutai had spread throughout the New World and was popular among the islanders. Moreover, some islands had already run out of stock, indicating that this wine contained immense value. At the tea party, Snack prepared to present all the Moutai for Big Mom to savor. After a joyful preparation, the desserts were quickly served alongside a dozen bottles of Moutai placed on the table. Big Mom's taste had become increasingly picky, and ordinary desserts no longer satisfied her needs. After trying today's desserts, her brows furrowed. Who made today's desserts? She suddenly asked during the meal. The room fell silent, with everyone gazing at Big Mom with heavy tension. I did. A nervous chef stepped forward. It's over. Big Mom's children looked at the chef who had stepped up. Snack felt a tightening in his chest. Big Mom had truly become more demanding about her desserts. Could this dessert not satisfy her? Life or death? Upon hearing this, the chef nearly wet his pants. The chef's soul was instantly sucked away. Why can you make me my favorite sweets at my tea party? Big Mom said, her eyes suddenly blood-red, filled with murderous intent. Everyone present was shocked, especially Katakuri, who suddenly saw a brief future. Not good. Mom's craving is about to erupt. What? It's erupting at this moment? Owen's face was filled with shock. My desserts. Give me delicious desserts. I'm hungry. I want tasty desserts. These desserts don't meet my taste at all. As she spoke, Big Mom's saliva began to flow. She was gradually losing her sanity. Quick, scatter. Katakuri shouted. Boom. Big Mom suddenly stood up, knocking over all the desserts in front of her, sending the table crashing to the ground. Her gigantic body stomped, shaking the entire floor. I want to eat. I want to eat desserts. Ignoring everything, Big Mom began to swallow all the soul-infused items in front of her. Big Mom's craving had struck. Once it happened, the entire island could face the risk of destruction. Snack, what is going on? Why can't today's dessert satisfy Mom's appetite? Her eldest son, Perispero, shouted at Snack. Snack was panicking. He didn't know what had gone wrong. He had done his best to prepare the desserts. I don't know. I thought the desserts were delicious. But Lin. Oh no, this is a big problem. Perispero lamented. Everyone, hurry and leave this place. Katakuri approached Snack. Chef, quickly arrange for more desserts. There's no time for that. What if Lin isn't satisfied? That's the only option, Katakuri said firmly. Remaking the desserts was the only way. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly stop Big Mom's craving. Suddenly, Snack noticed the bottles of Moutai on the table. Right, Lin hasn't tasted this Moutai yet. This dish paired with the wine might have a better effect. It might stop Lin. A bottle of wine? How is that possible? Chef, you should hurry and make something. Perispero didn't believe that a bottle of wine could satisfy Mom's craving. Mom isn't an alcoholic. She just really loves sweets. Maybe we can give it a try. Katakuri said solemnly, then volunteered to step forward. He took a bottle of Moutai, sticking it with glutinous rice, and went to intercept Big Mom's rampant destruction. Be careful. Katakuri sped towards Big Mom. What? You want to stop me too? Big Mom asked with a fierce expression. Mom, please try this. Katakuri said with a confident smile. For he had seen the future. Chapter 20. Big Mom's shock in a state of food obsession. Big Mom didn't care who stood before her. As long as there was no food to her taste, she wouldn't stop. The moment she saw Katakuri standing in front of her, Big Mom threw a punch without hesitation. Katakuri quickly dodged and then leaped into the air. With a brief use of observation hockey, he foresaw the result of feeding her the Moutai liquor. Mama, try this, he said, using his devil fruit ability to open the Moutai and surround it with glutinous rice, presenting it to the enormous Big Mom. Big Mom was about to attack him again when she suddenly caught a whiff of the liquor. She froze on the spot. What is this? Confusion filled Big Mom's eyes. Still in her food obsession state, she couldn't see what Katakuri had presented, only able to smell the rich aroma. So fragrant, so fragrant. Big Mom lifted the liquor Katakuri had given her and gulped it down in one go. In the next second, her previously furious eyes lit up with excitement. The glint of gold shone in her gaze. Good, good liquor. So delicious. Mama, mama. Big Mom burst into laughter, her eyes gradually returning to their usual color. The rage from her food obsession faded away. So good, so delicious. What kind of liquor is this? Big Mom drank the liquor eagerly, quickly finishing one bottle. Her subordinates swiftly brought her another bottle. This is from the underground Joker. This liquor is famous all over the world. Mama, we originally intended for you to drink this with today's feast. I'm sorry for my mistake, said Snack, approaching with a guilty expression. Big Mom showed no sign of her earlier dominance and was quite amiable in the face of food. She laughed heartily. No problem. I've tasted such delicious liquor. I'm very happy today. Let us continue our tea party. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were secretly shocked at the liquor's incredible charm. It could instantly resolve Big Mom's food obsession. This liquor seemed to be more tempting than food itself. Everyone had just experienced Big Mom's rampage and was sweating nervously. Fortunately, the Moutai was delivered in time. Otherwise, Cake Island might have been completely destroyed by Big Mom. Big Mom hopped back to her seat, as if everything that had just happened was unrelated to her. She continued to enjoy her food, now paired with Moutai. With each sip of the liquor, she laughed mama, and praised its deliciousness. Everyone, don't just stand there. The head chef has brought us so much fine liquor. Enjoy it. Big Mom waved her hand at everyone. But after almost losing the entire island, no one felt like celebrating. Let us not take it to heart. Let us drink openly with Mama, said her eldest son, Perispero, in a serious tone. If it didn't show happiness and drank with Mama, given her temperament, she might throw another tantrum. Yes, everyone, let us eat. Snack wiped the sweat from his forehead and urged everyone to sit down and start dining. The table was filled with delicious food and Moutai. I want to taste it. Is this liquor really that magical? It can actually relieve Big Mom's food obsession. This liquor is impressive. As everyone looked at the bottles of Moutai on the table, they no longer hesitated and opened the caps. The aroma spread to every corner of the venue. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. This liquor really smelled amazing. Big Mom, sitting at her spot, laughed joyfully. This liquor is simply the finest, better than any dessert I've ever had. Everyone poured the liquor into their cups and drank it in one go. The next second, everyone in the room was spirited and lively. Overwhelmed by the aroma of the liquor, they forgot everything that had just happened and immersed themselves in the delightful drink. It's so good. Now I understand why this liquor is so magical. It's truly exceptional. They looked at Big Mom and then at the Moutai in their hands. They suddenly realized that only this liquor could relieve Mama's food obsession. By the way, who created this liquor? Why haven't I heard of it before? After tasting the delicious liquor, Katakuri asked the head chef, Snack, who was nearby. This liquor was obtained from the underground Joker. However, we still don't know who exactly produced it. Joker? This liquor definitely isn't from him. He must think there is profit to be made, which is why he wants to sell it. Snack, you need to look into who produced this liquor. I want to completely possess it, Big Mom said, her eyes gleaming with greed. The flavor of this liquor was so wonderful that she thought about finding its producer, taking over their location, and making them produce it for her forever. That way, she would have an endless supply of liquor. Everyone nodded solemnly. This was Big Mom, a terrifying monster who would mobilize her forces to conquer a country for the food she desired. Big Mom was keen on the location of this Moutai liquor. She wanted to claim it entirely for herself. That way, she could enjoy this delicious liquor forever. Maybe she could even open a country of fine liquor in the land of Wayno. Okay, I'll have someone help you investigate, Snack replied earnestly. After the tea party ended, Big Mom's children helped investigate the matter. They knew that if they found out where this liquor was produced, it would surely lead to war. Days later, Snack had dispatched people to thoroughly investigate everything and found out who produced the liquor and where it was made. Mama, chef, quick, tell me where it's from. I want to claim it for myself. Snack had a serious expression on his face. This liquor was produced by a pirate named Ryanosuk, one of Whitebeard's crew. Chapter 21. The Sensation of Moutai. The whole world is watching. The Whitebeard Pirates? All the children present were astonished. Who would have thought that this guy Whitebeard would venture into the liquor business? Big Mom's face darkened significantly after hearing this. If it were Whitebeard, they wouldn't dare to mobilize all their forces to clash with him. After all, Whitebeard is extremely formidable, especially with over 50 subordinate pirate crews under his command, a war would lead to an unprecedented epic battle. It's truly unimaginable. The children started to worry. Would Mom really go to war with Whitebeard over this liquor? Given their current strength, even if they could win, the losses from such a battle would be incalculable. This is definitely not a worthwhile business. If it's Whitebeard, then let it be. It's too early to go to war with him now. Big Mom is not that foolish. She knows that confronting Whitebeard head-on with her current strength would be a dead end. What about that kid Ryuzaki? Let's see if we can contact him. Big Mom continued in a deep voice. What does Mom mean? I want to pull him over. I wonder if he will agree. Mom, he is from Whitebeard's ship. If we manage to bring him over, that old man Whitebeard will definitely not agree. Can't we secretly pull him over? Without letting that old man find out. A wicked smile appeared on Big Mom's face. I must say, the Big Mom Pirates are quite swift in their actions. Mainly, Big Mom herself is genuinely fond of the Moutai produced by this kid Ryuzaki. It's a wine that can be called a world-class delicacy, which is why it moves Big Mom so much. Soon, Big Mom sent someone to deliver a message to Ryuzaki. She invited him to join her pirate crew and offered generous terms. A food-filled island for Ryuzaki, plus nearly 5 billion berries worth of gold and jewels. Including her daughters, he could choose anyone he fancied. Big Mom's terms were indeed generous. Is she really willing to use so much manpower and wealth just to get me? Ryuzaki chuckled at the letter sent by Big Mom. However, he soon tore the letter from Big Mom into pieces. These conditions he could easily achieve without needing to join that eccentric person Big Mom's crew. Countless gourmet foods and endless entertainment activities. Sorry, I'm not interested at all. Marco, help me reply and refuse Big Mom's invitation. Marco was shocked upon hearing this. He never expected that Ryuzaki had become so valuable in the eyes of these people. It's not surprising, after all. The Moutai produced by Ryuzaki's brothers has become immensely popular worldwide. Both commoners and royal nobles are eager for such fine wine. Don't refuse in secret. Refuse Big Mom openly. Otherwise, she might come looking for me again, and I don't want to be bothered by someone like her. All right, brother Ryuzaki. Marco looked at Ryuzaki with a hint of emotion. Marco immediately set about doing this. The next day, there was a huge news sensation in the New World. The four emperors' Big Mom invited Ryuzaki to join her crew for the sake of fine wine, and Ryuzaki firmly rejected her. And Ryuzaki is indeed a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, the whole world knows that this Moutai comes from Ryuzaki of the Whitebeard Pirates. Big Mom, of course, was furious, but being the Whitebeard Pirates, they didn't dare to take action. At the Navy headquarters, when Sengoku and Garp learned that the Moutai they were drinking came from the Whitebeard Pirates, they were utterly shocked. Garp, do you think this could be a new type of weapon created by Whitebeard? Is there poison in this wine? And have we been poisoned? How is that possible? Do you think Whitebeard is that kind of person? Ha ha ha. We can only say that there is someone on Whitebeard's ship who can brew wine. Sengoku still had doubts. This wine is so popular now. It feels like all the world's money is being swept up by the Whitebeard Pirates. Truly formidable. That young man is indeed impressive. This wine is simply astonishing. Sengoku sighed, noting that they had already spent over half their budget just to buy wine. During his contemplation, Sengoku pulled out a bottle of Moutai from under the table and poured himself a small cup. In the New World, Onigashima, upon hearing that this wine came from Whitebeard's ship, Kaido was extremely enraged. What? You mean this fine wine was produced by someone under that guy Whitebeard? Bang! Kaido angrily smashed a hole in the table in front of him. I spent so much money buying this wine. Damn it. From now on, if I see any ships selling this wine, just rob them. That guy Whitebeard has always wanted to settle accounts with me. Their hatred has not been built in a day. Whitebeard must want to slice him into 1,000 pieces for the incident with Odin. Lord Kaido. Now Moutai is being controlled by Doflamingo. He has become the biggest middleman for this wine. That joker. This is outrageous. Tell that joker to stop dealing in this wine immediately. Kaido was furious. He looked at the Moutai in his gourd and fell into hesitation. He wanted to smash the gourd in his hand. However, after a while, he couldn't help but start drinking again. On Whitebeard's side, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard learned of the recent news and wore an incredibly proud expression. Gurura, who would have thought I would become famous worldwide again? The Navy headquarters, the four emperors, the 7 warlords, all these guys have been tempted by the wine from that kid Ryuzaki. Old man, we've collected nearly 100 billion in wealth. Marco couldn't contain his joy either. This is all thanks to brother Ryuzaki. This money must belong to brother Ryuzaki. The sale of Moutai has indeed brought substantial income to Ryuzaki. However, he is not satisfied with such income. This is just the beginning. Just a basic formula could cause such a sensation worldwide. Isn't that too ridiculous? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the basic synthesis formula task. The next synthesis formula is awarded. Chapter 22. Synthesis of a Universal Capsule. The next synthesis recipe is Universal Capsule. The synthesis recipe has been sent to the host system warehouse. System task: create 100 universal capsules to unlock the next synthesis recipe. Universal Capsule. From the anime Dragon Ball, Longqi felt a jolt when he saw this synthesis recipe. This is a great item. He was quite familiar with the Universal Capsule. It is similar to a storage device. Before use, one needs to press the switch button and throw it out. System, help me open the synthesis recipe for the Universal Capsule. Longqi no longer hesitated and immediately opened the synthesis recipe to check the required materials. Universal Capsule Synthesis Recipe. Steel Seawater Large Sea King Class. The raw materials were relatively simple. There should be sea kings in the nearby waters this time. Longqi was eager to try out this Universal Capsule. Captain Marco, I need to change the raw materials I need. What? Are you going to synthesize something else again? What is it this time? Marco, having followed Longqi for such a long time, had a rough understanding of Longqi's operations. He speculated that Longqi might be a paramecia-type devil fruit user capable of synthesizing multiple items into many strange things. You'll find out soon. This time I need steel, seawater, and large sea kings. Marco nodded, indicating that these items wouldn't be hard to gather. Give him a few minutes, and he could find these materials. After saying that, he transformed into the phoenix and soared high in the sky to search for the raw materials Longqi needed. Whitebeard also heard that Longqi had a new creation and was curious about what new surprises Longqi could produce this time. Brother Longqi, will we sell it like before? This time, we don't need to sell so many, but the price must go up. Soon, Marco had gathered all the raw materials. As before, first, make some for everyone to see. Everyone was already unable to contain their curiosity, eager to see what astonishing item would come out this time. Brother Longqi, give it your all. We believe in you. Longqi smiled slightly. System, help me synthesize the Universal Capsule. The raw materials for the Universal Capsule have been gathered. Synthesizing for the host, please do not leave. The 3 raw materials, steel, seawater, and large sea king class, all disappeared. In the end, only a palm-sized odd item appeared. Everyone was puzzled. Was this a synthesis failure? Failed. Brother Longqi? Everyone was hesitant to voice their concerns, as it might hurt Longqi's feelings if it truly was a failure. Especially since Longqi had done so much for his pirate crew. They couldn't bear to say anything. Wow, this is great. Brother Longqi, what is this? Jaws looked excited, while the surrounding brothers looked at him as if he were a fool. Jaws, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, you idiot. Marco scolded him unkindly. Brother Longqi, it's okay. It doesn't matter if it failed. The worst that can happen is that I go look for raw materials elsewhere. Marco patted Longqi's shoulder. Longqi was confused and looked at Marco with puzzlement. Captain Marco, what are you talking about? What failed? This is the item I synthesized. What? Just this? What is this thing? Everyone felt strange. What could a palm-sized item possibly do? It didn't look tasty at all. Compared to Moutai liquor, it was far inferior. Could it be that consuming it would enhance one's strength? That would be acceptable. But this thing looked so disgusting that it seemed worse than a devil fruit. Brother Longqi, since this is your synthesized item, why don't you show everyone? Come on, show us. The captains and brothers surrounded Longqi, eager to see what this little item could do. Everyone stared intently at Longqi and the capsule in his hand. Longqi maintained a calm expression, keeping an air of mystery to pique everyone's curiosity. He deliberately built suspense. Everyone, take a good look. Don't be deceived by its small size. It actually has great functionality when used. Brother Longqi, hurry up and tell us. We can't wait. What exactly does this tiny capsule do? All captains and brothers, please place your weapons right here in front of me on the ground. Longqi pointed to the floor of the ship, indicating for everyone to place them down. Everyone took out their weapons and threw them on the ground. Then, they held their breath, focusing on Longqi's every move. Longqi took a few steps back, pressed the button on the Universal Capsule, and threw it towards the pile of weapons. Upon contact with the mountain of weapons, there was a loud bang. The once towering stack of weapons vanished without a trace. It disappeared as if evaporated into thin air. Everyone looked bewildered. Where did all the weapons go? All the weapons disappeared? Or were they transferred to another place? The capsule Longqi threw out also changed color from black to red, indicating that it contained something inside. What has happened? Brother Longqi, what is going on? Why did all our weapons disappear? Yes, so many weapons must weigh hundreds of kilograms combined. Could it be they went in here? Marco had a bold guess and picked up the Universal Capsule from the ground. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. This isn't right. This capsule is so light. It shouldn't be in here, right? The disappearance of those heavy weapons left everyone baffled. Moreover, when Marco picked up the capsule and deliberately tossed it back and forth, catching it, he found it was still very light. Those weapons didn't seem to be inside at all. Amidst the shock, everyone was also worried. What would they do without their weapons? Don't worry, those weapons haven't been lost. They were just transferred. Captain Marco, you guessed correctly. Those weapons are indeed inside this capsule. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Inside. This little thing? Chapter 23. Astonishing. Whitebeard shocked. Is this real? Everyone looked at the unassuming capsule with puzzled expressions. Can it really hold so many things? This doesn't make sense. You mean to say this thing can fit all our weapons inside? How is that possible? Vista was stunned. Well, don't worry about it. That's the magic of this universal capsule. Let me tell you, not only can it hold all these weapons, but it can even fit a pirate ship inside. A pirate ship? Everyone's expressions turned even more shocked. I just want to ask, can our massive Moby Dick fit inside too? That seems a bit exaggerated. Of course. But how do the weapons come out? Longqi smiled slightly and took the universal capsule from Marco's hands. Once these things are stored inside, all you have to do is press the button and throw it out, and they will immediately appear. He explained as he demonstrated the operation for everyone. He pressed the button and then threw it onto the empty ground. Boom! The mountain of weapons abruptly appeared on the cabin floor, exactly as they had been arranged before. Seeing the weapons return intact, everyone gaped in disbelief. They exclaimed in amazement. This is incredible. It's truly impressive. In the future, if we don't need to store those weapons, we can just keep them in this little gadget. This will be so convenient if a war breaks out. Marco.As face lit up with joy, even more impressed by Longqi's advanced synthesis abilities. Everyone's understanding was completely refreshed. What seemed impossible had miraculously happened under Longqi's creation. It was truly unbelievable. Longqi, can I try myself? Jozu, wide-eyed, quietly walked over, wanted to personally experience the power of this thing. He began pressing the button, then threw the capsule towards the pile of weapons. Boom! The pile of weapons indeed disappeared. Before a smile could form on his face, he held the capsule in his hands, pondering deeply. Could those weapons really be stored in this thing? It's hard to believe. Saying that, he continued to press the switch and threw the capsule out again. Just like Longqi demonstrated, the pile of weapons reappeared. Only then did he burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha, this is amazing. What a fun thing. Longqi laughed along, as expected of Jozu. He was just playing with this thing for fun. Unlike Marco, who immediately thought of its use in future battlefields. If used properly, this kind of thing would definitely have a huge impact. Vista also chimed in with a smile. Yes, Jozu, stop playing now. Let us show this to our little brother. Seeing Jozu having so much fun, Marco frowned and suggested. No way, Marco. Let me play a little longer. Who else wants to try? You can store anything in it. This fool. Marco watched as Jozu and the brothers continuously used the universal capsule. Store it, throw it out. Store it, throw it out. This went on repeatedly. Everyone played several times and still didn't feel satisfied. After playing back and forth 7 times, they finally agreed to stop. Dad is still waiting. Fool! Hurry up and stop playing. Only then did everyone stop and take the capsule to Whitebeard. Dad was still sitting in his seat, drinking Moutai. Seeing Longqi bringing the captains over, he smiled broadly. I heard there's a new invention. I'm really curious to see it. Gururara. Whitebeard was very happy. No matter what Longqi created, he felt proud of it. Dad, what Longqi made this time is incredible. Jozu was the first to speak, his face already revealing his eagerness to see Dad use it. Longqi revealed the universal capsule. This is it. Marco immediately added, this thing is very magical. If used properly, it will have a great effect for us. Oh, so magical? It looks quite ordinary to me. It's just a little capsule, right? Could it possibly fit a pirate ship? Whitebeard said playfully. Dad, you're right. Whitebeard was taken aback. What do you mean, right? He just said that casually. This thing can really fit a pirate ship. Longqi said calmly. It's true. Dad, the space inside is unimaginably large. We've all tried it. And it's really amazing. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, curiosity written all over his face. If that's the case, Marco, you come and show me how it works so I can see for myself how magical it is. Marco smiled slightly, indicating it was no problem. Then, he looked around and saw several bottles of Moutai placed at Whitebeard's feet. After pressing the button, he directly threw them onto the bottles of Moutai. With a bang, all the neatly arranged bottles of Moutai disappeared without a trace. Whitebeard immediately panicked. Hey, Marco, don't tell me you've made my wine disappear. Whitebeard noticed that all the Moutai he was about to drink had vanished, and he became somewhat flustered. He hadn't had enough yet. Don't worry, Dad. It won't disappear. It's just been moved to another place. Another place? Whitebeard looked confused. Right here. Marco pointed to the capsule. You mean to say that all that wine is inside this little capsule? How is that possible? Whitebeard thought Marco was joking. He had never seen such a magical operation. Dad, just watch. Marco pressed the button and then threw the capsule out. The next second, the dozen bottles of Moutai appeared on the ground, intact and neatly arranged. Just as before, Whitebeard's eyes widened in amazement. This is truly magical. Yes, Dad. If this can be applied to combat in the future, it will definitely be a tool that catches the enemy off guard. Indeed, if a pirate ship can fit inside, not only can it take the enemy by surprise, but can also deliver the most devastating blow. It can catch the enemy completely off guard, leaving them no time to retaliate. This is the function of the universal capsule. This universal capsule is definitely a treasure that astonishes the world. Chapter 24. System Compensation Formula. Whitebeard was overjoyed with the magical capsule, holding it in his hands as if it were a treasure. But after a while, he thought of something. Longqi, you can't sell this thing to outsiders. Marco, who was nearby, immediately reacted as well. Such a good item, if sold to others, especially to Whitebeard's deadliest rivals like Kaido and Big Mom, or even the Navy headquarters, it wouldn't be a good thing at all. This kind of secret weapon must never be used by others. That's right, Brother Longqi, we can just use this internally. Selling it to others isn't just about money. If they use it, it will be quite detrimental to us. This was something Longqi had already considered. Don't worry, this universal capsule will definitely not be sold recklessly. Moreover, they won't even have time to use it before it disappears. What? What do you mean? If I sell this capsule to outsiders, I'll attach a small self-destruct device to it, set for 6 hours. After 6 hours, the capsule will self-destruct. Everyone was surprised. Selling such a thing would be like scamming people. The buyers wouldn't even get to use it before it exploded. It was truly a scam. Haha, Longqi, you really are something. This way, they can experience this magical capsule. But as for using it in battle, that's impossible. Don't even think about it. Whitebeard said domineeringly. System, are you trying to scam me? You want me to sell this thing? Isn't that obviously trying to set me up? Right now, I'm on Whitebeard's ship, and you want me to sell this prop to Whitebeard's enemies? Aren't you trying to harm me on purpose? Hee. Luckily, I'm clever and came up with a brilliant plan in a hurry. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stay on Whitebeard's ship. There were many benefits to being on Whitebeard's ship. I could use him as a shield to become strong myself. I could also leverage Whitebeard's reputation to sell this item through various channels for profit. Host, sorry, the system didn't think of that. I forgot you were still on Whitebeard's ship. The system sincerely apologizes. To compensate the host, the system has decided to send you another synthesis formula, which can be sold. Oh, a complimentary formula? All right, system, I forgive you. Longqi smiled insidiously. The system compensation formula has been sent to the system warehouse. Open it. Chinese cigarette synthesis formula. Paper tobacco flame. Oh ho, this synthesis formula isn't difficult. Tobacco can be purchased in bulk. How could there be no tobacco in the pirate world? That Akainu, Sanji, Smoker, and many others are all heavy smokers. Tobacco can be easily procured. Chinese, huh? Huazi. Longqi wasn't unfamiliar with it in his past life. He would occasionally indulge in a whole pack when under pressure. I must say, Huazi is indeed enjoyable. The system really knows how to take care of people. Selling Huazi will definitely earn a lot of money. Soon, Longqi entrusted Marco to order a large amount of tobacco. Marco seemed quite excited. We can synthesize items again. Today is truly a fruitful day. Hee, this thing will definitely sell well. Marco contacted tobacco suppliers, and upon hearing it was for the Whitebeard Pirates, they expedited the delivery. Once the tobacco arrived, as for the paper and flame, those were easily obtainable. Currently synthesizing Chinese cigarettes for the host. Please do not leave. In no time, rows of packaged Chinese cigarettes appeared before everyone. Since Longqi had enough raw materials, it didn't take much to produce several dozen cigarettes. Cigarettes? A trace of joy flashed in Marco's eyes. During his free time on the ship, he would occasionally smoke to relieve boredom. What has Brother Longqi created again? Jozu also rushed over upon hearing the news. Seeing the cigarettes on the ground, he couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Let me try this. Wait until Brother Longqi speaks before you take one. Longqi opened a pack and generously handed one to Jozu. This pack is for you. Go ahead and smoke. Brother Longqi is the best. Jozu took one and prepared to light it with a lighter. Seeing this, Longqi couldn't help but chuckle. The sight of the burly man smoking was simply adorable. Jozu pulled out 2 cigarettes from the pack, handing one to Marco and keeping one for himself. The three lit their cigarettes simultaneously. After taking a puff, their eyes lit up. The cigarette made them feel refreshed, as if all their previous fatigue had vanished in an instant. As they exhaled, it felt as though they were soaring through the sky, surrounded by soft clouds, lying on them and enjoying themselves. Good smoke. This cigarette is really nice. It doesn't have the harshness of ordinary cigarettes. It's very soothing. No wonder it came from Brother Longqi's hands. Longqi's products are bound to be of high quality. If these cigarettes were sold, they would definitely fetch a good price. Longqi smiled at everyone and said, of course, this smoke is amazing. Selling a pack for 100,000 berries wouldn't be too much. What? You're selling cigarettes at sky-high prices. Isn't that too much? Marco and Jose debated how much the cigarettes should sell for. For a moment, both were indecisive. Let's see what Brother Longqi thinks. We'll follow his lead. Whatever Brother Longqi says to sell for, we'll sell for. This smoke is something the world has never seen before, and it's many times better than all the cigarettes in this world. Let's start by selling for 50,000 berries and test the waters. If it doesn't work, we can lower the price. If the business is booming and the locals love it, we can sell it for 100,000. In any case, you can spread the word that this cigarette and that Moutai liquor both come from Longqi's hands. This way, more customers will come. With a cunning smile, Longqi acknowledged the brand effect. As a former university student, he certainly knew this. All right, let's do it as Longqi says. The Chinese cigarettes hit the market. Following the usual practice of testing the waters with Shambadi, the Chinese brand cigarettes appeared on Shambadi Island, selling for 50,000 berries a pack, and everyone was shocked by the price. Only Rayleigh, who didn't care about money, wanted to give it a try. Of course, Kizaru, who often frequented the place to buy liquor, heard about it and rushed over. Chapter 25, Kizaru buys cigarettes. Encounters Rayleigh again. It is said that this pack of cigarettes and the Moutai liquor both come from a kid named Longqi on Whitebeard's ship. The quality shouldn't be too bad. After all, the quality of that Moutai liquor is well known. 50,000 berries? Then let's give it a try. Rayleigh's face showed indifference to money. 50,000 berries was still something he could take out. Arriving at the store, he saw the residents at the entrance lingering and hesitating again. He couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, give me a pack. So wealthy? Buying a pack of cigarettes for 50,000 berries. This old man is really rich. This is completely because I have no interest in money. After taking the money, the boss immediately handed him the cigarettes, thinking he had encountered a fool today. Who would buy a pack of cigarettes for 50,000 berries? This guy must be a bit off. The cigarettes from that kid Longqi on Whitebeard's ship. No matter what, I have to give him a try. Plus, Xiaoqi is also a heavy smoker. They could enjoy this pack together when he returns. Back at Xiaoqi's hotel, Rayleigh placed the Zhonghua cigarettes in front of her. Oh, where did you get this cigarette? Taking such good care of me? Xiaoqi saw a brand of cigarettes she had never encountered before, revealing a teasing smile. Of course, these cigarettes and the Maotai liquor both come from one person. What does that indicate? This cigarette is definitely extraordinary. Rayleigh smiled confidently. You're so confident? Xiaoqi, puzzled, opened the cigarette packaging, took one out, and lit it with a lighter, executing a series of actions seamlessly. After taking a deep puff, a look of surprise immediately flashed across Xiaoqi's face. You really can't say it. This cigarette is truly top-notch. Xiaoqi looked at the cigarette packaging, Zhonghua, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, her face showed an expression of admiration. This Zhonghua is truly exceptional. Is it really that magical? Rayleigh looked at Xiaoqi's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but curl his lips. Just a moment ago, she had doubts about the cigarette, and now she was praising it so much. This indicates that the cigarette indeed has its charm. Rayleigh hurriedly took out one for himself, and Xiaoqi helped him light it. After taking a puff and exhaling smoke, the entire tavern was instantly filled with smoke. How is it? Xiaoqi asked with an expectant face. Absolutely amazing. Just as I thought, everything from that kid is top-notch. Rayleigh immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. He then filled his glass with Moutai liquor and took a small sip. Fine wine paired with cigarettes. He felt that life couldn't get any better than this. Rayleigh, give me some money, and you can buy me a few more packs later. Xiaoqi generously opened her wallet. With 50,000 berries, she could buy a lot of packs. Right now, what she feared was that these cigarettes would suddenly rise in price like the previous Moutai liquor, making it unaffordable for them. Rayleigh thought that this was indeed an opportunity. While everyone had yet to discover the charm of these cigarettes, he should stock up on some more. By the time the price skyrocketed, they would only be left longing for it. You remind me. I'll go buy a few more packs and try to buy them all out. Ha. Rayleigh leisurely walked toward the store while drinking his liquor. On Kizaru's side, he heard that Shambard had new products again. He was eager to see what this new product was all about. He wasn't short on money. Mainly, he heard from the Navy headquarters about the new products from Chambord, and if the products were good, he could bring some back for them to try, allowing him to show off a bit in front of his superiors and perhaps fish for some future benefits. Kizaru calculated and arrived at the store alone. Just as he got nearby, he saw Rayleigh walking out with a pack of cigarettes. "Pirate King Rayleigh, it's you again." Rayleigh smiled, knowing the other party wouldn't do anything to him, and politely greeted him. Kizaru noticed that Rayleigh had bought an entire pack of cigarettes and couldn't help but pout. "Oh, so the great Pirate King Rayleigh smokes too." But that's not surprising. Most people in the pirate world are heavy smokers, especially the pirates drifting at sea, who smoke a few to relieve boredom. Could it be that this is the latest product from that kid Longqi? Rayleigh nodded, indicating that it was indeed so. Suddenly, Rayleigh had a flash of inspiration. It seemed that Kizaru also wanted to try the new product. He had bought an entire pack. Why not sell him a single pack? An entire pack of cigarettes costs 50,000 berries. It contains 20 packs. Just now, with Xiaqi's support, he had bought several packs of cigarettes. "How about a pack? Try it. I'll sell it to you for 40,000 berries. You can give it a try." This pack of cigarettes originally costs 50,000 berries, after all, Rayleigh said with a smile. Kizaru scratched his head. Rayleigh still wanted to make money off him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to buy a pack from Rayleigh to give it a try. If it was good, he would go inside and buy an entire pack. If it wasn't, the price he bought would be 1,000 berries lower than the market price, which is still a good deal. "Then I'll give it a try." Rayleigh opened a pack and handed him one. After all, he had so many cigarettes, he didn't mind this one pack. Once he sold the loose cigarettes, the money would be enough to buy a whole pack again, and he might even have some extra left over. Kizaru tilted his mouth and took the cigarette, opening it and pulling one out. He stylishly took a puff. His eyes immediately turned crescent-shaped. This cigarette made him feel incredibly refreshed. It was no less than the Moutai liquor he had drunk before. Kizaru took another deep puff, feeling all his worries and troubles dissipate into thin air. He felt light all over, as if he were about to float into the sky. "Rayleigh, this cigarette is truly a treasure. I've never smoked such a wonderful cigarette. This cigarette is called Zhonghua. You can also call it Huazi." Rayleigh looked at Kizaru, who was full of excitement, thinking that if it were him, he would probably be just as thrilled. After smoking the entire cigarette down to the filter, Kizaru reluctantly threw it into the trash can. "No need to say anything. I want to buy an entire pack from you, but give me a discount." Rayleigh immediately protected his entire pack of cigarettes. "I don't sell my cigarettes as a whole pack. If you want to buy, go into the store and buy it yourself." Rayleigh turned to leave. Kizaru, helpless, could only take his money and go into the store to buy an entire pack. Back at the headquarters, Kizaru pulled out a pack of cigarettes. During a meeting, he distributed a few cigarettes to his colleagues and superiors. When did this kid Kizaru become so sociable? He's even passing out cigarettes? Sengoku was a bit confused, but he still took one, preparing to light it. Chapter 26. The Downfall of the Navy High Command. Ultimate enjoyment. The high-ranking officers of the Navy sat in their respective positions for a meeting. Kizaru handed out a cigarette to a few people, leaving everyone a bit bewildered. What is Kizaru up to? This cigarette was recently brought over from Chambord, high-quality stuff that I spent a lot of money on. Give it a try. This kind of cigarette is truly something I've never seen before. Chambord? Could it be produced by that kid, Longqi? Akiji asked while examining the cigarette in his hand. Exactly. I'd love to give it a try. Akiji isn't a heavy smoker, but he was curious since he heard it was from Longqi. Akainu frowned upon seeing the cigarette. He usually smoked cigars and rarely touched regular cigarettes, feeling they lacked the flavor of cigars, which were more potent. However, since Kizaru handed him the cigarette, he lit it up. It didn't matter what it was. Besides, since it was from Longqi, he might as well give it a shot. Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu all lit one up. After taking a puff, their eyes widened in surprise. Akainu, usually so serious and rarely smiling, had a rare look of joy on his face after smoking the cigarette. It was like finding a treasure, a smile appear for the first time. This cigarette is amazing. Initially, he thought it was too ordinary and lacked flavor, but after trying it, he found it truly impressive. The aroma was strong. With one puff, a fresh scent wafted through his nostrils, and the smoke was very smooth, not harsh at all. Taking another puff, it felt very soothing, with the smoke's richness and smoothness perfectly balanced. After consuming most of the cigarette, he felt a noticeable increase in potency, and the flavor was purer. The satisfaction was stronger. This cigarette tasted even better than his cigars. Akainu instantly felt like he could punch for emperors and stomp on the Pirate King, with all those pirates begging for mercy. It was simply wonderful. How is it? Not bad, right? Kizaru looked at everyone's enjoying expressions with a teasing smile. His show-off behavior was successful in front of everyone, especially Sengoku, whose gaze was a bit heated. It seemed that he was very satisfied with the cigarette Kizaru handed over. Indeed, that kid's products are definitely top-notch. I've never smoked such a refreshing cigarette. Even Akiji, who doesn't usually smoke, found it very enjoyable. The feeling of puffing clouds made him feel like he was at a pool party surrounded by beautiful women, occasionally playing and having fun together. Polysolino, this cigarette should be kept handy in the office. It's not forbidden to smoke during meetings. Sengoku surprisingly said this. Want to keep a pack in his office for meetings or leisure. Enjoying a smoke felt refreshing and pleasant. Indeed, you made me experience true happiness. Akiji continued. Since that's the case, why don't we have some drinks too? Kizaru suggested. Everyone present hadn't thought about Moutai liquor. If it's about enjoyment, Kizaru really knows how to enjoy. Fine wine paired with cigarettes is indeed a perfect match. All right, today let you all enjoy to the fullest. I have a bottle of liquor here. Sengoku pulled out a bottle of Moutai from under his desk. Everyone looked cheerful. It seemed that Admiral Sengoku also had a drink or two in the office during his free time. Sengoku took out a few cups. Today, everyone is allowed to relax and drink together. Seeing Sengoku take out his prize Moutai, Kizaru didn't hesitate and pulled out another pack of cigarettes, distributing them to everyone present. Sengoku took out the Moutai, mainly to test the feeling of combining liquor and cigarettes. Drinking while smoking was incredibly refreshing. Everyone took the cigarettes and quickly lit them up, then raised their glasses in front of them. Each person looked forward to it. After taking a sip of liquor, they took a deep puff of smoke. What a sensation. The smoke lingered in their mouths, colliding with the aroma of the liquor. It was truly comfortable. The four posed in a way that looked like they were enjoying life, as if they had become immortal Taoists. This group looked more like they were cultivating immortality. Refreshing. So stimulating. Kizaru lay back in his chair, head tilted back, mouth agape, continuously puffing out smoke. Occasionally, he would take a sip of liquor, feeling as if he were not in an office, but floating in the clouds, thoroughly enjoying himself. What more excessive was that Kizaru propped his legs up on the desk while drinking. Sengoku was also enjoying and didn't notice Kizaru's actions. He was conquered by the combination of fine liquor and cigarettes, not caring about anything else, with his legs crossed and neck tilted back, exhaling smoke. Akainu was even more playful, keeping the cigarette in his mouth without taking it out, directly pouring the liquor into his mouth. This was true liquor and smoke. Akiji stood up, eyes closed, looking as if he were asleep, enjoying the smoke and liquor. The office was filled with swirling smoke, resembling a fairyland. Just then, Carp and Crane walked in, intending to report to Sengoku. As soon as they opened the door, they were met with a wave of secondhand smoke that made them cough. Upon seeing the scene before them, their jaws nearly dropped. Sengoku, what are you doing? What happened to you all? Vice Admiral Crane was bewildered. Carp also had a face full of questions, wondering why it smelled so strongly of smoke. Moreover, why did these four look so entranced? If someone didn't know better, they'd think they were engaged in some illicit activity. Sengoku was about to snap back to reality when Carp noticed the Moutai on the table and immediately smiled knowingly. Sengoku, we've been brothers for many years. I understand you. Carp laughed heartily and then found a spot to sit down. He directly picked up the Moutai and started drinking. Ha! Seeing you all enjoy so much makes me envious. Carp laughed heartily, but he didn't have the habit of smoking and didn't try the cigarettes. Crane looked at the group with a speechless expression. If the soldiers outside saw this, the high ranks of the Navy behaving like this is unacceptable. This would have a terrible impact. But seeing everyone enjoy so much, she didn't disturb them. She just stood at the door, making sure no other soldiers came in to report, so they wouldn't discover this scene. Chapter 27. Negotiating Business with Red-Haired Shanks. Big Mom's Scheme. Longqi's products once again take the world by storm. Everyone knows about this Chinese cigarette. The profits it brings him are comparable to that of Moutai liquor. Moreover, the viscosity of the cigarette is even better, indicating that he will have a continuous stream of income. In the New World, on Cake Island, when Big Mom learned that Longqi had produced a world-shocking product again, her eyes sparkled with delight. Such a talent, she couldn't wait to bring him under her command. Unfortunately, that kid publicly rejected her. How outrageous. She simply thought of a way to kidnap him. However, considering the Whitebeard crew behind him, Big Mom gathered her children for a brief meeting. The topic was whether Longqi should be brought under her command and how to do so. Mom, I heard that Longqi invented some even more terrifying gadgets on Whitebeard's ship. Really? That kid is so ungrateful. I've given him so much. My treatment is far better than what Whitebeard offers. It's a pity he won't come. Everyone think carefully. Is there any way to bring him back? Big Mom encouraged everyone to brainstorm for ideas. Mom, I have a plan, Katakuri pondered. I heard that Longqi is going to sell his products to red-haired Shanks soon. We can ambush them, and after the transaction, when Shanks and the others leave, we can. That's a good idea. If he doesn't want to come, then we'll make it impossible for him to refuse and force him to come back. That kid Longqi doesn't respond to soft tactics. Then we can only use hard tactics. Big Mom laughed heartily. 3 days later, on the Whitebeard ship, Longqi prepared to set out alone. This time, the target was red-haired Shanks. He would personally go for this transaction with Shanks. Originally, Marco and the other captains wanted to go with him, but he refused. After all, Shanks has the red-haired pirates. They're not from the same camp. It's just some business dealings or mutual assistance for certain matters. Bringing those captains along would inevitably attract the attention of the Navy and other parties, especially the world government, who might mistakenly think that the Whitebeard Pirates had some secret conspiracy with the red-haired pirates. In reality, it was just for a trade. To be honest, Longqi was just trying to complete the system's task of 100 universal capsules as quickly as possible. So he went to find Shanks to make a sale. The red-haired pirates were quite supportive of the Whitebeard Pirates. Longqi couldn't help but recall the Marineford War, where Shanks personally came to stop the war, asking everyone to give him face, and then helped the Whitebeard crew deal with Whitebeard's body and give him a proper burial. Longqi had a lot of respect for Shanks. Therefore, he wouldn't set a timed self-destruct mechanism on the universal capsules he sold to Shanks. Who knows, during the Marineford War, Shanks might even help the Whitebeard Pirates with them. After all, with that exceptionally intelligent Ben Beckman around, he should be able to make better use of the power of these universal capsules. Captain Marco, you all stay on the ship and don't worry about me, Longqi said with a big smile. It must be said that staying with the Whitebeard crew made Longqi feel at home. Although they weren't family, they felt closer than family. When everyone learned that Longqi was going on a journey, they expressed their concern. They still didn't know that Longqi was no longer the same as when he first arrived. His attribute panel showed that his three-color hockey was about to reach its peak, and his mastery of the Tremor fruit was no less than that of Whitebeard. Longqi, take the live card with you so we can know how you are. And also take this Den Mushi. The new world is particularly dangerous, so you must be careful. Longqi nodded, feeling touched. I'm off, everyone. After saying that, Longqi jumped onto a small boat, gradually drifting away from the Moby Dick. With his current conqueror's hockey, no sea kings in the nearby waters dared to have any ideas about him. He arrived at the place he agreed upon with Shanks, an island covered in falling snow. Shanks and his crew liked places with atmosphere. In the snow, the pirates lit a fire, enjoying hot pot and filling their cups with wine, all wearing happy expressions. It really looked free and enjoyable. Longqi couldn't help but be captivated by the scene before him. Who is it? The sniper Jesus Burgess immediately noticed someone landing. Shanks noticed Longqi's arrival and was instantly excited. Ha ha ha, it's Brother Longqi. Everyone relax, he's one of us. The world-renowned big businessman Longqi. Shanks immediately introduced Longqi's achievements to the other pirates. When everyone learned that the fine Moutai liquor they often enjoyed was produced by him, admiration and appreciation appeared on their faces. He is the founder of Moutai liquor? Said Rakairu, biting into a drumstick, his face filled with shock. Such a young guy can produce such exquisite liquor and make headlines worldwide. That's incredible. Moutai liquor is produced by me, and in today's world, I'm the only one who possesses this technique, Longqi said in the most understated tone while sitting on the snow near the fire. Shanks stood up and personally draped a cotton coat over him. This island often snows, and the weather is unusual. I hope Brother Longqi doesn't mind. Cool, me. Have some hot pot and a drink to warm up. Everyone became very enthusiastic, serving Longqi some meat in a bowl and ladling hot soup for him. Shanks, you know my purpose for coming here today. What I brought is quite significant, but the price is not high, and you will definitely find it useful in the future. Oh, Shanks took a sip of wine, curiously looking at what Longqi was holding. It seemed BNT brought anything with him? Brother Longqi, let us drink for a while first. We can discuss business later. Shanks raised his cup and took the lead in drinking, toasting with everyone. Longqi looked at these cheerful, laughing pirates and found them hard to deal with. This is the Red-Haired Pirates. Chapter 28. Beginning to promote the universal capsule to red-haired snowflakes drifted down, and the world was a vast expanse of white. The members of the Red-Haired Pirates sat in the icy cold, completely unaffected by the chill, each face adorned with smiles. Shanks raised his cup. Brothers, our dear Longqi has traveled a long way and worked hard. Let's toast to him. Cheers. To Brother Longqi. Wishing brother Longqi's business thrives. Wishing brother Longqi can produce even more impressive products. Longqi also smiled and toasted back, feeling the icy world warm considerably. After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Longqi began to discuss the main purpose of his visit. He took out a small and exquisite capsule from his pocket and displayed it to everyone. What is this? Everyone was taken aback. Could this be the invention Longqi brought? This thing is called a universal capsule. Don't be fooled by its small size. It can play a huge role in battle. Oh, show us quickly. Shanks seemed a bit impatient. Longqi pressed the switch on the capsule and casually tossed it next to the empty wine bottles they had just finished. With a bang, all those empty bottles disappeared without a trace. This scene left everyone in the red-haired pirates dumbfounded. Where did they go? Could they have been packed into that capsule? Ben Beckman observed carefully and said, as expected of the smartest person in the pirate crew, he immediately saw through it. Only Shanks and Lacouerou were still searching in the snow, thinking the bottles had been buried in the snowdrifts. After a while, the two were covered in snow, looking quite disheveled. Captain, look at the capsule on the ground. Ben Beckman reminded. Shanks picked up the capsule on the ground, shook it vigorously, patted it, and listened to the sound inside. This capsule looks exactly like the previous one. What's wrong? Is there a problem inside? He asked in confusion. Idiot. Why don't you check if there's a mechanism on it? Ben Beckman scolded. Longqi stood by and pointed to a switch on the capsule. Captain Shanks, take a look at the button on top, then press it and throw it on the ground to try. Shanks followed Longqi's instructions and indeed found the switch. After pressing it, he threw it on the ground. With another bang, all the empty bottles appeared right in front of everyone. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. This is incredible. How can such a small capsule hold so many things? Lacouerou took the capsule with a face full of excitement. Isn't it amazing? After all, it's from Brother Longqi. It's no surprise what he produces. Jesus Burgess said with his arms crossed, addressing everyone. Let me play with it again. No, let me try first. I want to go first. Shanks was eager to experience the joy again, and Lacouerou was curious to try as well. The two began to tussle over the capsule. I'm really impressed by you two, Ben Beckman said helplessly. Longqi watched the amusing scene between the two, feeling warmer in this cold world. Two grown men fighting over a capsule was indeed quite joyful. The key was that this was one of the most powerful pirate crews in the pirate world. Stop fighting. I didn't just bring one today. Captain Shanks, I know your needs, so I brought many capsules. For a merry pirate crew like them, who enjoy partying and traveling, since they yearn for freedom, they should be unrestrained. With this capsule, they can store many heavy burdens and simply open it when they reach their destination. In the future, everything will be very quick and convenient. Really? Then let me try. I want to test it. Shanks decided not to fight Lacouerou for the capsule anymore and hurried to Longqi's side to take the one in his hand for testing. It seemed they didn't quite grasp the implication of Longqi's words. What Longqi meant was that he hoped they would buy all these universal capsules so he could quickly complete his system task. However, the two didn't care about that and instead placed their weapons on the ground to store them in the universal capsule. Shanks placed his sword, Griffin, in the snow, pressed the switch, and threw it down. In the next second, his long sword Griffin instantly disappeared. Wow, my Griffin is gone. Captain, don't be so surprised. It just went into the capsule. After a while, Griffin reappeared, and Shanks was having a blast playing with the universal capsule. How is it, first mate? Isn't this universal capsule pretty good? Seeing Shanks and the others enjoying themselves so much, Longqi didn't want to interrupt, but instead approached Ben Beckman and said, how much does one of these universal capsules cost? I'll give you a discount. For one, it's a flat price of 50 million berries. Longqi extended his hand and gave him a figure. Ben Beckman was shocked. 50 million berries for one? That is quite expensive. Isn't it? Is it too expensive? You know the value of this universal capsule. It can play a huge role and value in daily life and battles. I know that, but for such a small capsule, it's still a bit pricey. By the way, how many did you bring today? I brought 20. You want us to buy them all? 1 billion berries? Beckman thought the capsule was very useful, but the price was still a bit high. First mate, if you're willing to buy them all, I can also give you 5 packs of cigarettes as a gift. This cigarette has already received a warm response in Sabaody, and each pack is nearly selling for 1 million now. Longqi took out a prepared universal capsule, opened it, and 5 packs of cigarettes appeared in front of Beckman. Cigarettes? He suddenly became interested. First mate Beckman is quite the smoker, always with a cigarette in hand. Seeing so many cigarettes from Longqi, he felt a bit tempted. However, he had never tried Longqi's brand of cigarettes before. Jean cigarettes? Yes, first mate, feel free to try them. If you buy all the universal capsules, these cigarettes will be gifts for you. Chapter Husonkilen's Ben Beckman he's smoking. Successful sale first, mate Ben Beckman had a calm expression as he looked at the cigarette Longqi took out, eager to give it a try. However, he still maintained a facade of indifference. All right, let me see what this Chinese cigarette is like. You can also call Huazi. Huazi. Ben Beckman opened the package, took one out, and examined it with interest. Just the aroma of the cigarette was quite pleasant. He brought it to his nose and inhaled. The tobacco scent was rich and smooth. Let's give it a try. Then, he pulled out a lighter, expertly lit it, and took a slow puff. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This cigarette was truly amazing. The flavor was so rich, and there was a refreshing sensation when inhaled. It was very comfortable. One puff felt like it could relieve all worries. Good smoke. Even a usually aloof Beckman couldn't help but praise it. In today's terms, he would say, "It's absolutely fantastic." Soon, he had smoked half the cigarette, completely captivated by it. As he exhaled the smoke, his expression was filled with enjoyment. Longqi couldn't help but almost laugh at the transformation from his earlier indifference to pure enjoyment. How is it? What do you think of the cigarette? It's definitely a good smoke. I'm really starting to admire you more, Brother Longqi. How can you produce such an astonishing item? He, who usually spoke coldly, complimented Longqi. This showed that he was truly conquered by the cigarette. Here, take this pack. Of course. Just tell your old friend Shanks that as long as you buy all my universal capsules, these 5 packs of cigarettes are yours. These 5 packs will last you a long time. What if I want more of this Huazi later? Ben Beckman couldn't help but ask. Wow, you're turning into a repeat customer right away. In the future, if you want to find me, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about that? That sounds great. He chuckled, finished the cigarette he was smoking, and quickly lit another one. Longqi watched, thinking that at this rate, Beckman would finish all 5 packs in no time and would be considered a regular customer. On Shanks' side, the two played for an unknown amount of time, filling up everything the crew could carry, still feeling amazed. How about it, Captain Shanks? Are you considering my universal capsules? I brought 20 today. Back to business. Longqi had them try the product and finally started selling. Shanks was momentarily undecided. This must be a good item, definitely needed. However, Longqi's intention was for them to buy all 20 universal capsules. That totals 1 billion berries. That is quite a hefty sum. It was almost equivalent to a big Pirate.S bounty, close to that of a Yonko's vice captain. 20 seems a bit too much, doesn't he? If we want some, 5 or 6 should be enough. Shanks pondered. Captain Shanks, I traveled a long way from Whitebeard to bring you these. And generally, I don't sell this kind of thing to outsiders, as it wouldn't be beneficial for us Whitebeard pirates. But I know how you, red-haired, conduct yourself, and sincerely want to call you a friend, which is why I'm selling all these universal capsules to you. I hope they will be useful for you in the future. Whether it's for our Whitebeard pirates or your red-haired pirates, we can help each other out when needed. Longqi spoke sincerely, also thinking about the upcoming Marineford war. If the red-haired had these capsules, it would definitely be very convenient when it came time to end the war. The members of the red-haired pirates fell silent. Red-haired Shanks lowered his head, deep in thought. When Shanks heard Longqi refer to him as a friend, his eyes showed a hint of emotion. There was no need to say more. Shanks was absolutely sincere when it came to friends. Beckman, what do you think? Longqi turned his gaze to Beckman. He then gestured towards the 5 packs of Chinese cigarettes he had just given him. Beckman cleared his throat. Captain, I believe Brother Longqi is truly looking out for us. Moreover, these 20 universal capsules will always be of great benefit to us in any situation in the future. Shanks thought for a moment and finally spoke. No problem, Brother Longqi, I'll make you my friend, and I'll pay the 1 billion berries. Money was nothing to Shanks. The key was friendship, and a friend like Longqi was worth having. Thank you, Captain Shanks. Soon, both parties concluded the transaction. It was worth Longqi's long journey, having earned 1 billion berries, and he felt quite pleased. Afterward, Shanks insisted on having Longqi stay for another night. Longqi couldn't refuse the enthusiasm of the pirates, so he stayed an extra night and happily spent it with Shanks' crew before preparing to return. As they set sail back, Big Mom had already been waiting at sea for Longqi for a long time. She was very much looking forward to hearing about Longqi's new invention. On the ship, Big Mom led her children as they quietly awaited Longqi's return, ready to intercept him. Mom, do you think that kid Longqi will take this route? Mama, this is the only way back. That guy Longqi should be showing up soon. Big Mom said with a confident smile. Katakuri and Cracker among the stars were responsible for watching from a distance. Finally, Longqi.'s small boat appeared on the surface of the sea. It was just Longqi alone. Mom, should we make a move? Just tie Longqi up and bring him back. Cracker said with a grin. Fool, how can we act first? What if we hurt that kid? We must bring him back kindly. Katakuri said seriously. Yes, Katakuri is right. First, let us coax him onto the ship and have a good discussion. If it really doesn't work out, then we can act. He.S. just a small pirate under Whitebeard, possessing some extraordinary manufacturing skills. If we fight, how could that kid possibly be our opponent? Cracker said with a smug smile, teasingly looking at the small boat approaching. Chapter 30. The talent Big Mom has set her eyes on. The threat to Longqi's small boat gradually sailed towards Big Mom's ship. The members of the Big Mom Pirates, with increasingly sinister smiles, looked at the approaching lamb, as if eager to slaughter it. On Longqi's side, he had already spotted Big Mom's ship, but he said nothing, thinking it was just another business opportunity knocking at his door. How could he refuse such an offer? At this moment, Longqi recalled a famous saying from Jack the Drought of the Beast Pirates, "Bring the ship closer." Soon, Longqi was drawing closer to Big Mom's vessel. Big Mom put on an expression of casual encounter. "Mama, isn't this Longqi from Whitebeard's crew? What a coincidence." Big Mom smiled. Longqi looked up at Big Mom's towering figure without a hint of fear, instead wearing a very polite smile. The presence of the main officers from the Yonko Big Mom Pirates was still quite imposing. "Hee, Longqi, I've heard your Moutai liquor is selling quite well. I'm one of your regular customers. That makes us old friends, doesn't it? Why don't you come aboard our ship for a chat?" Big Mom conveniently omitted the fact that she had sent a letter to Longqi before, which he had rejected. Longqi smiled in response. "If you're here for business, I will be honored. Of course, we have plenty of wealth. I heard you've invented a new product recently, and we're all very curious to see it. Is that so?" Longqi pondered for a moment, then leaped onto Big Mom's ship. He had long sensed that Big Mom and her crew had ulterior motives. However, he was no longer the inconspicuous little pirate he once was on Whitebeard's ship. To him, the four emperors were nothing to fear. "Longqi, we really want to see your latest invention," said Cracker, standing in front of Longqi, his smile somewhat sinister. "Unfortunately, you're a bit late. I've sold all my products to red-haired Shanks. Right now, I have no stock left. If you really want them, you'll need to help me gather some materials." Longqi's eyes flickered as he spoke. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with excitement. With her strength, they could gather as many raw materials as they wanted. They were also eager to see how this kid produced such magical items. Longqi was calculating how to have Big Mom's people help collect the raw materials, then process them himself to sell to this group. This was a good business opportunity. In any case, he shared the raw materials needed for the production of the universal capsules with Big Mom. She quickly led her crew to gather these items. Longqi demonstrated the synthesis in front of everyone. Soon, the universal capsules appeared before their eyes. "How do you use this thing?" Cracker looked at the small capsule in his hand, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This capsule could hold large items when opened. Longqi demonstrated for everyone, putting a wooden barrel into the universal capsule. Then, he had Cracker place a weapon on the ground. When they discovered that this inconspicuous little capsule could hold enormous weapons, everyone's eyes lit up. Is this thing really that magical? Big Mom loved the capabilities of this tool even more and looked at Longqi with even greater fervor. She thought to herself that she must recruit this kid into her crew. This way, not only could she strengthen her pirate crew, but she would also have endless magical tools. In her heart, Big Mom was thinking. Meanwhile, Longqi mainly wanted to figure out how to sell these universal capsules to Big Mom. Of course, he would never sell them to her in their entirety. If he sold such items to Shanks, he had no ulterior motives. After all, those belonged to Whitebeard's friends. But Big Mom, this old woman, had a strange and violent personality, and she had always been an enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates, especially since Big Mom had been eyeing Fishman Island for many years. They were just waiting for Whitebeard to grow old and weak to attack Fishman Island when his life was in danger and seize that territory in one fell swoop. Longqi decided to sell them defective tools, and not only defective but also with a certain degree of danger. He had installed self-destruct devices on them. After all, they were enemies. "Big Mom, if you need these universal capsules, I'll sell them to you for a flat price of 50 million berries each. You've seen the magical qualities of this universal capsule. I won't say more." The members under Big Mom all exclaimed about the universal capsules. If they owned such items in the future, it would be incredibly convenient. They had long wanted a tool that could carry large items. Previously, they had doubted why Big Mom was so fond of the other party's abilities. But now they realized that such a rare talent as Longqi must be drawn in by any means possible. "Big Mom, this price is the price. Consider it for the sake of you helping me find raw materials. Otherwise, selling you this magical tool for 100 million berries would still be cheap." Longqi appeared neither humble nor pushy, exuding a commercial negotiation demeanor. "You little brat, I naturally value your items, but I value you even more. I hope you can join my crew. I can offer you endless wealth and food, and even give you an island where you can live freely and worry-free. What do you think? Big Mom didn't want to beat around the bush. She spoke directly. Such a person was too rare, and she didn't want these treasures to fall into someone else's hands. Longqi couldn't help but frown, showing his displeasure. I remember telling you last time that I clearly refused. Although the things you offer are tempting, I will not agree to your request. Chapter 31, A Bold Move. Full attribute conqueror's Haki Big Mom has always been a person with a strange and unpredictable personality. Once someone joins her crew, they will completely become her subordinate. Moreover, she knows that Big Mom's main goal is to have these inventions for her own use. Big Mom, this thought is indeed too beautiful. For Longqi, the key is that he doesn't lack money at all right now. Moutai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes have already given him financial freedom. He just wants to quickly open the next synthesis formula. That's why he wants to sell these universal capsules, even if they are self-destructing capsules. Seeing Longqi so decisively refuse, she appeared somewhat displeased. It seems this guy is not giving her any face. Not even the face of an emperor. The consequences are predictable. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. She can only forcibly pull him into her crew. At worst, they could have a mutually destructive confrontation with Whitebeard. After all, as long as they have Longqi, they will possess the technology he invented and created, and perhaps in the future, they could even create more powerful tools. As for Whitebeard, he won't be able to easily invade her territory of Wano either. Kid, I'll say it again. I sincerely invite you to join my crew. If you don't join, you might find it hard to leave this ship. Big Mom's words already carried a hint of threat. It seems this kid really wants to challenge the Big Mom Pirates. Upon closer thought, he is just a small pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates. How could he possibly compete against such a massive pirate crew like Big Mom.S? The eyes of the crowd were filled with ridicule and mockery, especially as Katakuri, one of the sweet commanders, quietly approached him. Longqi maintained a smile on his face. Since there's nothing more to discuss, the next second, Longqi's eyes suddenly erupted with fierce killing intent. Buzz. Longqi suddenly unleashed an invisible conqueror's haki. Everyone present felt a twitch in their eyes. The entire sky changed color, and the surrounding waves began to tremble violently. What is this? Bang! The nearby Katakuri was instantly sent flying. At the same time, the conqueror's haki spread out, and Big Mom's children were immediately shocked by the overwhelming haki before they trembled violently and were knocked unconscious, their bodies convulsing and covered in wounds. At that moment, Katakuri saw the conqueror's haki released by Longqi, but he couldn't react in time to stop it. Unexpectedly, the opponent's conqueror's haki was so powerful that even he was injured by it. Kid, how do you have such terrifying conqueror's haki? Big Mom was shocked. Her body was exceptionally tough, and the opponent's haki clearly caused physical damage, yet it still couldn't injure her. I'm a businessman. If I'm not strong enough, how can I sell things to others? Longqi smirked wickedly. All this time, the attributes given by the system, especially in the conqueror's haki section, had already reached level 100. Now, he just needed to make the final breakthrough. Therefore, it's not surprising that his conqueror's haki could cause such terrifying damage. However, these people never expected Longqi to be this strong. The physical damage from the conqueror's haki caused the wood on the deck to crack. Do you still want to fight? If you really want to test my strength, that's fine. I will let you experience my power. However, this ship might not withstand destruction. Most of the people on this ship are devil fruit users, including you, and you might end up feeding the Sea Kings. Longqi analyzed. Big Mom pondered and felt that what Longqi said made sense. She now felt that this kid's strength was unfathomable. She didn't expect this guy not only had the ability to invent and create, but his combat ability was also terrifyingly strong. At this point, completely tearing the face with this kid would likely do more harm than good. She could only think of another way to deal with him. Big Mom thought to herself. In this situation, she could only buy back the universal capsules from him. If there's an opportunity later, she could try to acquire his other inventions. Kid, business is about harmony. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since that's the case, I will buy your universal capsules first. I hope that when you have new products in the future, you'll contact me first. Big Mom said, pretending to be magnanimous. After that, she took away the specially made, self-destructing universal capsules invented by Longqi. Just like that, she was tricked by Longqi. 50 million berries just went down the drain. Longqi felt there was no need to confront Big Mom head-on. He decided to complete the system task first and wait until his strength increased enough to crush this old woman at will. Soon, Longqi returned to the Whitebeard ship. This time he returned with a full load. Meanwhile, on Onigashima in the New World, Kaido had already heard about this incident. The four emperors were about to come to blows over Longqi. Lord Kaido, this Longqi is indeed a rare talent. I think we need someone like him here. What do you mean? You want to bring that kid here? Kaido sat in his seat, drinking his Maotai. I have to say, Maotai is indeed delicious. He wanted more liquor, but now this fine wine was in short supply. To purchase in bulk, he had to keep paying high prices to the middleman Doflamingo. This liquor is troublesome. As a person who loves alcohol like Kaido, he wishes a brewing expert would stay on his Onigashima, or even in Wano. That way, he could quickly have his drinks. In front of him, the Plague Queen also had his own thoughts about Longqi. He had heard that Longqi had a miniature capsule that could hold a warship. He was very interested in that capsule. He hoped to bring such a versatile talent like Longqi over and collaborate on a venture dedicated to scientific research. I think I might have a lot in common with that Longqi, because we both love invention and creation. With that, he planned to find a way to recruit him. This matter would be left to the Drought Jack. Chapter 32 Universal Capsule sold to the Navy headquarters. Longqi completed the sale of the Universal Capsule and successfully returned to Whitebeard's ship. Marco and others welcomed him back. When they heard that Shanks had spent a staggering 1 billion berries to buy the Universal Capsules Longqi sold, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a fool Shanks is for spending so much money. Ha ha, this is just too satisfying. You truly are something, Brother Longqi. The captains of the divisions applauded in approval. By the way, Brother Longqi, what are your plans next? Everyone was curious about his next move. Longqi thought that the Universal Capsule hadn't yet met the system's designated task. Therefore, he needed to sell them in other seas. Besides, he also had to sell some capsules with self-destruct devices, which he jokingly referred to as deceptive 3-no products. To complete the system's mission, he could only act as a shady merchant. In any case, he couldn't really sell those powerful items to others, no matter how much they offered. Next, Longqi decided to continue selling the Universal Capsules. Honestly, there is definitely a vast market in the Navy, he said seriously to everyone. After much consideration, he added, yes, if the Navy headquarters learns about this miraculous item, they will surely buy in large quantities and use it. Longqi nodded, acknowledging that they were right. He knew that such items were indeed needed by the Navy. He still needed to sell at least 30 more Universal Capsules to complete the system's task. And those 30 capsules would have to be handed over to those guys at the Navy headquarters for their use. However, they wouldn't be able to use them for long. At most, 24 hours later, the Universal Capsules would self-destruct. Thus, Longqi sent someone to sell the Universal Capsules to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. When they saw this new product, the Navy personnel looked puzzled. What trick is that kid Longqi pulling this time? Kizaru stood by, looking at the small and delicate capsule, thinking it might be some kind of delicious treat. Nearby, Garp boldly guessed that it was the latest invented medicine. Everyone's faces showed curiosity. Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This item is called the Universal Capsule, said a Navy soldier who had received benefits from the Whitebeard Pirates and agreed to help sell the capsules to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku's mind was filled with curiosity and confusion. Universal Capsule? What does universal mean? The Navy soldier recalled what he had been told. According to them, this capsule could hold any large item, even a warship, easily inside. However, it needed to be tested. Otherwise, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others would definitely not believe it. If it was a product invented by that kid, it might indeed have its miraculous aspects. Indeed, Vice Admiral Tsuru analyzed. That little brat always manages to bring us unexpected surprises. Akainu, holding a Hua Z brand cigarette, pondered and said, all right, let's see how this Universal Capsule works. Fleet Admiral Sengoku told the Navy. The Navy soldier immediately straightened up, recalling the method of use taught to him by the people on Whitebeard's ship. After taking a deep breath, he pressed the switch button on the Universal Capsule and then tossed it onto the desk. With a bang, Sengoku's large office desk instantly vanished, as if it had evaporated from existence. Everyone blinked in astonishment, unsure of what had just happened. The desk had simply disappeared. How is this possible? This feels even more miraculous than devil fruit abilities. What on earth is that kid Longqi? As everyone was baffled, the Navy soldier spoke again. Fleet Admiral, this item works like this. Press the switch button and throw it, and everything placed in front of you can be stored inside the capsule. This capsule can hold a warship. In future battles at sea, this capsule will be extremely useful, the Navy soldier said earnestly. Everyone present couldn't believe it. Such a small capsule could hold so many items. Garp quickly ran over, continuing to press the button, thinking of what the Navy soldier had just said, and threw the capsule on the ground. In an instant, Sengoku's desk reappeared in front of everyone. This is truly amazing. Ha ha ha. Garp couldn't help but laugh. This kid's invention is really interesting. Vice Admiral Tsuru also murmured nearby. Seeing this scene, Sengoku even broke out in a sweat. As a strategist in a high position, he could see the terrifying potential of the universal capsule at a glance. If there were more than 10 universal capsules, each containing a Navy warship, it would bring a fatal surprise attack on the enemy. The implications were terrifying. They had thought Longqi was mainly involved in food production, but they didn't expect there to be such a terrifying technological talent in the Whitebeard Pirates. That kid Longqi actually had technological inventions. The potential value, especially on the battlefield, was immeasurable. They never expected that there would be someone in the Whitebeard Pirates akin to Vegapunk. Akiji lazily replied, "It's a pity the guy is a pirate. If he could be used by our navy, he could unleash tremendous value." Kizaru muttered, "Pirates are just pirates. Although the things he invented are surprising, in the end, they're still the enemies I must punish." Akainu crossed his arms and spoke coldly. Kizaru couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "Isn't that cigarette you're smoking made by that kid? All right, I now know how to use these items. What we want to know now is if we purchase them, how much will they cost?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku asked the Navy soldier with a grim expression. The Navy soldier hesitated for a moment before answering, "Fleet Admiral. The people from the Whitebeard Pirates said that if sold to the Navy, these items would cost about 50 million berries. Are you sure that kid Longqi isn't trying to scam us?" Vice Admiral Tsuru pondered for a moment before asking. As a Navy strategist, how could he not be aware of the risks involved? After all, they were dealing with pirates. How could the Whitebeard Pirates sell such important items to them? Sengoku also expressed his doubts. Chapter 33. Synthesis of the soul-cutting knife. The Navy soldier responsible for selling the capsules naturally had no idea that these universal capsules had been tampered with. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to openly promote such a self-destructing product to the high-ranking officials of the Navy. Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru. Whether these items are bought or not is not something I can decide. If no one wants them, I can just return them, he thought. The Navy soldier was already sweating profusely. He couldn't bear such responsibility. If there were any hidden flaws in such products, he wouldn't be able to handle the risk. "It's fine." Just as the Navy soldier was about to excuse himself with the products, Sengoku suddenly called out to him, "It's fine. The Navy headquarters doesn't lack this little money. We need to buy all these back. Even if we don't use them, we can have Vegapunk carefully disassemble and analyze these products." Sengoku was indeed a wise strategist of the Navy. He knew very well that Whitebeard wouldn't be very friendly in selling these items to them, even at such a high price. However, if the Navy headquarters buried these items and then transferred them to Vegapunk for disassembly and analysis, there might be greater gains and unexpected value. Suddenly, the Navy soldier was filled with excitement because someone from the Whitebeard Pirates had told him that for every capsule sold to a high-ranking Navy official, he could earn a share of 5 million berries. If he sold 30, wouldn't he become incredibly rich? "Sengoku, are you really going to do this?" Vice Admiral Tsuru asked from his side. "If these products are used by pirates, it will surely cause great trouble. Therefore, we need to disassemble and analyze these products to uncover their mysteries so we can find ways to deal with them." This was Sengoku's thought. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is essential to finding a way to respond. Soon, Sengoku bought all 30 universal capsules being sold by Longqi in the name of the headquarters. On Whitebeard's ship, Longqi heard the system's notification. "Congratulations, host. 100 universal capsule mission completed. Successfully unlocked the next recipe. Soul-cutting knife. Recipe for synthesizing the soul-cutting knife. Special steel flames famous sword. The soul-cutting knife synthesis task requires synthesizing 10 knives and consuming them all. Can unlock the next recipe." Longqi was momentarily stunned. Such a miraculous item still had to be sold externally? Wasn't this deliberately causing them trouble? After a while, he quickly began to think of countermeasures. After all, he wanted to complete the mission given by the system as soon as possible to have the chance to see the next synthesis recipe. Longqi called Captain Marco over. Marco was equally excited, knowing that they had obtained the next synthesis recipe. The next item to be synthesized must be even more impressive. "Brother Longqi, we're all looking forward to the next item." However, the raw materials this time were somewhat special, especially that famous sword, which at least needed to be of excellent quality to synthesize such a tool. Ordinary swords simply couldn't be used to synthesize a weapon like the soul-cutting knife. Longqi shared the synthesis recipe with Marco and the others, and Marco quickly led his team to help him search. There was a pretty good sword on Whitebeard's ship that was temporarily unused. They could first synthesize one with that. The rest of the famous sword could be obtained by other means, even if it meant paying a high price. Longqi thought that if it really didn't work, he could find Don Quixote da Flamingo, the underground broker, to see if he could help him acquire a few other decent swords. The synthesis materials have been gathered, and synthesis is in progress. Please do not leave. Longqi quickly used the system to synthesize, and in just a few minutes, a soul-cutting knife, flashing with light, appeared before everyone. A knife? It's really a knife. This knife looked no different from the one they had seen earlier, right? Jozu asked in confusion. From appearance alone, this knife indeed didn't seem much different from a finely crafted famous sword. Fool! Brother Longqi hasn't taught us how to use this knife yet. Don't be impatient. Longqi couldn't help but smile mysteriously. He knew very well the power of this knife. Holding it in his hand, in the pirate world, blades were not categorized. Only some famous swords like the supreme great knife of the great swordsman and some exquisitely crafted knives were considered special. Therefore, the knife they used to synthesize was indeed not inferior. Thus, this knife looked quite similar to the famous sword they had just seen. At least, the blade looked extremely sharp. In his hand, the knife was very light but incredibly sharp, just like an ordinary famous sword. The special aspect of this knife was that it could absorb and release power. Absorb and release? The people present didn't understand what Longqi meant. Captain Marco, why don't you give it a try? I'll tell you how to use it later. He handed the knife to Marco, who gripped it with both hands and immediately felt an extraordinary power. This knife is so light. It was several times lighter than the previous knife. It's a good knife, but how do I use it? Marco had never used a knife before and suspected that Longqi was trying to create trouble by making him hold a knife. He didn't know how to use it. Seeing Captain Marco holding the knife with a helpless look, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Especially the swordsman Vista, whose smile was even brighter. Everyone misunderstood. I'm not asking Captain Marco to showcase his sword skills. I naturally know that Captain Marco is not skilled with swords. Marco's face turned red immediately. Brother Longqi, please stop keeping us in suspense and tell me how to use it. The true function of this knife did not lie in its lightness or sharpness. As I just said, the real significance of this knife lies in its ability to absorb and release. Longqi stood in front of everyone, speaking earnestly. The atmosphere suddenly became silent, and everyone put away their smiles, replacing them with serious expressions as they listened attentively. Brother Longqi, what does this absorb and release specifically refer to? I asked Marco to hold the knife for a reason. Captain Marco, use your ability to interact with the soul-cutting knife. Marco was taken aback. I need to use my ability? What does my ability have to do with this knife? You'll find out in a moment. Marco nodded, and his arms transformed into azure flame wings. The revived azure flames surged from his body. But the next second, an incredible scene occurred. Chapter 34 Marco. This sword can absorb my abilities? In the next moment, the resurrecting blue flames surging from Marco entered the Zampicudo at an astonishing speed. His devil fruit power was being sucked into the sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, their eyes wide open as they stared at this terrifying spectacle. This sword? How can it absorb Captain Marco's abilities? Is this what the Ryuzaki brothers meant by absorption? This is truly terrifying. Everyone watched helplessly as the sword continuously absorbed the blue flames from Marco, and Marco's wings were unable to form due to being in a state of absorption. Marco squinted, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead. The absorption speed was increasing, giving him the feeling that it was going to drain all his abilities. It felt like an endless abyss. Jozu stared with wide eyes and couldn't help but speak. Beside him, Vista was sweating profusely. Ryuzaki brothers. How much power can this sword actually absorb? Could it be endless? That is too terrifying. It's hard to imagine how much power this sword could unleash if used against a devil fruit user. There's a limit to the absorption of this sword, but generally, people can't reach that limit, or rather, its limit is too high, unless your strength is exceptionally strong. At least, it should be at the Emperor or Admiral level. Ryuzaki pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Marco instantly felt like he was being drained, but in front of his brothers, he couldn't afford to lose face. Especially since Ryuzaki had just mentioned that only someone at the Emperor or Admiral level might be able to fill it to its limit. After all, he was a Vice-Emperor level himself. He couldn't lose that face. With that thought, the power within him surged, almost forcing him to use his Phoenix Mark. After a period of high-intensity output, Marco's sweat soaked his clothes, and fortunately, the Zampicudo finally stopped absorbing. He gasped for breath, clearly in a state of exhaustion. However, when he looked at everyone, he still appeared somewhat proud. Thankfully, he didn't embarrass himself and demonstrated his Vice Emperor level strength. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't have reached its limit. The captains nearby were already mesmerized, still in shock over the sword's ability. They had initially thought this sword was ordinary, but they never expected it to have such strange and terrifying power. This is incredibly restraining for devil fruit users. It could be said that it directly pins them to the ground. The crew members who spent a long time with Whitebeard had seen the famous sword Enma in Yuta's hands, which could absorb haki. But they had never seen a sword that absorbed devil fruit abilities before. What a terrifying sword. Captain Marco, how do you feel? Now that absorption is complete, it's time to unleash its power. Ryuzaki patted Marco on the shoulder, allowing him to catch his breath before continuing to swing the sword. He could exert some power. The strength also relates to the sword's might. Next will be the power test. No one knew how the power released would be after absorbing so many devil fruit abilities. Everyone watched the sword with curious eyes. Soon, Marco straightened up, gripping the sword with both hands, and swung it with a very clumsy posture. He wasn't quite sure how to wield the sword gracefully. He could only use all his strength to swing the Zanpakuto. Swinging the sword. Suddenly, a surging wave of slashes appeared on the sea. Whoosh! In front of everyone, a flying slash wrapped in Marco's blue flames emerged. The sea surface was abruptly cut open by the incoming terrifying slash. The slash glided on the sea surface for several seconds, still expanding. Ryuzaki was stunned. This slash was even more dazzling and domineering than Mihawk's slash against Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Is it really that strong? Everyone's eyes flickered with fear. Even Marco, who had just swung the sword, was greatly shocked. He looked at his hands and the sword, then smiled. It seems I am qualified to become a great swordsman. Ha ha ha. Hearing Marco's loud laughter, Ryuzaki also smiled. Captain Marco, this is the terrifying power of the Zanpakuto. It's incredibly strong. This sword feels even more terrifying than Mihawk's slash. Josu's eyes shone brightly. He also wanted to try the power his devil fruit ability could unleash after being absorbed here. Incredible. Based on this slash alone, Marco's strike is on par with a great swordsman. Vista, as Whitebeard's swordsman, remarked significantly. Watching the power of this slash, even he, Vista, couldn't withstand such a strong attack. If he were to take it head on, he might suffer a painful price. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Such a treasure must be well kept. By the way, should we let Dad take a look? Marco suggested. Sure, if Dad uses this sword, the power will be no less. Without hesitation, everyone took the sword to Whitebeard. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow, noticing the Zanpakuto in Ryuzaki's hand. Ryuzaki, I just saw that slash come from this sword, right? Whitebeard had also been shaken by that slash. He was still wondering when his sons on the ship had acquired such terrifying power. That slash could rival Mihawk's. After thinking it over, he speculated that it might be some kind of tool created by Ryuzaki. The previous universal capsule was one example. Dad, this sword can absorb devil fruit abilities. You can get a try. If Ryuzaki continues to produce such swords, we can use several of them. Marco handed the sword to Whitebeard. I have my own Tsung Yunxia, so I don't need this sword's power. I've already witnessed it. Whitebeard smiled. He felt that having Tsung Yunxia by his side was sufficient, and he didn't need other swords. Not necessarily, Dad. What if you face a devil fruit user? Some devil fruit abilities are quite difficult to deal with. With this sword, you can easily restrain those users. In the face of a devil fruit user, my Tsung Yunxia can easily deal with them. Gururara, Whitebeard remained as arrogant as ever. As the strongest man in the world, he had the confidence to face any enemy. However, he did not know that in the future, during the Marineford War, Blackbeard Teach would exploit his arrogant character to brutally take him down and steal his abilities. Dad, since that's the case, then you should go for it. Let me see the power of the world's strongest man. Ryuzaki took the Zanpakuto, a teasing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 35, Sparring with Whitebeard. Showcasing the power of the Zanpakuto Gulalala. You brat, are you looking to fight me? Whitebeard stared at him with a proud expression, though there was no sign of anger on his face. He only looked down on the kid, thinking, how could this brat be his opponent? Longqi just wanted him to truly feel the power of the Zanpakuto and knock down a bit of Whitebeard's arrogance. Otherwise, he would suffer greatly later on. Longqi, this isn't good, is it? How could you possibly be a match for Dad? You absolutely cannot do this. The crew members all rushed forward to dissuade Longqi. They knew he was a genius inventor capable of creating strange and powerful items. But what good was that? No matter how powerful the item, it would shatter like a bubble in the face of absolute strength. Longqi, listen to the captain's advice. I know the power of your Zanpakuto. But Dad's Sonyan sword technique, is no joke. Before Whitebeard acquired the power of the Tremor fruit, he could fight 100 men with his Tsongyun sword technique, which was incredibly powerful, a fact that Marco already knew. Back then, Whitebeard was still on Rock's ship. Longqi was certainly aware of this. But so what? If it came to pure swordsmanship, he wasn't lacking either. After all, his swordsmanship attribute could reach maximum level. His stat points had long since hit 100. This meant that if it came to swordsmanship, Longqi was no less than a great swordsman. However, the brothers on Whitebeard's ship were unaware of this and continued to see Longqi through their old perspectives. Dad, feel free to make your move. I'll take it all. Longqi confidently held his Zanpakuto with one hand, a powerful aura emanating from him. Whitebeard laughed heartily again. Well then, he wouldn't be polite. He was eager to see what this Longqi kid was truly capable of. After speaking, Whitebeard swiftly drew the Tsongyun sword placed beside him and swung the nearly 10-meter-long blade down toward Longqi. Whitebeard was measured in his strike. If he found that Longqi truly couldn't withstand it, he wouldn't have made that slash at all. However, he sensed that Longqi's aura was steadily increasing, indicating that the kid really had the potential to fight him. The Tsongyun sword descended from the sky with a rush of wind. With one slash, Longqi raised his Zanpakuto with one hand and easily blocked the attack. The powerful auras radiating from both of them left everyone present dumbfounded. El Longqi actually blocked Dad's attack. This is a joke, right? The captains of the various divisions were all left speechless. Then, Longqi suddenly raised his hand, forcefully pushing Whitebeard's strike back. Good. Strong power. Whitebeard couldn't help but praise, then clenched his fist, a white light appearing in his massive hand. The power of the Tremor fruit activated. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A strike shattered the air. But then, the next scene left Whitebeard utterly confused. He watched as the air shattered, but the ability of the Tremor fruit did not activate as expected. What was going on? This is the Zanpakuto activating, Marco said with a serious face to the surrounding captains. Yes, the Zanpakuto has started absorbing, Bista echoed, all of them watching intently. In just a few seconds, the white light on Whitebeard's fist vanished, while Longqi simply held the Zanpakuto, effortlessly absorbing all of Whitebeard's power into it. The smile on Whitebeard's face finally disappeared, replaced by a grave expression. It seemed he had underestimated this kid's strength all along. He had placed the Tremor fruit's power on his Tsongyun sword. At the moment that Tsongyun's sword fell, although it carried a strong pressure, the power of the Tremor fruit still did not manifest. Whitebeard was completely dumbfounded. He could no longer use the power of the devil fruit. Dad, I'm about to strike. Longqi smiled. Having sensed the terrifying power absorbed into the Zanpakuto from the Tremor fruit, he then swung down his blade at Whitebeard. He knew that Whitebeard hadn't been using his full strength in their earlier battle, so he only used half of the absorbed Tremor fruit's power for this strike. If he were to absorb all the power of the Tremor fruit into the Zanpakuto, that strike would likely be apocalyptic. Whether Whitebeard could withstand it then was uncertain. Whitebeard quickly assumed a defensive posture, faintly sensing a terrifying power about to erupt like a volcano. With a swish, a blade was slashed down, producing a thunderous sound. The Zanpakuto created a buzzing sound as it sliced through the air. The massive wave of the slash forced Whitebeard to use all his strength to resist. It was evident that even the veins on his arms were bulging. Dad! After holding on for a few seconds, Whitebeard forcefully raised his hand, sending Longqi's slash flying toward the sea. In an instant, the entire ocean began to roar. The sea surface split in half due to the slash from the Tremor fruit. Waves surged, creating a towering tsunami. The white waves rolled. The sea was cleaved in two. It was no less than the battle between Shanks and Whitebeard earlier. Everyone watched, their hearts racing. Initially worried for Longqi, they then began to worry for Whitebeard, wondering if his slash would cause his injuries to flare up again. Looking at the gap in the far-off sea, Whitebeard felt utterly shocked. Brat, I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable. Whitebeard showed no signs of anger. On the contrary, he felt very gratified. It seemed that Longqi was no longer suited to be his subordinate. Marco watched the battle and couldn't help but sigh. This is someone who can definitely become a captain. Josu appeared very excited. Seeing Longqi's strength, he felt happy as well. They all hoped that the number of strong individuals on their ship would continue to increase. My strength is just average. Mainly, it's the power of this sword, Longqi said modestly. How could that be? If he hadn't been able to withstand Dad's strike just now, he would have lost the sword in less than one round. It was still the wielder of the Zanpakuto who was strong. Good kid, I'll take this sword. With this sword, how could Blackbeard teach still use his dark fruit ability? Chapter 36, Unlocking the poison fruit ability after accepting the sword. Longqi decided to continue distributing one to each of the sword-wielding crew members in the group. This required collecting more famous swords to synthesize this Zanpakuto. Therefore, Longqi decided to make a trip to Dressrosa to see if he could procure more famous swords from the underground joker there. This time, the pirates from the Whitebeard Pirates did not accompany him. Longqi set off on a small boat, heading towards Dressrosa. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote da Flamingo was throwing a party. It was mainly to celebrate the huge sales of the Moutai liquor they were representing for Longqi in the domestic and various seas. Even though it was just a 70-30 split, they still made quite a bit of money. Da Flamingo, along with his executives, was drinking and having a good time, with their glasses uniformly filled with Moutai. For Da Flamingo, this drink could dissolve their sorrows, allowing him to forget the past, numbing his nerves. Just then, the nearby snail phone rang. It was Longqi calling. Da Flamingo, I will be arriving in Dressrosa at 2 o'clock. Just checking how your business is doing. Also, there are a few things I need your help with. Board on the small boat, Longqi opened the system panel. He discovered that several of his attributes had been maxed out again, now reaching 1,000. He could once again unlock hidden attribute capabilities. System, unlock hidden attributes for me. Congratulations, host. Attributes have reached 1,000, and you can unlock hidden attributes, granting you the ability of the Paramecia-type Devil Fruit. Poison Fruit. Poison Fruit? The Devil Fruit ability possessed by Warden Magellan in Impel Down? This fruit is indeed strong. Back then, with one move, he was able to take down the entire Blackbeard Pirates. If it weren't for Shiryu of the Rain providing the antidote, the Blackbeard Pirates would have all perished instantly. However, it could be considered somewhat weak, because against some monstrous beings, like Kaido of the Beast Pirates, who has terrifying physical strength, the poison from the poison fruit would have little effect. Poison fruit attributes. 0. The poison fruit section immediately appeared on the system panel. Once he completed the task for the Zanpakuto, the attributes of the poison fruit would at least increase to 50. By then, his strength would not be inferior to that of the 4 emperors. If he added the items he had on hand, perhaps even the 4 emperors would not be his match, right? However, in the world of pirates, when strong opponents face off, if their strengths are similar, the battle would eventually come down to stamina. Therefore, stamina was also a crucial factor for him. Lying on the small boat and feeling bored, Longqi casually took out a bottle of Moutai liquor and a pack of Huazi cigarettes, starting to smoke slowly. Smoking while drinking was the best way to relieve boredom. Finally arriving in Dressrosa again, this time, the top executives of Don Quixote came personally to welcome him. At the dock, their young master, Da Flamingo, even ran over from the palace. Boss Longqi, you've worked hard. The executives treated Longqi with exceptional respect. It was not just because of the substantial profits he brought them, but because last time, Longqi's punch had instantly destroyed the palace of Dressrosa, and they had spent 3 days and nights to rebuild it completely. Such strength was unfathomable, and certainly someone they dared not provoke. Boss Longqi, welcome from afar. You've worked hard. The subordinates beside the executives echoed in agreement. Da Flamingo personally came over, smiling as he led Longqi back to the kingdom, instructing his subordinates to quickly prepare a celebration for Longqi's arrival. Oh, not bad. This palace is built even better than last time. Longqi looked around at the resplendent palace, a teasing expression on his face. Da Flamingo's expression darkened for a moment before he quickly replaced it with a smile. It's mainly thanks to my executive Pika. His ability helped rebuild this place quickly. I truly apologize for the last incident. The two exchanged pleasantries for a bit, and Longqi decided not to beat around the bush any longer. I'm here today mainly to ask you to help me find a few valuable swords. Swords? Da Flamingo looked puzzled. What for? Just give me one first, and you'll find out soon enough. Da Flamingo nodded. He actually had quite a few famous swords. After all, in such a large kingdom, and with a bullfighting arena frequently engaged in battles, obtaining a sword was naturally an easy task. Tori, go bring a few swords over. Boss Longqi, these swords aren't cheap. Da Flamingo's eyes flashed with cunning. He still wanted to take the opportunity to squeeze some money from Longqi. Helping him with so much business, only getting a 30 profit made him feel quite unbalanced. How much? Just tell me straight. Boss Longqi, how many do you want? We have plenty of valuable swords here, and the prices are all over 100 million berries. A sword costing over 100 million berries was indeed not cheap. Moreover, while these swords were valuable, They were not at the level of the supreme great swords. Longqi couldn't help but frown. Over 100 million berries? I think that might be a bit unreasonable. This price isn't realistic, Doflamingo. Not realistic? Boss Longqi, I have everything clearly priced, Doflamingo said with a very serious expression. Then wait. Let's discuss the price after you bring over what you call famous swords. Tory Pole sent someone to deliver several swords. These swords were completely black, long and narrow, and looked extremely sharp. How about it? Boss Longqi, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I'll try to synthesize one first. If it works, we'll discuss the price. Longqi took out the synthesis materials. Synthesis materials have been gathered. Synthesizing for the host, please do not leave. Soon, a Zanpakuto appeared in front of everyone. Doflamingo was somewhat surprised. The sword he had just spent over 100 million berries on looked almost identical to this newly synthesized one. Longqi held the sword in his hand, his expression still calm as water. Doflamingo, you all can attack me together and see how it goes. What? Doflamingo's face twitched, completely unsure of what Longqi was talking about. You all attack me together. They had seen Longqi's power last time, and this time he did not want to waste effort repairing the palace again. Boss Longqi, what are you joking about? We are partners. Why would I attack you? I'm just letting you see the power of this sword. Chapter 37. Doflamingo buys the Zanpakuto boss Longqi. We know your abilities are strong. But what are you waiting for? Make your move. And you several executives, all of you, attack. Longqi continued to coldly reprimand, causing everyone present to become agitated. This kid really didn't know who he was talking to, daring to speak so arrogantly in front of the Don Quixote family. Just because he had a broken sword? Did he really think he was a great swordsman? At this point, everyone could no longer hold back. Diamante, Pika, and others prepared to unleash their powers and compete with him. Doflamingo's expression darkened. What on earth was this kid trying to do? What was the purpose of wielding an unknown sword? Was he here today just to humiliate them? Attack, Doflamingo said in a deep voice. Since the other party wanted him to make a move, he couldn't be blamed for fighting back. The executives all moved in unison, with Diamante and Pika unable to contain their pent-up frustration and anger. When had they ever been so submissive? At the moment they unleashed their abilities, Longqi raised his sword to defend. The next second, the two were stunned in place. As their attacks reached Longqi, the Zanpakuto absorbed all their powers. They vanished completely. Torpole still had a runny nose, igniting it, which would cause a terrifying explosion. However, just as his snot reached Longqi, the Zanpakuto absorbed all his abilities as well. And in the end, the attack turned into nothingness. What was happening? The entire venue was in shock. They had no idea what was going on. Why did their attacks have no effect? Boss Longqi, your sword, can it absorb others' abilities? Doflamingo recognized the nature of the Zanpakuto. Just now, all three of their attacks were absorbed the moment they made contact with the sword and disappeared. Now you've seen the power of this sword, Longqi said without hurrying to explain. Instead, he held the sword in his hand and lightly swung it at the wall in front of him. With a swift slice, the abilities that had just been absorbed were suddenly released by the Zanpakuto, and the resulting slash easily shattered the solid wall Doflamingo had just built. Shards scattered everywhere. Everyone was genuinely terrified by the scene before them. They seemed to understand the mechanism of this sword. It first absorbed abilities and then released them all at once, resulting in slashes that were multiplied in power, terrifyingly so. This is too terrifying. Pika stared at the wall that had been completely destroyed. To think that this wall, which he had spent considerable effort constructing, believed to be indestructible, could be so effortlessly sliced apart like a thin piece of paper. What a great sword! Truly an extraordinary weapon. This sword was indeed immensely powerful. The surrounding executives dared not move forward, all frightened by the sword. The ability to absorb others' devil fruit powers was simply the nemesis of devil fruit users. Doflamingo was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he hadn't acted earlier. Otherwise, he would have lost face in front of his executives. This sword had such power. If he could get his hands on one, it would significantly enhance their family's overall strength. Thinking of this, he suddenly put on a flattering smile. Boss Longqi, the prices for those sword we discussed earlier could be negotiated. As long as the other party could give them a Zanpakuto, then those few valuable swords could be considered a gift. Longqi couldn't help but sneer. He sat in his seat, took a sip of wine, and slowly spoke. Doflamingo, you want the Zanpakuto, right? Doflamingo had no reservations. Yes, Boss Longqi, we can negotiate a price. I can pay whatever it takes to buy one. In today's pirate world, there were many strong devil fruit users. and having the Zanpakuto would be immensely beneficial. Therefore, Doflamingo wanted such a sword for their palace. So in case they encountered powerful users in the future, they could deal with them. And those swords earlier? I'll give them all to you for free, Boss Longqi. These swords are worth at least 1 billion, right? Considering I'm gifting you these valuable swords, I hope you can sell me a Zanpakuto. Having said that, it seemed Doflamingo genuinely wanted the sword after witnessing its power. In light of our cooperation, I can give you a Zanpakuto. However, this sword is worth more than 1 billion. If I were to sell it, it would be at least 2 billion. Therefore, you'll need to make up the 10 billion difference. 2 billion? Is this sword a bit too expensive? The executives exchanged bewildered glances. Although the sword was immensely powerful and could be of great use in the future, spending such a large sum would greatly hinder their kingdom's economic development, especially since Dressrosa was still on the rise and required substantial financial support. Spending so much from the treasury now would lead them into economic decline. It's fine. It's just 10 billion. Our Dressrosa treasury can easily provide hundreds of billions. It's no problem. Doflamingo was determined to acquire this sword. Longqi nodded. That was acceptable. However, he couldn't sell the Zanpakuto to him completely. Doflamingo was cunning. Once he obtained such a weapon, who knew what detrimental actions he might take against them? Longqi had already set a usage period for the sword with the help of the system. Once the deadline passed, the sword would revert to being an ordinary blade. In other words, once the usage date was over, the sword's power would disappear. This way, Doflamingo would likely be unable to rely on it in the future. He could only enjoy the sword for a few days. 10 billion berries for the usage rights for such a time was already a good deal, Longqi thought. Doflamingo accepted the Zanpakuto, his heart filled with joy. With this sword, dealing with the Navy's abilities or their rivals would no longer be a problem. Longqi loaded 10 billion berries onto the ship, along with the materials, and prepared to return. At the port, the Don Quixote family sent him off with cheers. The residents were puzzled, curious about which important figure had arrived. Not long after departing from Dressrosa, his small boat suddenly entered a storm zone. In the distance, the ships of the Beast Pirates appeared abruptly. Chapter 38, Dr. Vegapunk appears. Researching the universal capsule, Longqi's observation Haki had already detected the presence of the opponent. Looking over, he saw the fierce face of Jack the Drought standing at the bow of the ship, filled with rage. The small boat ahead was indeed Longqi, a crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Speed up, bring the ship closer. Jack the Drought glared, nostrils flaring with anger, tried to intimidate the boy opposite him, to let him know his terrifying nature. This way, he would obediently follow him onto the ship and return to Kaido's Onigashima. That little brat would probably be scared into inaction by his fierce demeanor. Longqi squinted slightly, noticing that Jack's ship was rapidly approaching him. What a brave guy! He really underestimated his own strength. A teasing smile appeared on Longqi's face. Then, standing on the ship, he suddenly activated the power of the poison fruit, unleashing a poisonous dragon that surged towards his opponent. Jack was still oblivious to the danger that was silently closing in. The pirates responsible for scouting the situation had already spotted a massive dragon, deep black and swirling with unknown objects, emerging abruptly ahead. They gulped nervously, unsure of what it was, feeling a sense of retreat. What if that kid had some trump card? Wouldn't they all be doomed if they recklessly approached? Lord Jack, there's an unknown object ahead. Lord Jack, should we turn around to evade it? The helmsman said nervously. Bastard. Why? Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Jack roared at the bow, dismissing the unknown object. What could that kid possibly have to defeat him? The ship's speed gradually increased, and the surrounding sea became turbulent. Jack was determined to withstand the poisonous dragon unleashed by Longqi. Bring the ship closer for a meeting. Get over here. Longqi's eyes widened. The only one who dared to withstand such an attack from the poisonous dragon was this reckless man, aside from the entire Blackbeard Pirates. Jack's gaze sharpened. He even considered using his weapon against the toxic dragon. The result was predictable. The poisonous dragon released by Longqi instantly contaminated Jack's ship with its lethal liquid. The next moment, the entire crew, including Jack the Drought, collapsed on the ship, poisoned and gasping for breath. Jack's pupils constricted suddenly, as if he had been struck hard. He still didn't understand what had happened. How did they all fall in an instant? Lord Jack, that thing is highly toxic. The soldier who had just spoken fell to the ground, dead on the spot. As a user of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit, Jack had a relatively complete vitality and could struggle for a while longer. However, he could not endure the effects of such potent poison. In less than a few minutes, all members of the ship were dead. Only Jack the Drought remained, lying on the deck, struggling for breath. Longqi couldn't help but marvel at how useful the poison fruit was. What a great fruit! The scene shifted to Marineford at the Navy headquarters. The time for the universal capsule to self-destruct had not yet arrived. In the marshal's office, the Navy personnel were all seated, waiting for the arrival of the greatest scientist, Vegapunk. However, within the room, the three admirals, including Garp, were preoccupied with their own affairs. Garp, Kizaru, and Akainu were drinking together, enjoying their Moutai, while Akainu quietly smoked, filling the office with smoke. Sengoku sat in his seat, his expression dark as he watched them. He really couldn't handle this group. You lot when Dr. Vegapunk comes in, stop drinking and smoking. Do you hear me? He has engaged in high-tech research. Don't disturb his thoughts. Sengoku shouted at them, while fiddling with the universal capsule in his hands. Only Vegapunk could handle this kind of thing. The principles behind it would have to wait until the doctor came to disassemble and examine it in detail before any conclusions could be drawn. I say, Sengoku, don't fiddle with that thing. You want to understand it. The secrets here are deep. Hurry up and relax a bit. When Vegapunk comes, you can assist him properly, Garp said, pouring a glass of Moutai and handing it to him. Sengoku's eyelids twitched. After a while, there was finally some movement outside. A Navy soldier came to report that Dr. Vegapunk had arrived. Quick, quick, please bring the doctor in. Hey, you all stop what you're doing. Put away the smoke and alcohol. Upon hearing this, everyone regained a serious demeanor, putting away their cigarettes and Moutai, sitting up straight. Outside, a small old man with thick glasses walked in with his hands behind his back. He caught a whiff of the smoke and alcohol in the room, instantly displeased. Sengoku, what is so urgent that you call me over? And the environment here is really a bit lacking. Their scientific laboratories were usually in highly clean environments, and this was hard for him to tolerate. Sengoku shot a furious glance at the earlier smoking and drinking crowd, then changed to a smiling expression. Dr. Vegapunk, we just obtained something remarkable, and we wanted you to take a look at it. If it's suitable, we hope you can study it thoroughly. Sengoku's attitude was naturally very respectful. After all, this guy had made significant contributions to the Navy's technology, and the world government placed great importance on his research. He was known as the foremost scientific mind in the world of pirates. Oh, what is it? Vegapunk remained with his hands behind his back, looking down at them arrogantly. What kind of miraculous thing could the Navy come up with? He had seen all kinds of high technology. What strange varieties of miraculous technology had he not encountered? It's a capsule. We hope the doctor can study it carefully and understand its principles, preferably finding a way to crack this capsule. Because the owner of this capsule is not on our Navy side. It's with the pirates. In other words, it was the pirates who invented this capsule. After hearing this, Vegapunk looked even more disdainful. What kind of high technology could a bunch of pirates who only knew how to fight and kill create? The miraculous technologies that pirates produced were as simple to him as doing basic addition. Chapter 39. The shock of Dr. Vegapunk in this world. There is nothing impossible that he hasn't created, meaning that most of the technology is his masterpiece. Artificial de Villefruit, Cyborg. Bloodline factors. These complex technological studies have all been personally directed by him. It can be said that he is the god of technology in this world. It is understandable to have such an arrogant attitude, looking down on others. Especially when Vegapunk heard Sengoku say that this was invented by a pirate. He looked disdainful. In his eyes, pirates are merely a bunch of people who like to fight and kill all day, those who prefer to solve problems with brute force. Even if there are a few who have research technology, how far can they really go? Compared to him, a god of technology who has focused on it for so many years, what outstanding achievements could they possibly have? Something invented by pirates? I want to even bother to look at it. It would be a waste of time. Sengoku, you know my research is continuous every day. I really have no interest in your little gadgets. Vegapunk, with his hands behind his back and a sullen face, felt like Sengoku had tricked him. He regretted coming all this way for nothing. Doctor, this won't do. You came all this way, you must take a look. Besides, we bought these capsules to have you study them. We spent over 100 million berries. Vegapunk couldn't help but sneer dismissively. I say, Sengoku, you're reputed to be a wise general, but what good can come from something invented by pirates? You spent so much money. With that money, you should have invested in my research facility instead. You've been tricked. Dr. Vegapunk, you can't say that. We've all seen that universal capsule. It's truly amazing. It can fit a battleship. Garp, pinching his nose, said with some dissatisfaction. This old man researching high-tech seems a bit too arrogant. What could possibly fit a battleship? Are you joking with me? I told you that the guys at your headquarters have been deceived, and you still don't believe it. How could a tiny capsule fit a battleship? That's unrealistic. Beside them, Kizaru pouted, a lewd smile on his face. This old Vegapunk is probably going to get slapped in the face hard. Doctor, I'm also a leader managing our scientific technology troops. I've seen the power of that universal capsule with my own eyes. It's even more advanced and terrifying than the weapons in our scientific technology troops. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Vegapunk finally turned around. Looking at their expressions, he could see their impatience. Feeling that these guys had indeed been tricked but still refusing to acknowledge it. Well, let us see what this thing is all about that makes these guys so convinced. Sengoku quickly placed the universal capsule in front of Vegapunk. Doctor, you must study this thing carefully and preferably come up with a way to crack it. If those pirates use it, it would be a huge blow to us. Vegapunk frowned. Is it really that amazing? Now tell me, how do you use it? Sengoku held a universal capsule in his hand and continued. Doctor, this thing is called a universal capsule. It's similar to the space storage devices you previously researched. However, the research on space storage never succeeded, and this device just happens to have broken through the limitations of space storage. Moreover, it's even more advanced than ordinary space storage. The capacity inside is terrifying. We've already tried it next to the port where the battleships are docked. When we pressed the button on the universal capsule and threw it onto the battleship would enter this capsule. As Vegapunk listened to Sengoku, he became increasingly suspicious of the authenticity of this thing. Then show me a demonstration. I want to see how this little thing performs space storage. Sengoku nodded and, facing his desk, pressed the button on the universal capsule before throwing it at the desk. With a bang, the next second, Sengoku's desk vanished without a trace. Everyone present looked on with indifference, already accustomed to the miraculous nature of this capsule. In contrast, Vegapunk was momentarily stunned. He took off his glasses and hurried over to look at the universal capsule, glancing around. The desk was indeed gone. Is it really possible? Can space storage actually be achieved? This can't be. Are you saying that the desk has gone into this little capsule? His breathing became somewhat rapid, staring wide-eyed at the universal capsule in his hand, disbelief written all over his face. Doctor, press that switch again and throw it to try it out. Vegapunk instinctively pressed it down and then tossed it forward. Another sound echoed, and the old man was clearly startled as the desk suddenly appeared right in front of him. How is this possible? The space storage function that I couldn't research? How could a pirate have the ability to develop it? This is unscientific. Akainu said in a deep voice beside him. Doctor, you must use your research to surpass those despicable pirates. After hearing this, Vegapunk's expression became even uglier. He, a scientist focused on scientific research for so many years, was actually outdone by a pirate who spends all day fighting and killing. He is hailed as the god of technology, leading the world in technology by 500 years. It is evident that what was once leading the world by 500 years has now been surpassed by an inconspicuous little pirate. His arrogance and confidence collapsed in an instant. You guys say it can really fit a battleship? That is absolutely true, Doctor. We've practiced it ourselves. If you don't believe it, ask Vice Admiral Tsuru. She was there too. Sengoku pointed to the witness, Tsuru. Vice Admiral Tsuru, sitting there, calmly spoke, Yes, Doctor. They are not wrong. A large battleship was easily fitted into this capsule, and the key point is that this capsule did not carry the weight of that battleship. How is this possible? Sweat beads began to form on Vegapunk's forehead. Unbelievable. He could only accept one fact. Someone's technology is more brilliant, more advanced. Chapter 40. The Collapse of Technological Perspectives. Unlocking the next formula, he quickly began to carefully observe the unique aspects of this universal capsule. However, after looking around for several minutes, he still had no clue. Dr. Vegapunk, what do you plan to do with this capsule? Sengoku asked quietly from his side. Incredible. If it weren't for this being right in front of me, I could never have imagined such a miraculous object existed in this world. Sengoku and Vegapunk's faces were serious. From a previously indifferent expression, Vegapunk's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. As the chief scientist of the world government, he was already aware of the seriousness of the situation. This miraculous invention, if it fell into the hands of pirates, could lead to unimaginable consequences, especially the storage space for weapons. If pirates used it for military operations in the future, it would deal a fatal blow to the Navy. Let's not waste any time. I will definitely take these back for thorough research and strive for breakthroughs on these, Vegapunk stated resolutely. By the way, where did these come from? I mean, which pirate is responsible for this? This was what Vegapunk was most curious about. This invention, similar to a storage space, was something he had spent over a decade studying without success. If this pirate was indeed a genius in the scientific community, there would surely be more inventions to come. If there were truly inventions in the future that he couldn't reach with his own research, then his title as the god of technology might be at risk. To be honest, Dr. Vegapunk, the creator of this invention, is Whitebeard, a relatively unknown pirate from his crew. Most of his previous manufacturing targets were alcohol and tobacco. But unexpectedly, he invented such a high-tech gadget this time. It's hard to understand how a guy who invented liquor and cigarettes could delve into technological research. And yet one of his inventions could make a technology god who is 500 years ahead of the world feel embarrassed. It's terrifying. I'm also very curious about that pirate kid. If I get the chance, I must visit him in person and seek his advice, Sengoku said. Despite being a pirate on Whitebeard's ship, Vegapunk was driven by curiosity and really wanted to consult this kid. In fact, we genuinely hope that if this kid has such technical skills and talent, he can join the Navy, Sengoku added. Join the Navy? Are you kidding, Admiral Sengoku? That kid is a pirate. No matter how amazing his inventions are, a pirate is still a pirate. Upon reflection, this was indeed the case. Such a talented inventor would be wasted in that wild and arrogant Whitebeard Pirates crew. If he joined our Navy, with the series of support we could provide, his creations and inventions would reach new heights. Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke to the group. Anyway, I plan to take these back to the lab for thorough research. If I have any results or new discoveries, I will inform you immediately, Sengoku. Vegapunk took a deep breath, his face showing some discomfort, as he realized that everyone had been discussing that pirate kid. If that kid joined the scientific research team, he might have to pass his title of God of Science to someone else. No, he had to work twice as hard and uncover the secrets of this technology. After returning to the lab with Vegapunk began his intense research. After 3 or 4 hours, he still had not made any progress. That night, he couldn't sleep at all, feeling somewhat ill. He got up, sat on the edge of the bed, smoked a cigarette, and immediately headed back to the lab for research. Finally, he made a breakthrough on discovering something astonishing. It had a self-destruct device set, and there were only 5 minutes left. Vegapunk's eyes widened in shock. He turned around and rushed out of the lab with his precious experimental product. A moment later, all this self-destructed, turning into nothingness. The background wall and the doctor's research came to an end. The scene shifted to the Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Longqi had completed synthesizing all the swords he brought and, after consumption, announced the completion of this system task once again. He was very happy inside. This meant he was about to obtain the next synthesis formula. Moreover, he was surprised to discover that these synthesis formulas were becoming more and more powerful, and the synthesized items were becoming increasingly astonishing. What would the next synthesis item be? Longqi wondered in his heart. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and unlocking the next synthesis formula. The next synthesis formula has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check it. Host. Longqi quickly opened the system warehouse to check this synthesis formula. The next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief. It turned out, it was this thing, the random door synthesis formula. Random door synthesis formula. Special with aluminum alloy explosive rock. Longqi noticed that the first 2 raw materials for this synthesis formula were not rare items, but the last one, explosive rock, was quite rare. He was somewhat familiar with this explosive salt. Only people from the Navy headquarters were qualified to possess it. He remembered that Admiral Zephyr was once pursued by the Navy headquarters because he took explosive salt from the headquarters, intending to blow up the New World. The Navy headquarters then ordered the encirclement of Zephyr and his group. He clearly remembered that eventually his former students surrounded them, leading to their tragic sacrifice. This explosive salt was not easy to obtain. Once this dangerous item was triggered, the Navy headquarters would not let it go and would certainly deploy the Demon Slayer order to retrieve this terrifying weapon. Hey, system, are you trying to trick me? This material is incredibly hard to get. Yes, host, but this random door is also very rare. Having a random door in the pirate world would basically mean standing at the peak of the pirate world. Longqi thought it made sense. Now he could only find a way to acquire such rare materials. After thinking it over, he decided to tell Captain Marco about this matter. Upon hearing about this synthesis formula and the presence of explosive rock, Marco's brows furrowed in shock. Brother Longqi, you need to consider carefully. If you really want to get these things, it could lead to a major battle with the Navy. Chapter 41. Going solo to the Navy headquarters, I know about explosion rock. It is a weapon that the world government and Navy headquarters absolutely forbid others from using and strictly protect. Yeah, such things bring devastating blows to people. Marco's face was grave. He now knows that the next formula from Longqi is absolutely more magical, but the raw materials are a headache. If it doesn't work, there will only be other ways. If they really want to get explosion rock, they can only fight against the admirals of the Navy headquarters. While the two were discussing, Joza nearby also heard about this. Explosion rock, Longqi brother. What you want is indeed quite terrifying. Those things can easily destroy an island. However, if you really want to get explosion rock, we can go with you. At worst, we'll have a good fight with those Navy guys. Jozu rubbed his fists, showing no fear of what kind of admirals they might face. If Dad knows about this, he will definitely support you. Longqi brother, go ahead and do it boldly. Longqi was pondering that if Whitebeard found out, a great war would inevitably break out. Counting the days, the Marineford War was approaching, and he couldn't let the Whitebeard Pirates take this risk with him. Back then, the Navy headquarters mobilized so many Marines for one explosion rock, and all the admirals and vice-admirals showed up. If a fight broke out, the Whitebeard Pirates would definitely not lose, but there would still be some losses. He thought about it, and decided that he must use wisdom to outsmart them, not act rashly. Moreover, if they accidentally blew it up while fighting the admirals for explosion rock, the entire island would be destroyed. They should know that such things are devastating weapons that explode upon contact with air. Captain.Marco, Captain Jozu, don't panic yet. Let me think this through. I believe this matter cannot be forced. After all, taking such a thing right under the Navy's nose would probably cause huge trouble. Longqi said solemnly. What are you afraid of? When have we the Whitebeard Pirates ever back down from the Navy admirals? Even if they have 100,000 men, we can still snatch that explosion rock. Jozu said, gritting his teeth in indignation. You idiot. If we leave, will Dad let it go? Have you thought about that? Maotai.As. Everyone, stop arguing. Personally, I believe we can only outsmart them and not forcefully attack. We can't let another major battle break out before the Marineford War. Otherwise, the Whitebeard Pirates can't withstand such repeated turmoil. He decided that he would handle this matter alone. He would personally go to the Navy headquarters. He heard they were still researching his inventions, so let them see something even more magical. Longqi decided to leave the pirate crew. This departure means publicly declaring that he is completely leaving the Whitebeard Pirates, and he must publicly inform everyone in the world as seas, of course, including the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing Longqi's decision, the Whitebeard Pirates were all stunned, dumbfounded, not understanding why he would leave the crew, especially Whitebeard, who looked completely confused. Marco, next to Whitebeard, quickly realized Longqi's intention. He wants to use the identity of being unbound after leaving the crew to temporarily go to the Navy headquarters to negotiate with them and then obtain the explosion rock he has always wanted. Are you really going to leave, Longqi? I must leave, Dad, and all my brothers. Although it's sudden, everyone just needs to remember that I will always be a part of our ship. Now, and in the future, thank you all for your help. Longqi's face was filled with emotion. Ever since he boarded Whitebeard's ship, the crew's help to him was countless. If he didn't actively share the profits with them, they probably wouldn't even want to earn from the things he sold. They are a group of very benevolent pirates. Longqi divided 50 of his earnings among everyone, hoping they could develop better. And now, with his strength growing, it was time for him to part ways with Whitebeard. He now has his own channels, profits from figures like Doflamingo, and countless wealth. Leaving Whitebeard allows him to develop even further. Longqi brother, go with peace of mind. If you need anything in the future, just contact us anytime. Gurara, I knew you weren't an ordinary person. No worries, go ahead. Remember, you can always mention Whitebeard's name, and Whitebeard will always protect you. Longqi nodded and deeply bowed to everyone to express his gratitude. He then left the Whitebeard Pirates. To synthesize the next formula, he decided to go to the Navy headquarters alone. With his current strength, even if he caused a ruckus in Marineford, he could still escape unscathed. Of course, the people at the Navy headquarters would not disrespect him, especially knowing he had already left the Whitebeard Pirates. The news of Longqi leaving the Whitebeard Pirates immediately stirred multiple factions. All these factions were sending people to gather information, curious about where this treasure would land. This was something that intrigued everyone. However, they hoped even more for Longqi to come to their side and contribute to them. Big Mom and Kaido were both eager for Longqi to join their ranks, and the Navy headquarters also particularly needed such talents. In the Marineford Sengoku's office, today's headline news excited all the high-ranking Navy officials. That kid Longqi from the Whitebeard Pirates has left. This is definitely good news for us. However, he was once a pirate, so if he were to be fully absorbed by us, it might be a bit inappropriate. So what? As long as he can contribute to the Navy headquarters, what's wrong with making him the second technological deity? The high-ranking officials were all discussing fervently. Soon, Someone outside reported that an unidentified ship was sailing towards them. The person coming said his name was Longqi. Chapter 42. Longqi arrives at the naval headquarters. Senior officials mobilized together. What? Longqi? Is he that kid from the Whitebeard Pirates? Just now everyone was discussing that kid, and unexpectedly he arrived here so quickly. What a treasure delivered to our doorstep. Marshal Sengoku, the opponent's background is unknown. Should we send people to capture and interrogate him? A naval soldier asked, looking confused. Capture him? If it really is that Longqi kid, we must all mobilize to properly welcome him. Welcome. Welcome? The naval soldier who came to report was completely bewildered. What is going on? That guy clearly has no passage permit and intruded into the naval headquarters. He should be sunk by cannon fire. Yet Marshal Sengoku is saying to personally welcome him? Moreover, it's the entire Naval High Command that is mobilizing to greet him. What on earth is his background? Send the order down. No one is allowed to show any disrespect to that young man. Otherwise, military law will be applied. The naval soldier shivered at Sengoku's serious demeanor and quickly agreed. Immediately announce that the naval headquarters cannons must not be aimed at the unfamiliar ship that has arrived. What they need to do now is confirm the identity of the other party. Finally, through feedback from reconnaissance soldiers, Sengoku has basically confirmed that it is indeed that kid from the Whitebeard Pirates. It must be him. Who else would dare to come alone in a small boat to the naval headquarters? Only someone like Longqi would have the courage. Mainly, he knows that the people at the naval headquarters wouldn't dare to easily touch him because the value he brings is simply too great. Sengoku immediately summoned the 3 admirals of the Navy, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Vice Admiral Karp, and the entire Naval High Command to personally welcome Longqi's arrival. This scene left the other soldiers and officers at the naval headquarters completely stunned. Vice Admiral Squirrel stared wide-eyed, full of curiosity, and asked, "What is the background of the person on that ship? It's my first time seeing the entire Naval High Command go to welcome someone." Vice Admiral Fire Mountain was also shocked. To be honest, I've never seen such a spectacle. Even if the Celestial Dragons personally visited the naval headquarters, some leaders wouldn't go to welcome them. Fire Mountain was referring to people like Vice Admiral Karp, but unexpectedly, after hearing about Longqi's arrival, Karp actually went to greet him. This left everyone even more baffled. Could it be that the person on that ship is Longqi, who recently stirred the world with a bottle of wine? Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit approached the two and asked them, "Peach Rabbit, do you know Longqi?" Both Vice Admiral Squirrel and Vice Admiral Fire Mountain had tasted the deliciousness of that wine. But even so, it shouldn't warrant the entire Naval High Command going to greet him, right? ISNT is just a bottle of wine. And there are cigarettes too. I've tried his cigarettes. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit said solemnly. Peach Rabbit, I didn't expect you to be a regular customer of that Longqi kid. Fire Mountain said with a smile. In that case, let us go and take a look. Maybe that kid Longqi can join our navy. And then we'll have endless fine wine. Ha ha, that probably won't happen, right? After all, he left the Whitebeard Pirates. What, this is a scam? Everyone mumbled in confusion. In any case, they still decided to go and see for themselves what kind of undisclosed secret the Naval High Command had with Longqi. Longqi's small boat quickly arrived at the port, where a number of naval warships were docked, looking very imposing. At the port, the Navy was already on high alert, still unaware of the young man's intentions. Excuse me, is the person on the ship named Longqi? A naval colonel called out to the ship. I am Longqi, here to do business with your naval leaders. Longqi replied. Wow, he is even doing business at the naval headquarters. The few naval officers were astonished. All right, please wait here for a moment. We have reported to Marshal Sengoku, and he will be here shortly. After Longqi disembarked and stood before them, a powerful aura made everyone dare not show any disrespect. As expected of a pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates, his presence is truly impressive. After a while, Sengoku, Karp, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu all appeared. When the waiting naval soldiers saw this scene, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. They actually alarmed all the leaders of the Naval High Command. This kid is really impressive. You're Longqi? Sengoku was the first to run over and asked seriously. Yes. Mr. Sengoku, I came this time to discuss a business deal with you, and I hope we can cooperate happily. Here are some gifts, a token of my respect. Saying this, Longqi took out a universal capsule, opened it, and revealed dozens of bottles of Moutai wine and Huazi brand cigarettes. Karp, Akiji, and Kizaru's eyes lit up upon seeing the gifts brought by Longqi. This is really great. They just happened to be short on money to buy wine at Chambord. And Longqi's timely delivery was just what they needed. The three were thinking to themselves. Only Akainu remained particularly serious and silent. This Longqi was previously a pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates. How could he so quickly leave the Whitebeard Pirates and come to the naval headquarters to do business with them? Something must be off. This is certainly Admiral Sakazuki, right? I brought a nice gift for you. This Huazi is for you. Due to the system constantly unlocking the next formula, his previous formulas have also been upgraded. Therefore, all the formulas he brought this time were upgraded versions. In other words, the Moutai and Huazi he brought were all upgraded. Akainu said nothing, only instinctively took the cigarettes. With a stern face, he lit one and took a puff. Then suddenly took a deep drag. As the smoke entered his lungs, Akainu's expression suddenly changed. He widened his eyes, looking at Longqi in disbelief. This how is the smoke even better than before? Of course, the cigarettes and wine I brought today are all upgraded. Whether it's cigarettes or wine, the quality will only get better. Longqi really follows the principle that you get what you pay for in business. Kizaru tilted his head, his face showing an eager expression. He really wanted to try what this upgraded Moutai tastes like. Chapter 44. The synthetic materials of the random door Sakazuki. Share a stick with me. Let me also experience this upgraded version. Kizaru was a bit anxious, thinking that if it really doesn't work, he could at least have a Huazi. Looking at Akainu's expression of enjoyment, he knew that this Huazi must be even more delicious. Isn't there one? He thought about taking one for himself. But this pack of cigarettes, he would smoke alone, not giving anyone else. Akainu took a deep drag, his face full of enjoyment. So stingy. Kizaru muttered with a pout, and had no choice but to open that pack of cigarettes. This scene was witnessed by the Navy soldiers who were watching. What is going on? These high-ranking Navy leaders seem to have a lot of respect for this kid. No, it's not just respect. There's even a hint of flattery. This is truly unbelievable. Sengoku shot a glare at the two, then turned his gaze to Longzaki. Longzaki, you've come a long way. What business do you have with our headquarters? Let us go. It's inconvenient to talk here. Let us go to your office. The group returned to the office, and the Navy admirals and other officers watching along the way were left dumbfounded. These high-ranking Navy officials surrounded Longzaki, each with polite smiles, as if he were the center of attention. Back in the office, Kizaru sat in his seat and couldn't help but smoke and drink. After taking a sip of the upgraded Moutai, he had another upgraded Huazi. What a heavenly enjoyment. Akiji and Carp couldn't stand Kizaru's behavior, and they also started pouring drinks. Excellent. Truly exquisite. This upgraded Moutai is even more delicious than before. Akiji's face was full of excitement. Carp opened a bottle of Moutai and gulped it down in one go. His face was filled with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. The upgraded Moutai is truly extraordinary. After everyone drank the liquor, their thoughts were completely off Longzaki and Sengoku's conversation. Sengoku was also helpless. These people were so easily tempted by this merchant. Longzaki, look at the liquor and cigarettes you brought. What have you done to our men? Sengoku said irritably. Longzaki looked at the swirling smoke and the enjoying expressions of everyone and almost laughed out loud. The high-ranking Navy officials are too easily tempted. It's mainly because the upgraded Moutai and Huazi have an even greater allure. Mr. Sengoku, I didn't intend for everyone to drink right now. Don't say that. I'm just a businessman. How could I have such power? Your power is indeed too great. Longzaki, to have our high-ranking Navy officials collectively come to welcome you. Besides the highest authorities of the world government, I think it's just you. Longzaki instantly captured the hearts of these high-ranking officials with his Moutai and Huazi. So, what business do you want to do with us today? I do have a very important matter to discuss. To be honest, my current invention requires some particularly precious raw materials, and these raw materials can only be found on your Navy side. Longzaki's expression gradually became serious. Sengoku was puzzled. What could possibly make Longzaki leave the Whitebeard Pirates and dare to come alone to the Navy headquarters? What do you mean? I'll just say it directly. The explosive rocks that you've been storing here at the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes nearly popped out. Explosive rocks? You mean those weapons of mass destruction? Sengoku's face was filled with shock. Longzaki, I'm telling you, that is definitely not a joke. That is absolutely prohibited for use by our world government and Navy headquarters. Sengoku appeared very agitated. Mr. Sengoku, don't be so agitated. I don't intend to use the explosive rocks. I just need to use them to research even more magical props. Even so, we can't let you recklessly take them. You should know that as long as that thing comes into contact with air, it will cause a massive explosion. Longzaki nodded. I know that, so I want to let it come into contact with air to trigger an explosion. I hope Mr. Sengoku can help me with this. And in return, once I develop that prop, I can let you use it. Longzaki's words suddenly calmed Sengoku's earlier agitation. Let the Navy headquarters use it? That does sound good, but the explosive rocks are still too dangerous. If an explosion occurs, our Navy headquarters cannot bear the blame from the world government. However, if you don't trust me, that can also be arranged. You can send someone to follow me to retrieve the volcanic rocks. Just send a reliable person to supervise me. Once I invent it, everyone could see it together. Longqi's suggestion made Sengoku a bit tempted. He was also quite curious about Longqi's new invention. This kid has repeatedly amazed everyone. And if this invention could allow their Navy headquarters to be the first to use it, it would be a significant benefit for them. In that case, you can go retrieve the explosive rocks. However, once you invent the item, you must let our Navy be the first to use it. That goes without saying. The negotiation was very successful. With this matter on the table, Sengoku had no reason to refuse. To be safe, Sengoku directly arranged for 3 admirals to supervise Longqi as he went to retrieve the explosive rocks. The 3 admirals followed Longqi like bodyguards. The Navy soldiers at the entrance were once again dumbfounded. Longqi, we can relax our surveillance on you. Can you give me another bottle of that upgraded Moutai? Kizaru had a lewd smile on his face. Akina next to him couldn't help but glare at him, full of disdain. No need, you can supervise me well. Because I want to take those explosives with me. I said, I'm just using it for invention. Why would I take such dangerous things? Isn't that looking for trouble? What if it accidentally explodes one day? Longqi seriously explained to everyone. He then went to retrieve the explosive rocks. The synthetic materials were all complete. After retrieving the explosive rocks, Longqi was arranged to a temporary residence to rest. Inside the room, Longqi began the synthesis. Synthesis materials are complete. Synthesizing for the host, please do not leave. After a while, the random door appeared in front of Longqi. The random door? What a great thing. Longqi couldn't help but exclaim. He thought about Admiral Sengoku's office, opened the door, and walked in. Sengoku, taking advantage of the absence of the admirals, was secretly drinking the upgraded Moutai at his position. Longqi used the random door to walk in and happened to catch this scene. Sengoku was stunned. Chapter 45. Using the random door. A collective journey to Dressrosa. Sengoku felt a pang of nostalgia for his hometown. As an old veteran of the Navy, he hadn't returned in a long time. He wondered how much his hometown had changed and how his family was doing. Speaking of which, I also haven't been back for a long time. I want to visit Windmill Town and see my folks. Garp's face showed affection for his hometown, especially for Dayton and the others. He wondered how they were doing lately. These 2 veterans were reminiscing about their hometowns that they hadn't returned to in ages. What about the others? Everyone can share. Soon they will witness a miracle. Witness a miracle? Could it be that we can go back to our old places? I really want to visit Wano and Onigashima and give those wretched pirates a beating. Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, looked stern, his eyes filled with disdain for pirates. Heading to Onigashima and Wano, he wanted to capture all those big pirates. Especially that scoundrel Kaido, who has caused trouble for us time and again. He truly underestimates the Navy. I also want to make a big scene on their turf. And if given the chance, I want to capture them all without leaving a single one behind. Akainu clenched his fists, the iron-blooded might of a soldier manifesting before everyone. He exhaled smoke, his eyes filled with authority and killing intent. Kazan lounged on the sofa, casually sipping from a bottle of Moutai. With a nonchalant attitude, he said, I can go anywhere. It depends on what you all think. However, I think we can visit Dressrosa. Upon hearing Dressrosa, Sengoku's expression grew cold as he addressed the group. As of now, both Akainu and Kazan want to take a look at the pirates' territory. If you ask me, the Navy has never been to Wano and Onigashima. Dressrosa is indeed worth a visit. Sengoku's words held weight, as he had a deep understanding of Dressrosa. His adopted son, Razanani, had died at the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo. He had tirelessly sought evidence of Doflamingo's crimes for this matter, only for that guy to become a warlord later. Razanani's fate weighed heavily on his heart, causing him much pain whenever he thought about it. Boss Longqi, do you have a way for us to go there? Yellow Monkey asked curiously. As for Onigashima and Wano, we haven't been there, so it might be impossible. But if someone has been to Dressrosa, we can go there together. Really? Can we go to Dressrosa now? Sengoku was a bit incredulous. They were currently in the Navy headquarters, which was thousands of miles away from Dressrosa. Boss Longqi, are you sure? We are in the Navy headquarters. Kazan was puzzled. He had never seen such a thing as going directly from the Navy headquarters to Dressrosa. It was absurd. Admiral Kazan, you've been to Dressrosa, right? You could just lead the way. Just think about where you want to go, and then open this door. Longqi pointed to the door, signaling Kazan to go open it. Kazan scratched the back of his head, confused about the situation. What was the use of this? Deceiving himself? He yawned and slowly walked to the pink door, following Longqi's instructions to open it. Everyone held their breath, curiously staring at the door, wondering what would happen next. Kazan opened the door, casually, thinking about Dressrosa as Longqi had said. He had been keeping an eye on Dressrosa for quite some time and was well aware of the dark dealings inside. The random door slowly opened, and Kazan caught a glimpse of the light coming from the other side. Without realizing it, Kazan stepped inside. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Kazan actually walked in? How could this be? Everyone stood up to look in that direction. The next moment, everyone froze in place. The random door was fully opened, and on the other side, Sengoku was all too familiar with it. Wasn't this the harbor of Dressrosa? Kazan walked over and stood still at the dock, stunned into silence. Such a long distance, and it only took opening a door to get there. Garp, Yellow Monkey, Akainu, and even Vice Admiral Tsuru all wore shocked expressions. This was actually real? Just opening a door made it possible. This was too magical. Indeed, even the powers of devil fruits couldn't be this extraordinary. Such a vast distance. Longqi looked at everyone's exaggerated expressions of shock, their faces twisted in disbelief, and couldn't help but smile. Sengoku straightened up, rubbed his eyes to confirm this was indeed true, and slowly stepped forward to follow Kazan inside. Meanwhile, Garp, Akainu, and Yellow Monkey also entered one after another, with Vice Admiral Tsuru being the last. The top brass of the Navy all stepped into the random door and arrived at Dressrosa. Boss Longqi, is there a limit to how many people can go in and out of this door? Longqi recalled the random door from Doryman. He continued, as long as the door isn't closed, as many people as you want can enter. However, if someone closes it, the door will disappear. In an instant, everyone present took a deep breath. This meant that as long as the door remained open, thousands of troops could instantly transfer from one place to another. This was incredibly terrifying. The military value it brought was immeasurable. Strategically, it was a terrifying weapon. It was even comparable to ancient weapons. This was too convenient. Now that we were in Dressrosa, if we wanted to go back, we just had to take a step back into this door and return to Marineford. Truly unfathomable. Everyone felt that this thing was too magical, to the point where they couldn't find words to describe the wonders of this door. Yes, as long as you step into this door, you can reach any place you've been to, no matter how far. Longqi also stepped inside, continuing to introduce it to everyone. It felt like a dream. I could hardly believe it. While everyone was still marveling at the magic of this door, they noticed pirate flags flying at the dock. The gathered crowd inadvertently frowned at the sight of these pirate flags. This pirate flag did not belong to Don Quixote Doflamingo, but was the flag of the Yonko of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts. Soon, the people on the pirate ship also noticed them. Chapter 46. The investigation of Drought Disaster Jack's whereabouts. The pirates working at the port were dumbfounded when they saw the three marine admirals. After that, they were stunned to see Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hero Carp, and Admiral Tsuru, leaving them terrified and frozen in place. Only a few toys and soldiers by the port showed a glimmer of hope in their eyes at the sight of the Marines' arrival, as if they had finally found salvation. While everyone was in shock, they all wondered when the Marine admirals had come here. How did they appear so suddenly and without anyone noticing? Isn't this the territory of the Don Quixote family? How could so many Marines, all high-ranking officials from Marine headquarters, show up all at once? What on earth was happening? The pirates glanced around, but they did not see any Marine warships, which only deepened their confusion about how these high-ranking Marines had arrived. It was truly astonishing. The high-ranking Marines, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, turned their gazes toward the pirate ship. Oh, an unexpected discovery, Kizaru remarked with a pout. Akiji and Sengoku were not even considering these small-time pirates. They had spotted the Beast Pirates ship and were reminded of the information they had been investigating. Zangetsu lifted his head to survey the entire scene, a smile creeping onto his face. It seemed the high-ranking Marines had caught them red-handed. Wasn't this a transaction involving artificial devil fruits? Now, they just had to wait for the deal to conclude before the Marines confiscated it. Should we just go over and check the situation, take them all out? Akainu said with a cold expression. No need to rush. We can wait here and catch them off guard when the deal is done. Inside the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo was entertaining the Disaster Jack with Moutai liquor. Jack was there to complete a transaction with Doflamingo on behalf of Kaido, while also investigating the whereabouts of Drought Disaster Jack. I wasn't wrong, was I? This is indeed good liquor, Jack said. Yes, this wine is delicious. As a business partner, you can enjoy it freely. We have as much as you want. Doflamingo replied with a proud expression. As Jack enjoyed the feast, he calmly said, not bad. I came not only to complete Lord Kaido's task, but also to investigate the situation of that guy Jack. The last time you want to find that guy from the Whitebeard Pirates, Zangetsu, he vanished without a trace. So we want to ask you to help us find Drought Disaster Jack. Where could that guy have gone? Upon hearing this, Doflamingo smiled. Helping Lord Kaido is our duty. Collaborating with the Beast Pirates is our honor. I hope we can engage in closer cooperation in the future. After taking a sip of wine, Jack said nonchalantly, as long as we can find Jack this time, we will reward your Don Quixote family handsomely. After all, you are the emperor of the underground. Finding someone in the new world shouldn't be too difficult, right? Jack then detailed the circumstances of Drought Disaster Jack that day. After the drought, he had led his pirate crew to seek a business deal with Zangetsu, but had since lost contact. They searched for a long time along Jack.As sailing route, but didn't even find shipwreck. Just as they were pondering this matter, suddenly, the artificial devil fruit users from the Beast Pirates flew over. Lord Jack, it's bad, they exclaimed anxiously. What is going on? Can you be a bit calmer like me? Jack said with a stern face, staring at the pirate underling. The 2,000 eyes and wind listening looked terrified. Lord Jack, this situation is quite unusual. At the port, we saw Marine admirals appearing next to the pirate ship. What? Marine admirals? Jack appeared confused. Doflamingo also looked perplexed. He doubted whether this guy had made a mistake. Marine admirals were in Marineford, in his dress rosa. How could they appear out of nowhere? This was indeed strange. Jack, however, did not seem particularly flustered. Doflamingo's face turned furious. This is impossible. Could there be a Marine undercover agent nearby? Doflamingo quickly used a transponder snail to contact Violet. Violet soon used her ability. Moments later, she trembled and reported, Master, there is indeed a Marine admiral at the harbor. Not only that, but also Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hero Carp, and Admiral Tsuru are all present. And that partner of ours, Zangetsu, is there too. Doflamingo was taken aback. What? That kid Zangetsu came with the high-ranking Marines? How could this be? Although Zangetsu has left the Whitebeard Pirates, it shouldn't be possible for him to join the Marines so quickly. Doflamingo was filled with confusion. Jack, hearing this, became anxious. That kid Zangetsu had also come. He wanted to ask Zangetsu what had happened to Drought Disaster Jack and why he had vanished after looking for him. Could it be that Zangetsu had eliminated him by some means? This was his bold speculation. Follow me. I want to check the harbor. Jack quickly transformed into a winged dragon and flew toward them. Indeed, when Jack saw Zangetsu standing among the Marines, he suddenly had a premonition that Drought Disaster Jack's disappearance was definitely related to him. Jack chose to ignore the Marines and directly asked Zangetsu, what'd you do with Drought Disaster Jack? The last time his goal was to find you, but why has he disappeared this time? Jack got straight to the point. Zangetsu, realizing that Jack was here to trade with Doflamingo, revealed a cold smile. That fool Jack. To be honest, I've already taken care of him. He has probably sunk to the bottom of the sea by now, and there's not even a corpse to find. Jack stood frozen in place upon hearing this. How is that possible? That Drought Disaster Jack was actually taken out by this kid? Jack's strength shooting TB that week. Chapter 47. Discovering Artificial Devil Fruits. Doflamingo's concerns, kid, you're quite bold. Do you really think you can easily take down Drought Jack? Are you dreaming? Jin's face was cold, but as a calm and strategic member of the Beast Pirates, he forcibly suppressed his anger and continued to ask, do you know what happens to those who mess with the Beast Pirates? Jin threatened coldly. As for you, Fire Calamity Jin, do you know what will happen to you for provoking the Navy headquarters? At this moment, Sengoku's expression was extremely serious, with a hint of killing intent in his gaze directed at Jin. To dare speak so harshly in front of the Navy was truly arrogant. Akainu's arm began to elementalize, emitting molten lava. A pirate like you is not worth the trouble to kill. Before Longqi could speak, the high-ranking Navy officers around him were already preparing to take action. This caught Jin off guard. Were they really protecting this Longqi? There must be some unspoken deal involved. How did they even get here? And what was the Navy's sudden appearance here for? Not understanding the situation, he truly didn't dare to act rashly. Inside the palace, Doflamingo quickly used his powers to draw a line from a high point, looking towards the dock from afar. This is really troublesome. Forget why the Navy admirals are here. Sengoku and Garp are not easy characters to deal with. He had his subordinates bring him a telescope, and, while looking through it, made a surprising discovery. He noticed a pink door behind the high-ranking Navy officers. Adjusting the magnification of the telescope, he couldn't clearly see what was behind that door. This door is suspicious. He saw that behind the door was a room. It seemed to be an office. Could it be the office of Admiral Sengoku from the Navy headquarters? Through the telescope, Doflamingo saw Sengoku's goat head. It was unmistakable. He could hardly believe it. They actually came from Admiral Sengoku's office. Through spatial constraints? Doflamingo's face darkened. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath, spotting someone in the telescope. That person was Longqi, who could be considered his boss and business partner. It's him. Doflamingo found it hard to believe, but he had a strong suspicion that Longqi was closely connected to this door. It was possible that this door was invented by him. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. Damn it. Doflamingo descended from his high point, appearing in front of the Navy officers. His face instantly regained a smile as he extended his hand towards the Navy leaders. Welcome, leaders of the Navy headquarters, to Dressrosa. You truly bring glory to this small place. I apologize for the lack of proper greeting. The others faced the fawning Doflamingo with serious expressions, not giving him a good face. Akainu pointed coldly at him. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, I want to ask, how did the beast pirate ship end up here? What is being shipped on that ship? I hope you can explain. Akiji crossed his arms lazily and casually said, it wouldn't happen to be artificial devil fruits, would it? I heard there were artificial devil fruit users with Kaido, and I wonder where those fruits came from. Doflamingo still wore a smile, but waves of turmoil rose within him. He knew the Navy had been paying attention to this matter, especially Sengoku and Akiji. They couldn't possibly be unaware. However, due to his identity as a warlord of the sea, recognized by the world government as a pirate, they couldn't easily take action against him. Fufufu leaders, I truly have no idea why the beast pirates are here. Besides, Dressrosa is a free country. I can't stop anyone from coming, right? And as for the artificial devil fruits, I have no idea what that's about. Ha ha ha. Garp, listening nearby, burst into laughter, snorting, and said lightly, Doflamingo is really a master of playing dumb. Ha ha ha. Whether it's artificial devil fruits or not, can't we just open it and see? Akainu showed no mercy. His arm had long elementalized, with molten lava ready to punch through the beast's pirate ship. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Doflamingo immediately signaled to Jin. Jin's cold face was filled with rage. How dare these Navy officers destroy his ship right in front of him? How despicable. What's wrong, Doflamingo? Do you want to fight the Navy? Even though you're a warlord, if you confront the Navy directly, you won't have a good outcome, Akiji warned. Half of him already frozen. If Doflamingo dared to make any move, his body would be instantly frozen. Doflamingo was a perceptive person. He knew the other side wanted to take action, and he had no means to fight back, even on his own turf. After all, their lineup was too terrifying. This level of lineup could withstand even the 4 emperors like Kaido. He could only watch helplessly as Akainu used his magma fist to punch through the beast's pirate ship. The entire scene fell silent. No one moved. Meanwhile, Jin, observing the situation, forcibly suppressed his emotions. Patience is key to great plans. He could only glare at Longqi with hostility. He knew that the appearance of the high-ranking Navy here was likely due to this kid's doing. Seeing the beast pirate ship instantly engulfed in flames, the artificial devil fruits inside the treasure chest floated to the surface of the water. Doflamingo's face turned extremely ugly. How did you come to my Dressrosa? What are you really here for? His subordinates had not informed him of the Navy's sudden appearance, meaning these people came in an instant. What is the purpose of that door behind you? Longqi, we're business partners. Tell me, what is this door for? Did you come through that door? Stop the nonsense. Doflamingo, hand over the artificial devil fruits now. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as destroying a ship. Akainu showed no respect, his face filled with authority. Chapter 48. If staying, at least start at the admiral level faced with the threat from the Navy headquarters admiral. Both Nzai Jin and Don Quixote Doflamingo did not take action. They were not reckless like Jack the Drought. They still could not truly contend with a Navy admiral. In such a situation, they could only silently allow the other party to rampage on their own territory. They had no ability to resist at all. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and painfully surrender the remaining artificial devil fruits. The high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters coldly smiled upon seeing Doflamingo's compliance. Pirates, if we catch you doing this business again next time, don't blame me for being rude, Akainu shouted at them, fuming as usual. That's enough. We're leaving. This time, they could thoroughly crush Doflamingo's long-standing prestige while also reaping significant gains by confiscating a batch of artificial devil fruits. The Navy officials chose not to linger any longer, and Longqi glanced at Jean. Jack is the one I took down. If you want revenge, feel free to come find me. I'm always available. After leaving this remark, Longqi turned and returned through the door of all things. As the pink door closed, it vanished from everyone's sight. Doflamingo stared wide-eyed at this scene, unable to comprehend its principle. What is going on? Doflamingo, what are your thoughts? Jean stared blankly at the empty space where the door had just vanished. Could that be a devil fruit ability? No, it shouldn't be. Doflamingo's expression turned extremely grim. That guy Longqi is quite extraordinary. He then shared with Jean about Longqi demonstrating the abilities of the Zanpakuto in the palace earlier. Jean, upon hearing this, also looked incredulous. Is there really a sword that can absorb devil fruit abilities? He often kept up with technological inventions, especially since his companion queen was a technology enthusiast. Yet, no matter what, his tech team could not develop a weapon capable of absorbing devil fruit abilities. This was truly terrifying. It was a major nemesis for devil fruit users. Now, there was not only a Zanpakuto, but also a door that could appear and disappear at will. If this was indeed something Longqi invented, the impact on this world would be enormous. If that kid really invented it, that ability would be terrifying. Doflamingo lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "A door that allows free passage, no matter which side uses it, would be an unimaginable weapon in military operations. This kid Longqi must be eliminated if he cannot be used by us. If that kid truly allies with the Navy, we would be in serious trouble." Jean silently said, his eyes filled with seriousness. Thinking of the terror of this door, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, especially considering his companion Jack the Drought's disappearance, which now appeared to have been done by Longqi. This kid's strength was truly unfathomable. Once this door fell into the hands of the Navy, places like Dressrosa or your Onigashima could one day be places where the Navy could come and go as they pleased. Fufufu, that's really terrifying. With this thought, they had to take it seriously. Otherwise, they should eliminate Longqi to let him disappear from this world forever and destroy everything he had created. Otherwise, if someone were to utilize this door repeatedly to come here, what could they do? At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, everyone returned to their seats, each wearing expressions of excitement. The looks directed at Longqi showed immense respect and admiration. The appearance of this door left them in awe. Carp sat there, pouring himself another drink, and laughed heartily. This door is amazing. How could there be such an astonishing invention in this world? Longqi, you truly are the god of technology. Yes, with this door, we can directly break the limitations of space, truly achieving the ability to go wherever we want. It's incredible. This is definitely the greatest invention for transcending space. Everyone couldn't help but give Longqi a thumbs up, their faces beaming with joy. Earlier, Sengoku had been worried that Longqi's explosive rock might lead to something unfavorable for them. But now it seemed he was fortunate to have trusted Longqi, allowing them to witness such a remarkable invention. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed such technology existed. Thinking this, Sengoku couldn't help but focus his gaze on Longqi. Such a rare talent in this world must be retained. If they could keep Longqi, that door would belong to the Navy. Longqi, we also want to gift you the explosive rock. You have shown us such a great invention. What do you plan to do next? To be honest, Longqi, we love this door of all things so much that I think, in light of our gift of the explosive rock, we would like to purchase this door. Sengoku suddenly stood up, expressing a series of thoughts that were his heartfelt desires. He truly hoped such talent could stay here. Hearing Sengoku's words, everyone present was taken aback. They did not expect the fleet admiral to openly recruit someone like this. After all, a person like this must be secured quickly. Longqi, I still hope you can consider it. Coming to our Navy is the most promising option. Admiral Tsuru also chimed in. Longqi sat in his seat, a hint of mockery on his face. Leaders, if I stay here, what position can you arrange for me? Sengoku thought carefully and suddenly said excitedly, at least start at the admiral level. Admiral? Navy admiral? The three admirals present were all stunned. They couldn't believe that he could be promoted to admiral so quickly. Sengoku thought nothing of it. Firstly, the kid's invention was astonishing, capable of contributing greatly to the Navy. And secondly, the kid's combat strength was definitely unfathomable. It was said that he had taken down Jack the Drought in Dressrosa. With such outstanding abilities, becoming an admiral was no problem at all, right? Longqi smiled. Thank you for the high regard, Mr. Sengoku, but I am a businessman, not an inventor. I do not wish to be bound here. I apologize. Chapter 49. Encountering Blackbeard. Business comes this won't do, Longqi. Tell me, what kind of conditions do you want from the Navy for you to be willing to stay here? What can we do for you to agree to stay? Sengoku even gazed affectionately at Longqi, looking like a lovesick fool. Upon hearing Longqi's refusal, his heart sank. No matter what, he couldn't let him go. He absolutely couldn't let him leave just like that. Conditions? Mr. Sengoku, you know that I don't lack money at all right now. No conditions can satisfy me. We'll arrange a general-level position in the Navy for you, provide you with the world's top scientific and technological team, and you can use the resources here 24/7. Luxurious dormitories, top-notch service, dedicated transportation, and you won't be dispatched by our headquarters. How about that? What Sengoku offered was a treatment that even Carp, who had been with him for so long, had never seen, let alone experienced such preferential treatment. Sengoku was truly putting in a lot of effort to retain talent. Unfortunately, this kid completely didn't care about any of that. The best gourmet food from Navy headquarters, you can choose anything. All right, Mr. Sengoku, please stop. I really appreciate the explosive rock you gifted me. To show my gratitude, the Navy headquarters can use this portal 5 times. These 5 uses can be used freely, but once they're exhausted, the portal will self-destruct. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression stiffened. It seemed this kid had no intention of joining us no matter what. If only I could have such conditions. Kizaru mused silently, glancing at Longqi with envy. Everyone, my time here is almost up. You can make good use of this door. Thank you for your care, and let's part ways here. Longqi, really not considering it? Longqi turned around, opened the portal, waved goodbye to everyone, and stepped inside, closing the portal behind him. Really? Just like that? Akiji stared at the disappearing portal, a bewildered look on his face. It's such a pity to have rejected such conditions. It's probably for the best that he left. After all, he used to be under Whitebeard. However, our Navy headquarters won't have such a miraculous talent anymore. Sengoku sighed, feeling a bit lost. Such conditions? Such treatment? Could it be he wasn't even slightly tempted? Longqi casually thought of a place and appeared on an island that seemed deserted. He used the explosive rock to synthesize 5 portals. If he used them all, it would count as completing the system's task. He had already sent 1 portal, and he decided to give another one to Whitebeard later, while the rest could be sold for a high price. Now he had a variety of items in his universal capsule, including Moutai liquor, Huazi cigarettes, a Zampicudo, and the portal, with a massive cash reserve of 30 billion. He could be considered quite wealthy now. He continued to open the universal capsule and used a brand new portal. He had rushed earlier without thinking about where to go. Now, where would be a good destination? Amazon Lily? That is a happy island, and reportedly, the Empress Hancock is one of his clients. However, he had never been to Amazon Lily, so he couldn't use the portal to go there. While he was deep in thought, sudden screams echoed from a distance. Longqi's observation haki was exceptionally strong now. He quickly sensed that there were strong individuals nearby. The faces of those people in the distance were filled with fear. It seemed a strong conflict was occurring. In the distance, there were indeed strong individuals clashing fiercely. It was Ace from the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Teach. Blackbeard pressed one hand to the ground, darkness gradually enveloping the land, slowly sucking everything in the town. Before long, everything in the town was cleaned out. This caused the town's residents to flee in panic. That guy was simply a monster. Release. When Blackbeard released the town's buildings again, they had all turned to ruins. Ace witnessed the full extent of Blackbeard's power, feeling a bit surprised, but he remained calm on the surface. Firefly, Fire Dama. Ace activated his skill, and flames turned green, enveloping Blackbeard. The fire ignited on Blackbeard, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. When he stood up again, he couldn't hide the evil on his face. Ha ha ha. The gravitational pull of darkness can attract the bodies of devil fruit users. Ace. Blackbeard extended his hand, and Ace's face changed dramatically as his entire body was uncontrollably grabbed. The moment I catch you, you should know that your powers can no longer be used. Blackbeard struck again, pulling Ace closer. Ace struggled violently. Divine Fire. Shiranui. Blackbeard punched out, striking Ace hard. He was also pierced by a fire spear. Such a troublesome ability, Crossfire. Ace clasped his hands together and unleashed a crossfire. Soon, due to excessive physical exhaustion, Ace became incredibly weak. I think you're becoming more and more regrettable. Ace, become my partner. Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, showing no sign of submission. If I submit to power, I'd be a disgrace as a man. I will never let myself regret my life, understand? Idiot. What a shame. Ace, be in darkness. Blackbeard smiled, spreading his arms wide as endless darkness expanded again. In an instant, it seemed to want to swallow the entire island. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Flames swirled around Ace as he unleashed his strongest move. Ha ha! Which is stronger, the sun or the darkness? Only one can win. Ace stood tall, confidence on his face. I choose to support Whitebeard as king. Longqi raised his head and saw two forces colliding in the sky not far away. Half darkness, half flame. So this is Banero Island, the place where Ace was fighting Blackbeard and later got caught. Longqi thought for a moment. Since he was here, he might as well talk business with Blackbeard. It would be good to earn another sum from him. After all, Blackbeard would become one of the 4 emperors in the future. That would be a big customer. Chapter 50. Forcing Transactions. If you don't buy, I'll eliminate you all thinking of this. Longqi no longer hesitated and walked towards Blackbeard. How could one miss out on a business opportunity? Soon, he saw that Blackbeard's crew had completely shackled Ace. Ace, who had intended to find Straw Hat Luffy and hand him over to the Navy, never expected that he would be delivered right to their doorstep. Since you're here, I can't be polite. The Navy headquarters would surely love to have you. Ace, the son of the Pirate King. Blackbeard's smile grew increasingly sinister as Ace looked up at him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nonsense. I have only one father, and that is Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, Ace. You can deceive everyone, but you can't deceive me. I heard what you said to Whitebeard, Ace. Suddenly, Van Augur, the sniper beside Blackbeard, noticed someone approaching. He quickly aimed his sniper scope in that direction. Captain, someone is coming our way, but we currently don't know their identity, Van Augur said coldly. Oh, could it be the Navy? That's perfect. I was just looking to make a deal with them. Blackbeard widened his eyes, sensing someone approaching with a strong presence. If it really is the Navy, it's likely at least a rear admiral. However, it seems not. Van Augur noticed that the person wasn't wearing a Navy uniform. Their target seemed to be them, indicating they had something to discuss. Who is this person? Could it be a civilian? Bages squinted in that direction, a mocking smile on his face. Which civilian would be foolish enough to come towards them? Aren't they just rushing to their death? No, that's impossible. That kid's aura is very strong. A moment later, Longqi leisurely approached Blackbeard. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates watched him warily. Kid, what are you doing? Don't you know we're pirates? Everyone else is keeping their distance, yet you choose to walk towards us. Bages arrogantly spoke to him. I'm here to make a deal with you, Blackbeard teach. Longqi tilted his head, wearing a calm expression. This unassuming demeanor made the members of the Blackbeard Pirates pause. Could this guy really not be afraid of them? Blackbeard scrutinized him carefully. The calmness on the kid's face, combined with the deep aura he exuded, indicated he was no ordinary person. However, what do you want? Could he also be after Fire Fist, Ace? I have some items here, Blackbeard. I'm sure you'll find them useful, Longqi said as he opened his universal capsule, revealing Moutai liquor, Huazi cigarettes, and a Zampa Kudo, all displayed before everyone. These items are of excellent quality and reasonably priced. Why not buy a few? You're here to sell us things? Blackbeard was taken aback. No way. The next moment, he noticed the goods. This liquor. ISNT at the recently popular Moutai? He had heard about it in many places. It was selling like hotcakes in many large cities. Later, there was news that shocked the world. The producer of this Moutai was a pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates. Could it be this guy? Blackbeard's eyes narrowed, and he subtly reached for the gun at his waist. Are you from the Whitebeard Pirates? Raffet, who was next to Blackbeard and the information king of the crew, was aware of many rumors, including this kid's identity. However, he had also heard that this kid had left the Whitebeard Pirates. Nevertheless, he had spent some time there. What if I told you I used to be part of Whitebeard's crew? How about it? Are you interested in my items? Hearing that this kid had been on Whitebeard's ship, Bages's face turned fierce. Since you used to be from Whitebeard's crew, we will not buy your stuff. Get lost, you brat. Upon hearing this, Longqi's mouth curled into a wicked smile. Isn't it true that your captain, Blackbeard, also used to be on Whitebeard's ship? We want to do business with you. Just leave. Raffet sensed that this kid wasn't here with good intentions and quickly tried to dissuade him. Since Ace had gone after Blackbeard when Longqi boarded, he didn't recognize Longqi. Hearing that Longqi had once been with Whitebeard, a hint of worry crossed his face. You kid, hurry and leave. Their strength is very strong. You're no match for them, Ace said to Longqi, having truly experienced Blackbeard's terrifying strength, which was specifically adept at countering devil fruit users. The other party was an entire pirate crew. How could this newcomer from the Whitebeard Pirates possibly be their match? Since he had once been part of Whitebeard's crew, Ace felt it necessary to warn him to leave quickly. Blackbeard, what do you think? Are you sure you don't want to make this deal? Look, I have everything ready. All that's left is for you to pay, and I'll deliver the goods. Sweat beads formed on Blackbeard's forehead as he realized he couldn't see through this kid's strength. You can leave. We want to do business with you, and we don't need those items. Blackbeard waved his hand dismissively, indicating rejection. If you don't sell, then I want to be leaving, Longqi said flatly. As soon as this was said, everyone's expressions froze. Isn't this just strong-arming? Isn't he clearly here to cause trouble? Meanwhile, Van Augur sensed something was off. Without hesitation, he immediately fired a shot at Longqi's head. Bang! Longqi merely tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the bullet. It seems you really don't give me face, do you? Longqi's voice turned icy, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, you brat. Are you looking to die? Verge jumped out, quickly throwing a punch toward him. Longqi looked at him, a cold smile on his face. Poison Dragon. He activated the abilities of the poison fruit, and suddenly a massive black dragon covered in venom appeared on the ground. Verge's punch hit the poison dragon, and his entire body was engulfed in venom. He collapsed instantly. One-hit kill. This was the basic operation of the poison fruit. Do you want to continue? Blackbeard, seeing his companion fall to the ground in a weakened state, immediately flew into a rage. I told you, kid, don't underestimate our strength. Blackbeard prepared to unleash his darkness. Just then, Longqi threw a punch at the air, shattering the air. Chapter 51. Instant kill of Blackbeard's crew. Forced to taste wine, what's going on? Everyone in the Blackbeard Pirates stared wide-eyed in sheer terror at the scene before them. Ace, covered in scars, also wore an expression of disbelief. This is impossible. Could it be a double devil fruit ability? That move just now, wasn't it the poison fruit ability of Magellan, the Warden of Impel Down? This move, wasn't it the tremor fruit ability of Whitebeard? Everyone thought he was just an ordinary pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates, capable of creating some surprising things, at most having a bit of strength. But unexpectedly, with this move, he demonstrated the terrifying ability of two devil fruits. Before them, the ground where the Blackbeard Pirates stood suddenly cracked open, and the entire island began to twist, revealing large fissures. The crew of the Blackbeard Pirates was struck by powerful shockwaves, all of them spitting blood. Blackbeard wanted to release Darkwater, but he couldn't even stand. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Why do you have Whitebeard ability? Blackbeard shouted at him in panic. Is it still possible to talk now? Business is really hard to do. Just when I arrived, I was driven away by you guys. Everyone couldn't resist in time. Each person was injured by the shockwave, falling to the ground in a sorry state. The ability of the tremor fruit is indeed unmatched. He had used less than 30% of his power, and the entire island was almost shattered. Ace was left dumbfounded. He knew his father's abilities very well, and this newcomer was actually using his father's powers. Lying on the ground, everyone was in disarray, especially Blackbeard, who had nearly fallen into the bottomless crack just now. Fortunately, Lafitte had pulled him back just in time. Now he was in excruciating pain, staring grimly at Longqi, who stood still. What a terrifying ability. Kid, encountering you today is indeed a lesson learned. Blackbeard spoke while unable to suppress his cries of agony, as he was a dark fruit user, enduring pain several times more than others. Captain, what's going on with this person? Why does he have two such terrifying devil fruit abilities? The ship's doctor, Poison A, lay on the ground, looking somewhat on the verge of death. It's unclear why this guy is so terrifying. We must not act rashly. Let's listen to what he says and do as he instructs. Blackbeard knew very well how to yield. He understood that he was no match for him now and dared not make any moves, putting on a smile. Most importantly, he still had greater ambitions to fulfill. He couldn't just fall here. Longqi noticed the sudden fear in these people's expressions and couldn't help but show a cold smile. Once he completed his current system task, he might unlock a new ability immediately. At that time, these guys would no longer be his opponents at all. Blackbeard, listen to me well, and I won't make a move. Otherwise, you might fall here. Brother, what do you want to buy? We can buy it. Blackbeard, have money. However, you must guarantee that you 1T make another move. Blackbeard awkwardly got up, dusted himself off, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued with a somewhat flattering smile. We were ignorant just now. I hope you won't mind. It's just some wine and cigarettes, right? Just in time. We also really need them. We can buy them. Okay, if you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this conflict, right? The items here are also clearly priced. This bottle of flying Moutai is 50 million per bottle. Huazi cigarettes are 10 million per pack. This soul-cutting blade is 2 billion, and this universal capsule is 1 billion. Finally, this anywhere door can be used 10 times for 60 billion. My prices are quite fair, right? Longqi said to them in a calm voice. Upon hearing these terrifying numbers, Blackbeard's heart sank. He was sure he hadn't misheard. Each item was over 10 million, and the slightly more expensive ones were in the billions. Isn't this blatantly trying to rip people off? Anyone who buys these will be doomed. Longqi, brother, you see, we don't have that much money at the moment. We didn't bring that much money this time. Blackbeard felt a bitterness he couldn't express. These prices were simply extortionate. Selling all of them to the Navy wouldn't be worth this much. Tell me how much money you have, and I'll take whatever you have. Blackbeard's eyes turned, and he suddenly cracked an apologetic smile. We can at most offer 50 million berries. All right, then I'll sell you a bottle of wine first. Longqi said, handing them the Moutai. Everyone's faces twitched. Are you kidding? 50 million for a bottle of wine? And such a small amount. This is truly outrageous. In front of the Whitebeard Pirates, Longqi opened the Moutai. Here you go, you can taste it now. Blackbeard said nothing. His heart was filled with anger, but he had no opportunity to defeat the guy before him. Suddenly, he realized something was off. When the bottle cap of the Moutai was opened, the aroma of the wine wafted out, causing everyone present to pause. The anger in their hearts dissipated immediately. This scent was coming from the bottle? They had just thought they were definitely being scammed, but upon smelling the fragrance of the wine, they became obsessed. This is too fragrant. The few who were heavily injured seemed to regain their strength upon smelling it, wanting to prop themselves up to take a sip. Blackbeard didn't hesitate, raising the wine bottle and gulping it down. After finishing that sip, the pain from his injuries seemed to vanish in an instant. This wine is indeed top-notch. Why hadn't I tasted such delicious wine before? Captain, let me have a taste too. Poison-A, who was lying on the ground, also drank a sip, and his sickly appearance disappeared in an instant. He seemed to be much more spirited. Good wine. Great wine. By the way, how much was this wine again? 50 million berries per bottle, Longqi reminded him. 50 million. Now buy 2 more bottles. Blackbeard, knowing the taste of this wine, didn't care how expensive it was. He had more than 50 million berries on him. Longqi's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an evil smile. Blackbeard, didn't you just say that you only had 50 million berries? Chapter 52. Blackbeard. The Zanpakuto, what a good thing. Blackbeard smiled awkwardly. Haha, what's wrong with doing business? How could I possibly show all my assets? At first, Blackbeard didn't believe that anything could have such high value. Longqi didn't want to waste time with him anymore and directly revealed the price. After all, the task was urgent. He needed to sell everything and see what the next attribute was. How about this? I'll sell you everything I have for 1 million berries. Everyone was shocked. The assorted items before them were actually worth 1 million berries. The ship's doctor, Poison-A, worried that the captain would be deceived and quickly intervened. Captain, we don't need to spend so much money. I think that wine is pretty good. Buying it is enough. As the ship's doctor, he knew the power of the wine. Just moments ago, he was on the verge of death, but after drinking it, he felt revitalized. Don't underestimate these items. Each one is a treasure. This Zanpakuto alone can easily kill any of you. Longqi picked up the Zanpakuto in front of him. Ha ha, are you joking? Do you really think we are trash? Basis angrily grabbed Longqi. Longqi showed a charming smile and effortlessly swung the Zanpakuto in front of him. A powerful wave of energy rushed towards Basis. Seeing this, Basis wrapped his ironclad right hand with armed color hockey. Puff. The energy directly shattered the iron armor on his right arm. Even hockey couldn't withstand the damage produced by this sword. Basis was violently sent flying, and the iron armor on his right hand was broken, exposing his arm. Blackbeard couldn't believe it. With such a light swing, he had severely injured his #1 captain. He became more curious about this kid in front of him. Although he came from Whitebeard's ranks, the abilities and various items he possessed didn't seem like something Whitebeard could give him. Longqi, brother, I believe all your items are very powerful. They're the most useful I've ever seen. Blackbeard thought to himself that each item on Longqi was a peerless treasure, and if he could buy them all, it would be beneficial for him. This Zanpakuto can absorb the energy of the user as its own attack damage. The stronger the user, the greater the power it can unleash. Come on, you should try it too, or it will seem like I'm trying to deceive you. Longqi waved his hand and threw the sword in front of Blackbeard. Blackbeard grasped the Zanpakuto and immediately felt as if his body was being absorbed by something. Captain, what's wrong? Poison-A, standing aside, looked at his captain nervously. What is happening? Blackbeard frowned as he noticed the dark elements within him being continuously absorbed by the Zanpakuto. This was the first time he felt his own power being absorbed. He was usually the one absorbing others. Sweat dripped down Blackbeard's face, and the shape of the Zanpakuto began to change, with darkness enveloping the entire blade. Try it and see how powerful you really are. Longqi was quite curious. The dark fruit and his Zanpakuto belonged to the same attribute, with opposite properties repelling each other and similar properties attracting each other. Under these proportional conditions, perhaps the Zanpakuto's power could be maximized. Blackbeard gripped the Zanpakuto tightly. He had never felt such strong power before. Looking at the distant mountain, Blackbeard swung the sword, and the blade rapidly generated a massive wave of dark energy that flew out. The black gas, like a ferocious beast, charged towards the distant mountain, surprising everyone. When the gas hit the mountain, it didn't create a massive reaction. Instead, in that instant, the entire mountain was swallowed by the darkness, silently disappearing before everyone's eyes. Blackbeard was stunned by the sight before him. This sword can actually use my power. That's right. This is the magic of the Zanpakuto. Longqi was a bit worried. Selling the sword to Blackbeard would inevitably lead to war in the New World. I want it. I want everything you have. Blackbeard no longer wanted to hesitate. Wait, Captain, we probably don't have that 1 million berries on us, Lafitte said. How is that possible? Never mind. If you can't come up with that much money, just use Ace as collateral. Longqi smirked. This was his real goal. Selling items was his primary strategy, while saving Ace was his secondary strategy. No way, this guy has chased me for so long, and I've finally caught him today. If I let him go, others will think I can't beat him. Don't worry, Ace won't challenge you again. Longqi looked at Ace on the ground. Just saving him could prevent the upcoming battle and leave some face for Whitebeard. Hand him over to me. Even if you don't hand him over, what can you do about it? I believe you're a smart person and won't make things difficult for yourself over this. Blackbeard looked at Longqi's sharp gaze, knowing that his own strength was far inferior to his. Moreover, Ace, who lay on the ground, was already his defeated subordinate, so he dared not cause trouble. All right then, you can keep all your items, and you can take Ace with you. In the blink of an eye, Longqi used the door fruit to bring Ace to Amazon Lily. Cough, cough. Ace lay on the ground, severely injured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sounds came from the grass nearby as several girls appeared before them, holding spears. Who are you? How did you get here? A member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Longdan, asked. Take me to see Hancock. How bold to directly call our queen by name. Longdan had never seen Longqi and immediately thrust the spear at him. Longqi raised his right hand, coated with armed color hockey, and easily deflected the spear. At this moment, he noticed a wine jug at Longdan's waist. Wasn't that his white wine? I'm here to sell things. Your queen personally invited me. If you keep this up, this business can't be discussed. What business are you talking about? I'm the one selling white wine. What? You are Longqi. Longdan immediately lowered her weapon. Chapter 53. The three admirals came to find Blackbeard boss Longqi. I'm sorry, Longdan said in a flattering tone, not expecting the famous Longqi to appear in the Kingdom of Women. I'll take you to see the queen. Longqi supported the seriously injured Ace and followed her footsteps away. Bamaro Island Blackbeard looked at the amazing weapons below, feeling somewhat dazed. He didn't know what Longqi was up to, so he quickly ordered his subordinates to hide all these weapons to prevent outsiders from knowing. Awesome. The smoker, Poison Q, secretly took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and started smoking. He collapsed on the ground with a look of enjoyment, puffing out thick white mist. You, who told you to mess around? Blackbeard punched him in the head. This is something I spent 10 billion on for you to buy. This punch brought him back from his euphoric state. Captain, it's just a pack of cigarettes. Don't be so stingy. Poison quickly took another puff, returning to a state of enjoyment. I never expected such a small cigarette could bring me such unprecedented pleasure. Captain, you should try one. This Zhonghua cigarette is simply exquisite. Blackbeard glanced at him, seeing his useless demeanor, and turned to leave. Poison Q was completely immersed, drinking Moutai with his left hand while puffing out white mist with his right. Everyone watching him enjoy himself began to imitate him. Awesome. Longqi's wine and cigarettes are indeed as good as advertised. No wonder those high-ranking Navy officials go by from him. Even Blackbeard's devil-like lieutenant, Lafitte, was enjoying it. Blackbeard held the soul-cutting blade in his hand and approached the door of the Anywhere door. This was his second desired item, commonly known as the Anywhere door, which could surely take him to other places at will. As long as you have been to that place and think about it in your mind, you can reach it by opening the door. Note that this Anywhere door can only be used 6 times, so you must cherish it, he recalled Longqi's warning. 6 times is so few. What if I use it more than 6 times? What will happen then? Blackbeard stared intently at the Anywhere door. At this moment, he wanted to use it once to see if it was really that mysterious. After thinking for a while, he suddenly wanted to go to a place, the Navy headquarters. If he could really arrive at the Navy headquarters in an instant, then his ambitions could be fulfilled even faster. Blackbeard's plan was originally to capture Ace and hand him over to the Navy Admiral. Whitebeard would definitely mobilize all his crew to rescue Ace upon hearing this. A great battle would unfold at the Navy headquarters, allowing Blackbeard to take the opportunity to ambush Whitebeard and claim his head. thus replacing his position. However, unexpectedly, this nameless kid Longqi had disrupted his plan. Looking at the anywhere door, his ambition surged again. If I team up with the Navy Admiral to capture Ace, wouldn't my plan proceed as usual? Thinking of this, Blackbeard's mouth curled up slightly, a wicked look in his eyes. Captain, is this door really that powerful? The sharpshooter Van Oka approached. He would lie to me, would he? Captain, should we try to see if it's really that mysterious? Exactly what I was thinking. Captain, where do you want to go? Van Oka asked curiously. What Blackbeard said next shocked everyone present. I want to go to the Navy headquarters. What? The Navy headquarters? Everyone was stunned, and Lafitte, who was drinking, put down the Moutai in his hand. Everyone knew that going to the Navy headquarters now was practically courting death. If they couldn't even defeat a small Longqi, how could they face the top-tier ability users inside? Captain, we absolutely cannot do that. Blackbeard looked at their cowardly expressions, his eyes filled with disdain. Look at you all scared. We have so many treasures in our hands. What is there to fear? Besides, I'm just going there to negotiate, not to fight. Blackbeard gripped the soul-cutting blade tightly. Captain, but what are we going to negotiate about over there? Everyone looked at Blackbeard curiously. Let the Navy capture Ace. But Ace had already been taken away by Longqi just now. Everyone couldn't quite understand Blackbeard's thinking for a moment. Longqi does business everywhere. Besides selling us these things, I believe the Navy won't let him go either. The Navy must have connections with Longqi, someone as powerful as him. The Navy's high-ranking officials would definitely want him to serve them. If they find out he's helping pirates, do you think the Navy will let him off? Ha! No matter how powerful he is, the Navy will unite everyone to capture him. Blackbeard laughed heartily, a cunning smile on his face. Everyone seemed to understand Blackbeard's intention. He wanted to use the Navy's power to pressure Longqi into handing over Ace. Captain, you're brilliant. Lafitte knelt on the ground, presenting the Maotai with both hands. Gulyalu. Blackbeard drank it all in one go. This Maotai is really good. Bang! The Maotai was slammed to the ground. All right, brothers. Let's have a good talk with the Navy Admiral next. Blackbeard thought of the Navy headquarters he had been to before and slowly opened the anywhere door in front of him. Everyone stared intently inside, their eyes filled with nervous anticipation. Hoo-hoo, this is really good. The combination of Moutai and Zhonghua is like a divine experience. As he opened the door, he saw the scene inside where the three admirals were enjoying themselves. Yo, what is that? Kizaru was the first to notice, seeing a space opening in front of him. A rough voice was directed at the white light before him. Cough, cough, what the hell is this? Blackbeard's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect to see the three admirals upon opening the door. The tension and fear in his body erupted, and he was about to close the door and abandon the idea of negotiation. Ice rock, instant strike. Akiji unleashed his skill, instantly forming an ice pulse from his feet that surged toward the door. A block of ice was formed, jamming the door, making it difficult to close it. Blackbeard. Akiji immediately recognized the person in front of him. Ha ha, sorry to interrupt your enjoyment. I'll take my leave now. The three admirals of the Navy, smoking their Zhonghua cigarettes, looked at the door before them, feeling a sense of DJ VU anywhere door. How do you have an anywhere door too? This. I bought it, Blackbeard stammered, feeling extremely fearful inside. He had directly walked into the muzzle of someone else's gun. He knew that he couldn't defeat even one of the three admirals. Chapter 54. Longqi Pit. I originally thought this door just led to a hidden place, but I didn't expect it to bring me directly in front of them, without any psychological preparation. Longqi, you pitiful thing, you're going to get me in trouble this time. Blackbeard felt cold sweat forming in his palms. He knew the tempers of the three admirals were notoriously bad, and disturbing them at this moment was practically seeking death. Whoosh. Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and rushed directly to Blackbeard's side. What are you doing here? Kizaru whispered into Blackbeard's ear, a chill running down his back. I came to discuss something important with you, Blackbeard stammered, sweat pouring down his face, while his subordinates were too scared to move. Ha ha, you have the audacity to come to us for discussion? Don't you know we're here to capture pirates? Kizaru said with a strange smile. I really have something very important to discuss. I have captured Ace. Ace, Akainu, who was nearby, immediately stood up upon hearing Ace's name. What? You captured Ace? Where is he? Akainu asked excitedly, approaching Blackbeard to take a look. Ace was the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard and was Whitebeard's most beloved son. The Navy had long had its eyes on Ace's head. Capturing Ace and executing him would establish the Navy's position worldwide, effectively undermining Whitebeard's dominance in the pirate era. The three admirals were particularly excited upon hearing this news. However, he was rescued by someone else. Blackbeard looked at Akainu, terrified by the aura surrounding him, his eyes filled with fear. Akainu's right hand transformed into magma, and with a sudden thrust, he grabbed Blackbeard by the chin. Sizzle. Thick smoke erupted from Blackbeard's entire cheek as the scorching magma continuously burned his face. Ah! Blackbeard struggled in agony. Who saved him? It was a kid named Longqi. Longqi. Akainu released Blackbeard immediately upon hearing that name, his eyes displaying a hint of hesitation. Blackbeard could see the fear in Akainu's eyes, and even Akiji and Kizuru dared not speak. Dazbones quickly pulled his captain back. Captain, are you okay? I'm fine. This little injury is nothing. Did you all see that the 3 admirals hesitated? Blackbeard said, Yeah, it seems they all know Longqi. Who is this guy that he could scare the 3 admirals? This is getting tricky. We must convince them to capture Ace. Blackbeard watched as the 3 admirals stood still, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, 2 veteran admirals, Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru, also heard the commotion and walked in together. What are you all doing? Making such a racket? Garp rubbed his fists. He then noticed the portal. How did this door open? It opened from the outside? As he walked further in and saw the Blackbeard Pirates, Garp felt that something significant was about to happen. Oh no, Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru are here. Blackbeard looked at the figures before him, all high-ranking Navy officials, just missing Admiral Sengoku. Akainu returned to his seat, sitting down and spitting out the Chinese food in front of him. You came at just the right time. Admiral Sengoku has used the portal to return to his hometown to rest. We won't disturb him for the next few days, and I'll temporarily take over all military matters. Other high-ranking officials sat down one after another. Right now, we have something very important to do. We need to capture Ace. Akainu looked seriously at everyone present. Huh? Kizaru revealed a lewd smile. It's not that simple. We all know who Longqi is. His strength is not below ours. Trying to snatch Ace from him won't be an easy task. Yes, especially since he was originally a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone was at a loss for ideas. This matter was quite tricky for them. Bang! Akainu slammed his hand on the table. His anger made it hard for him to control his abilities. His palm turned into scorching magma, leaving an imprint on the table. The Blackbeard Pirates watched them silently, not daring to say a word for fear of provoking them. Our primary goal as the Navy is to capture pirates. If we don't dare to do this, then what use are we? Akainu said, although Longqi has extraordinary abilities, I believe that as long as we work together, we can defeat him. We absolutely cannot let him become a helper to pirates. If we can't obtain him, then we must destroy him. Kizaru gasped upon hearing this. Akainu, there is no need for that. I don't want to escalate the situation to such a deadlock. Let's all go negotiate with Longqi. As long as he is willing to hand over Ace, we can pretend that nothing has happened. And what if he refuses? Akainu retorted. I don't think he will. After all, he has already left the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, he is just a merchant wandering in the world. He wouldn't want to oppose the entire Navy over a mere pirate. Everyone felt this made some sense. Setting aside Longqi's strength, if he wanted to oppose the entire Navy, it would surely lead to a series of troubles. The Navy had the Celestial Dragons and the world government support, so he wasn't just opposing the Navy. Smart people will hand over Ace obediently, especially this businessman. Hey, Blackbeard, do you know where Longqi is? Akainu turned to Blackbeard. Blackbeard was taken aback. He didn't know where Longqi had run off to. I know. A voice came from behind, and everyone turned to see the drunken Dazbones lying on the ground. Captain, I know where Longqi went. He went to the Amazon Lily. I saw the palace of Amazon Lily over there. Yes, to Amazon Lily. Blackbeard nodded vigorously. He could only trust this drunkard's words. Amazon Lily. The 3 admirals pondered for a moment. Who has been to Amazon Lily? It seems that Boa Hancock has been there, Garp replied. She frequently travels between various countries to convey our orders. All right, get Hancock to come here. We're going to Amazon Lily right now. After all, the portal could only transport to places the user had been and could visualize. Dazbones, quickly get rid of this ice block. We need to get out of here. Blackbeard whispered to Dazbones. This was his best chance to escape. The information he wanted to convey had already been completed. Staying here in this place of trouble. He feared they might capture him as well. Chapter 55. What we fear is not Ace, but Longzaki Bashes secretly nodded, understanding Blackbeard's meaning, and then wrapped his right fist with armament hockey. Boom! A loud noise shattered the ice in front of him into pieces. Blackbeard quickly closed the door, and the space in front of him vanished. He sighed, feeling the tension in his heart finally ease. This day was unforgettable for him, facing terrifyingly strong opponents. Gulping, he picked up the Moutai on the ground and drank it down. He sat cross-legged on the ground, knowing he wasn't strong enough yet to claim the title of a Yonko. His current strength was far from sufficient. The thought of Longqi made him increasingly fearful. Based on what had just happened, he was not an ordinary person. The three admirals of the Navy, including two veteran figures, had come together to negotiate with a merchant. A display of power not even someone like Whitebeard could muster. Who exactly is this Longqi, the captain, to instill such fear in the upper echelons of the Navy? Lafitte was puzzled. The earlier display didn't seem like the treatment afforded to an unknown nobody. I don't know either, but his strength is definitely not lower than that of an admiral, and he might even possess abilities comparable to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. What? The others looked at Blackbeard in shock. A young merchant possesses such tremendous strength? Seeing even someone like Akainu showing fear and mobilizing all the high-ranking personnel. One can only imagine how strong he truly is. Longqi's appearance completely overturned their perception of this world. All right, from now on, everyone needs to be on high alert. We need to become stronger. Yes, everyone raised their Moutai in agreement. Navy headquarters, Blackbeard slipped away pretty quickly. Akiji looked at the scattered ice shards. Letting him run away is fine. After all, he poses no threat to us. Akainu's attention was completely not on Blackbeard. But this guy also has Longqi's treasures. I'm worried he might cause us trouble. Akainu's lips curled slightly in a dismissive expression. So what if he does? If I want to kill him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Report. Peach Rabbit arrived at the admiral's room. When she saw the three admirals and the two veteran figures, she felt that things were a bit unusual. This was not a common sight to see everyone gathered together. May I ask, gentlemen, why have you called for me? Peach Rabbit, have you ever been to the Daughter Nation? Peach Rabbit looked at them in confusion. There was no conflict happening in the Daughter Nation at the moment. I have been. Peach Rabbit didn't think too much. As a subordinate, she could only obey orders. That's good. You will think of the scene of the Daughter Nation in front of that door and then open it. Akainu pointed to the pink door in front of them. Peach Rabbit slowly walked to the door, thinking of the scene of the Daughter Nation, and then opened the door, revealing the forest of the Daughter Nation inside. Peach Rabbit's face stiffened. She had no idea what was happening. To reach the Daughter Nation through a door was unbelievable. She couldn't react for a moment. Standing dazedly in front of the door, carefully observing the scene inside, which was exactly the same as the Daughter Nation she had visited. Reaching out to touch, it was not an illusion. There were no devil fruit users around. This was a real event happening right before her eyes. How is this possible? This can't be real. Peach Rabbit realized that if this became a reality, the concept of distance would not exist in this world. This is a door of arbitrary access. As long as you think of a place you've been to, you can reach it upon opening the door. Akainu walked over and said seriously. As a secret reserve admiral of the Navy, Peach Rabbit already had the right to know these things. Peach Rabbit's strength was also quite formidable, being a reserve admiral. She was undoubtedly not weaker than the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea. This is incredible. Where did you get this from? Could be developed by Dr. Vegapunk? Peach Rabbit could only think of him. Do you know this person, Longqi? I know. I heard about him some time ago. He seems to be a crew member under Whitebeard. I have also seen the Moutai and white liquor he sells, and many in our Navy are using his products. As a girl, Peach Rabbit naturally had no interest in these things. In her perception, this guy was just an ordinary merchant with no other extraordinary qualities. This door was developed by him. Impressive. Peach Rabbit unconsciously praised, growing more curious about Longqi. Admiral Akainu, what are we going to do in the Daughter Nation now? We're going to find Longqi and, by the way, capture Ace. But I can handle this alone. Peach Rabbit confidently looked at Akainu. She had noticed that all the high-ranking personnel were in this room when she entered. This operation involved more than just one person. And it was her first time seeing so many big figures mobilized. There's no need to have Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Tsurugo along to catch him, right? Ace isn't that strong, is he? Although Peach Rabbit had never fought Ace, she believed she could capture him with her abilities. Zing! A beam of light floated by Peach Rabbit's ear. Kizaru made a lewd sound. Peach Rabbit, you don't know, we are not afraid of Ace. Nor that merchant Longqi you mentioned. This guy has extremely terrifying abilities, not beneath mine. Even if I were to face him alone, I wouldn't have complete confidence. Peach Rabbit quickly took a few steps back. She didn't like this lewd uncle getting too close to her. Admiral Kizaru, are you scared, silly? What's there to fear from a merchant? You all stay here and wait for me. I'll go capture them right now. Just as Peach Rabbit was about to walk out, Akainu grabbed her back. Do not underestimate the enemy. There's a reason for our actions. You should come with us and take a good look. Akainu's serious face startled Peach Rabbit. She had never seen Akainu look so serious before. Peach Rabbit felt nervous. She knew that with so many big figures involved, Longqi's strength was definitely not below theirs. Coupled with this door, she felt this guy might be using some kind of magic. Military orders are like mountains. No matter how confident I am, I cannot defy them. Understood. Peach Rabbit closely followed behind them as they entered the Daughter Nation. The high-ranking personnel of the Navy moved towards a certain forest on Daughter Nation Island. Exudinia Tomondu Oha. Chapter 56. Hancock was shocked. Carp was the last to pass through the gate. He recalled the times in his childhood when he would hit Ace on the head with his fist. He knew Ace's identity as the brother of the Straw Hat Kid and also his grandson. He had kept this news to himself because Ace was a pirate and he was a hero in the Navy. If everyone found out that the grandson of a Navy hero was actually a pirate, it would become the biggest joke in the world. It hurts, Grandpa. Can you be a bit gentler? I've been gentle enough. You're just too weak. At this rate, how can you join me in the Navy? I don't want to be in the Navy. When I grow up, I want to be a pirate, just like the Pirate King, to become a hero in everyone's hearts. Bang! Another heavy punch landed on his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, you brat? The Navy is the hero of the world. Carp remembered how, no matter how he taught Ace when he was young, that mischievous Ace never listened. Now he thought about personally capturing his grandson, feeling a twinge of sadness in his heart. If Ace fell into the hands of the Navy, his death would be inevitable. This would be a case of righteousness over familial ties, and it was something he could not disclose. Longqi, led by Long Dan, arrived at the palace gates. Hancock, seeing Longqi's arrival, personally went to greet at the palace entrance. She was accompanied by two sisters, one being Sandersonia and the other Marigold. Boss Longqi, I didn't expect you to visit my daughter country. If you had informed me earlier, I would have come to welcome you myself. Hancock smiled at Longqi. I've almost finished all your Moutai. My sisters particularly enjoy beauty and skincare. Did you come this time to sell us something new? Longqi supported Ace and placed him on the ground beside them. When have I ever come empty-handed? This time I have a small favor to ask of you. Hancock and the others looked at the severely injured man. At first, they didn't recognize who it was, but in that instant, Hancock's expression became much more serious. Isn't he the second captain of Whitebeard, Firefist Ace? Didn't Longqi leave Whitebeard already? Why is he involved with Firefist Ace now? A hint of confusion appeared on their faces. Could it be him who had beaten Ace like this? That's right, it's him. You should have a doctor here to help treat his injuries. I will definitely repay you handsomely. After hearing this, Hancock's face revealed a hint of mockery. Huh. The famous merchant Longqi actually has times when he is at a loss. With a sneer, she didn't believe that Longqi didn't have other treasures to treat these injuries. Longqi felt a bit regretful that he hadn't unlocked enough items yet, but it was just a matter of time. In the future, he would definitely have ways to instantly heal such minor injuries. Leave him to me. Within a week, I'll have him back to his old self. Then I'll trouble you. Sandersonia said, take him down. Sandersonia, one of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates and one of Hancock's three sisters, was a stout woman. Just as she was about to take Ace down, a message came from afar. Report to Her Majesty the Queen. A woman rushed in, panting. What's wrong? Is there something happening in front of the purple fanflower? Your Majesty, we don't know how the Navy got here. What? You say the Navy has come? Hancock's expression changed with confusion. Longqi hadn't even settled in, and the Navy had already arrived. A few Navy officers. What is there to fear? Your Majesty, leave it to me. I'll drive them away. Another sister, Marigold, stepped forward. Lady Marigold, this situation is different. All the Navy personnel who have come are high-ranking officials, including the 3 admirals and the 2 elders, Carp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. The expression on Hancock's face turned to one of terror. She and T expected such high-ranking Navy officials to suddenly appear in the daughter country. What did you say? Hancock was also very surprised. This was completely impossible. Generally, when the Navy admirals come out, it's for very important matters. She had received no news at all. What were they coming here for? As she thought, her gaze fell on the injured Ace beside her. Ace, what trouble did you get into? Did you offend them? This place won't become your battlefield. Ace, lying on the ground, looked at her with a proud expression. I couldn't care less about coming to your place. Huh. Hancock raised her forehead, tilting her chin toward Ace. This was her most disdainful look directed at the opponent, still acting tough even when death is imminent. Faced with the arrival of high-ranking Navy officials, Hancock didn't want to take risks. After all, she was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and she still had to rely on the Navy's face to do things. So, she wouldn't engage in this transaction. I'm sorry, Boss Longqi. You also see that the Navy high-ranking officials have come to my island. If I continue to help you, wouldn't that be neglecting my own people? Hancock waved her hand, unwilling to deal with this mess. This indeed caught Longqi a bit off guard. But it wasn't hard to imagine that Blackbeard must have leaked the information. The footsteps from behind slowly approached. Before long, a powerful lineup arrived at the palace gates. Yo-yo! Kizaru displayed an evil smile as he looked at the women in front. Not bad. The environment here is good. The mountains are beautiful. And the women are even prettier. While speaking, he didn't forget to sip the Moutai in his hand. This is my first time here. The palace's aura doesn't quite match our Navy headquarters specifications. Akainu walked at the forefront, looking at Hancock and Longqi. The people of the daughter country, seeing such a lineup, were all too scared to speak, and the air seemed to have solidified, creating an exceptionally tense atmosphere. Akainu occasionally emitted Conqueror-S hockey, directly knocking some small minions beside him to the ground. The overwhelming pressure from the front made Hancock feel unprecedented fear. Sister, what should we do? The second sister, Sandasonia, asked. It's all right. We are the 7 warlords of the sea. As long as we don't harbor Ace, other matters are none of our business. Longqi, however, calmly watched as they approached. Yo, Boss Longqi, what you're doing is making us Navy look bad. Kizaru walked while exhibiting countless small yellow dots, instantly appearing in front of Longqi. Ha ha ha. Longqi laughed to ease the awkwardness. Admiral Kizaru, I just saved a person. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? Hancock and her sisters took several involuntary steps back upon seeing Kizaru, their hearts shivering with fear. These people coming over shouldn't be just for a small ace. What exactly did Longqi make the Navy fear? Hancock's heart trembled. The Navy's grand display was surely due to Longqi's terrifying strength. Chapter 57 Ace's Identity Exposed. Mr. Longqi. We're not here to specifically cause you trouble, Akainu said politely while looking at him. Vice Admiral Tsuru showed a motherly smile. This ace is very important to us. That's right, he is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the son that Whitebeard cherishes the most. Akiji continued in Tsuru's tone. Longqi understood their meaning. It seemed that Ace was definitely going to be taken away by them. Hancock silently watched their conversation from the side, as this group of high-ranking Navy officers spoke to Longqi with such respect. Sis, why does Longqi seem to have such a high status in front of the Navy? Yeah, even the admirals are so polite when talking to him. Both Sandasonia and Marigold were very surprised. At the back, Garp looked heavy-hearted, staring grimly at the severely injured Ace lying on the ground. Ace can be taken by you, but I need some payment for it. Everyone looked at Longqi proposing this condition, and they found it somewhat ridiculous. Longqi knew very well that it was impossible to keep Ace today. The appearance of so many high-ranking Navy officials had already given him a lot of face. If he were to tear his face with them, the difficulties he would face next would not just be from the Navy, but from the Celestial Dragons and the world government behind them. However, if they wanted to take something from him for free, that was out of the question. After all, he was a businessman. As long as it could be traded, everything was negotiable, but getting something for nothing was absolutely non-negotiable. Akainu grinned. Mr. Longqi, this matter is negotiable. Just tell me how much you want. Give me 200 million, and I'll hand Ace over to you. Upon hearing this condition, everyone was hesitant to agree easily, and the atmosphere suddenly became more serious. Kizaru looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him, his eyes revealing the word exaggerated. 200 million is indeed a bit too exaggerated. Ace's bounty is just over 100 million. When Akainu heard the 200 million, he was momentarily at a loss. This amount of money was completely beyond the Navy's current assets and would require borrowing from the world government or even the Celestial Dragons. Seeing their silence, Longqi understood that this matter was a bit difficult. To increase the temptation, he needed to reveal a big piece of information. Admiral Akainu, it seems that 200 million is troubling you. If you're willing to pay, I have a heavyweight piece of news to share with you, Longqi said in a playful tone. As a traverser, he knew very well about Ace's background. If this news were to be revealed, everyone present would be shocked. Akainu did not doubt Longqi's words, but he needed to discuss this matter thoroughly and get everyone's consent before paying such a large sum. The few of them gathered together. Akainu started, so, what other options do we have? We can only talk about a transaction now. Fighting is absolutely out of the question. Kizaru took out a cigarette from his pocket and started smoking. Delicious, he said, exhaling thick smoke, enjoying the view of the sky. You guys decide however you want. I just want to find more cigarettes and Moutai from him. Kizaru looked indifferent to the situation. Vice Admiral Tsuru scolded. If you keep smoking like that, I'm afraid you'll lose your position as an admiral. Well, if you can provide us with news that we are very satisfied with. 200 million can be given to him, Akiji said calmly, looking at everyone. In the midst of their discussion, Garp, unable to suppress his anger, punched Ace hard on the head. "What do you want, old man?" Ace shouted, a large bump already forming on his head. "I'm your grandfather. Why can't I hit you?" Garp's eyes were filled with fierce anger. Grandfather? The admirals and Hancock, who were conversing, were all stunned. Everyone was at a loss for words, not knowing what kind of situation they were in, whether it was real or fake. "Garp, what are you talking about?" Akainu looked at Garp seriously. "Old man, don't put yourself in danger just to save a pirate," Saru kindly reminded him. Garp ignored their concerns and continued to chastise Ace. "I told you not to be a pirate, but you insisted on being one. Now you regret it, don't you?" "I 1T regret being a pirate for this life. Even if I know I'll die, I will still be one. You." Garp was so furious at Ace's stubbornness that he almost burst a blood vessel. Akainu rushed over and quickly grabbed Garp's hand. "Old man, what exactly do you want to do? Is it not okay for me to teach my grandson a lesson?" Garp's eyes revealed killing intent. But this anger was not directed at his grandson. It was because his comrades wanted to kill his grandson, yet he could only vent this anger on Ace. Akainu understood from his expression that Ace was indeed Garp's grandson. Everyone was astonished, their expressions varied. "Don't forget your identity. If he really is your grandson, you should be capturing him, not hitting him here." Garp dared not say much more, as he already felt utterly ashamed. Ace, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, wishing that the Navy hero in front of him was not his grandfather. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face. "Do you have to watch my jokes here? TCH, I don't care about you anymore. From now on, whether you live or die is none of my business." Garp took out a bottle of Moutai and drank it in one go. After finishing, he tossed the bottle aside and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Peach Rabbit, quickly tie Ace up for me," Akainu instructed. "Yes." Peach Rabbit quickly came to Ace's side and pulled out Sea Prism stone handcuffs to place on his hands. Longqi saw that the identities of Garp and Ace had been exposed, and he knew that the big news he was about to reveal would shock the Navy. Everyone was still stuck in their astonishment from just a moment ago. If it weren't for Garp being a hero in the Navy with a powerful reputation, the three admirals would have already captured him on the spot. How could he drink freely on the side? "Mr. Longqi, this Maotai is really delicious." Longqi smiled slightly as he approached Garp, ready to announce the next big news. "Garp, you should know that Ace is actually the son of the Pirate King, right?" As soon as the sentence was uttered, Garp's previously smiling eyes instantly widened in shock. Chapter 58. 200 million in hand. Garp slowly put down the bottle of wine in his hand, looking at the man in front of him with disbelief. How could he know Ace's identity? The son of Pirate King Roger. This was something that had never been told to anyone. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, utterly shocked to learn that Ace was actually the son of Pirate King Roger, meaning he was also Garp's grandson. They had not realized that Garp had such an inseparable relationship with these two terrifying descendants. Everyone looked at Garp with astonished expressions. Even the calmest Akainu showed signs of losing composure. For a moment, everyone was pondering these questions. Is this true or false? If it's true, it really changes our worldview. Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. How terrifying. I never expected Garp to have so many secrets. Kizaru showed a frightening expression. Akiji, smoking nearby, was momentarily confused by so much information. Tontada, too, was stunned, unable to comprehend the connections between these significant figures. Garp sat on the ground, saying little, thinking that this matter had been concealed long ago, and that no one could possibly know, never expecting that this young man in front of him actually did. For a moment, he even wondered if there was something about Longqi that could uncover the past, or even the future. A person like him, who could create unimaginable things, surely had more secrets than ordinary people. Garp lowered his head, not responding, and such a reaction led everyone to already have their answer. Ace was furious upon hearing this news. He couldn't believe that his father was the Pirate King. "You're talking nonsense. My father is Whitebeard, not Roger. Stop spreading rumors." Ace yelled at Longqi. "Let go of me. I want to fight you. I only have one father, and that is Whitebeard." Ace rolled on the ground, trying to break free from the sea stone cuffs, seeking an explanation from Longqi. Akainu approached Garp, wanting to question the accuracy of this information directly. "Garp, is what Mr. Longqi said true? Did you already know that Ace is the son of Pirate King Roger?" Garp lowered his head, unable to face him. Akainu understood now. "At that time, we sent hundreds of thousands of Marines to surround Pirate King Roger's home, but we found no trace of his children. I thought Roger had no descendants. It seems you, the Marine hero, hid them." Although Garp was a Marine Vice Admiral over a decade ago, he had high prestige in the military, so his power was not low, making it easy for him to hide a child. "Stop guessing. My father is only Whitebeard." Ace kept protesting his answer, but no one at the scene paid him any mind. "Understood." Akainu looked at Carp, who remained silent, and naturally knew the answer. Tontada, take Fire Fist Ace back. Let go of me. I want a one-on-one with Longqi. I will never let you succeed in spreading rumors. Ace continued to provoke Longqi as he was being taken away. Longqi didn't directly respond, but he felt a bit sorry for Ace. After all, he had once been a crew member of Whitebeard, and he owed his current position to Whitebeard's help. Now, sending his beloved son to prison, he felt a bit guilty. I've done my best. What can I do when the Marine Admiral has already intervened? Longqi sighed and decided not to think too much about it. He turned and revealed a sly smile. Admiral Akainu, I've given you the important news you wanted, and you've taken Ace away. So, shouldn't I receive my 200 million berries now? Mr. Longqi, we will definitely keep our promise. I will go back now and have the personnel prepare the 200 million cash to send over to you. Okay? Akainu replied politely. A person like Longqi, who could create extraordinary items and know rare information, was truly a once-in-a-lifetime talent. The Navy certainly needed to find a way to win him over, so he wouldn't be used by others. Mr. Longqi, you should come back to the Navy headquarters with us, as it won't be possible to gather this 200 million immediately. Stay for a few days. We have many things to discuss. Kizaru also approached politely. Yes, Mr. Longqi, we will definitely arrange everything properly. Kizaru only wanted to obtain more valuable items from Longqi. We have everything in the Navy. If you have new research ideas in the coming days, we will provide any rare materials. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Longqi warmly, like a grandmother. Longqi understood their intentions. If he got new items first, the Navy would be the first to want to use them. However, Longqi would not let them succeed, nor did he intend to stay long at the Navy headquarters. The Any Door mission was not yet complete. He still needed to sell 3 doors, with 1 door sellable to Hancock in the Amazon Lily, and the other 2 needed to be sold off quickly. Thank you for your warm hospitality, but I have important matters to attend to. You can have the Navy send me the money later. Akainu understood his meaning and quickly pulled out a den mushi from his pocket. Mr. Longqi, this is our Navy's dedicated phone. As long as you are anywhere in the world, we can contact you. You know how vast this world is. If we blindly search for you, we might not find you for a year and a half. We will notify you with this phone when we are ready with the money. Just tell us where you are, and we will immediately send the nearest Navy ship to escort it to you. Akainu's mouth slightly curved up, feeling quite satisfied. He knew that as long as they had this phone, they could find Longqi no matter where he was. All right, Longqi took the den mushi. Then we won't disturb Mr. Longqi any longer. Akainu led the others into the Any Door and returned to the Navy headquarters. Ace was pushed to the door, looking astonished at the pink door in front of him. Behind one door lay 2 completely different worlds. What's going on? How is this even possible? Ace stared blankly at the entrance. Let's go. You haven't seen this before, but it's our Navy's secret weapon. Tontada proudly pushed Ace inside. With it, we can reach anywhere in just a few minutes. Chapter 59. Discussing the execution plan for Ace was imprisoned in the Navy headquarters prison, and everyone was preparing to discuss how to handle Ace in a secret meeting. The first person to be questioned would undoubtedly be Garp. Akainu sat in the main seat. Looking at Garp, what other secrets does your Ace have that you haven't told us? Garp pondered for a moment. I remember Ace's mother dragged her pregnancy for 20 months to escape the Navy's pursuit. After giving birth, she entrusted the child to me, and I trained him in the East Blue. This child was naturally very mischievous. At 6 years old, he set sail alone and nearly got eaten by a sea beast. Fortunately, he was taken in by the Whitebeard Pirates. I don't know much about what happened afterwards. Garp said vaguely. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. They all knew that if it weren't for Roger's words at the time of his execution, the pirate era wouldn't have been opened. The heinous crimes committed by Roger could never be compensated by anyone, and as his son, Ace had no reason to live. This was also why the Navy hated Roger and all pirates so much. How should we deal with him then? Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at everyone. Kizaru exhaled a puff of smoke. I don't think we need to escalate the situation. Everyone knows that Ace is Whitebeard's most cherished son. If this gets out of hand, the Navy will inevitably clash with this sea overlord, leading to heavy casualties. We can secretly execute him, kill him first, and then announce it to the world. No matter how much Whitebeard cares, it won't help. Akiji nodded in agreement. Kizaru is right. At this stage, we should avoid causing any major conflicts. Among the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is the most formidable. If we end up in a mutual destruction scenario, other pirates might take the opportunity to attack us, putting the Navy in unprecedented danger. Tsuru also favored this conservative approach. However, Akainu thought differently. His goal in capturing Ace was to rally all pirates to abandon their dreams of becoming Pirate King. The Navy's authority must stand at the top of the world. As long as there is enough authority, these pirates will not dare to cause much trouble. World peace would follow, which was what Akainu desired. Looks like everyone thinks our Navy is afraid of Whitebeard. Akainu sneered at everyone. If even we are afraid of pirates, what use are we? I have only one suggestion. Publicly execute Ace and broadcast it to the world to expand the Navy's influence. Hearing this idea, everyone couldn't help but show fear for the future in their eyes. This meant they would need to fight the Whitebeard Pirates, a truly headache-inducing decision. Kizaru grinned. Akainu, don't you think this approach is a bit too risky? This battle will definitely cause significant damage to the Navy, and if we are defeated, our reputation will be completely tarnished. That's right. I think secretly executing Ace is a better idea. If Whitebeard really gets angry, he won't dare to act rashly. Akiji also agreed. Akainu shouted loudly, his will very firm. We must publicly execute Ace. I know you all don't want to take risks, but we have Ryazaki's treasures on our side. Everyone's eyes turned to the side where the door of all possibilities, the Zanpakuto, and the Universal Capsule were located. These items were a sharp blade for the Navy. No matter how many pirates there were or how strong they were, they should not be feared. But the resources are limited. Vice Admiral Tsuru reminded. If everyone had a Zanpakuto, we would indeed have complete confidence. But Ryazaki has only left us a few, which is far from enough for the hundreds of thousands of troops. That's true, but I've already asked Dr. Vegapunk to conduct research. Once we confirm it, we will go over there to see his progress and try to ensure that personnel at the rank of captain and above can each have one. Akainu knew that this sword was supported by strength. The stronger the person using it, the greater the power it would unleash. After hearing Akainu's words, everyone felt much more resolute. If they could really crack the secret of the treasures made by Ryazaki, the Navy's strength would be unprecedentedly enhanced. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. All right, it's decided. We will publicly execute Ace and let the whole world see the Navy's authority. Akainu's tone was powerful. He had made up his mind. I will personally discuss this matter with Admiral Sengoku. If he agrees, we will go to the world government and negotiate with the Celestial Dragons to announce the news to the world. Kizaru took a sip of Moutai, smoked a cigarette, and showed a carefree smile. Then I'll go with your plan. It's been a long time since I've moved my legs, and if this continues, I fear I might grow old. Akiji chuckled. I'm fine with it too. If we can replicate Ryazaki's treasures, I have complete confidence. Bang! Garp's heavy fist slammed into the ground. Public execution. I want to personally see him off. After all, it was my sin. Garp thought that public execution was okay. At least there was hope. Maybe the Whitebeard Pirates could really rescue him. Vice Admiral Tsuru silently nodded while sitting aside, without much thought. All right, publicly execute Ace. Tontada, you first escort him to impel down. Akainu ordered. Understood. Once we finalize the arrangements with the world government, we will choose the place of execution. Amazon Lily Hancock and her group were still recovering from the shock of seeing the Navy Admiral disappear right before their eyes. It was too mythical. What is this? It actually disappeared through the door. Does the Navy have such a thing? It's terrifying. The Navy can now reach any place at any time, which is very advantageous on the battlefield. The Gorgon sisters were continuously discussing the suddenly vanished door. What, do you want one too? When Ryazaki said this, the three of them looked at him in unison. The sisters' eyes were filled with questioning. Could this thing be given to the Navy by Ryazaki? If that were the case, it would explain why the Navy respected Ryazaki so much. Hancock twisted her body and approached Ryazaki, using the most affectionate tone. Ryazaki, you really have this door, right? Of course. Do you want it? I can sell it to you. Hancock's eyes sparkled at this, as it was a treasure she had longed for. She immediately leaned closer. Ryazaki, please give a discount for a little girl like me. Chapter 60. Vegapunk is done, of course. That's no problem at all. I'm always generous to girls. Longqi smiled at Hancock, who was so beautiful that just talking to her made his heart flutter. So what's your price? How much for such a treasure? 3 billion. Longqi blurted out the amount, already giving a half-off discount. What? On the side, Sandasonia was stunned. Marigold was stomping her feet in disbelief. You're asking for a lion's share, 3 billion. This was the highest amount they had ever dealt with. Enough to sustain everyone on the island for 10 years. It seems you don't really want this item. 3 billion is already quite a bargain for you. I could sell it to Blackbeard for 6 billion. Blackbeard bought it too? Hancock's heart shook at this news. It seemed that there weren't too many people in the world who owned this thing. That's right. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Hancock immediately showed a charming smile. Haha, of course I believe you. 3 billion is indeed a bit tricky. Let me discuss it with my sisters. She immediately pulled her two good friends over. What do you think? Is this feasible? I think it's a bit too expensive. Our treasury only has 5 billion left. If we give him 3 billion, we might not have enough. Astonished said, but 3 billion can buy a door that lets us go wherever we want. For us, that's a treasure. Maybe we can use this door to reach more places and trade a lot of goods. We would earn much more. So, isn't 3 billion worth it? Marigold thought about the transportation costs and time involved. Hancock nodded. You're right. Let's buy this door. After discussing, Hancock decided to purchase a random door. Just to let you know, this door can only be used 6 times. After that, it will explode automatically. To use it, you must have been there before. Think about it in your mind, and then open the door to reach that place. As long as the door isn't closed, you can use it for as long as you want. Let's buy it. Hancock agreed readily, and then had someone bring over 30 billion berries. Longqi took out a universal capsule, pressed a button, and threw it against the wall. Boom! A cloud of smoke appeared, and the 30 billion berries disappeared before their eyes. Wow, that's amazing. I want one too. Hancock's eyes sparkled. After all, girls are naturally inclined to buy things. 100 million berries. Longqi quickly quoted the price. He never refused customers. Not long after, he sold several more universal capsules. Boss Longqi, if you have better things in the future, don't forget about me. Hancock cuddled up next to Longqi, knowing that if she held his hand tightly, she could gain more powerful leverage. She understood the principle that whoever gains Longqi gains the world. All right, Longqi readily agreed. You've come to our daughter country, so stay for a few days. This, not good. Longqi thought to himself that it was all women and he might not be able to control himself. He was about to refuse. Okay, no need to refuse. Hancock said, calling her sisters without hesitation, and directly lifted Longqi to the palace. These few days were indeed a grand reception, allowing Longqi to enjoy a family-like joy. Naval headquarters, after discussing the execution plan for Ace, Akainu also summoned Admiral Sengoku. No problem, let's publicly execute Ace. Admiral Sengoku readily agreed. The Navy had a unified opinion and began to actively prepare for battle. Akainu was most concerned about Vegapunk's research results. Using the random door, he arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. The moment he opened the door, the sight before him left him dumbfounded. It was a complete mess inside, not at all like a research lab. Vegapunk, what are you doing? Vegapunk leisurely walked out upon seeing Akainu. His hair was a mess, and his face looked even more haggard. It seemed like he had aged 10 or 20 years in just a few days. Vegapunk had exhausted all his efforts trying to research the universal capsule, but couldn't crack its mysteries. In the end, he only discovered a bomb that blew him to dust. These few days had plunged Vegapunk into deep thought. He was the world's top scientist, but couldn't decipher a small merchant's item, which was a huge blow to him and had become a knot in his heart. Are you okay? How's the research going these days? Any new progress? Akainu could only ask more after seeing the scene before him. If even the most powerful scientist couldn't solve it, then there was no way anyone else in the world could. Vegapunk sighed. I feel unworthy of my title. The universal capsule you brought. I've been researching it for quite a while. Although I can understand its material composition, I can't figure out how it's combined into one. The elemental combinations inside are things I can't comprehend. I don't even know how it's combined, which frustrates me greatly. It's impossible to crack this universal capsule. Hearing this, Akainu could only sigh and shake his head. He hadn't expected this scientist to be a top-tier genius hundreds of years ahead of his time. If he couldn't solve Longqi's item, then there was no hope for the world. Is there really no hope? Akainu also brought 2 items. One was the random door, and the other was the soul-cutting sword. He initially wanted him to solve them together, but one universal capsule had already stumped him, let alone these 2 terrifying items. I'll do my best. Vegapunk shook his head. He looked at the sword in Akainu's hand and the mysterious space, realizing they were the marvelous items brought to them by Longqi. But he was already exhausted and had no energy to continue his research. All right then, I won't force you. You should rest well these days. If you have any new insights or ideas, let me know at any time. I'll leave this sword here. You can take a look when you have time. Akainu didn't press him further, patted his shoulder, and then closed the random door to leave. Vegapunk looked at the soul-cutting sword in his hand. Who on earth are you, that even someone like me can't approach? Vegapunk set the sword down, bent over, and awkwardly walked into the room to sleep. The high-ranking Navy personnel were all sitting in the conference room, waiting for good news from Sengoku. How's it going? Admiral Sengoku asked. We can't figure it out. Vegapunk is now done for. Chapter 61. The experience of the white team with the random door. Akainu sat aside, smoking a cigarette, feeling momentarily at a loss. The crowd sighed. realizing that Longzaki's treasure was indeed not something that ordinary people could decipher. Fleet Admiral Sengoku stroked the sheep beside him, pondering that the execution of Ace could not be changed anymore, as this would easily shake the morale of the military. No matter how strong the opponent was, even if all the pirates came for Ace, as the Navy, they had to eliminate them. Let's put aside the matter of Vegapunk for now. I believe Mr. Longzaki is still willing to cooperate with us in the Navy. After careful consideration, Fleet Admiral Sengoku knew that Longzaki was a smart person. A battle between the pirates and the Navy was inevitable. It was unstoppable. As a middleman, Longzaki would offend either side, which would not be good. If Longzaki did not openly intervene in the affairs between the two, then the Navy might not necessarily lose to the Whitebeard Pirates. I will go discuss the next steps with the Gorosei myself. You all wait for news in the military. The crowd nodded, not daring to defy the orders. Pay close attention to Ace's movements, especially around Impel Down. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at everyone present, worried that news about Ace being captured would spread during this time. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates would surely take action, fearing they might try to rescue Ace from Impel Down. Rest assured, Admiral, I will keep a close watch on Ace and will not let anything go wrong. Akina declared earnestly to the Admiral. Amazon Lily Longzaki lay on the bed, feeling an immense happiness these days. Hancock was indeed warm and affectionate, her face radiating joy. He had not forgotten to complete his task during these days and immediately jumped out of bed. He opened the random door and arrived on the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco and Jozu were lying on the ground, smoking cigarettes and drinking Moutai, chatting casually. It's been 10 days since we last saw Brother Longzaki. Yeah, ever since he left, it feels like there's no fun here anymore. I wonder what Brother Longzaki is doing now. The two reminisced while drinking. Suddenly, they saw a change in the space before them, as a golden figure stepped out. This. Marco squinted his eyes, looking at the familiar figure appearing before him. Brother Longzaki. Jozu immediately put down his Moutai and ran towards Longzaki, tightly hugging him. Seeing this, Marco also rushed forward. Brother Longzaki, we missed you so much. How have you been? The two embraced Longzaki tightly, unable to distinguish whether this was reality or just a hallucination. Puff puff. Longzaki was squeezed tightly in the middle and found it hard to breathe, his face turning red. You two, let go quickly. If you keep holding me like this, I might suffocate. Marco and Jozu exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's really you. Wait, how did you suddenly appear? Jozu knocked on his head, suspecting he was dreaming. Haha, I brought you treasures. The two looked at the pink door frame behind Longzaki, astonished and momentarily speechless. How is this possible? It's amazing, Brother Longzaki, you're so powerful. You can open 2 spaces. Longzaki smiled confidently at them. Where's Dad? I want to give this random door to him. Dad has been inquiring about your news. Hurry up. Marco immediately grabbed Longzaki's hand and brought him to the main ship. As soon as Whitebeard saw Longzaki arrive, his serious face broke into a joyful smile. Longzaki, you finally came back. How have you been? Longzaki, seeing Dad, naturally showed a respectful demeanor. Dad, you still look strong. Haha, that's all thanks to your Moutai, which keeps my body strong. Dad, I brought you a new item I developed. Upon hearing this news, everyone brightened their eyes, curious about what treasure Longzaki would bring this time. Whitebeard was even more excited and immediately stepped down from his throne. Then show it to me. Longzaki nodded and took out a universal capsule from his pocket. Bang! A large pink door appeared before them. Jojo haha. Whitebeard chuckled. Why does it look like a door that girls like? Whitebeard didn't say much because he believed that every treasure Longzaki brought out was special, and its significance couldn't be understood just by appearance. Dad, this is the door. It's called the random door. As long as you've been to any place and think about it in your mind, when you stand in front of it and open the door, the other side will show that place. When everyone heard this, their expressions varied, and they couldn't believe that such a magical object existed. If this really worked, freely traveling across different realms would save them from long journeys. It could even facilitate transporting items and acquiring treasures, making it possible to achieve in a short time. Is it really that amazing? Jozu walked in front of the door, observing it carefully. To them, it looked like a very feminine door, not expecting it to have such powerful capabilities. Marco, you try it. Longzaki smirked slightly. Instead of explaining so much, it was better to let them witness it firsthand. Marco looked at Dad and, after receiving his permission, approached the door. Taking a deep breath, Marco slowly opened the door in front of him. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating the scene inside. When it was fully opened, the scene inside shocked him, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Ariston Island. Jozu also rushed forward to take a closer look, confirming it was indeed another place. Other members swarmed up, all eager to see this marvel. Wow, how is this possible? It's actually Ariston Island, where Dad met Marco. It turned out that Marco was thinking of the place where he met Dad when he was a child. Ariston Island was the small island where Dad Whitebeard found Marco. Marco looked at the island before him, tears streaming down his face, realizing that ever since he set sail with Whitebeard, he had never returned. Whitebeard tore off the syringe in his hand and stepped through the door, arriving at Ariston Island. Marco, my good son, it turns out you have always missed this place. Marco wiped away his tears and immediately transformed into his phoenix form, flying out. I'm back. Chapter 62. The time warp skin appears, all the crew members pass through together and use the portal to arrive at Ariston Island. It was amazing. In the blink of an eye, I found myself on a distant island. With this thing, we would never have to trek long distances again. We could go anywhere at any time. Everyone cheered and lifted Longqi into the air. Marco was in high spirits, flying around in the air, eager to see how the island he spent his childhood on had changed. Whitebeard sat nearby, drinking Moutai and gazing at the distant sea. He felt immense joy inside. But as the captain, he had to remain composed. The crew held a celebration banquet on the island, and everyone got completely drunk. Longqi thought to himself that he still had one last door to deliver, so he turned his attention to red-haired Shanks. Taking advantage of everyone's drunkenness, Longqi used the portal to arrive on the red-haired pirate's ship. Shanks! A voice came from behind. Shanks was sitting on the edge of the ship, fishing with his crew. Longqi! My brother! Shanks turned around and exclaimed in surprise. Beckman beside him looked bewildered as he stared at Longqi. With Shanks' own haki, he could instantly sense anyone within several kilometers. Yet, Longqi approached from behind without him noticing, which surprised him a bit. Longqi, how did you get here? Shanks asked curiously. Beckman's attention was focused on the door behind Longqi. Whitebeard Pirates. Beckman's expression became even more astonished as he realized that the space behind the door was filled with members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Red-haired Shanks thought for a moment and seemed to understand some things. He knew that Longqi was a very powerful person, capable of researching treasures that they could not comprehend. And perhaps this door was a new item he had invented. Longqi, did you bring me some new invention? That's right, I brought you a portal. You can see it for yourself. I can travel freely anywhere. Beckman's expression was quite complex. After hearing this, he was momentarily unable to calm down. Longqi was continuously refreshing his worldview, and he was genuinely afraid of what kind of destructive weapon this person might invent in the future. Impressive, impressive. Name your price. I'm willing to buy it. Shanks naturally understood Longqi's purpose for coming. For billion berries. Longqi calmly stated this price, which was relatively favorable. What? 40 billion? Beckman exclaimed in surprise. Captain, that's too expensive. If you don't want it, I'll choose someone else. I only came to you because of Shanks' face. Whitebeard and the Navy already each have a door. You know that having this door will greatly benefit your future actions, Longqi said coldly. Shanks pondered for a moment. If even the Navy had something they didn't, wouldn't that put them at a disadvantage in the future? Without further ado, he immediately agreed to Longqi. I'll take this door, Beckman. Hurry and bring 4 billion over. Beckman reluctantly brought several large boxes from his ship. Longqi smiled as he watched them pull out the universal capsules from their pockets, then accepted the 4 billion cash. As he turned to leave, he kindly reminded them, by the way, I forgot to tell you, this door can only be used 6 times. If it exceeds 6 uses, it will explode, so cherish it. After saying this, Longqi closed the door and made a hasty exit. Shanks felt helpless. 6 times was certainly much better than just 1 or 2. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and unlocking the next synthesis recipe. The next synthesis recipe has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check it. Host. As soon as Longqi returned to Whitebeard's side, the system's voice sounded, and he quickly opened the system warehouse to check the synthesis recipe. Looking at the contents made him break into an incredibly excited smile. Amazing. It's actually this kind of treasure. Portal synthesis recipe. Blood Fishman Jade. Longqi looked at the recipe in front of him, feeling a bit confused about the Fishman Jade. Fishman Jade is created when a fishman dies and sinks to the bottom of the sea. Over time, their bodies are compressed, forming pearl-like jades. And it takes 50 years to form one jade. The system quickly resolved Longqi's confusion. Longqi thought that such a precious item needed to be combined with blood. Its function must be extremely powerful. The concept of the time warp skin immediately came to his mind. That's right. What has been unlocked this time is the function of the time warp skin, which can make a person 20 years younger. The advanced version can even make one 30 years younger. Longqi was so surprised that his mouth dropped open. This was something everyone in the world wanted to obtain. Strong individuals like Whitebeard were even more eager, as they could not wait to become immortal. If they knew they had such capabilities, wouldn't they elevate themselves to the heavens? But the task was not that simple. Each time was a challenge for Longqi. It seemed that this jade was not easy to obtain. Longqi withdrew from the system interface and returned to reality. He thought of a great helper, the Navy. As long as the Navy discussed with the world government, they might be able to find the king of the Fishman Island and have them provide some jades, thus completing his task. The next day, Longqi prepared to say goodbye to them. Whitebeard and the others were still unaware that Ace was imprisoned and impelled down, nor did they know that he had previously handed Ace over to the Navy. He felt a bit guilty towards them, so he thought it best not to stay long. He also believed that the Navy would not be foolish enough to publicly announce that they had taken Ace back from Longqi. That would only make them seem incompetent against a mere merchant. Therefore, the Navy would report as they originally planned, providing accurate information about Blackbeard, including promoting him to the position of a warlord of the sea. Old man, I'm leaving now. I'll come find you again when I have something more fun. All right, thank you, Longqi. Longqi opened the portal and returned to Amazon Lily. Hancock had been searching the island all day. It was as if the groom who suddenly disappeared in the middle of the night, and she was very afraid that Longqi had left quietly. Boss Longqi, where have you been? Hancock's face immediately filled with affection upon seeing Longqi. I want to do business, Longqi replied coldly. Next time you leave, could you at least notify me first? I'm not going to eat you. Hancock obediently snuggled up next to Longqi. All right, I'm a bit hungry. Can you make something to eat? Of course. Sisters, hurry and prepare the meal. Lord Longqi is back. Yes. The entire island busily got to work. Chapter 63. Journey to Marineford. Admiral Sengoku went to meet the 5 elders to discuss 2 main matters. The first was how to handle Ace, and the second was to acquire some funding from the Celestial Dragons. In particular, the 200 million promised to Longqi must be repaid by the Navy, making every expense crucial. Only with the support of the world government could the Navy achieve anything, which is why they obey the world government. Meanwhile, the world government takes orders from the Celestial Dragons behind the scenes. Huff. Kizaru exhaled a puff of smoke. He was worried about Longqi's identity, as the Celestial Dragons were still not fully aware of it. Should we keep Longqi's identity a secret for now? If the Celestial Dragons learn about Longqi's identity and his ability to create so many miraculous treasures as the highest authority in the world, they would undoubtedly try to exploit him for their own power and desires. If this continues, the Celestial Dragons' control over the world will tighten, and there are pros and cons to everything. I fear the Celestial Dragons might use the treasures created by Longqi to create even more troublesome situations for the world. No one can control them, and with their unchecked behavior, managing peace will become even more complicated. If Longqi is willing to comply with the Celestial Dragons' arrangements, that would be fine. Otherwise, their wrath could lead to unprecedented slaughter. This is also a concern for Admiral Sengoku, who does not want the Celestial Dragons to know of Longqi's existence. This indeed needs to be considered, and I have no plans to inform them about Longqi. Kong laughed coldly. Can the Celestial Dragons really be kept in the dark about anything in this world? With C's intelligence capabilities, the Celestial Dragons should have long been aware that we sent 3 treasures to Vegapunk for research. C's intelligence capabilities can be said to be the most formidable in the world, overseen by the 5 elders. Any information C obtains is relayed directly to the 5 elders. We'll see how the 5 elders respond when the time comes. Admiral Sengoku didn't say much more, turning to leave the conference room. At Marineford, in the hall of the 5 elders, to preserve Longqi's identity as much as possible, Admiral Sengoku arrived by warship. Upon entering the hall, he saw the 5 elders seated at a round table, each with sharp gazes. Greetings to the 5 elders, he said respectfully. Sengoku slowly walked up to them, removing his hat. One of the 5 elders spoke. Admiral Sengoku, please take a seat. No need to be formal. The 5 elders knew that Admiral Sengoku had important matters to discuss. However, before he could report the situation, one of the 5 elders eagerly wanted to ask something. One of the 5 elders, stroking his sword, looked at Admiral Sengoku. I've heard that your navy sent 3 treasures to Vegapunk for research. Admiral Sengoku calmly looked at them, realizing that this matter had indeed not escaped their notice. That's correct, he replied straightforwardly. I've heard they are incredibly powerful treasures that don't exist in this world. What exactly are they? The 5 elders looked at Admiral Sengoku, clearly interested in this matter. Report to the 5 elders. These are the items. Admiral Sengoku got straight to the point, taking out the universal capsule from his pocket, pressing the button, and tossing it onto the ground. Suddenly, two items sprang forth. One was a Zanpakuto, and the other was a pink portal. The five elders were momentarily stunned by the sight before them. However, they did not show any excessive astonishment, maintaining their composure. "Is this some sort of devil fruit ability?" the first elder asked, pausing before continuing. "No. This is a universal capsule. It can contain objects dozens or even hundreds of times its own size. We've witnessed it hold an entire warship." The five elders were left speechless upon hearing this. They had seen various rare treasures, and there was nothing in the world they hadn't encountered. But the universal capsule was beyond their understanding. If it weren't for Admiral Sengoku personally vouching for it, they would never believe such a miraculous object existed. Incredible. One of the five elders, puzzled, walked over and picked up the universal capsule from the ground. As he lifted it, his expression darkened. He hadn't expected such a small item to be so lightweight. The other five elders could no longer remain calm. It seemed this item truly was a premium product. "How light? How do you use this?" one of the five elders asked. "Just press the button on top, and then throw it above the item you want to store." The five elder glanced around and spotted a set of armor in front of him. He pressed the button on the universal capsule. Boom. Suddenly, smoke enveloped the area, and the armor vanished without a trace. "Impressive," the five elder exclaimed in amazement. He picked up the universal capsule again, and its weight had not changed at all. The previously composed elder, dressed in a kimono, began to grow curious as he looked at the Zanpakuto before him. "What is this?" "This is called a Zanpakuto. It can absorb the energy of its user to inflict damage. The stronger the user's energy, the greater the attack it releases." "Heh!" the kimono-clad elder scoffed, clearly skeptical. The initial generation of the sword he wielded, the Shodai Kitetsu, was in his eyes the most powerful blade, unmatched by any weapon. The other five elders frowned, intrigued by the sword before them. Admiral Sengoku smirked internally and directly handed the Zanpakuto to the elder. "Elder, give it a try. Unleash your haki." "Haki." The kimono-clad elder took the sword, and a purple, fierce haki emanated from him. At that moment, the haki was effortlessly absorbed by the Zanpakuto. The kimono-clad elder's expression turned complex as he observed the scene. The strength of the five elders was formidable, far surpassing that of admirals, and their haki was naturally terrifyingly strong. Yet, this Zanpakuto had easily absorbed his haki, demonstrating its power. After several minutes, the Zanpakuto still showed no signs of satisfaction, continuing to absorb the elder's haki. Everyone watched, convinced that this weapon was indeed powerful, and that the treasures brought by Admiral Sengoku were truly remarkable. The kimono-clad elder took a deep breath and released a large amount of haki. Chapter 64. The merchant that shocked the five elders. The surrounding purple energy continued to expand, and the blade of the Zanpakuto in front of him was constantly absorbing it. After a few minutes, the Zanpakuto finally stopped its movement. The elder in the kimono looked at the Zanpakuto before him, something he never expected. The domineering aura he released could be said to intimidate an entire Navy team. Even the powerful Enma would not be able to withstand it. The elder's eyes showed more fear. A person who could invent such a treasure was definitely not an ordinary individual. Marshal Sengoku took a few steps back, knowing that the damage released by this sword would be incredibly terrifying. "Elder, you can try using it a bit to see its power," Sengoku said firmly, having already prepared defensive measures to avoid injury. The strength of the five elders should not be underestimated. The elder in the kimono wanted to give it a try as well, and then gently raised it. He had no intention of attacking. He simply observed as the blade created a stream of air. The small stream gradually enlarged, producing intense electric light, and in an instant, it rushed towards the four elders. The other elders turned pale, their expressions varied, and they were in a panic as they immediately drew their weapons to form a barrier against the incoming attack. Fortunately, the five elders were extremely fast and responsive. Otherwise, that small stream would have been enough to tear an ordinary person apart. The elder in the kimono widened his eyes, never expecting that an unconscious swing of the sword could produce such powerful damage. This sword was truly a divine artifact. The elder observed intently. The other four elders regained their composure and sat down. The first elder took a sip of tea. "It is indeed quite impressive. If it weren't for the four of us blocking it together, this palace would likely have been sliced off by you." After introducing the formidable Zanpakuto, everyone's gaze shifted to another door. "What is the function of this door, Sengoku?" the first elder asked curiously. "This door is called the Any Door. As long as you think of a place in your mind, you can use this door to reach that location." "Really?" The elder in the kimono curiously walked to the door. Wait, let me test it, the first elder said, eager to see for himself if this treasure was truly as mystical as claimed. The elder in the kimono nodded and stepped back to give way. The first elder approached the door, thought for a moment, and then the door opened, revealing a scene that left him momentarily stunned. It was a sea of green. This place was like a flower paradise. The other 4 elders also walked over curiously, all half believing. When they reached the door, they were all astonished. Isn't this the hometown of the first elder? One of the elders exclaimed. How amazing. It really can achieve interregional travel. All 5 elders had seen every devil fruit and knew their abilities, but they had never heard of such a capability for instantaneous interregional travel. The scene before them shattered their preconceived notions. The first elder looked at the sight, feeling extremely shocked. Even with his high status, he was still an ordinary human. And although he wanted to shed tears, he forcibly swallowed them back. The 5 elders walked alongside the door, observing everything around them, wandering back and forth as if they had never seen the world before. This is incredible. It can really achieve such an exaggerated level. We absolutely must possess this. Whether for our navy, government, or celestial dragons, it will be extremely convenient for travel in the future. Everyone nodded in agreement, and at this moment, they turned their attention to Marshal Sengoku. May I ask where you obtained these 3 treasures? Sengoku calmly replied, from a merchant. Sengoku knew that this matter could no longer be concealed. A merchant? The 5 elders looked at him in astonishment. A merchant could create these 3 incredible items, which even the world's top scientists like Vegapunk could not research. Where is this merchant now? We want to meet him. The 5 elders eagerly asked, clearly wanting to seize this person for their own use. Seeing their wolfish expressions, Sengoku knew this matter could no longer be hidden. It was better to be straightforward and see what their next thoughts were. His name is Ryazaki. He can create treasures that do not exist in the world using special materials, and his abilities are incredibly powerful. The 5 elders became tense upon hearing this news. They had never encountered anyone with such capabilities. And everyone could barely contain their excitement, their tone becoming exceptionally urgent. As long as you provide him with the materials he desires, he can create functions you would never expect. Is there any way to find him? Yes. We have left a telephone bug next to him. The first elder immediately banged on the table. Great. Contact him now. We want to meet this person. The 5 elders knew that if he had such abilities, their own shortcomings could likely be changed through his power. But will it be too abrupt for us to seek him out? Sengoku pondered. The 5 elders immediately grew impatient. What are we waiting for? I want to see this person right now. And my purpose in coming here is not to introduce him to you, but to discuss something very important. The elder in the kimono stood up. I know you came here to discuss the execution of Ace, right? Sengoku's heart jolted. It seemed nothing could be hidden from them. That's right. This matter is not simple. We need to escort him to Impel Down and confine him first. But he carries very important information. He is the son of Pirate King Roger. Upon hearing this, the elder in the kimono sat back down, his expression becoming much more complex. He never expected that he was actually Roger's son. If it weren't for Roger's words back then, igniting the great pirate era, the 5 elders wouldn't have to worry about pirates. It was surprising that he was the son of the devil. Whitebeard raised him for so long only to discover he was the enemy's child. If Whitebeard knew this news, he would probably be both amused and distressed. Back then, they thought he was lost, but now he had unexpectedly fallen into their hands. They must publicly execute him to show the world the fate of those who oppose the Navy and the world government. The 5 elders sighed, determined to repay Roger in kind. Chapter 65. Big customers arrived. The focus of the 5 elders was entirely on Longqi. While Ace had already become a dead man in their eyes. Quickly tell me how to find Longqi. We need to see him right now. The Grand Elder glanced at the door in front of them, feeling increasingly impatient. Admiral Sengoku nodded. If they angered the 5 elders, no one would have a good outcome. He took out a den mushi. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the den mushi, and the air became unusually tense, with breaths quickening significantly. Admiral Sengoku looked at the solemn faces of the 5 elders, never having felt such a strong sense of urgency from them before. It seemed that the 5 elders held a great respect and astonishment towards Longqi's identity and abilities. A sense of fear arose in Sengoku's heart. He worried that Longqi might be manipulated by the 5 elders. Looking at the den mushi in front of him, he had a slight desire for Longqi not to answer. Beep, beep. Longqi had just finished eating when he heard the den mushi in his pocket ring. Stretching lazily, he answered the call. Admiral Akainu, is there something you need? Longqi thought it was Akainu calling him directly. It's me. A rough voice came through, and Longqi immediately recognized it. Admiral Sengoku. Longqi's expression showed a bit of surprise. Was Sengoku looking to buy some high-end Maotai and Huazi from him again? Longqi responded with a grin. Admiral Sengoku, are you looking to restock on alcohol and cigarettes? Sengoku's face immediately stiffened. He didn't want to appear so fond of drinking and smoking in front of the five elders. That wasn't behavior befitting an admiral, so he instinctively shifted the topic. What are you talking about? I have something important to discuss with you. Where are you? We could discuss it over the phone. At that moment, the kimono elder snatched the den mushi from Sengoku. You are Longqi. A deep and steady voice came from the phone, a voice he had never heard before. As a traverser, Longqi quickly thought through it. The image of the five elders flashed in his mind, and he instinctively felt that this person should be one of the elders among them. You are one of the five elders, right? Longqi responded humbly. Ha! As expected of Longqi, you figured it out. The kimono elder showed no surprise on his face, knowing that Longqi was an enigmatic person. His strength far exceeded their expectations, and it was no surprise that he could guess his identity. We have seen your inventions and are very impressed. So we specifically represent the celestial dragons to meet with you. Hearing this news, Longqi chuckled. The celestial dragon's five elders wanted to meet him, which gave him great respect. Hancock, who was bringing fruits in to serve Longqi, overheard the conversation on the phone and was struck with overwhelming fear, unable to speak for a moment. Hancock trembled at the mention of the celestial dragons, afraid. The shadows of her past torment by the celestial dragons were deeply etched in her heart. She was well aware of their terrifying nature. The three sisters who escaped had been living in hiding, even concealing the marks of their enslavement by the celestial dragons, which had never been known to the world. Hearing that the celestial dragons wanted to meet Longqi, the tone was relatively gentle, with no obvious superior-subordinate relationship. This greatly shocked Hancock. Longqi was no longer an ordinary businessman. Even the highest rulers of the world would show him some respect, a status that no one else could enjoy. In Hancock's eyes, Longqi had become the noblest person in the world. Longqi looked at the den mushi in his hand, pondering for over a minute, contemplating whether he should meet them. If he met with them, wouldn't the subsequent tasks be completed quickly? The time wrap was something they longed for, so why not accept the offering? Longqi thought that the five elders would definitely bring a large sum of cash, and since his tasks were closely related to them, they could be completed quickly, which was a win-win situation. No matter how poor the five elders were, they couldn't be poorer than the Navy. A casual transaction would involve billions or even hundreds of billions. Yes, let us capture this big fat pig. Longqi's lips curled slightly. All right, no matter who you are, as long as you are willing to trade with me and be my guest, I will warmly welcome you. Let us meet at the Sabeti archipelago. Longqi provided them with a location, allowing himself to choose the trading place, which further emphasized his sovereign status. No matter how high the other party's status was, as long as they sought something from him, things had to be done according to his rules. After hearing this, the five elders hung up the phone. They had no refusal. Admiral Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief beside him, fearing a conflict between the two parties. Admiral Sengoku, please take us to the Sabeti archipelago. All right. Admiral Sengoku nodded and walked to the door of the random gate. He slowly opened the big door, and in front of them appeared the Sabeti archipelago. On the other side, another space opened simultaneously, and it was Longqi. Both sides faced each other, and Longqi appeared exceptionally calm. The five elders walked out one by one, their steps light and exuding an imposing aura. Despite their white hair, they were tough at heart. Longqi approached them and politely bowed. No matter what, the status of the five elders was something no one could challenge. The necessary etiquette must still be observed. The Grand Elder smiled as he looked at Longqi, examining him from head to toe. He had an extraordinary demeanor, and his face showed no signs of fear. Standing nearly 9 meters tall and quite handsome, describing him as a businessman would belittle his image. A better term for Longqi would be a transcendent master. You're Longqi? The Grand Elder greeted him kindly, not displaying the haughty attitude typical of the celestial dragons. The kimono elder, meanwhile, was stroking his long sword, closely observing Longqi's subtle movements. He couldn't fathom how such a young man could create such a powerful Zanpakuto. Even the most skilled swordsmiths in Wano couldn't reach half of his level. Hello, Grand Elder, I am Longqi. Longqi politely nodded. This random gate is your invention, right? The Grand Elder looked at the pink random gate behind him. That's right. I also have something very powerful that I haven't revealed to anyone yet. Chapter 66. Rare Mermaid Jade. After hearing this, the five elders' expressions became exceptionally eager. Admiral Sengoku quickly stepped forward. Mr. Longqi, Do you have any new inventions? Hurry up and show us. The expectant gazes of everyone were fixed on Longqi. In the Sabati archipelago, Rayleigh was lying comfortably on the lawn, sipping Moutai. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of pressure coming from behind. Such powerful hockey. Rayleigh was naturally sensitive and had a strong perception of hockey. The sudden burst of powerful hockey piqued his curiosity. While sipping his Moutai, he jumped into the air to observe the situation behind him. Climbing up a tree, he saw two groups of people ahead. One was Longqi, whom he was very familiar with, and the other group surprised him greatly, making his eyes widen like copper bells. Rayleigh immediately recognized the five elders, which filled him with fear. Why were the five elders here in the Sabati archipelago, and why were they meeting with Longqi? Could it be that they wanted to capture Longqi for themselves? If that were the case, he might never drink Maotai or smoke Zhonghua again. Absolutely not. He couldn't let the five elders take him away. Rayleigh sat in the tree, not rushing to act. He wanted to watch the situation unfold. The five elders were not to be trifled with. Their strength was already above his. Acting rashly at this moment might yield no benefits. He decided to see what they were discussing. Perhaps Longqi had his own way to handle it. Come on, what is it? The third elder asked anxiously. A treasure that can make you young again by 20 or even 30 years. It is the time-wrapped skin. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, their expressions barely containing their excitement as they stared at Longqi in disbelief. Even the most powerful devil fruit could not achieve such an exaggerated effect. To be able to regain youth by 20 years was akin to achieving immortality for everyone. The five elders had once fantasized about mobilizing all their resources to find numerous devil fruits in hopes of finding one that could grant them immortality. But after searching for over a century and ultimately failing, they had almost given up on this fantasy. Yet now, this person claimed he could make them return to their 20s or even 30s. This ignited their passion, a hope they had not felt before, now seemingly within reach. No matter what price the other party asked for, the five elders were determined to obtain it. What? Time-wrapped skin? Rayleigh overheard and was equally shocked. He touched his face and looked at his hands. The old skin before him was hard to bear. If such a thing truly existed, he would spare no expense to regain his youth. Really? Admiral Sengoku looked at him in shock. When have I ever lied to you? However, he also knew that the materials needed to create the time-wrapped skin were extremely rare. If you are willing to provide me with the materials, I will sell it to you at the best price once I make it. And right now, not many people know about this. It's just the 6 of you. Longqi intentionally threw out bait to attract them. As long as they were willing to help him gather materials, the time-wrapped skin he created would bring them significant benefits. The first elder could no longer contain his excitement and approached Longqi directly, looking at him with a very friendly gaze. Mr. Longqi, this matter is very easy to arrange. The first elder was well aware of his own abilities. As a celestial dragon, he controlled all the world's items, no matter how rare or ordinary they were. As long as they existed in this world, the celestial dragons could help find them. As long as you are willing to sell us this time-wrapped skin, whatever price or conditions you have, we will meet your demands. After hearing this, Longqi realized that the first elder was indeed greatly tempted by the time-wrapped skin. The other 4 elders were also staring at Longqi. This time-wrapped skin was something they all desperately wanted, each wishing to regain their youth by more than 20 years. I need blood and mermaid jade. Everyone pondered for a moment. Mermaid jade was indeed very rare. The elder in a kimono looked at him in horror. How do you know about mermaid jade? Trade secret. Longqi choked a bit. He didn't know much about this item himself. Looking at the expressions of the 5 elders, he knew this item was not simple. Even Admiral Sengoku, who was beside them, looked confused, as if he himself did not know what mermaid jade was. The first elder's gaze was sharp, since you already know about mermaid jade. If we can really produce it, can you definitely make that time-wrapped skin? The first elder confirmed again. He did not want to waste the mermaid jade easily. This jade was one of the rarest types in the world, formed from the remains of a mermaid that sank to the seabed and weathered for 50 years after death. It looked like jade on the outside, but contained all the energy of the merfolk inside. We only have one in our possession. Longqi thought to himself that this was indeed not an ordinary item. Even the 5 elders only had 1 mermaid jade. Why is it so scarce? Longqi thought he could make more. Moreover, there were so many mermaids in the world. Each one could form a jade after death, so logically, it shouldn't be this rare. Mermaid jade cannot be formed just anywhere. It must be in the deepest part of the East Sea, where there are deep-sea behemoths and devil fruit users cannot approach. Therefore, very few can acquire it, the first elder patiently explained. Longqi nodded. After all, devil fruit users were afraid of seawater, and with the presence of deep-sea behemoths. Ordinary people simply couldn't defeat them. However, Longqi was different. He was neither a devil fruit user nor an ordinary person. So entering and exiting that place was as easy as going in and out of his own home, now that he knew where to obtain it. Longqi wanted to personally go there to take a good look, calmly responding with hidden joy on his face. Since there is only one, I can only make one piece of time-wrapped skin. The first elder took out the mermaid jade from his pocket. A wave of blue light emanated from it, and Longqi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. It truly is exquisite. The first elder carried this jade with him, indicating it might have other functions, perhaps able to help him adjust his vitality and enhance some of his abilities. Chapter 67. The elder obtains the time wrapping leather. Rayleigh exclaimed, Jade. I've only seen this fishman jade once before, and that was when Captain Roger always kept it on him. It's clear that very few people can possess it. Longqi slowly took the fishman jade from his hand, and a warm current surged from his palm throughout his body. This was an energy he had never felt before, both warm and surging. Wow, I can feel a powerful force attaching itself to me. The elder's lips curled slightly. This is the magic of this fishman jade. However, in comparison, the elder felt that the time-wrapping leather was even more impressive. With a puff, the elder took out his knife and made a cut on his arm, blood gushing out. I've given you the materials you wanted. Can you make the time-wrapping leather for me now? Longqi watched her impulsive demeanor and thought she was really impatient. He took a bit of blood from his arm and then walked deep into the forest with the fishman jade. Time-wrapping leather is being synthesized. Please do not leave. After a short while, a wrapping leather appeared before him. Longqi touched it and sensed that it was just an ordinary leather garment. He brought the time-wrapping leather to the 5 Elder Stars. The 5 Elder Stars and Admiral Sengoku surrounded him, looking curious. Is this the time-wrapping leather? It feels like just an ordinary piece of clothing. Yeah, are we being tricked? Let us not jump to conclusions. It's hard to judge its abilities by appearance alone. After all, they had seen some of Longqi's treasures before that looked ordinary but had effects far beyond their imagination, so they dared not speculate carelessly. Longqi waved the time-wrapping leather in front of them. This is the time-wrapping leather I just made. Who do you want to make 20 years younger? The 5 Elder Stars exchanged glances, each hesitant to make a decision, all secretly wanting to use the time-wrapping leather on themselves. The kimono elder touched his sword and calmly said, How about we give it to the elder? As their leader, the elder was naturally more important than the others. Moreover, the materials used were sourced from the elder, so the kimono elder felt that the elder was the most suitable candidate. The second elder nodded in agreement, showing no intention to refute. I think it's a good idea. The elder is indeed a bit older than us, so he is more suitable to use it. The third elder added. The fourth elder exhaled smoke and did not express his thoughts. Seeing her companions recommending her, the elder did not back down and stepped forward. How do you use this? The elder looked at Longqi curiously, imagining herself 20 years younger. It's simple. You just wear the time-wrapping leather. And soon you'll be 20 years younger, Longqi explained. Half believing, the elder put on the time-wrapping leather. As she donned the garment, it instantly radiated a dazzling golden light, growing stronger and enveloping the entire forest. The onlookers squinted at the intense light, their eyes almost unable to open. The elder gazed at the garment, which seemed to possess a life of its own, as it transformed into light elements that continuously seeped into her body, like countless little spirits working tirelessly within her. She could feel her cells rapidly regenerating, making her younger, and her heartbeat grew much stronger, her ears, eyes, and hands becoming incredibly sensitive. She felt the state of youth return. Even her hunched back straightened, and her hair changed from pale to vibrant gold. Ah! The elder felt the energy forming within her and shouted skyward. The purple hockey burst forth like an explosion of energy, sweeping across the surroundings. A massive storm engulfed the forest, shaking trees and mountains with its might, charging towards the weaker humans in the residential area. They had no time to react before being knocked to the ground by the overwhelming hockey. So strong. Rayleigh, hiding in a tree, felt an unprecedented pressure, but fortunately, his own hockey was strong enough to withstand the incoming force. The fusion of the time-wrapping leather lasted several minutes before finally stopping. When the light faded, the elder appeared completely rejuvenated, leaving everyone in awe. Longqi also showed an expression of surprise, not expecting the elder's strength to be so formidable. The hockey he had just witnessed was the strongest he had ever seen. But this was beneficial for him since the elder used his item. The abilities the elder possessed naturally transferred to Longqi, significantly enhancing his own powers. Admiral Sengoku looked at him with envy, wishing he could have the time wrapping leather too. The other 4 Elder Stars stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Elder, you become 20 years younger. Your hockey is also much stronger than before. How do you feel now? Everyone was curious and eager. The Elder Kudanti calmed down for a moment. She looked at her body, then at her hair, gazing at the distant trees. How marvelous. I truly feel my strength has returned. The Elder clenched her fists. She had never imagined she could regain the appearance of being 20 years younger. What a pity, it can only be used once. Otherwise, I will let you 4 experience it too. The Elder glanced at her 4 brothers, and then turned her attention to Longqi. Mr. Longqi. The Elder's tone carried more respect, genuinely admiring Longqi's strength. Next, she hoped that her Master Wu could also enjoy this superb treasure. Since you've used it, it's time for you to pay me some fees. Longqi smiled slightly. How much do you need? Not much, just 6 billion. No problem. I'll have someone send it over shortly. The Elder replied generously. Longqi liked such customers, who had no concept of money. If I could find more fishman jade, can you make more time wrapping leather for me? The Elder was only concerned about this. Money was irrelevant to him. Ha, that's negotiable. Wait, the kimono Elder stopped the Elder. Such a large sum of money, and searching for fishman jade will require substantial manpower and resources. Shouldn't we discuss it with that esteemed person? Chapter 68 Rayleigh. I can fly. The Elder in the kimono's eyes flickered, and the Grand Elder suddenly understood his meaning. The so-called adult referred to the big figure behind them. You're right, the Grand Elder nodded. Mr. Longqi, let's keep this matter confidential for now. I also hope you 1T disclose your ability to outsiders to avoid causing disturbances. The Grand Elder said kindly. His concern wasn't about the chaos, but rather that if everyone knew Longqi had the ability to create time-wrapping skins, they would rush to snatch the mermaid jade, leading to even greater competition among them. Haha, don't worry. It's all commercial secrets. I 1T leak them easily. Longqi smiled insincerely. They couldn't control that matter anyway. All right, let's head back. The Grand Elder was eager to return and discuss the next steps with Lordum. He then left the Sabeti archipelago together with the Marshal of the Wano country. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the system task and unlocking the next synthesis recipe. Just as they left, the system sent a message. Longqi didn't expect the task to be completed so quickly. It seemed the attribute boost from the time-wrapping skin was quite high. The next synthesis recipe has been sent to the system warehouse. Please check it, host. Longqi opened the system warehouse as usual, and a new recipe appeared before him. Bamboo Dragonfly Synthesis Recipe. Special wood propeller lightweight aluminum. Longqi looked at the synthesis recipe. The difficulty of this task wasn't very high, as these 3 materials could be found everywhere in the Sabeti archipelago. The bamboo dragonfly was easy to operate. It just needed to be worn on the head, relying on its energy to generate flying power. It could realize the dream of flying, and the physical stamina consumed was minimal, making it a great tool for those who wanted to fly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave to find materials, he was startled by Rayleigh. Damn, how did you appear so suddenly? Sorry. Longqi bro, I just had a bit to drink and happened to pass by here. Longqi glanced at him sideways, his face showing a sly smile. Rayleigh must have witnessed the earlier scene, so Longqi got straight to the point. Are you also interested in the time-wrapping skin? Rayleigh scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It seems nothing can be hidden from you. Longqi bro. Of course I want it. Just give me 12 billion berries, and I'll sell it to you. Nanny. Rayleigh's eyes almost popped out at that price. He cursed inwardly, but had no room to refute. But I just saw Old Wu buy it for only 6 billion berries. Why do you want 12 billion from me? If you can provide the materials I need, I'll sell it to you for 6 billion. Longqi grinned at him. Rayleigh was immediately speechless, seeing that he was at a loss. Longqi prepared to turn and leave. Since you can't provide them, I'll take my leave. Rayleigh quickly ran in front of him to block his path. Wait. Longqi bro, I came to find you to buy some Moutai in Zhonghua. Rayleigh took out his only 200 million berries. Longqi looked at his dazed expression and pulled out a pack of Zhonghua and a bottle of Moutai, handing them directly to him. I'm giving these to you, but I have a new toy. Do you want to buy it? Really? Rayleigh's eyes lit up. Hurry up and show me. I'll buy it no matter the cost. Rayleigh knew that anything made by Longqi would definitely be a high-quality item. Don't rush. Let us go to the shipyard first. I still need to gather some materials. Rayleigh and Longqi went to the shipyard on the west coast of the Sabeti archipelago. Rayleigh was curious about what Longqi was doing there, watching him search for materials. Before long, Longqi found the materials he wanted. Bamboo dragonflies being synthesized. Please do not leave. A flash of light appeared, and a bamboo dragonfly was in his hand. Rayleigh hurried over, snatched the bamboo dragonfly from him and examined it. For a moment, he couldn't understand what this thing was for. Wait, Longqi bro, what is this little gadget for? Longqi revealed an enigmatic smile. If you pay 200 million berries to buy it, I'll tell you. After hearing this, Rayleigh immediately tossed the little gadget back to Longqi, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you think I'm stupid? Why would I spend 200 million berries on this little thing? Rayleigh crossed his arms, looking at the gadget with contempt. Since you don't want it, then it's fine. Anyway, it's the most powerful treasure I've ever seen. Longqi intentionally teased Rayleigh, putting the bamboo dragonfly away and preparing to leave. The most powerful treasure. The phrase echoed in Rayleigh's mind, making him hesitate. He thought Longqi probably wouldn't lie to him. Even if it didn't have the power of resurrection, it might help him fly. After thinking this, he immediately turned and ran back to Longqi. Longqi bro, I'm sorry, I was confused just now. I've decided to buy this treasure from you. Rayleigh immediately smiled and took out his 200 million berries, placing them in front of Longqi. Longqi didn't expect this gadget could really take him flying. That's more like it. Anything produced by me, Longqi, must be a high-quality product. Longqi accepted his 200 million berries and placed the bamboo dragonfly on his head. This gadget is called the bamboo dragonfly. It can realize your flying dream. You just need to use a little energy to reach the legendary Zhu Xiantian, and it can take you flying. Really? Rayleigh's eyes were glued to the bamboo dragonfly above. Although he could jump, for ordinary people, no matter how high or far one jumps, it couldn't compare to sustained flight, which was much more enjoyable. Moreover, each jump consumed a lot of energy from the body. Even with hockey wrapped around, there would come a day when it would be fully depleted. But this bamboo dragonfly only needed a bit of stamina to enable infinite flight. You could fly as far as you wanted and stop wherever you wished, making it an incredibly cost-effective flying treasure. Rayleigh took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and as the bamboo dragonfly made contact with energy, it began to spin. Rayleigh suddenly felt himself lifted by some force, his feet leaving the ground. When he opened his eyes, he was already floating in midair. Wow! Looking at the scenery below, Rayleigh's expression was no longer calm. He started shouting excitedly in the air, flying around like a liberated bird. I actually can fly. This feels amazing, way better than jumping. Longqi bro, I can't get enough of you. Rayleigh joyfully soared through the sky. Chapter 69. The middleman prophet's Riley was happily soaring through the air like a child, and at that moment, he thought of his friend, Shaki. With such a wonderful treasure, he naturally wanted to show off in front of her, letting her experience the thrill of flying. He glided directly towards Shaki's bar. Inside, Shaki was chatting merrily with customers while smoking a Chinese cigarette. Shaki, come out and see what I brought you. Shaki exhaled a thick cloud of smoke when she heard the voice outside. Riley. She stubbed out her cigarette and slowly walked outside. Where are you? Are you coming over to mooch off my Moutai and Chinese cigarettes again? Shaki put her hands on her hips and looked around. Riley laughed loudly in the air at her cluelessness. Following the sound, Shaki looked up and saw Riley floating right above her. Her mouth dropped open in disbelief, wondering if Riley had mastered some extraordinary martial arts. How did you do that? Is it hockey? Although Shaki was the owner of the bar, she knew some things about the world. Relying solely on hockey couldn't sustain someone in the air for that long. Moreover, she didn't feel any hockey presence around, which made her very curious about how Riley managed to do this. Haha, amazing, right? Want to come up and experience it too? Riley grinned at her, an expression of immense pride on his face. Stop teasing me and come down. Shaki rolled her eyes at him, threatening to turn away if he didn't come down soon. Riley quickly complied, floating down to land in front of her. Shaki examined him closely. Aside from the strange bamboo hat on his head, she didn't notice anything unusual. It completely overturned her understanding. How could such a small object lift a man weighing over 100 pounds? How on earth did you do it? Is it another one of Longqi's inventions? The only explanation that made sense to Shaki was Longqi's inventions. That's right. This is Longqi's new invention that I just bought. It's called a bamboo dragonfly. Just wear it on your head, and it can take you flying wherever you want to go. Riley proudly showcased the bamboo dragonfly in his hand. Upon hearing this, Shaki's eyes nearly popped out. Such a small object could achieve something so extraordinary. Instinctively, she wanted one for herself, but then she wondered if it would be very expensive, at least tens of millions, right? How much does it cost? Shaki asked curiously. Not much. Just 200 million berries. What? Hearing that price, Shaki instantly felt disheartened. 200 million berries was not something one could just pull out of thin air. But I have it. Come on, let me take you flying. But Can that little thing support the weight of 2 people? Riley was unsure about the actual weight limit of the bamboo dragonfly. He just wanted to be romantic. If he could take Shaki flying in the air and watch the sunset over the Sabeti archipelago together, how romantic would that be? How will we know if we don't try? Without a second thought, Riley wrapped his arms around Shaki's waist and exerted a bit of strength. To his surprise, the bamboo dragonfly easily lifted off, flying at a slightly slower speed, but that didn't affect its performance. Shaki had never flown this high before. She was both scared and excited, gripping Riley tightly. At that moment, Riley felt immense happiness, his face radiating enthusiasm. Ha ha! This is amazing. I never thought I would one day be flying over the Sabeti archipelago. Shaki clung to Riley while gazing at the scenery below. If you like it, I can take you flying often in the future, Riley said in a magnetic voice, his eyes deeply looking at Shaki. When Shaki heard this, it felt like a deer had crashed into her heart, an inexplicable feeling surging from within. Riley's lips curled into a slight smile. This was his usual trick for flirting. After taking Shaki on a tour around the Sabeti archipelago, they arrived in front of Longqi. Hey! Longqi noticed the blissful expression on Riley's face and immediately knew he had been flirting again. Internally, he cursed. This guy was showing off his new invention everywhere, while still trying to woo women. Truly an old lecher. Longqi, this bamboo dragonfly is fantastic. We need to mass-produce it. I believe it will definitely sell well. Is that even question? How could Longqi's stuff not sell well? During Riley's absence, Longqi had already produced a large number of bamboo dragonflies, ready to be sold in various places. Shaki approached Longqi with her graceful figure and shyly asked, "Can you sell me one at a discount, Longqi?" Seeing the look in her eyes, Longqi knew she was trying to charm him. "You want one too?" "Of course. Everyone has a dream of flying. If I had this, I could fly anywhere anytime." Suddenly, Longqi came up with a brilliant idea. Since he didn't have a middleman yet, if he could hand everything over to a middleman for sales, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Any product he produced could be given to the middleman all at once, with money coming in all at once, and goods could be sold worldwide through them. Exactly. Longqi's face lit up with excitement. "What is up, Longqi?" Riley, curious about Longqi's joy, leaned closer. "I thought of a great plan. I've made 100 bamboo dragonflies. How about this? I'll sell them all to you for 5 billion berries." Longqi considered that a bar owner probably didn't have much money. Both Riley and Shaki stared at Longqi, confused yet serious, unsure of what he was planning, but too afraid to interrupt. "I'll put all the products in your bar for sale. You can sell them for 1 billion berries each, or set your own price at 500 million berries. But I need you to pay me 10 billion berries. First, give me 5 billion, and after you sell them all, you can pay me the remaining 5 billion. As a bar owner, Shaki quickly calculated in her mind. Selling 100 bamboo dragonflies at 1 billion berries each wouldn't make her profit. She needed to sell them for at least over 1 billion berries. But considering that the bamboo dragonfly could easily sell for 1 billion, or even 3 billion or 10 billion, it was a guaranteed profitable business. Shaki quickly made up her mind. "Longqi, I'll buy them." Longqi laughed happily. "From now on, you'll be my middleman, and will profit from the price difference." Chapter 70. A crowd at the door rarely heard the figure of 5 billion and quickly grabbed Shaki. "Are you crazy? How could you possibly have 5 billion? What if nothing sells?" Hee hee. Shaki laughed and scolded. "You really underestimate me. Being by your side, I've managed to stash away a bit of cash. It's known that making money is very easy for Rayleigh. A trip to the Celestial Dragons could easily net him a few billion, but spending it is equally challenging. One could easily blow through all. So every time Rayleigh came into money, Shaki would secretly hide away a portion, and she had already accumulated some savings. Wow, you previously borrowed money from me and said you were broke. Not long after, you pull out 5 billion. Rayleigh thought she was truly a hidden wealthy woman. "These 100 bamboo copters are yours." Rayleigh still felt a bit worried that she might not be able to sell them. If it didn't sell, she would be a loss. "Stop worrying. You can't compare to me when it comes to business. This item has a much higher profit margin than what I make running a bar," Shaki said proudly to Rayleigh. Longqi nodded silently beside her, knowing he was giving her a chance to make big money because of Rayleigh's reputation. "Thank you, Longqi, for selling me these treasures. Let's have a good time at my bar tonight." "Of course," Longqi replied respectfully, following her to the bar. Once back, Shaki loudly proclaimed at the entrance of her bar, spreading the word. "The knocking bar has just received a new batch of Longqi's inventions. This treasure can soar through the skies and cross oceans. Anyone can use it. There are only 100 pieces available, first come, first served, at a price of 300 million berries." In no time, the news spread throughout the Sabeti archipelago. People came with a mix of skepticism and curiosity to the knocking bar. Have you heard about the new treasure? I heard it can fly. If that's true, I have to buy one. The entrance was packed with various people, including pirates, Navy members, and ordinary citizens, all eager to see what this flying device was about. Seeing that enough people had gathered, Shaki decided to personally demonstrate. She stepped out of the bar wearing a bamboo copter on her head. Everyone looked over, and they couldn't help but laugh. Are you kidding? You think that little thing can fly? If it doesn't work, we'll smash your bar for trying to deceive us. Be careful not to fall. We won't save you. Amidst their mockery, Shaki confidently walked into the crowd. Using a bit of strength, she made the bamboo copter spin rapidly. Before long, Shaki floated into the air, occasionally performing 360-degree spins to show off her skills, leaving the crowd in shock. They never expected such a treasure actually existed. After a brief aerial display, she flew back down. As long as you wear this bamboo copter and apply a little force, you can fly. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward. Nearly 2 meters tall and weighing around 300 pounds, he spoke in a deep voice. If that thing can lift me off the ground, I'll buy one. Shaki looked at the large man and felt a bit nervous. However, trusting in Longqi's invention, she confidently approached him and placed the bamboo copter on his head. The big man closed his eyes and exerted a little effort, and the bamboo copter began to wobble slightly. The crowd watched in disbelief, questioning if what they saw was real. Their expressions became exaggerated as the hefty man was effortlessly lifted into the air. The big man was still processing what was happening, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself suspended in midair, panicked and shaking. But the bamboo copter remained steady, regardless of his movements. Oh my God, the big man panicked, taking a while to calm down. He gradually got used to the sensation of flying and started to master the technique, tilting his body to fly in the desired direction. After flying around for several minutes, a big smile spread across his face as he laughed heartily. This convinced the crowd of the bamboo copter's magical properties, and they rushed to buy one. More and more people arrived, and even pirates from the distant seas heard the news and rushed to purchase them. The price skyrocketed from 300 million to over 1 billion berries. Shaki was making a fortune like never before, counting money until her hands were sore. Just when she finally managed to take a break to smoke a cigarette and enjoy some Moutai, more customers kept coming in. Her stock was nearly sold out, so she went to Longqi to order hundreds more. Meanwhile, in the New World, red-haired Shanks also heard about Longqi's new invention, the bamboo copter. Captain, Longqi has a new invention that seems to allow people to fly, Beckman reported. Shanks took a sip of Moutai. So, soon with a new invention? Yes. Many people are scrambling to buy them. If every crew member has one, we could fly freely in the air, greatly enhancing our crew's strength. Shanks thought this made sense. He then waved his hand, and several crew members brought out the any door from the ship. Where's Longqi now? On Sabaody Archipelago. All right, let's head to Sabaody Archipelago and see what other treasures he has. We can buy them while we're at it. Beckman approached the door, recalling the scenes of Sabaody Archipelago, then opened the door handle. What lay before them was Sabaody Archipelago, with a crowd gathered in front of the bar. I want to buy. As Shanks stepped out, a powerful conqueror's haki emanated from him, and the scene before him, resembling a market, instantly vanished. All the rookies were knocked unconscious by his overwhelming presence. Inside, Longqi was drinking Maotai when he suddenly felt a familiar, strong aura approaching. He guessed it was red-haired Shanks. Chapter 71. The time house that stunned everyone. Xiaoqi felt a surge of overwhelming power approaching, and the guests in front of her all fell to the ground, their faces showing signs of fear. Stepping outside the shop, she saw a large door appearing in the distance. Redhead? Xiaoqi quickened her pace as she saw Redhead walking out from inside. How did you get here? Xiaoqi silently cursed in her heart. Even if he came, he shouldn't have knocked all her customers down. How was she supposed to do business like this? After all, he was one of the 4 emperors, and she couldn't be too harsh in her tone. I heard that Longqi has new treasures, so I came take a look. Longqi walked out of the bar. What a coincidence, Shanks. He pretended to look confused. Brother Longqi, you're lacking in loyalty. Why didn't you tell me about your new invention first? Shanks's words were tinged with jealousy. Sorry, I was just about to find you, but I didn't expect you to come visit me personally. Longqi took out a bamboo copter from his pocket and specially gave it to him. Is this it? Redhead looked at the little gadget in disdain. A voice came from behind, and Rayleigh drunkenly walked over, a big cigar in his mouth. Hey, don't underestimate this thing. Rayleigh demonstrated it personally, and as he put it on his head, he immediately floated into the air. Beckman watched Rayleigh floating in the air, his mouth agape. Shanks also praised it, saying it was indeed as impressive as the rumor suggested. In the next moment, Shanks prepared to negotiate, pulling out 500 million berries to buy some from Longqi. Brother Longqi, look, I'm one of your big clients, often repurchasing from you. You have to give me a discount. Longqi was a stingy person. This amount of money was insignificant to him, so he considered it a favor. Is it just a discount? I'll give you a break. Longqi held up 3 fingers. I'll give you 300. Is that enough? Shanks and his crew looked at Longqi with reverence, almost wanting to call him dad. Beckman quickly stepped forward and thanked him. Boss Longqi, you're indeed generous. Brother Longqi, if you mean what you say, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. Red-haired Shanks, and I'll support you. Longqi secretly smiled, as he truly wasn't afraid of being bullied with his current strength. The most important thing in life is to be low-key. No matter how strong you are, you shouldn't be too arrogant, or you'll end up worse off. I'll remember that. Longqi politely responded. At that moment, the system voice in his mind rang out again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and unlocking the next synthesis formula. The next synthesis formula has been sent to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to check it. Longqi temporarily left the area under the pretext of going to the restroom. He quickly opened the system warehouse to check the synthesis formula. The content in front of him made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Another top-tier item has arrived. Timehouse synthesis formula. Magma any door. Longqi carefully examined the materials needed for the synthesis formula. With his abilities, ISNT magma, something he can always have. After all, he possesses the magma fruit ability. He could also produce the any door at will. This time house has a tremendous function, making him think of the time nest inside Longqi. Wow, with this treasure, won't time issues be easily resolved? Longqi thought of this time house, which could change the laws of time. When you spend an hour inside the time house, it's equivalent to 30 days in the outside world. Seeing this item made him even more pleased. Suddenly, as Longqi walked out with a smile on his face, everyone looked at him with curiosity. What is going on? Brother Longqi, did you invent something again? Rayleigh was the first to rush in front of him. Longqi calmly looked at the group, realizing that heaven was helping them. After all, he had a kind heart, and the system continued to produce unique treasures. This made him feel that the current era no longer allowed him to dominate alone. Everyone needed to raise their living standards together. Just after a trip to the restroom, a new idea suddenly burst forth in his mind. Longqi spoke with a powerful tone, his eyes radiating the light of a king. Everyone listened attentively, none of them curious about what Longqi had to show. If they were the first to get it, it would surpass anything else. Xiaoqi was even rubbing her palms, wishing she could lock Longqi in her room. Letting him create something that could only be sold by her would allow her to earn more money. I thought a new thing, it's called the Time House. I just tested it, and it works indeed. Time House. Everyone tilted their heads, looking at Longqi. Is this Time House a place that can change time? What kind of treasure is it? Shanks asked urgently. Well, there is no point in saying too much. I'll show you. With that, Longqi waved his hands, and suddenly a space opened up in front of him. A massive door appeared before everyone, radiating dazzling golden light. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to blink. What? What kind of treasure is this? So shocking, such dazzling light. Can this really change time? Beckman slowly walked to the door of the time house. Go take a look. Longqi smirked and personally opened the big door for him. Beckman stepped inside, feeling his heart racing, a tension he had never experienced before. As he walked in, he found a huge space completely different from the outside, and it expanded infinitely. He wandered around, running, and after running for half an hour, he found he was back where he started. Wow, this space is an infinite loop. There's no end at all. Beckman stood at the door, panting as he came out. Captain, it's incredible inside. It's even more powerful than anything we've seen before. The people outside looked at him dumbfounded. How could Beckman come out in just a few seconds, and he looked completely different, as if he had just fought a battle? Beckman, what are you talking about? You just went in. Beckman's expression suddenly changed. He realized the amazing things this treasure had brought him. Captain, I've been inside for almost half an hour. What? Everyone gasped in surprise, all shocked by this function. Cold sweat began to break out on Shanks's back. Chapter 72. Shanks' emotion. One should know that if this kind of thing were to be mass-produced, it would easily solve the problem of time. At this moment, Shanks could feel that this object could bring great benefits. Time is the way to prove strength. Shortening time means that the time required for effort can also be greatly reduced. This way, the red-haired pirates could potentially become the strongest among the 4 emperors, even crushing the navy. The more Shanks thought about it, the stronger his excitement became. He couldn't wait to buy one immediately. Rayleigh couldn't help but exclaim, so impressive. However, relatively speaking, this kind of thing no longer attracted him. After all, he was already in his 70s or 80s. Time was no longer important to him. What he hoped for was to return to being 20. Longqi walked to the door, ready to give them a detailed introduction. This is the magic of the time house. Anyone who enters here can enjoy the benefits of slow time. Spending 1 hour inside is equivalent to 30 days in the real world outside. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. This was no small function. They all knew that each training session took several weeks or even months, and the improvement in abilities wasn't particularly significant. If they had this time house, they could significantly enhance their abilities in the shortest time possible, thus improving the overall strength of the team. Awesome, everyone exclaimed. TCH, what's so great about it? Rayleigh took a puff of his cigarette, looking at him like a country bumpkin. What I prefer is the time wrap. What? Shanks once again looked at him in confusion. He began to doubt if he had been living under a rock in just a few days. Longqi had invented so many treasures, and he didn't know about any of them. You don't know? Rayleigh said, blowing out smoke and looking at him as if he were a simpleton. Brother Longqi has invented a treasure that can make a person 20 years younger. The red-haired pirates were so overwhelmed they almost wanted to kneel down and worship the immortal before them. There are such treasures. Beckman politely walked in front of Longqi and knelt down. Mr. Longqi, can you help us? Tears flowed from the corners of Beckman's eyes as he thought that since they could have the function of being 20 years younger, why not find a way to use it on Shanks? This way, his severed arm could be restored. I would pay any amount. Please sell us the time wrap. The more Beckman spoke, the more excited he became, tears streaming down his face. Longqi didn't want to see such a scene. Why was a big man crying? It wasn't like he wasn't going to sell it. Fortunately, he had gone to the EC a couple of days ago and had finally found a mermaid jade. Now, he was going to sell the only remaining time wrap to someone else. He originally planned to give it to Whitebeard. It seemed he would have to make another trip to the EC in a few days. Of course, no problem. Just give me 300 million, and I'll sell it to you. No problem. Beckman wiped his tears and ran into the cabin to get 300 million. Shanks still didn't understand the situation. Why was Beckman so eager to buy this time wrap? What are you doing? Captain, this time wrap is extremely important for you. Beckman took the time wrap. How do I use this? You just need to wear it. Beckman nodded and turned to Shanks, wrapping the garment around him. Before Shanks could react. A golden light enveloped his entire body, and he felt an incredibly powerful force rushing into him. The other members of the red-haired pirates were terrified. Everyone was at a loss, wondering what was happening. They saw their captain being wrapped in golden light. Beckman, what are you doing? Where did the captain go? Amidst the brilliance came a loud shout. A groan followed, and Shanks felt his right arm suddenly start to move. Thud! At that moment, he felt as if his hand had grown back. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at his hand, which indeed had grown back. As the light dissipated, he knelt on the ground, overwhelmed by the immense energy. When everyone saw the scene before them, they were dumbfounded. Their captain had become more than 20 years younger. Moreover, even the arm that was bitten off by a sea beast had grown back. It was estimated that if this scene were seen by the Straw Hat Kid, he would drop his jaw. Beckman hurriedly helped the captain up, a satisfied expression on his face as he looked at him. Captain, your hand has finally grown back. Shanks was very touched. You actually knew that the time wrap would restore my arm. Ha ha ha. After all, if it can make you return to your 20s, then time will reverse. Shanks tightly hugged Beckman. Rayleigh, standing nearby, showed an unhappy expression. He didn't have the ability to buy the time wrap, otherwise he would definitely look cooler and stronger at 20. The warm atmosphere lasted for a while. All right, you big men. Stop with all this nonsense and hurry up and buy something. Rayleigh couldn't take it anymore and shouted at them. Shanks approached Longqi and politely bowed. Thank you, Brother Longqi. If it weren't for your invention, I wouldn't have been able to grow my right hand back. You are my great benefactor in this life. Ha ha ha. No. It's a small issue. Longqi happily scratched his head. Brother Longqi, can you sell me a few more of those 10-time wraps? Longqi saw that he was indeed insatiable, becoming greedier. I really don't have any more. I only have a last one left. However, if you can find the materials, I can still help you make it. That works. You need to go deep into the EC to find mermaid jade as the material. Mermaid jade. Shanks, being well informed, knew about the rarity of mermaid jade after staying on Roger's ship for a while. This was not something that could be obtained easily. In the EC, there were the most ferocious sea beasts of enormous size. Without a devil fruit, even with strong hockey, one couldn't let their guard down. After all, that's how he lost his right arm. Looking at his brothers behind him, he couldn't be so selfish, no matter how difficult the journey. He had to find a way to obtain it. Come back to me once you get it. Longqi quickly changed the subject. After all, he still needed to sell his time house. Do you want this time house? If not, I'll sell it to others. Longqi had no shortage of buyers behind him, especially those from the Navy who had long coveted Longqi's new inventions. Chapter 73. I will buy it, even if it costs me everything. Of course, I want it. Even if it costs me everything, I will buy it. Shanks quickly commanded his crew to take out the money. Longqi brothers, I have only this 1 billion left. Can you sell it to me? Red-haired Shanks had already put all his assets on the line. Although 1 billion was a bit short, it didn't matter to Longqi anymore. The people in front of him were already so poor they could barely make a sound. They were just one step away from being stripped of their clothes. I'll make an exception this once. I'll sell it to you for 1 billion. Longqi handed over the time house in front of him. Shanks took out a universal capsule and tossed it up, and the time house was stored inside. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at the universal capsule. Thank you so much. After collecting his items, Shanks turned and left Sabedi archipelago. Longqi took out a bottle of Moutai and took a sip. Who told me to be kind-hearted? Rayleigh walked over cheerfully and casually placed an arm on Longqi's shoulder. Longqi, you really opened my eyes today. Let's go to the bar. I'll treat you to a drink. Rayleigh spoke in a hearty tone, like a brother, pulling Longqi towards the bar. Just as they left, a small Navy officer in the distant bamboo forest was quietly observing their every move. This Navy officer was Kobe, who at this time was just an unranked sailor. In a few years, he would become a vice admiral in the Navy, dreaming of becoming a naval hero like Garp. And he had even met the Straw Hat Kid once. Once hating pirates, he began to have some thoughts after being saved by the Straw Hat Kid. He believed not all pirates in the world were bad. Since joining the Navy, Kobe had been quietly observing the movements of the Straw Hat Kid, and Longqi's recent appearance made him particularly curious. He had been silently watching, and everything he saw today greatly surprised him. He took out a din mushy and quickly contacted a Navy admiral. Admiral Kizaru, I have news to tell you. What news could a brat like you have? Don't waste my time. Kizaru was lounging in a chair, surrounded by smoke, enjoying his cigarette. It's about Longqi. Upon hearing Longqi's name, Kizaru instantly tensed up and threw down his cigarette. Then come over. Half an hour later, Kobe arrived at Kizaru's room. The moment he stepped into the room, the figures in front of him startled him. It wasn't just Kizaru in the room. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akainu Akiji, and Vice Admiral Tsuru were all sitting in the room waiting for him. Kobe's eyes widened. He had never seen such a grand scene. He didn't expect that a piece of news about Longqi could attract such attention from high-ranking Navy officials. The more Kobe thought about it, the happier he became, as he wanted to use this news to create an opportunity for promotion and wealth. Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at him calmly. Speak. What news do you have about Longqi? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Kobe politely bowed. I just saw Longqi at Sabedi Archipelago, and he invented 2 great treasures. When everyone heard that Longqi had new inventions, their emotions became even more heightened. Everyone focused intently on Kobe's mouth, eager to hear something even more shocking from him. One was a bamboo copter, and the other was the time house. Everyone listened in confusion. They couldn't understand the purpose of these items from a literal interpretation. Akainu impatiently looked at him. Can you tell us what these things actually do? Kobe took out the bamboo copter he had bought earlier. This is the bamboo copter. Garp chuckled, thinking what could such a small thing do? Kizaru didn't even bother to look at the small object in front of him. It was less appealing than his cigarette. Sengoku remained silent, because he believed that anything Longqi produced was top-notch. Even if the items were small and unremarkable, they could still have a huge impact. Its magical quality is that it can allow people to fly freely in the sky. Kobe could sense their skeptical attitude, then placed the bamboo copter on his head, applied a bit of force, and he floated into the air. Akiji's mouth dropped in surprise at the sight of it. It really can fly. Garp's eyes lit up even more. After all, he didn't have a devil fruit ability, and his fists relied entirely on hockey. If he could achieve free flight, he would be even more confident. Clap, clap, clap. Sengoku clapped his hands. Not bad. Not bad. This treasure is very useful to us. Sengoku carefully looked at everyone in the room. He had already made up his mind to buy this batch of items. After demonstrating, Kobe returned to the ground, and he didn't show an exaggerated expression on his face. Instead, he felt that the treasures he had just presented were merely appetizers, and what was coming next would truly astonish everyone. What else is there? Akainu asked. This item I cannot possess. It is a very powerful treasure that can change the laws of time. Everyone gasped in shock. The thought that it could change the laws of time made Longqi's strength seem terrifying. In their worldview, Time was an unchangeable natural law. If Longqi could truly realize this possibility, it would lead to enormous changes in the world. A hint of fear appeared on Sengoku's face as he couldn't imagine how powerful Longqi's abilities were. What? Is this really true? Everyone began to discuss, all worried that such a thing might come to pass. I don't know much about how this time house works. At that time, I was over 100 meters away from them, and the information I heard wasn't very accurate. Kobe scratched his head and said, piecing together the fragmented information he had heard. Akainu immediately stood up. Admiral, should we go find Longqi right now? Yes, if we don't find him now, and he sells these items, won't we be facing a lot of trouble? Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't imagine the consequences of such items falling into the wrong hands. Sengoku also thought there was some truth to it. If these things really fell into everyone's hands, the world would descend into chaos. The laws of time are irreversible and cannot be changed lightly. As the leaders maintaining society, the Navy must find a way to control this situation. If it escalates to an unmanageable state, it would be too late. Tontada, bring out the portal. We are going to survey the archipelago. Okay. Tontada quickly took out the door. Chapter 74. Let's mass produce. Kobe looked at the pink door in front of him, feeling bewildered and unsure of its purpose. Such an important object was not known to everyone in the Navy. Marshal Sengoku walked up to the door and slowly opened it, revealing a scene that shocked Kobe. It was the Sabeti archipelago. One by one, the high-ranking officers of the Navy entered inside, and Kobe wanted to follow them in. At that moment, Garp delivered a heavy punch to his forehead. Kobe tightly held his head, and a red envelope popped up. Old man, why did you hit me? I'm hitting you because we're going, and you have no reason to follow. Go back to your post, and stop meddling in others' affairs. If you tell anyone about today's events, you can forget about staying in the Navy. Kobe stood there, looking aggrieved. These old geezers were bullying him like this. If it weren't for him bringing the news today, how would they have known? Kobe was furious, but what could he do? He couldn't offend any of the high-ranking Navy officers in front of him, so he could only bend his waist and return to his room. The high-ranking Navy officers gathered for another collective activity and arrived at the bar in front of the Sabeti archipelago to negotiate. Cheers! Longqi and Rayleigh were happily drinking. Marshal Sengoku calmly walked forward. Boss Longqi, we need to discuss something with you. Rayleigh, drunk, turned around and began to curse at the people in front of him. Who are you? Brother Longqi, you can't just meet whoever you want. Get out of here. Suddenly, a strong light flashed from behind, and Kizuru kicked out. Although Rayleigh was inebriated, his defensive capabilities were not diminished at all. His arm, infused with armament hockey, blocked Kizuru's kick, and the two engaged in intense resistance, causing the surrounding magnetic field to collide and sparks to fly intermittently. Wait, Longqi immediately called for a halt to their conflict. Realizing that Marshal Sengoku and several Navy admirals had come to him to buy something again. Everyone calmed down. Longqi walked forward calmly, grabbing Kizuru's kicking leg with one hand and Rayleigh's right hand with the other. To everyone's astonishment, he showed no reaction at all. The previous shockwave had disrupted the surrounding magnetic field, and both sides were exerting their strength against each other. If a regular person touched them, they would be instantly thrown back by the intense impact. Yet Longqi easily broke their confrontation, appearing as if he were an insulator, suffering no damage whatsoever. Impressive, Boss Longqi. Marshal Sengoku smiled. You don't need to say much. You came here because you must have heard the news and want to buy the bamboo green field and the time house for me. Longqi got straight to the point. That's right. We hope you can sell us these items, but we want to add a condition for this transaction. Can the time house be produced in limited quantities? Limited production? Longqi glanced at him sideways, realizing that this old man was quite cunning, afraid that others might disrupt the world's time and wanting to monopolize it. All right. Mr. Longqi, we don't know much about the time house yet. We came here not only to buy this treasure, but also to have you explain its function in detail. Longqi glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock p.m. He thought that if he kept wasting time like this, he wouldn't get any sleep. Although he was strong and had exceptional physical capabilities, sleep was crucial for him. Besides thinking, sleeping was his favorite pastime, and he didn't want work to consume all his rest time. It's quite simple. The time house can slow down the flow of time. Longqi took another sip of Moutai. Everyone listened attentively as he continued. As long as you walk into the time house and stay there for 1 hour, you'll find that 30 days have passed outside. This is the magic of time. If you stay inside for 1 day, it's equivalent to 2 years outside. Everyone fell silent, trembling involuntarily. Staying inside for just 1 day is equivalent to 2 years outside. Isn't this more carefree than a deity? Days in the heavens are a year. This is 2 years in the world. Kazan hurriedly stepped forward. Marshal Sengoku, this treasure is indeed too powerful. Far superior to anything we've seen. We must secure it today. Akainu nodded in agreement. They needed to prepare for Ace's battle during this period. And the troops needed to enhance their strength to confront Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. With such a treasure, everyone staying inside for just 1 day would be equivalent to 2 years of training, greatly increasing their strength. Not to mention Whitebeard, even if red-haired came. They wouldn't be afraid, highlighting the importance of this treasure. Bring 2 billion, and I'll sell it to you. Longqi continued to drink, indifferent to their suspicions. All right, no problem. Marshal Sengoku immediately agreed. Wait, I have one more request. You cannot sell such items on a large scale. They must be produced in limited quantities, or the Navy, won't be able to control these pirates. Marshal Sengoku looked at him seriously, his tone clearly a request rather than a command. Don't worry. I'll consider it carefully. Longqi waved his hand and took out a universal capsule from his pocket, tossing it in front of him. After the time house was received by Marshal Sengoku and the other Navy personnel, they did not disturb Longqi's enjoyment and quietly left. The high-ranking Navy officers returned to the conference room and opened the universal capsule in front of them. Suddenly, a strong light flashed, and the time house appeared before them. The magnificent and solemn door left everyone dumbfounded. This is the time house. It was clear that it was an exceptional piece. They never expected Longqi could invent such a treasure. Does anyone want to go inside and take a look? Marshal Sengoku asked the crowd. Without a word, Garp stepped up to the door, walked inside, and saw an incredibly vast plain. The sight before him was incomprehensible. How could such a wide grassland exist in such a small room? He took a leap and dashed out, wanted to test how large the entire area was. After wandering for a while, he found himself back at the starting point. This space was seemingly infinite and cyclical. Magical. Garp stepped out of the door. His expression won a shock. Chapter 75. Vegapunk was stunned as Kizuru looked at him in confusion. How did you come out so quickly? After checking the time in his hand, only less than 30 seconds had passed. I've been inside for a while. Amazing. Akainu praised, truly lives up to its name. Garp calmly sat down in his seat. Admiral, if this time room is used for our Navy, our strength could improve tremendously. I think so too. We will hold a general meeting tomorrow to let everyone experience this time room. We will also organize training for all personnel. We need to enhance the strength of the entire fleet in a short time, so we won't fear any opponents, Admiral Sengoku said seriously, looking at everyone, who all nodded in agreement. The next day, all the Navy personnel received orders to gather at the headquarters square. The square was filled with powerful individuals gathered from various places. For a moment, everyone was confused, looking at each other with bewildered expressions. Among those present were not only Navy soldiers, but also the admirals, Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admirals, and the candidate Admiral Peach Rabbit, as well as Shifunte. The soldiers below were discussing among themselves, speculating whether a major battle was about to happen. Some had heard that Fire Fist Ace had been captured and suspected that Whitebeard was going to attack the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku, accompanied by the 3 admirals, ascended to the high platform, looking solemnly at the soldiers below. He took a step forward and surveyed the scene. As the soldiers looked at Admiral Sengoku, the discussions immediately ceased, and everyone stood up straight, looking seriously at the admiral above. Admiral, we have gathered 100,000 strong soldiers today, Akainu reported from the side. Very good. This many will be enough for us, Admiral Sengoku nodded. The soldiers below were eagerly waiting for Admiral Sengoku to explain the situation. Although each of them was a powerful soldier, they still felt apprehensive in the face of the formidable Whitebeard. Admiral Sengoku did not directly reveal the situation. Instead, he took out a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it into the air. With a whoosh, the capsule instantly opened, revealing a massive golden door. The soldiers below were dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them as if in a dream. Even the vice admirals and candidate admirals were momentarily speechless, as they had never encountered such a high-level item before. The golden door continued to grow, enveloping the entire square, with golden light shining on everyone. Before long, a grand and majestic building appeared before the crowd. What is this? Is it Admiral Sengoku's ability, or has his fruit awakened? But I feel like this door has some kind of function. It doesn't seem like a weapon. The soldiers below began to discuss, knowing that Admiral Sengoku had the golden fruit. Standing beside him, FaZe was also bewildered, unable to comprehend how this scene was achieved or what its purpose was. How come I didn't know the Navy had this thing? Have I really been so out of touch? FaZe thought. looking at Admiral Sengoku with anger in his eyes. He wondered if Admiral Sengoku considered him an outsider. Revealing this now showed a lack of trust in him. The square erupted into chaos, with screams, questions, and cheers ringing out everywhere, as everyone speculated and tried to tidy themselves up. Inside the Navy headquarters, Vegapunk was also shocked by the scene outside. His state was already poor, with panda-like dark circles under his eyes that had not faded for a long time. Since researching those 3 treasures, he had not had a good night's sleep, and every time he closed his eyes, he felt his own incompetence. He constantly doubted his abilities and titles. The inability to crack the 3 treasures had become his nightmare. Just seeing the magnificent scene before him felt like a huge explosion continually impacting him. This is too amazing. Vegapunk was on the verge of spitting blood. Could it be that the master invented this? Are you kidding? How could someone invent such an exaggerated thing? This is simply beyond what a mortal can achieve. The more Vegapunk thought, the more frustrated he became, and his inner turmoil grew. He stared intensely at the time room, with bloodshot eyes. Admiral Sengoku looked solemnly at the soldiers below and spoke with a majestic voice. This is called the time room. Staying inside for 1 hour is equivalent to 30 days outside. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone was astonished. What? 1 hour inside equals 30 days outside? That's too exaggerated. This can't be true. How could it be achieved? Did I mishear? This news rippled throughout the square, like a sharp blade piercing the eardrums. When candidate Vice Admiral Shifunte heard this news, he couldn't comprehend it, his small eyes widening enormously. Peach Rabbit's reaction was somewhat more restrained, as she was well-traveled. The existence of the Anywhere door had already reshaped her worldview. So no matter how exaggerated things became in the future, she would find it quite normal. Faye's legs went weak, unable to believe that such news came from Admiral Sengoku's mouth. What a joke. Faye was left speechless. He hadn't expected such significant technological changes in the Navy during the years he had been away. If this function could truly be realized, the Navy would have nothing to fear from pirates, and he could retire in peace. Vegapunk, who was engulfed in shock and existential doubt, spat out blood upon hearing the news. As a scientist, he firmly believed that the laws of the world stated that time could not be altered. After hearing this news, he could only think of 2 words: invincible. He did not doubt this fact at all, as everything he had seen proved that this world could potentially be changed by this great figure. He thought of his research on the universal capsule and the Anywhere door, and now with the time room, it could be said that this master possessed the ability to alter time and space. This invincible technology made him, as a scientist, feel utterly ashamed. A useless person like him would be better off dead. Vegapunk knelt on the ground, his emotions sinking lower and lower. Admiral Sengoku raised his right hand, pointing at the time room ahead. The time room is our Navy's strongest technology. Wow. The Navy is powerful. Admiral Sengoku is mighty. The soldiers below cheered loudly. Doubts certainly existed, but most chose to believe what Admiral Sengoku had said. Chapter 76. The power of the time house. The warring states general looked sternly at the soldiers below and said loudly, "Everyone be quiet." The cheer immediately stopped. All the soldiers present were the strongest we selected today, and everyone could enter the time house to train. Each person could stay inside for a maximum of 24 hours, and when the time was up, they were to leave the time house voluntarily. The soldiers listened intently. If I find anyone being greedy inside, I will deal with them according to military law. The warring states general knew time was tight, even with such a great artifact. He could not allow everyone to stay too long. The number of entrants would be 1,000 at a time, 1 round after another. For those who enter, give it your all and work hard to strengthen yourselves because we are about to. At this point, the warring states general's voice lowered, and everyone's breathing became heavy. A great battle was about to begin, and our opponent would be the pirate king Whitebeard, among others. After hearing this, the personnel below looked invigorated. After all, everyone knew that as Navy soldiers, they were always prepared to face death. Confronting pirates was the Navy's mission, regardless of how strong the opponents were. Carp, standing nearby, had a distant look in his eyes. He did not wish for this war to break out. On one side was his beloved grandson, and on the other were his cherished soldiers. Both sides were dear to him. Yes, the soldiers shouted loudly. Seeing such an artifact before them naturally filled them with confidence. Just 24 hours was enough for them to grow several years. After coming out, each person had the potential to reach the level of a vice admiral or higher. Before entering, go to Vice Admiral Crane to register. She will arrange your positions, and you will enter one by one. Yes, at the command, All the Navy personnel lined up in an orderly manner and rushed to the registration area. The Warring States General led his 3 admirals and vice admirals to enter the room first. Faz followed behind, filled with doubts. He did not understand how such a thing could appear in the Navy. Driven by curiosity, he ran to the side of the Warring States General. General, how did you obtain such a treasure? Was it invented by that top scientist, Vegapunk? The only person Faz could think of was Vegapunk. Ha ha, the general scoffed. Dr. Vegapunk is almost insane. What? Faz's eyes widened. With his ability, he can't possibly have developed this yet. Then who invented it? Faz continued to inquire. This is a high-level secret, not to be casually discussed. Anyway, it's from an incredible figure, the general replied coldly. Seeing the general respond this way, Faz stopped pressing for more details. He couldn't help but mutter to himself that this powerful figure might only be the celestial dragons. He really couldn't think of anyone else. The strength of the celestial dragons was immense, especially the terrifying power of the 5 elders behind them. If it was indeed related to the highest military secrets, it could only be connected to them. As Faz thought about this, he felt a chill run down his spine. If it was truly developed by the celestial dragons, then it was clear that the world could never escape their control. The Warring States General and his group arrived at the entrance of the time house, where they saw 2 gigantic dragon-shaped columns swirling around. A solemn and mysterious aura rushed toward them, as if they were in a heavenly temple. Faz smiled and wanted to enter first to test it out. He pulled out a bottle of Moutai from his pocket and drank it in one go. General, I'll go in first to test it, Faz said confidently. The Warring States General nodded, and Faz transformed into a beast, charging straight into the temple. Upon flying inside, he saw an incredibly vast plain devoid of any trees, with even the wind absent, so tranquil it felt unreal. Moonwalk. Faz immediately adopted the moonwalk form and rushed into the distance, wanting to test how vast the space was. He advanced rapidly at the speed of a tiger, but no matter how fast he went, he found the space inside seemed endless. Stopping to observe carefully, he realized he was endlessly looping in the space. Now he understood. This space had no boundaries. Everything was connected. Taking out a Chinese cigarette from his pocket, he was awed by such a treasure. When he walked out, everyone looked at him with confusion. You just went in. How come you're already out? Akainu asked. Huff. Faz smiled and exhaled smoke. It's too incredible inside. I was in for 5 minutes, and I found the space has no end. The others were astonished by his words. According to the outside time, he had barely been in for a second. Truly impressive. The Warring States General looked at the time house with admiration. If only it could bring people back to life. Akainu remarked. To bring the dead back to life is too exaggerated. That would violate the laws of nature, Karp said coldly, clearly not believing it was possible. Who knows? When I first met him, I also didn't believe he had such extraordinary abilities. But every time he revealed his inventions, I questioned myself again and again. Akainu said with clear admiration, mixed with a hint of jealousy. All right, let's not discuss this anymore. The Warring States General also felt that Dragon's power was terrifying. Since he could alter space and time, who knew if he could change life and death in the future? All of this seemed impossible to ordinary people, but with Dragon, there was infinite potential. Regardless of whether it was the 3 admirals, the Warring States General, or the Celestial Dragons, everyone was already awed by Dragon's power. After a brief pause, they ceased their chatter, and the Warring States General led them into the time house for training. Everyone focused on unleashing their skills, continuously battling within the space. The abilities of the magma fruit were extremely terrifying, turning the flat ground into craters, creating one pit after another. The effects of the time house were beyond their imagination. Each time they caused destruction, it would quickly return to its original state. The Warring States General and the 3 powerful admirals unleashed their skills without restraint inside. After all, their strength was incredibly overwhelming. In the normal world, they could easily destroy an island, and every time they wanted to train, they had to specifically choose places with no one around to avoid destruction, which limited their abilities. But here it was different. No matter how they bombarded objects, they would restore completely intact, allowing them to play freely, which they all greatly enjoyed. Chapter 77. The Joy of Longqi Road Somewhere in the New World. The red-haired pirates set up a bonfire on the island to celebrate their captain returning to his appearance from 20 years ago. This was a momentous occasion for Shanks. His right hand had returned, significantly boosting his strength. Sitting in front of the bonfire, Shanks carefully examined his right hand and squeezed it tightly. The armament hockey enveloped his entire right hand, and the sensation felt incredibly real. Beckman approached with 2 bottles of Moutai and stood before the captain. Captain, today is a great day for you. Let us have a few drinks with the brothers. Okay. Shanks took the Maotai and downed it in one go. Captain. Longqi Road ran over, causing a slight tremor on the ground. Longqi Road was a plump captain with considerable strength, holding a large piece of meat and grinning at Shanks. Captain, can I borrow your bamboo dragonfly to play with? Longqi Road knew that at over 300 pounds, it was not easy for him to fly. He watched enviously every time the captain jumped lightly in the air. Now that such a good toy was available, he certainly wanted to give it a try. Beckman chuckled, looking at Longqi Road's figure. Longqi Road, you weigh over 300 pounds. Don't break the treasure the captain spent a fortune on. The other crew members nearby burst into laughter at their conversation. Captain, just let me try it. Maybe it can really take me to the sky. It's been my dream all along. Longqi Road stamped his feet in frustration, like a child weighing over 300 pounds. Hearing him say it was his dream suddenly reminded Shanks of his own childhood when he followed Roger on his ship, dreaming of becoming a great pirate king like Roger one day, collecting treasures and devil fruits. But at that young age, Shanks was only seen as a little kid on the ship, with rumors mocking him and doubting his future potential. At that moment, only Captain Roger patted his head and said seriously, "You will definitely become a big person in the future. I believe in you." The way Roger looked at Shanks was as if he were his own son. Those words stuck with Shanks, and all his accomplishments were due to the encouragement Roger had given him. Here, take it. Shanks pulled a bamboo dragonfly out of a bag nearby and handed it to him. Longqi Road's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the bamboo dragonfly. Thank you, Captain. He placed the bamboo dragonfly on his head, and with a little effort, his entire body was lifted by some force. Everyone watched as Longqi Road floated slowly in the air, their expressions full of amazement. Just think, a person over 300 pounds was effortlessly lifted into the sky by a small bamboo dragonfly. Longqi Road soared through the air, moving gracefully, not at all resembling a 300-pound man. His face was filled with joy, like a child. I'm so happy. I'm flying. Captain, look at me flying. Longqi Road shouted excitedly at Shanks below. Shanks, sipping his Moutai, looked up at him with a satisfied nod. With the bamboo dragonfly, anyone could achieve the ability to fly, which was an extremely important weapon for pirates, greatly aiding in attacks or escapes. This thing is amazing. Yeah, I feel like it's even more practical than the universal capsule. The crew members below began discussing, all wanting their own bamboo dragonfly. After all, these were treasures that required a significant amount of funds. This time, the red-haired pirates only bought 2 bamboo dragonflies from Longqi. Ordinary members couldn't even use them. Even the team captain had to select the 2 strongest members to possess them. Captain, let us give this bamboo dragonfly to Longqi Road, Beckman generously suggested. All right, I'll go with that. Although Beckman was the vice captain, he was certainly a person who didn't sweat the small stuff. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, drinking and smoking, their faces full of joy. At that moment, the newcomer, Rox, returned. Rox had previously been sent by Shanks to deliver a letter to Whitebeard. Shanks felt a twinge of worry. He feared Ace might lose to Whitebeard, which would lead to trouble. As everyone saw Rox return, their smiles quickly faded. Captain, Rox is back. Shanks set down his drink and stood up to approach him, inquiring about the situation. How did it go? Did you see Whitebeard? I did. I handed him the letter. And then? Shanks looked at him curiously. As soon as Whitebeard saw me, he told me to leave. He didn't even look at the letter. He just ripped it up. Rox replied, visibly displeased. He had gone with good intentions, but he hadn't expected to be insulted by them. Alone, he didn't dare to argue with them. If he got beaten up, he would be the one suffering. So he could only return with a frustrated report. Whitebeard also told me to bring back a message. If there is something to discuss, you should go find him personally and not send a young kid. This was too disrespectful to him, and in the end he was sent away. Shanks stood in place, contemplating for a moment. He didn't blame Whitebeard for this humiliation. After all, Whitebeard had a notoriously foul temper. You've worked hard. Come have a drink to calm down. But Captain, do we really need to help him? His son's life or death has nothing to do with us. Rox looked at Shanks in confusion. The other crew members nodded in agreement. After all, it was Whitebeard's family matter, so why should they intervene? However, Shanks didn't think that way. He had been on Roger's ship and knew who Roger's son was. So this time he was helping not just Ace, but also Roger. The most important thing he couldn't casually disclose, not even to his vice captain. Even if his crew was furious, he had to bear that pressure alone. It seems I have to take action myself. Shanks turned to Beckman. Then let us take out the anywhere door we bought from Longqi. Okay. Beckman pulled out the universal capsule and released the anywhere door. Chapter 78. Whitebeard. I haven't spent a penny. Rock stood beside them, looking completely bewildered. He had been gone for over a month, so he was completely unaware of what had happened during that time. He stared wide-eyed at the pink door in front of him. What is this thing? Lakiru jumped down from above and patted Rox on the shoulder. Rox was startled, having not noticed Lakiru up there until now. Where did you come from? You missed out, Rox. You have no idea how many treasures we found while you were gone. This thing is called the Anywhere Door. It could take you anywhere you want to go. Rox was speechless. He couldn't believe they had acquired such a magical item while he was away. Rox, you must have seen the Moby Dick when you visited Whitebeard, right? I have, Rox replied, a bit confused but willing to follow orders. Think of the sights on Whitebeard's ship as you stand in front of the door, then open it. Following the captain's instructions, Rox slowly turned the doorknob. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed, and he was shocked to find himself instantly transported to the Moby Dick. At that moment, Whitebeard was celebrating with his crew, drinking and cheering. Marco was the first to notice the appearance of a spatial rift. Whitebeard also caught sight of it out of the corner of his eye, and everyone turned to look at that space. Two powerful forces faced each other, and the atmosphere became tense, with everyone's expressions showing shock. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly, while Whitebeard curiously stared at the door in front of him. He remembered that Ryuzaki had sent him a door similar to this one before. Marco noticed too. This door was identical to the one Ryuzaki had provided. It was clear that the red-haired pirates had also purchased a door from Ryuzaki. Everyone was momentarily lost in thought, unable to understand why the red-haired pirates were there. Were they there to steal treasures from them, or were they gathering for a party? But there was nothing friendly about either scenario. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates raised their guard, as conflict between pirates were common and expected. Especially given Whitebeard's position, everyone wanted to claim it for themselves. Defeating Whitebeard would mean the title of Pirate Emperor would belong to the victor. What are you doing here? Marco transformed into a firebird. Red-haired Shanks slowly stepped out from the door, showing no intent to attack. He walked onto the deck and looked up at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I advise you to contact Ace quickly and tell him to stop chasing Blackbeard. Shanks rubbed the 3 claw marks at the corner of his eye, knowing that if a young man became arrogant, he could end up in a terrible situation, potentially dragging those around him into it as well. Whitebeard's eyes widened in surprise. He noticed something unusual. Shanks's right arm had grown back. Even the nearby members of the Whitebeard Pirates stared at his right arm in astonishment. This is impossible. How did his right arm grow back? Even the latest naval reports didn't show his right arm restored. Could it be that the previous information was false? Everyone began to ponder the past, but they had seen Shanks before, and his right arm had indeed been severed. Now, inexplicably, it had grown back, leaving everyone baffled. Marco returned to Whitebeard's side, and Jozu stood guard next to him. Old man, did you notice? Shanks's right arm has grown back. Marco exclaimed. Yeah, I see it too. Jozu nodded. Whitebeard took a swig of Moutai and chuckled. I thought I was getting old and my eyesight was failing. Shanks, what kind of trick are you playing? Just because you got a mechanical arm, do you think you can pretend you have an arm again? Whitebeard said mockingly. The crew members below joined in the laughter, mocking him loudly. You're asking for death, insulting our captain. Beckman was not pleased and was about to take action when Shanks stopped him. You little brats came to find me and used the Anywhere Door. Did you buy it from Ryuzaki too? Whitebeard, with a dominating gaze from his elevated position, looked down at the red-haired pirates. Of course, not many people have this door. Ryuzaki sold it to me at a discount because of my connections. Shanks smiled, knowing he couldn't lose face in this regard. He wanted to showcase Ryuzaki's attitude toward him. In this society, having a good relationship with Ryuzaki meant a naturally high status. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Someone, bring out our Anywhere Door for them to see. Yes. The crew below brought out the Anywhere Door. Shanks and his subordinates watched calmly, determined not to lose their composure. So what? Everyone has one. What's there to brag about? Shanks thought to himself, knowing he possessed more than just the Anywhere Door. He also had a bamboo helicopter, a time-traveling item of high value. He had obtained it from Ryuzaki at the first opportunity. I got it without spending a penny. After all, Ryuzaki used to be my crew member, and his attitude toward me is much better than yours. Oh, really? Shanks's tone carried a hint of indifference. I'm not here to boast about my relationship with Ryuzaki. I have something very important to tell you. If you keep letting your son Ace pursue Blackbeard like this, he will inevitably suffer. Blackbeard was once your subordinate. You know his strength well. At the mention of Blackbeard's name, Whitebeard's veins bulged in anger. He wished he could kill him himself. Don't talk to me about this. It's our family matter. Blackbeard killed my crew member. Everyone under me is my son. How dare he kill his own family? I sent my good son to bring him back. He did nothing wrong. No matter where Blackbeard runs, I will do everything I can to bring him to justice. I want him to know the consequences of attacking his own family. Family was everything to Blackbeard, and this principle had been his guiding force since he became a pirate. The crew members below all referred to Whitebeard as Old Man because of the strong familial bonds he fostered, which had supported him in becoming the king of the sea. I understand your concerns, but I must tell you, Blackbeard is not as simple as we imagine. I'm worried that Ace might be set up by him. Chapter 79, Whitebeard. How did this hand come back? You should know that everything I'm doing now is for his sake. When Shanks finished saying this, his eyes emitted a strong emotion. Whitebeard also seemed to realize what he wanted to express. They both understood Ace's true identity in private. As the offspring of the world's original creator, once Ace's identity is exposed, he will become the center of attention in the world. Whitebeard seemed to awaken a little because of his words. He turned to Marco beside him and asked, "Have there been any updates on Ace recently?" "A few days ago. I received his reply, but now there's no news for some reason. I also sent someone to look for him, but they haven't found him yet." Marco's brows furrowed, and he seemed to feel a hint of melancholy. "Quickly continue to contact him. Find out Ace's whereabouts by any means necessary." Yes, Whitebeard was not worried about causing trouble. He believed that his good son's strength would not lose to that treacherous little man, Blackbeard. It was precisely this sense of reassurance that led Ace to such a predicament, something Whitebeard had not anticipated. At this moment, Whitebeard was more concerned about how Shanks' right hand had grown back. He understood Shanks' character and knew he would never attach a prosthetic for the sake of appearances. If he wanted to show off, he would have done so long ago. But now, suddenly having a right arm made him consider only one possibility. There must be a new invention from Dragonzaki that could bring back something lost. "Shanks, what's the deal with that hand? Tell me." "Ha ha." Shanks chuckled, not wanting to discuss the matter. If Whitebeard found out about the time-wrapping skin and regained his strength from 20 years ago, it would be even more terrifying. It's a prosthetic I had made by a friend. Pretty realistic, right? Prosthetic. Whitebeard slowly turned, his eyes revealing anger and disdain. "You might fool others, but if you think you can fool me, I will be very angry. Others may not know, but do you think I don't know your character? Quickly tell me if you obtained some treasure from Dragonzaki. If you tell me today, I will let you go." Shanks smiled helplessly. "Let me go." That line is particularly funny to me. You, Whitebeard, are covered in syringes. Your strength has long diminished. Right now, I'm a Shanks of 20 years ago. If you want to fight me, your Whitebeard pirates may not have the ability. But Shanks did not want to worsen the situation because Whitebeard might one day return to being as strong as he was 20 years ago, surpassing even his current strength. "How about we talk about it next time? I need to go handle some matters." Shanks prepared to leave quickly, not wanting to disclose this secret. Whitebeard immediately picked up his great sword and leaped forward. Even with needles all over him, his anger could not be contained. Swinging his sword, he aimed directly at Shanks, who, sensing the danger, pushed his crew inside and extended his right arm, covered in hockey. Zzz. The blade directly collided with Shanks' arm, and an immense shockwave erupted, spreading outwards. Some weaker crew members were blown over, landing on their backs. Whitebeard instinctively froze for a moment, surprised that Shanks could block his blade with bare hands. Shockwave. Whitebeard charged up a shockwave in his right hand and shot it towards Shanks' abdomen. Shanks instantly moved to dodge, but Whitebeard's shockwave struck the distant sea. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and the sea was blasted into a massive cavity. Water splashed high, and small fish and sea creatures were sent flying. Such powerful attack strength could not even be endured by Shanks at that moment. Shanks hurriedly jumped into the air, worried about harming his crew. Whitebeard also jumped up, creating shockwaves in the air, causing slight vibrations. His intense haki radiated outward, clashing with Shanks' haki, creating a spectacle of red and blue illusions before the onlookers. The smaller crew members hurriedly fled, knowing that angering their father was extremely dangerous, potentially causing harm within several kilometers. Despite Whitebeard being gravely ill, his strength had not diminished. The two stared at each other, and Shanks did not show fear as their haki continued to clash in the air. Whitebeard smiled. "I didn't expect your strength to have increased so much. It's been a long time since I've moved my bones. Today I'll practice on you." At this moment, Shanks did not want to fight. He had come primarily to discuss some matters, and if an accident occurred during the battle, Ace's situation would become even more complicated. "Whitebeard, I respect you. I know you are very strong, and I might not even be able to beat you. But I want to say that we don't need to act impulsively. I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Whitebeard clenched his hands, and the air in the space was instantly torn apart, even the clouds swirling around them. A powerful shockwave shot directly at Shanks. At that moment, Shanks was unarmed, gathering all his haki, grabbing the incoming shockwave with both hands and then tossing it away. The shockwave flew far into the sky, causing violent disturbances in the clouds, which were torn apart in an instant. Lightning burst forth from within, creating a powerful attack. The air shook, and the sea below surged violently, with crew members tightly gripping the sails to avoid being thrown overboard by the waves. "Dad, don't be angry," Marco shouted to the sky. Whitebeard ignored the crew below and continued his fierce attack, swinging his greatsword. Shanks blocked every attack barehanded, and their speeds increased, becoming almost indistinguishable in the air, making it difficult for ordinary people to track their movements. "Everyone, hurry and sail the ship away. If Dad gets angry and we stay here, the ship will capsize." The crew below quickly navigated the ship away from the area. The sea surface was affected by the intense vibrations above, and the waves grew larger. Marco and Jozu kept stabilizing the ship to prevent it from capsizing. Beckman saw that the situation was not good. If this continued, Whitebeard would only become weaker. He took out a universal capsule from his pocket. This contained the time room. Only by showing Whitebeard what was inside could he dispel his suspicions. It was no longer possible to conceal Dragonzaki's secret. With Whitebeard's strength, he would eventually find out, so it was better to stop this war altogether. Chapter 80. Whitebeard's shock. The captain caught at Beckman, threw the universal glue into the air, and it was instantly released from his hand. The universal capsule, now in the hands of red-haired Shanks, emitted a dazzling golden light. Whitebeard was momentarily stunned, watching as the light enveloped the two of them. "What is this thing?" The object in his hand kept enlarging, and soon, a grand and majestic hall appeared before everyone. "This is..." Marco also looked up at the sky. Besides the captain of the red-haired pirates, the others were dumbfounded. The hall above them radiated a strong aura of reverence, and the sea became much calmer. Could it be some kind of secret weapon that traps people inside? How could such a magnificent sight be achieved? This must be a treasure created by Ryanosuk. But if Ryanosuk had something good, why wouldn't he tell us? Marco and Joseph below were also confused, staring at the hall above. Whitebeard approached the entrance of the temple and observed it carefully. It was incredibly magnificent, the palace he had once imagined. "Red-haired, where did you get this thing? What exactly is it?" Even Whitebeard was astonished. He had never seen such a splendid sight, and the temple before him exuded a powerful majesty. Red-haired chuckled to himself, thinking how even the famous Whitebeard could be so surprised. However, he did not dare to say it out loud. After all, when he first saw the temple, he had the same expression. "Sigh." Red-haired sighed, knowing that secrets ultimately cannot be hidden. "This is the time house. The time house." The people below also heard their conversation. Could it be some kind of divine artifact that can alter time? Or can it allow people to manipulate time freely without restrictions inside? Everyone was speculating about the function of this object before them, as it had exceeded their worldview. "Is this thing you brought out invented by Ryanosuk?" Whitebeard stared directly at Red-haired. "I want to hide it from you. You forced me into this position." "Yes, it was indeed invented by Ryanosuk." "Then what exactly does it do?" Whitebeard carefully examined it, but could not discern much. "It can alter the laws of time. If you stay inside for 1 hour, it is equivalent to 30 days outside. This is a divine artifact for cultivation," Red-haired said earnestly, knowing that this kind of protection is extremely important for every pirate. "A cultivation artifact? 1 hour inside equals 30 days outside. If you stay in for a day, isn't that equivalent to 2 years outside? That's outrageous." After hearing this, the pirates below all gaped in shock, momentarily unable to react. Their expressions varied. "There really is such a cultivation artifact. It seems I, Whitebeard, have been ignorant, having stayed in my own bed for so long that I have completely fallen out of touch with this world." Whitebeard sighed. Although he had a relatively good relationship with Ryanosuk, it was impossible for him to report everything he had. After all, at this moment, Ryanosuk held a noble identity and possessed great power. Seeing his crew member, who was like a son to him, achieve such feats made him very happy. "This kid, Ryanosuk, is getting more impressive. As his father, I am quite proud." After seeing the scene before him, Whitebeard's grievances dissipated, and he returned to the ship to down a bottle of Moutai in one go. "Ha ha ha." Whitebeard laughed toward the sky. Bang! He smashed the bottle of alcohol in his hand. The time house is simply a divine artifact, even more powerful than the previous ones. "Marco, have Ryanosuk come over. I want him to sell me one too." "Yes, Dad." Red-haired also returned to the ship, feeling a tension in his heart finally relax. Watching Whitebeard's temperament change so drastically, he felt a bit surprised. Well, I won't disturb your happy time any longer. I'll take my leave now. Red-haired tried to sneak away. Bang! Whitebeard immediately swung his large knife, directly stabbing it into the ground at Red-haired's feet. You think it's that easy to leave? You still haven't told me how your right arm recovered. The time house doesn't have that function, does it? Red-haired smirked. It seemed Whitebeard was determined to uncover all his secrets. This is also a new invention by Rhinosuke called the time-wrapping skin. Whitebeard straightened up and listened seriously. This was something that truly piqued his interest. Just think, if he could restore some aspect of his body, wouldn't all his ailments disappear in an instant? Whitebeard had been plagued by this illness for several years. He no longer wanted to live in such a weary body. If it weren't for Rhinosuke's high-quality Moutai and Chinese liquor, he would have longed to have a grand battle to leave this world. The time-wrapping skin can make a person 20 years younger. What? That means you can become 20 years younger? Yes, if this is used on Dad. Then 20 years ago, he was incredibly formidable, unbeatable by anyone. Even the current 4 emperors would just be kids in his eyes. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates below displayed expressions of immense joy. Ha ha ha. After hearing this news, Whitebeard was even more delighted. Finally, he could rid himself of his illness. Being 20 years younger, wouldn't he be able to dominate? Congratulations, Dad, on ridding yourself of your illness, becoming 20 years younger, and greatly increasing your strength. Our Whitebeard Pirates will become even more powerful. Marco and Jozu knelt before Whitebeard to celebrate this day. Other crew members also gradually knelt down, and Whitebeard kept drinking from the bottle in his hand, making the most of the moment. Marco, tomorrow we'll go find Rhinosuke ourselves. Yes, Dad. Red-Hair took the opportunity to sneak away, as he had already revealed everything he needed to say and all his secrets. There was no use staying here. He finally closed the door and vanished without a trace. The Whitebeard Pirates then held a celebration ceremony, preemptively celebrating their father becoming 20 years younger. And the joyful atmosphere on the ship had long since forgotten about the red-haired pirates. After returning to his island, Red-haired was more worried about Ace, as he had just learned from the earlier news that Ace had been missing for several days. Buddy sent a few people to the sea to inquire about Ace's whereabouts. He knew that Whitebeard's focus was surely on how to become younger, and he no longer had the energy to think about Ace. Chapter 81. Dad, I will satisfy you, but why is he always interfering? Beckman didn't quite understand. Ace is the son of the Pirate King, Shanks said quietly, which made Beckman's eyes widen. Shoo. Shanks hinted to him not to be too surprised. Don't spread this around, so hurry up and send someone to check on Ace's situation. I understand. Beckman nodded and immediately took action. On the other side, aboard the Whitebeard Pirates ship, Marco hadn't slept well all night. He had been thinking about Ace. He felt that the most important thing right now was to find Ace. Marco approached Whitebeard, ready to discuss Ace with him. Dad, Ace hasn't replied to me yet, and I can't get through on the phone. I'm worried something has happened to him. Hearing this, Whitebeard's heart suddenly shook. What could happen to him? I haven't heard any news from the Navy either. It's hard to say. If Ace were captured by the Navy, they wouldn't announce it quickly. After all, he is the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and they wouldn't want to escalate the situation. Whitebeard frowned. You have a point. How about I go investigate personally? Don't rush. Right now, we need to find Ranzaki. I must obtain the time-wrapping skin. Whitebeard knew that if his strength were restored to what it was 20 years ago, even if Ace were captured by the Navy, so what? Entering those places would be easy. Contact Ranzaki now and see where he is. All right. Marco took out a din-din mushy from his pocket and contacted Ranzaki. Beep, beep, beep. Ranzaki was at the edge of Sabeti Archipelago, enjoying the sea breeze and fishing. At this moment, the din-din mushy in his pocket rang, and he answered. What is up? Marco. Brother Ranzaki, where are you now? We want to see you. I'm at Sabeti Archipelago. Okay, wait for us a moment. Ranzaki hung up the phone. He had already guessed they were coming to get the time-wrapping skin. Not long after, Marco took out a warp door, and a group of people came through. Whitebeard walked to the front, and upon seeing Ranzaki leisurely fishing, a smile immediately appeared on his face, as if he were seeing his own son. Ranzaki, Dad has been thinking about you for a long time, worried that someone might bully you. Whitebeard approached Ranzaki with a fatherly smile. What are you thinking, Dad? Who would dare to bully me? True, my Ranzaki is exceptionally strong. I've heard you have many precious treasures, and each one is top-notch. Aren't you going to share with Dad? Hearing this tone, it seemed Whitebeard was here to question him. Dad, I was just about to find you. I need to bring out more surprises to make you happy. Whitebeard laughed heartily at his flattery. Good son, I knew you would think of me. Dad, you came here to get the time-wrapping skin, right? Exactly. Look at all the syringes on me. I've been entangled with them for years. It's not that my body is tough. Ordinary people would have long been buried. Recently, I heard that the red-haired kid said, "You have time-wrapping skin that can make people young for 20 years, even his arm grew back. Can't you let Dad be young too? Today, Dad might not be able to give you the time-wrapping skin." Why? Whitebeard's eyes showed a hint of anger. After all, he personally came and had given him enough face. The thing is, the time-wrapping skin has a very special material called mermaid jade. This thing can't be easily obtained. It can only be found deep in the East Sea, so obtaining it is extremely difficult. Not long ago, I happened to get one synthesized in a time-wrapping skin, but unexpectedly, it was bought by the red-haired one. Bang! After hearing this, Whitebeard slammed the ground hard, leaving a big hole. Damn it, he actually stole my stuff. Whitebeard's gaze flickered. He also knew that deep in the East Sea, devil fruit users couldn't approach, and all the captains on a ship were devil fruit users. The sea beasts inside were extremely fierce. Ordinary people couldn't enter or exit, which indeed troubled Whitebeard. "Do you have any way to get it again?" Whitebeard looked at him kindly, his eyes filled with extreme desire. Ranzaki couldn't refuse him. After all, he was his previous captain. "There is a way, but I've been observing the situation over there these days. Once the environment improves a bit, I will personally go down again. When I find the first one, I will inform you, Dad. That is why I didn't rush to tell you this news." "Dad, don't worry. After all, I came from you. Any treasure I have, of course, I will first honor you." Whitebeard laughed heartily, patting Ranzaki on the shoulder. It turns out Ranzaki has been thinking of him all along. It seems he misunderstood him. "You are indeed a good son of Dad. I was wrong about you. Today, Dad is here to apologize to you." Whitebeard took out a bottle of Moutai and drank it. "Then I will go back and wait for your good news. I hope you can find it soon. Don't keep Dad waiting too long. When the time comes, you must bring all your treasures to us." Whitebeard noticed that the red-haired one had some things he didn't have. He didn't want his crew to fall behind others. "Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely satisfy you." Whitebeard patted his backside and then left Sabati Archipelago with his crew. After Marco returned to the ship, he wanted a request to find the mermaid jade. "You go. Don't forget your own ability. Once you touch the sea water, you will be powerless. How can you fight those sea beasts?" The little crew members below also started to discuss, each wanting to seize this opportunity for merit. Achieving Dad's wish is the highest honor. Everyone rushed forward to sign up. Whitebeard would never let his children go to their deaths for no reason. "All right, everyone stop fighting. I've already entrusted this matter to Ranzaki. You all stay on the ship." Whitebeard knew that Ranzaki didn't have a devil fruit ability, and he had so many top-notch treasures himself. Wanting to enter and exit the East Sea was not a big deal. He would leave it to him and wait for his news on the ship. Jaws lay on the deck, spitting out Chinese food, and he was the only one not worried about these matters. Chapter 82 CP. Who is this guy? After Whitebeard left, Longqi maintained his lazy posture. He lay alone on the lawn, gazing at the clouds and the sky. The landlord had already noticed that someone was secretly watching him from the shadows. Everything he did was merely a show for them to see. Longqi released his observation haki, which allowed him to sense anyone within a 5-kilometer radius. At that moment, 2 people were hiding behind a tree. They were Rob and Longqi. They were agents from the Sea Intelligence Agency, sent by the 5 elders to monitor Longqi. Rob was yawning beside him, finding such monitoring days extremely boring. The Sea Intelligence Agency was the highest-level intelligence agency of the world government, typically responsible for monitoring high-level figures like the 4 emperors. Rob and Longqi did not know how powerful the person before them was. Teacher Wu had not disclosed much information to them. From their recent observations, they discovered he was a businessman selling some of his own inventions. Although they had seen some of Longqi's small inventions, they deemed them insufficient to warrant special surveillance by the highest intelligence agency. This was really boring. He did nothing every day except eat, shop, and bask in the sun. What intelligence could they possibly gather from him? Rob turned to sit beside him, unable to understand. Longqi, however, remained slightly more composed. "Are you questioning the orders of the 5 elders? They must have their reasons for sending us here." "Ha ha ha." Rob scratched his head awkwardly. No, don't let my current grievances reach the 5 elders." Longqi had already sensed that the 2 had been following him for several days. He had also investigated and found out they were from the Sea Intelligence Agency. Thus, he deduced they were sent by the 5 elders to monitor him and report all his movements back, allowing them to keep him firmly under their control. Longqi remarked, "Look, he is going to lie down all day again. Do we really have to waste time here? As long as we're monitoring him, it's not a waste of time." But, just as the 2 were bickering, Longqi suddenly stood up. He sensed a presence approaching from behind, and when he turned to look, a spatial door was opened. Longqi guessed it was a use of the door fruit and looked forward with curiosity. At that moment, Blackbeard stepped out from the gap in the door with a grin. Longqi boss. Long time no see. Since Blackbeard gained leverage over Longqi, he'd been out raiding for money every day, capturing all sorts of bounty pirates to hand over to the Navy for a certain amount of money. During this time, he had gathered nearly 500 million berries, and now he was grinning as he approached Longqi to buy some new and flashy treasures. The two in the jungle were left speechless at the sight before them, their expressions extremely exaggerated. Rob rubbed his eyes, doubting he was hallucinating. Longqi, did you see that? A group of people just walked out. I saw it too. I thought I was hallucinating. Could it be another devil fruit ability? The two looked closely, and before long, they recognized who it was. Blackbeard was the first to step out from the doorframe, followed by the sickly-looking Q and other crew members like strategist Lafitte. Blackbeard grinned, revealing his mouth full of gold teeth, indicating he must have made a fortune during this time. Is this the legendary nouveau riche? It seems every era has a few, and Longqi loves to cash in on these people. After all, they spend money without thinking, and Longqi would definitely raise the prices. Longqi's previously indifferent expression became exaggerated. Rob exclaimed in surprise. ISNT that Blackbeard, who just became a warlord. Why is he here? Longqi slapped his own face. Are we hallucinating? Is there a devil fruit user that creates illusions nearby? Longqi, don't be foolish. This is the real Blackbeard. And his crew has come to the Sabaody archipelago, and they came out of space. This is simply unbelievable. What kind of ability is this? After all, such matters are classified within the Navy. Only admirals and personnel above the 5 elders of the world government have the right to know. Even the Sea Intelligence Agency knows nothing about the treasures before them or Longqi's secrets. Longqi maintained a cold expression on his face. What do you want from me? Blackbeard walked up to Longqi and boasted. I'm now one of the warlords, and I'm quite familiar with the Navy. During this time, I've been making money everywhere, and I'm here to buy better treasures. Boss Longqi, if you could give me a discount this year, I could help you more in the future, since I'm very familiar with the Navy. Blackbeard repeated, trying to leverage his status as a warlord to get closer. He tossed a heavy bag of 500 million berries in front of Longqi. However, Longqi was not interested in what he had to say. He was more interested in the 500 million berries before him. Whether you're a warlord or an emperor, in Longqi's eyes, you're just a customer, a tool for him to make money. Well, it seems like you've really made quite a bit of money during this time. Thanks to you. If it weren't for you showing me so much leverage, I wouldn't have known I could become this strong. This is my motivation to survive. Blackbeard showed off the sword in his hand. During this time, he had defeated countless pirates with it. Boss Longqi, do you have any new treasures? Of course I do. Longqi never turns down any customer when it comes to business. He pulled out a universal capsule from his pocket. Bang! With a loud sound, a variety of treasures appeared before them. A soul-cleaving sword, a door fruit, Moutai, Zhonghua, a bamboo helicopter, and a time tribe. Blackbeard looked at the treasures before him, carefully contemplating, and noticed two he had never seen before. The two in the forest stared wide-eyed at the numerous items before them, which had appeared out of thin air. How is this possible? Magic? This completely refreshed their worldview. At this moment, they realized why the 5 elders specifically arranged for them to monitor Longqi. Chapter 83. Big names are so low-key, what on earth is this little thing? Blackbeard picked up a bamboo dragonfly. This thing can achieve free flight. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed heartily, completely unable to believe that such a small object could carry a person to fly at will. Boss Longqi, don't joke with me. I could crush it with a gentle squeeze. Well, if you don't believe me, why not give it a try? Blackbeard's eyes darted around. He knew that Longqi's inventions were things that didn't exist in the world. Even if it was small, it might really be able to carry a person to fly. Without saying a word, he put it on his head, exerted a little force, and to his surprise, it really lifted him into the air. Blackbeard spread his arms and soared freely in the sky, as happy as a child. I'm actually flying. Look at me. I can really fly. Blackbeard cheered joyfully to the crew below. This is incredible. If each of us had a bamboo dragonfly, wouldn't that make our battles much more convenient in the future? Yeah, flying is much less tiring than running, and it's quick and convenient. This is a divine artifact. We must buy it. The crew of Blackbeard's pirate group was astonished, and everyone wanted to own a bamboo dragonfly. Longqi and Rob's eyes widened in disbelief. Longqi in front of them constantly refreshed their perceptions. This truly was an astonishing revelation. They felt a bit regretful. They had underestimated Longqi too much. This guy was simply a godlike existence. We're all big names so low-key, just like the 4 emperors Kaido. who wouldn't he easily stir up trouble and stayed on his Onigashima unless necessary. Big Mom also just stayed on her cake island, enjoying her cake. Whitebeard was the same. These big names were very low-key and wouldn't easily showcase their strength. Selfish Longqi and Rob couldn't help but want to slap themselves. They had underestimated others too much. Huff! Blackbeard returned from above, his face full of joy. Boss Longqi, how much is this? I'll take it. With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of bursting? What do I have to fear? I brought 500 million berries. Blackbeard thought that the money he brought was quite a lot, but in Longqi's eyes, it was merely a small sum. 500 million wasn't enough for Longqi to even consider. He coldly waved his hand. With this money, you can only buy 30 bamboo dragonflies. You have no right to interfere with other treasures. Wait, Blackbeard's eyes widened in surprise. Are all your items this expensive? This isn't expensive. It's worth the price. Think about it. This can carry you to fly at will. Where else can you find such a good protection? I'm already giving you a very favorable price. Blackbeard was speechless. After all, the treasure in front of him was indeed unbeatable, and no one else could create something like it. The price was entirely controlled by Longqi. Blackbeard immediately grabbed Longqi's hand. Boss Longqi, how about this? Let me choose again. Blackbeard didn't want to spend all his money on a flying device. He still needed to see if there were other treasures worth getting. He walked in front of the treasures and observed them carefully. At that moment, he saw the golden glow of a treasure from years ago. It was the time house. This, Poisoné was also shocked, unable to close his mouth. Lafitte came over, carefully looking at the glow. Captain, I've never seen this thing before. Blackbeard circled around, seeing only 2 pillars forming a door, trying to touch it, but unable to. Boss Longqi, what is this? Blackbeard asked curiously. This is called the Time House. It's an extremely powerful treasure. Really? Everyone's eyes widened. Can the Time House change time? That's unlikely, right? If time could be changed, wouldn't that cause chaos? Everyone was half convinced, even thinking that its principle might be extremely terrifying. The so-called Time House was naturally related to time. If you stayed inside for 1 hour, it would be equivalent to 30 days in the outside world. So, this could make your time extremely sufficient and also serve as a cultivation artifact to rapidly enhance abilities. After hearing Longqi's explanation, everyone's expressions varied, and they found it hard to believe what they had heard. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck their ears, and the huge news created a sensation in the world, igniting wild fantasies. This was simply a cultivating artifact. Whoever possessed this treasure could greatly enhance their strength and even become the world's strongest overlord among pirates. Everyone rushed forward to observe the Time House closely, eager to test it out. In the back, the Sea Intelligence Agency's 2 members heard this news and were equally shocked, unable to calm down for a while. As the world's most powerful intelligence agency, they were aware of all news, and what they heard today completely devastated them. They never expected that even time could be changed. Longqi, did you hear that? If this thing really exists, then pirates aren't something we can control. You're right. Such a thing must not fall into the hands of pirates. We need to find a way to report to the 5 elders and let them stop this transaction. Don't rush. Let us see if what he said is true. If we're deceived, we'll have offended the 5 elders. Longqi nodded. After all, such important intelligence couldn't afford to make a blunder. The 2 quietly hid to observe their transaction. Bosch raised his hand, wanted to personally go in and test it out to see if it was as Longqi said. Captain, I want to go in for a while. Blackbeard also nodded. He indeed needed to check the goods first. If the goods weren't as advertised, he would be a loss. Although he believed that Longqi wouldn't deceive him, it was best to verify the authenticity of the goods in front of him. No problem. You could just go in. Longqi nodded. Bosch opened the door in front of him and walked in, seeing an expansive and endless plain. What is this? There's nothing here. Bosch complained, then immediately took on a tiger-like stance and charged into the distance. He hammered the ground, creating one huge pit after another. Bosch looked disdainfully at the space here, finding it no different from the doors he knew. It was just a passage to an unknown place. Chapter 84. The fool is you at this moment. He had not yet noticed the change in time within the room. Bosch continued to run forward, wanting to see how vast this place really was. After running for more than 10 minutes, he returned to the starting point, but this starting point felt a bit different from the phenomenon he had just experienced. He found that all the caves he had just smashed open had completely disappeared. What was going on? Did he have some sort of restoration ability? That was impossible. How could such a world exist? Bosch couldn't believe it and struck the ground hard again, wanting to see for himself if the cave would restore itself. In the blink of an eye, the cave in front of him disappeared once more. This made him gasp in shock. It was indeed different from the phenomena he had encountered earlier. He felt ashamed about the previous mockery. It was incredible. It seemed that this time-space area was indeed a great place for cultivation. Bosch's estimated that he had been inside for about 10 minutes. We walked out. Everyone looked at him with curiosity and surprise. The inside of the ship was indeed very magical. He had to buy it, and he wouldn't have to worry about not having a place to cultivate in the future. Bosch's was very aware of the power of his heavy punches, but sometimes he could easily destroy an island without holding back, which made his cultivation very frustrating. He couldn't find a suitable place, but with this time house, he could freely refine his strength. How did you come out so quickly? You were in there for just a few seconds. What did you discover? Bosch's was taken aback when he heard Blackbeard say this. Captain, I've been in there for over 10 minutes. What? Blackbeard exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the time inside to really be shorter. See? That's the magic of it. There aren't many who want to possess it, so if you don't seize the opportunity, it will be gone. Longqi once again piqued their interest. Blackbeard had also witnessed the wonders of this house, and even his subordinates were very impressed, making him even more determined to acquire it. Boss Longqi, Blackbeard immediately put on a strange smile, continuously moving closer to Longqi. Can you give me a discount on this? Blackbeard knew that such a powerful treasure would naturally come at a high price, possibly far exceeding the money he had brought. Longqi intended to take advantage of this fool, knowing that even if Blackbeard didn't bring enough money, he would have his ways. It's only 5 billion, Longqi said calmly. What? 5 billion? You're asking for my life. Blackbeard's expression was one of disbelief. That 5 billion could accomplish many things, and he only had 500 million left on him. The treasure in front of him could change time and enhance one's abilities. 5 billion was already a very cheap deal. Seeing him hesitate, Longqi prepared to take back his treasure, deliberately teasing him. Since you have no sincerity, then forget it. I'll give you 30 bamboo copters, and you can leave. Wait, Blackbeard immediately grabbed Longqi. Having come all this way, he had to get the time house. But boss Longqi, I only have 500 million left, including all my wealth. If you don't sell it to me today, I can't just leave empty-handed. Blackbeard's complaints showed a face full of grievance. Longqi secretly thought that seeing him in such a pathetic state made him want to punch him. Fortunately, he had a good temper and held back. All right then, since you want it so badly, let's sign an agreement where you essentially owe me money. In business, it's inevitable to have credit, and Longqi understood this. Anyway, this fool was already in his grasp. Don't worry, I'm Blackbeard, famous for my sincerity. I will find a way to pay you back the money I owe. If this were earlier, who would believe that a cunning and sly Blackbeard could be sincere, even daring to kill his own crew? At this moment, Blackbeard was in the vast seas, mainly because he had seen Longqi's strength, which far exceeded his own. If he didn't show sincerity, he would be the one to suffer. Longqi took out a piece of paper from his pocket, on which he wrote the transaction details between them. Take a look. Longqi showed him the promissory note. It stated that he owed a total of 5 billion, which included the delivery of 30 bamboo copters and the time house. Seeing such a huge debt, Poisonay couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. How many years would it take to earn that back? He would even have to give the 500 million he had to Longqi. Lafitte pulled Blackbeard aside, wanting to discuss this matter properly. Captain, we owe a debt of 5 billion. We will have to work for Longqi for the rest of our lives. Lafitte's eyes revealed disbelief. Blackbeard naturally understood this, but what could he do? The treasure in front of him was too tempting. He would rather suffer. You're foolish. As long as we have the time house, we can control our time. 5 billion is nothing. Blackbeard thought clearly about this. With so many advantages combined, dominating the world wouldn't be difficult. But he didn't realize that besides him, the Navy and others also had access to it. One day when he discovered that other powerful figures had it too, but unlike them, he owed a huge debt. It would surely infuriate him. But what could he do? Everything had already happened. Blackbeard made up his mind and immediately pressed his fingerprint on the promissory note. Longqi smiled, taking back the note and putting it away. This big fool was indeed easy to trick. All right, I've given you your things. Next time you come to buy something, make sure to pay this money back first. No problem, boss Longqi. Next time I will definitely pay you back in full. Thank you for today. Blackbeard, still unaware that he had been taken advantage of, grinned at Longqi. Then I won't disturb your pleasant time. Blackbeard, along with his crew, left the Sabati archipelago through the random door. Rob and Longqi were in a daze, unable to make up their minds. At this moment, Blackbeard had already run away. Longqi, we must report this news to the 5 elders, right? Longqi nodded. They didn't dare to leave Longqi's side for even a moment. The earlier demonstration had already shocked them enough. Longqi was indeed not as simple as they had imagined. Longqi lay on the ground, having already cast aside the earlier events. Knowing that the two behind him were still closely watching him, he had to maintain the appearance that nothing had happened, making it even harder for these two guys to guess his intentions. Chapter 85. The shock of the Marine headquarters time passed second by second as Longqi continued to feign a lazy demeanor, lying on the lawn soaking up the sun. Meanwhile, Longqi and Rob silently observed from the shadows, hesitant to leave. At this moment, if they didn't report, when would they? Rob murmured to himself, eager to tell the elders about everything he had seen today. Longqi nodded. You return to the headquarters to report. I'll stay and continue monitoring. Okay. The two had clear roles. Rob's figure flashed and quickly disappeared into the bushes. The distance from the Sabati archipelago to the Marine headquarters wasn't far. Rob rushed straight towards the headquarters. By the time he arrived at the Marine headquarters hall, he was out of breath, disheveled, and drenched in sweat. Rob, what happened to you? Weren't you supposed to monitor the target with Longqi? Sengoku came out of his office and happened to see Rob in such a sorry state. Admiral, I have urgent intelligence to report, Rob said anxiously. Sengoku frowned slightly and gestured for him to follow. The two entered a secret meeting room, and Sengoku closed the door, turning to say, Speak. During our monitoring of Longqi, we discovered that he possesses many incredible treasures. Today, Blackbeard actually appeared directly in front of Longqi through an item called the Door of All Possibilities. Even more outrageous, Longqi showcased something called the Time House, which supposedly allows 1 hour inside to equate to 30 days outside. What? Sengoku suddenly stood up, his expression changing drastically. Are you sure? Absolutely. Blackbeard's subordinate personally went in to verify it. After being inside for just over 10 minutes, only a few seconds passed outside. Sengoku quietly sat back down in his chair, his expression grave. If this intelligence is true, the Navy's advantage over pirates would vanish. Whoever can rapidly increase their strength in a short time will control the future of seas. Did Blackbeard buy it? Sengoku asked in a low voice. Yes. He spent 500 million in cash and still owes 1 billion. Sengoku fell into deep thought. He knew this matter must be reported to the elders immediately, but he also realized the Navy must take action. Rob, keep this matter confidential for now. I will personally report to the elders. Now, contact Carp and Akainu immediately and have them come see me. Yes. In less than half an hour, Carp and Akainu arrived at Sengoku's office. Sengoku told them everything about Longqi. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This kid is quite capable. Carp laughed heartily, showing no signs of worry. Akainu's face turned dark. Such a dangerous individual must be eliminated immediately. His existence is a great threat to the order of the Navy. Sengoku raised his hand, signaling for them to calm down. What we need now is not a blind attack. According to the intel, Longqi has already sold the Time House to Blackbeard, and previously, Red-Haired also purchased treasures from him. This means he likely has dealings with multiple emperors. Acting rashly could provoke unnecessary conflict. What should we do then? Stand by and do nothing? Akainu said discontentedly. Of course not. Sengoku's eyes flickered with a glint. What we need to do is also purchase these treasures from him. In Marineford, the Holy Land, the elders were holding a routine meeting. Were the recent movements of the emperors? The blonde elder asked. Red-Haired is active in the East Blue. Whitebeard is still controlling the situation in the New World, and Big Mom and Kaido are managing their respective territories, the long-bearded elder replied. Chapter 86. The decision of the 5 elders at that moment. The door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and Sengoku entered with a serious expression. Marshal, you barged in without permission. What urgent matter do you have? The 5 elders, holding long swords, coldly asked. Without saying a word, Sengoku directly revealed all of the intelligence regarding Ryanosuke. When he spoke about the function of the time room, the entire conference room fell into silence. Have you confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence? The 5 elder with a beard showed a hint of shock in his eyes. C's agent witnessed it firsthand. Blackbeard has already purchased this treasure. The 5 elders exchanged glances and then signaled for all their subordinates to leave the conference room. Once everyone had left, the curly-haired elder finally spoke after a long silence. What was the previous intelligence on this Ryanosuke? Sengoku shook his head. There is very little information. He was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, later became independent, and claimed to be a merchant. His strength is unknown, but it is said that the 4 emperors are quite wary of him. Ridiculous. The bearded elder snorted coldly. A mere pirate dares to wield the power to change time. This is simply a challenge to the authority of the world government. We must immediately deploy all the forces of the Navy headquarters to eliminate him completely. The swordsman elder spoke coldly. However, the curly-haired elder shook his head. We must not act rashly. If he truly possesses such a divine object, a hasty attack will only alert him. Moreover, he has already interacted with several of the 4 emperors. If we strike carelessly, it could likely trigger a large-scale conflict. The blonde elder appeared deep in thought. Sengoku, what do you suggest? Sengoku had already devised a plan. I suggest that the Navy also send someone to purchase these treasures. This will not only enhance our own strength, but also allow us to observe his true nature up close, and we can act when the time is right. The 5 elders fell into silence, exchanging glances. Finally, the curly-haired elder made a decision. I agree with your suggestion. Dispatch a general from headquarters to make contact, but he must act with caution. At the same time, strengthen surveillance on him. If any signs of danger are detected, we will take immediate action. Understood, Sengoku replied, and turned to leave the conference room. Inside the conference room, the 5 elders fell into deep thought. The time room. Such a treasure exists. The bearded elder muttered to himself. Perhaps he is the one mentioned in ancient documents. A hint of subtle worry flashed in the eyes of the blonde elder. Regardless, we must ensure that the world government maintains control over this power. The swordsman elder stated firmly. At Marineford, in Sengoku's office. What? You wanted to go by those treasures? Akainu's face darkened, clearly displeased with the task. Sengoku sighed. This is the decision of the 5 elders. Considering the special nature of the task, we need a general with enough deterrent power to go. Why not Akiji or Kizaru? Akainu replied, unhappily. I am better at destroying enemies, not trading with them. Sengoku's gaze was piercing. Exactly because of that, you were chosen. Ryan Osuk is unfathomable. If he has ulterior motives, only you can subdue him at the first opportunity. Akainu lowered his head in thought for a moment, then finally said solemnly, I understand. Remember, the main purpose of this mission is to acquire those treasures. Gathering intelligence comes second. Unless absolutely necessary, do not act rashly. Akainu nodded in agreement and turned to leave the office. Chapter 87. Akainu's mission Sabeti Archipelago. Rayleigh continues to live his leisurely life, as usual. Occasionally, pirates come to him to buy some small items, but they are all ordinary things, not showcasing any more magical treasures. Longqi is still secretly monitoring, and one day, he suddenly sees a naval warship slowly approaching the island. When he clearly sees the figure standing on the deck, Longqi's pupils suddenly constrict. Akainu, he can't believe his eyes. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sakazuki, is now walking towards Rayleigh with several naval soldiers. Rayleigh seems to have sensed it long ago, leisurely sitting up and looking in Akainu's direction. The 2 men's eyes meet in the air, and the atmosphere seems to freeze in an instant. I didn't expect the Navy's dogs to come knocking. Rayleigh chuckles lightly, not hiding his disdain for the Navy. Akainu's facial muscles twitch slightly, but he suppresses his anger and slowly approaches Rayleigh. Rayleigh, I heard you have some unique goods for sale. Akainu gets straight to the point. Rayleigh raises an eyebrow. Oh, the famous Admiral Akainu is actually interested in a small merchant's goods? How surprising. Less nonsense. Akainu says coldly. I heard you have something called the time room, and I want to buy one. A glimmer of amusement flashes in Rayleigh's eyes. I see. The Navy is also interested in time. However, this is not something just anyone can afford. Price is not an issue. Akainu says in a deep voice. Is that so? Rayleigh stands up, looking directly into Akainu's eyes. Then how much berries do you have prepared for the purchase? 2 billion. Akainu states a price far exceeding Blackbeard's offer. Rayleigh shakes his head. Sorry, the time room is temporarily sold out. However, I have other treasures that you might be interested in. Akainu's eyes burn with anger, but he holds it back. He knows the purpose of this visit and cannot afford to lose control. What treasures? Rayleigh smiles slightly and pulls out a small universal capsule from his pocket. Bang! With a muffled sound, Rayleigh's universal capsule explodes into a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke clears, various items are displayed on the ground. Akainu's gaze quickly scans the items on the ground, including a shining Zanpakuto, a golden bamboo copter, and some peculiar objects he can't name. What are these? Akainu asks sharply, his eyes filled with vigilance. Rayleigh leisurely walks over and points to his sword. This is a Zanpakuto, capable of easily cutting through sea prism stone. He then points to the bamboo copter. This allows a person to fly freely, and even a devil fruit user can escape if they fall into the water. A flicker of surprise crosses Akainu's eyes. If these items are truly as Rayleigh says, they indeed possess incredible power. And this? Akainu points to a small metal door frame. This is a door to anywhere, allowing you to instantly reach any place you want, Rayleigh says casually, as if it's just a trivial gadget. Akainu's pupils shrink sharply, a storm rising in his heart. Instant teleportation? If the Navy had such an ability, capturing pirates would become so easy. I'll take them all, Akainu decisively states. Rayleigh chuckles. All? That would be 30 billion berries. Not a problem. Akainu replies expressionlessly. Just then, Rayleigh suddenly changes his tone. However, I have a condition. Chapter 88. The trade of treasures. Akainu immediately became alert. What are the conditions? I want to know some information, Longqi said with a hint of cunning in his eyes. For example, why is the Navy suddenly so interested in my goods? Akainu's expression stiffened, and he sneered. Don't get carried away. The Navy is only interested in valuable items. Longqi shrugged non-committally. All right, since you're unwilling to tell me, I'll 1T force you. However, he deliberately elongated his voice. I suddenly feel that the price should be raised a bit. You. Akainu was furious, but ultimately suppressed his anger, stating 40 billion, not a cent more. Deal. Longqi agreed cheerfully, which surprised Akainu instead. The transaction was quickly completed, and Longqi accepted the check that Akainu brought, explaining in detail how to use each treasure. I hope the Navy can make good use of these treasures and not let my good intentions go to waste, Longqi said meaningfully. Akainu snorted coldly and turned to leave with the treasures. But just then, Longqi's voice rang out again. By the way, Admiral Akainu, please send my regards to those two friends from sea, especially the one hiding behind the tree. Tell them that next time they monitor me, they don't have to hide so hard. Akainu paused for a moment, but quickly continued walking as if nothing had happened. In the shadows, Longqi's heart trembled, cold sweat soaking his back. It turned out he had discovered them long ago. After Akainu left, Longqi still maintained a leisurely demeanor, as if the transaction with the Navy Admiral was just an ordinary chat. But Longqi in the shadows could no longer remain calm. Longqi's last words made it clear that he had known all along that he was being watched. Longqi couldn't help but gasp, a storm of emotions surging within him. Who exactly is this person? How could he easily detect the surveillance from sea? Have you seen enough? Longqi's voice suddenly echoed, causing Longqi to nearly fall from the tree. Since you've been discovered, there's no need to hide, Longqi said lazily, his gaze fixed directly on Longqi's hiding spot. Longqi knew that hiding any longer was pointless, so he stepped out from behind the tree, looking at Longqi with a serious expression. You knew all along? Longqi couldn't help but ask. Longqi chuckled lightly. I've known since the first day you arrived. Longqi's heart shook, and he forced himself to remain calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. Haha, Longqi shook his head. Are sea agents really this insincere? What about Rob? Has he reported back to the elders? A flash of shock crossed Longqi's eyes. This person not only knew their identities, but also the whereabouts of his companions. Who exactly are you? Longqi asked in a deep voice. I'm just a small businessman. Longqi replied casually, but the sparkle in his eyes made Longqi feel a chill. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the distant sky. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the sea rose in huge waves. A massive pirate ship slowly emerged from the clouds, its bow flying the skull flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seems a guest is coming, Longqi said, looking at the distant pirate ship with a slight smile. Longqi immediately became tense. Whitebeard's visit was no small matter. He had to report this situation to headquarters immediately. Before Longqi could react, Longqi had already turned and walked toward the Whitebeard pirate ship. After hesitating for a moment, Longqi ultimately decided to continue monitoring and quietly followed. On the Whitebeard pirate ship, Whitebeard stood majestically on the deck, flanked by Marco and Jozu. Old man, Longqi is right by the shore. Marco pointed toward Longqi in the distance. Whitebeard's eyes were sharp as he stared at Longqi for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, I knew this kid wouldn't disappoint me. Old man, are you sure he has obtained the time package skin? Jozu asked with some concern. Whitebeard patted Jozu on the shoulder. Whether he has it or not, we're already here. If he doesn't then let him hurry and get it. After the pirate ship docked, Whitebeard led his crew to Longqi. Longqi, your old man has come to see you. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Longqi smiled slightly. Old man, I've been waiting for you. Oh, Whitebeard's eyes brightened. Does that mean? That's right, Longqi nodded. The time package skin, I have obtained it. Whitebeard and the crew immediately cheered, while Longqi in the shadows widened his eyes, his breathing becoming rapid. However, Longqi's tone shifted. Using it may carry some risks. Any risk is worth it, Whitebeard declared boldly. As long as it can bring me back to my peak, I'm willing to pay any price. Longqi gave Whitebeard a meaningful glance, then pulled out a small box that sparkled with golden light from his pocket. This is the time package skin that can bring someone back to their peak. Chapter 89, The Cost of Time. Whitebeard's eyes were bright as he stared at the small box in Longqi's hand, which emitted a golden light, as if the blood in his body had been ignited. Marco, Jozu, and other officers of the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't help but gather around, eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious time wrapping skin. Is this the treasure that can bring Dad back to his peak? Marco couldn't help but ask, his tone laced with a hint of doubt and anticipation. Longqi slowly opened the small box, revealing a transparent golden membrane that looked like a thin veil. The membrane shimmered under the sunlight, as if countless tiny runes were flowing on its surface. The time-wrapping skin, as the name suggests, can wrap around the user's body, allowing them to return to the most vigorous moment of their life, Longqi explained. For you, Dad, it means you can rid yourself of illness and return to that peak state that shocked the world. A flicker of excitement passed through Whitebeard's eyes, but he quickly calmed down. You mentioned there are risks. What exactly are they? Longqi's expression became serious. The time-wrapping skin is not permanent. It can only last for about 30 days. Once the effect wears off, your body will be even weaker than it is now. Simply put, this is borrowing vitality from your future. Upon hearing this, Marco's face immediately turned grim. Dad, this is too dangerous. Sacrificing your future life for a brief period of power isn't worth it. But Whitebeard just laughed heartily. To live a life where you can do what you want, dying without regrets, is the true value. Hidden in the shadows, Longqi was stunned into silence. A treasure that could bring someone back to their peak state? If it fell into the hands of pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially for the already old and frail Whitebeard. If he could return to his prime, the balance of the world would be completely shattered. What's the price? Whitebeard asked directly. Longqi glanced at Whitebeard and then at the crew behind him. Dad, according to our previous agreement, you just need to keep something for me. What is it? Longqi pulled out an ordinary wooden box from his pocket. Inside are some of my personal belongings. I hope you can keep them safe until I come to retrieve them. Whitebeard pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, but I must confirm that there are no dangerous items inside. Go ahead. Longqi handed the wooden box to Whitebeard. Whitebeard took the box and carefully opened it. Inside was only a yellowed piece of paper and a dull stone. He used his observation hockey for a moment, confirming that there was no danger before handing the box to Marco. Deal. Whitebeard extended his large palm. Longqi placed the time-wrapping skin in Whitebeard's palm. The method of use is simple. Just stick it to your chest and let it naturally merge with your skin. But be cautious about when you choose to use it, because once you start, you cannot stop halfway. Whitebeard solemnly accepted the time-wrapping skin, his eyes shining with determination. I know what I'm doing. Just then, a Navy ship suddenly appeared on the distant sea, its flag clearly visible, the Marine headquarters. Whitebeard's expression immediately became serious. It seems an uninvited guest has arrived, Longqi said calmly, as if he had anticipated this scene. Longqi, hiding in the shadows, clicked his tongue in frustration. The situation was getting more complicated. First a canoe, then Whitebeard, and now even a Navy ship. What exactly was going to happen in the Sabati archipelago today? On the Navy ship, a figure slowly walked to the bow. It was Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. Things were getting more interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Longqi's mouth. Chapter 90. Gathering of the Strong. The warship gradually approached the shore. Vice Admiral Garp, dressed in a Navy uniform, had a rugged face marked by a hint of disdain and sternness. His gaze first swept over Whitebeard and his crew, finally landing on Longqi. Garp, you old man, what brings you here today? Whitebeard looked up at Garp on the warship and asked with a light chuckle. Garp crossed his arms and stood proudly at the bow of the ship, saying, Whitebeard, I didn't expect to see you here. What? Are you also interested in those strange treasures? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ha! What's wrong with an old man visiting his own crew? Garp clearly didn't believe this excuse, but he didn't press further. He leaped from the warship to the shore with a muffled thud. Amidst the rising dust, he strode towards Longqi. Are you Longqi? Garp asked, hands in his pockets, looking down at Longqi from height. Longqi smiled slightly. The Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp has personally come a visit. My little place is truly honored. Garp snorted, cut the crap. That Bradakainu just came back from here. What did you sell him? Longqi shrugged innocently, just some trinkets. Nothing special. Trinkets? Garp sneered. What could possibly be worth a Kainu personally coming to buy? Hidden in the shadows, Luffy held his breath, afraid of being discovered. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Two of the world's top powers, Whitebeard and Carp, were facing Longqi. If a conflict erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, a flash of golden light streaked across the sky, and a figure landed before everyone with astonishing speed. It was Admiral Kizaru. "Oh my! What a lively scene," Kizaru said in his signature lazy tone, his gaze shifting between Whitebeard and Longqi. "Mr. Carp, Sengoku sent me to back you up." Carp shot Kizaru an annoyed glance. "Who says I need backup? Tell Sengoku I can handle it myself." Seeing this, Whitebeard frowned slightly. "It seems the Navy is quite interested in you, Longqi." Longqi remained calm. "Perhaps my business has been too prosperous lately, attracting some unnecessary attention." Kizaru leisurely walked over to Longqi, looking down at him. "Mr. Longqi, I've heard you have many peculiar treasures for sale. I'd like to buy some." Longqi looked up at Kizaru, his smile unwavering. "The Admiral is also interested in my goods? But I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Today's stock is running low." "Is that so?" Kizaru elongated his tone. What a pity. At this moment, the atmosphere became exceptionally tense. The appearances of Carp and Kizaru clearly indicated that their intentions were not merely for shopping. Whitebeard's subordinates also tensed up, ready to respond to any potential conflict. However, Longqi seemed unfazed, maintaining his leisurely demeanor. "If you all are here to shop, feel free to take your time. If you have other intentions, you can just say so." Carp bluntly stated, "We're here to ask you a question. Where did those treasures of yours come from?" At this question, even Whitebeard turned his gaze towards Longqi, clearly curious about it as well. Longqi chuckled lightly. "Commercial secret. I'm afraid I can't disclose that." "Don't want to say?" Kizaru raised a finger, golden light gathering at his fingertip. "Then I might have to get serious." Amid the dust and smoke, a handprint suddenly formed, iron blocks. A voice came from his side. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, gripping his naginata tightly. "Are you Navy here to cause trouble today?" The atmosphere instantly became tense, and a great battle seemed imminent. Just at that critical moment, a voice came from the distance. "Wait!" Everyone turned to look, and they saw a young man wearing a straw hat running from afar, followed by a group of companions. "That is Straw Hat Luffy?" Luffy murmured in surprise. How did the situation become so complicated? Chapter 91. The appearance of the Straw Hat with his trademark smile, Straw Hat Luffy swaggered over. Following him were Robin, Zoro, Sanji, and other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. When Luffy saw Whitebeard and the Marines appear at the same time, his smile instantly froze on his face. "Grandpa Whitebeard, Grandpa Garp, and Uncle Bald? Why are you all here?" Luffy asked in surprise, scratching his head. "You little brat, calling me Uncle Bald?" Kizaru said, his expression displeased as he pointed a long finger at Luffy. Garp's face was filled with anger. "You brat. How many times have I told you not to be a pirate? Get back here and join the Marines." He started to rush forward, but was stopped by Kizaru. "Oh dear, Mr. Garp, now is not the time for family education," Kizaru said lazily. Luffy ignored Garp's anger and walked directly to Longqi, his eyes sparkling. "Hey, you're the treasure merchant, right? I heard from Shanks that you have some amazing things." Longqi looked at Luffy, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "Straw Hat Luffy? Shanks mentioned me to you?" "Yes." Luffy nodded vigorously. "Shanks said you have a lot of strange treasures that can make people stronger. I want to be the Pirate King, so I can see if I could buy some." Zoro sighed beside him. "Hey, Luffy, can you see the atmosphere here? The Marine Admirals and the 4 Emperors are all present. This situation is dangerous." Robin was closely watching Whitebeard and the Marines' reactions, ready to respond to any potential conflict. Longqi was amused by Luffy's straightforwardness. "I see. Shanks recommended me to you. However, today might not be a good time for shopping. As you can see, I'm already a bit full here." Luffy looked around and finally noticed the odd atmosphere. Whitebeard and his crew looked serious. Garp and Kizaru had vigilant expressions, while Longqi remained relaxed in the eye of the storm. "Huh, are you guys going to fight?" Luffy asked, his tone surprisingly filled with anticipation. No. Longqi quickly waved his hands. "Everyone is just having a friendly conversation, right?" He looked at Garp and Kizaru. Garp snorted, while Kizaru smiled meaningfully. Suddenly, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Huh, an interesting little brat. No wonder Shanks values you so much." The atmosphere seemed to ease because of Luffy's presence, but Lucci knew this was just a superficial change. The power struggle between the factions was still ongoing in the background. No one wanted to initiate conflict in such a situation. Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Luffy walked straight up to Longqi and extended his hand. "Show me your treasures." Longqi was both amused and exasperated by Luffy's directness. "Aren't you afraid my things have traps?" Luffy grinned. Shanks said you're a trustworthy person, so I believe you. This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. A glimmer of approval flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. And although Garp's expression remained serious, complex emotions flickered in his gaze. Longqi stared at Luffy and suddenly laughed. You're even more naive than I expected. He pulled out a small universal capsule from his pocket and pressed it gently in front of Luffy. Bang! White smoke dispersed, revealing several items on the ground. A soul-cutting blade, a small portal, and a small box emitting a faint glow. Wow, how amazing! Luffy's eyes sparkled as he crouched down to inspect the items. Be careful, Luffy, Zoro warned, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Longqi pointed to the items and introduced them one by one. Soul-cutting blade can cut through sea prism stone. Portal can take you to your desired location instantly. This small box contains smell powder, which can allow you to smell things from over 100 kilometers away. That's awesome. I want them all, Luffy declared without hesitation. Haha, do you have that much money? Longqi was amused by Luffy's straightforwardness. Luffy scratched his head. Money. Well, seeing Luffy's embarrassment about his finances, Longqi seemed to have an idea. How about this? I can give you one item as a favor to Shanks. At this statement, both Garp and Kizaru's expressions changed. Longqi. Garp growled, what do you want to do? Chapter 92, Unexpected Gift. Longqi smiled innocently at Garp and said, it's just a gift for the straw hat. What's the problem? Garp frowned deeply. There's a big problem. Each of your treasures is enough to change the course of battle. If they fall into the hands of pirates, I'm refusing. Luffy suddenly interrupted Garp, straightened his back, and looked firmly at Longqi. I don't want to take your things for free. That would be too embarrassing. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that Luffy, who usually acted without concern, would refuse such a benefit. Longqi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh? Then how do you plan to obtain my treasures? Luffy patted his chest and said firmly, I'll earn them my way. If you need money, I'll go look for treasure. If you need a task completed, I'll help you with that. But I won't take anyone's things for free. Longqi stared at Luffy for a moment, then suddenly laughed. One interesting little guy. All right, I'll give you a chance. Come fight me. If you can last 3 minutes without falling under my hands, I'll give you a treasure. Hey, Longqi. Whitebeard spoke up with a warning tone. Are you sure you want to do this? Garp's frown deepened. This kid is my grandson. If you hurt him in any way. Longqi waved his hand. Relax, it's just sparring. I won't go too hard. Luffy's eyes lit up. Great. I accept the challenge. As he said this, he began to warm up and got ready for the fight. Zoro sighed nearby. Here we go again. Recklessly accepting a challenge without knowing the opponent's strength. Sanji lit a cigarette. That's our captain style. Just get used to it. Longqi stood up and took off his coat, revealing a strong physique. He looked around. We need an open space. Let's go on my ship, Luffy suggested excitedly. Longqi nodded, and the two headed towards the Straw Hat pirate ship. Whitebeard, Garp, Kizaru, and their respective subordinates followed, not wanting to miss this fight. In the shadows, Longqi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. This battle might reveal some secrets about Longqi, which would be extremely valuable intelligence for sea. On the Thousand Sunny, everyone stood around the deck, forming a makeshift battlefield. Luffy stood on one side, eagerly rubbing his hands together, while Longqi stood on the other side, still relaxed and at ease. The rules are simple, Longqi said. You just need to last 3 minutes without falling under my hands to win. I won't use any treasures, just my own abilities. Are you ready? Of course. Luffy grinned. I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Garp stood beside him, with a complex expression on his face. Although he had always opposed Luffy becoming a pirate, he couldn't help but worry seeing his grandson about to face an unknown and powerful opponent. The match begins. Chopper jumped into the middle of the arena and announced loudly. However, to everyone's surprise, Longqi did not immediately launch an attack. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, motionless. Luffy clearly didn't expect this and paused for a moment before smiling. If you won't take the initiative, then I'll come. Rubber. Rocket. Luffy quickly pulled his arms back and then charged at Longqi. A hint of amusement flashed in Longzaki's eyes as he lightly sidestepped at the moment Luffy's fist was about to hit him, easily dodging the attack. Rubber. Machine gun. Luffy refused to back down, raining down punches on Longqi like raindrops. Longqi continued to dodge effortlessly, weaving through the flurry of punches without being touched. This guy. Zoro squinted, his observation hockey strong. Neither Whitebeard nor Garp spoke, but their expressions grew more serious. Kizaru wore a knowing smile. Luffy seemed to realize that his normal attacks were ineffective, and he took a deep breath. Second gear. Steam erupted from his body, and his skin glowed with a pink hue. Luffy's speed and strength received a tremendous boost. Rubber, rubber. Jet Gatling. This time, Luffy's attack speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see his fists. However, Longqi still responded calmly, sometimes sidestepping, sometimes ducking, never getting hit by Luffy's attacks. 2 minutes had already passed. Robin was keeping an eye on the time. Luffy felt a bit impatient. He knew time was running out. Third gear. He stuffed his thumb into his mouth and blew hard. Rubber, rubber. Elephant gun. A giant fist slammed down towards Longqi, powerful enough to destroy a small mountain. However, Longqi simply raised one hand and gently caught Luffy's massive punch. What? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 93. Astonishing power. The entire deck fell into a deathly silence. Luffy's massive fist was caught by Ryuzaki with one hand, as if he were catching a light balloon. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the scene before them. Impossible. Sanji murmured, a cigarette falling from his slightly open mouth. Zoro tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, a wary light flashing in his eyes. Who the hell is this guy? Whitebeard and Garp's expressions also became exceptionally serious. Kizaru maintained his lazy demeanor, but a rare seriousness flickered in his gaze. Luffy was clearly shocked as well. He struggled hard, trying to retract his fist, but Ryozaki's hand held him firmly like a vice, not budging an inch. Is that all you've got? Straw Hat Luffy. Ryozaki's voice remained calm, even tinged with a hint of disappointment. Luffy gritted his teeth, retracting his gear third ability, his arm returning to its normal size. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Gear fourth. Bound man. Luffy's body began to change, his skin gleaming with a metallic sheen, muscles bulging, exuding a palpable pressure. This was a new ability he had learned in Wano, and he rarely used it right at the start of a fight. Rubber, rubber. Lion bazooka. Luffy's fist, enveloped in burning haki, struck directly at Ryozaki's chest. The force of this punch was so strong that even the air compressed in invisible ripples. A flicker of seriousness finally crossed Ryozaki's eyes. He lightly leaped to evade Luffy's attack. The fist brushed past the edge of his clothing, crashing onto the deck and causing the whole ship to tremble. You really have some skills. Ryuzaki chuckled. Then I'll take this a bit more seriously. His figure suddenly vanished from the spot and appeared behind Luffy the next second. It wasn't a speed so fast, it was invisible, but a true instant teleportation, one that even powerful figures like Whitebeard and Garp couldn't track. Ryuzaki lightly pointed, tapping Luffy on the back. Bang! Luffy was sent flying as if he had been hit by a speeding train, crashing into the ship's railing. The wooden railing shattered on impact, and Luffy's body hung in midair, nearly falling into the sea. Luffy! The Straw Hat crew exclaimed in unison. Zoro and Sanji rushed forward, grabbing Luffy's rubber arm and pulling him back. Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood, barely standing up, but a look of excitement spread across his face. So strong. Bring it on. It's already over. Ryuzaki glanced at his pocket watch. 3 minutes are up. Luffy froze for a moment, then scratched his head. Oh, is that so? Then I won? Ryuzaki shook his head. The rule was that you had to withstand 3 minutes without being knocked down. You've already been sent flying, so, technically, you lost. Luffy's face immediately fell. What? That's too bad. However, Ryuzuki suddenly smiled. But I've decided to give you a treasure. Your strength and courage deserve this gift. Luffy's spirits lifted again. Really? That's awesome. Garp frowned. Hey, Ryuzaki, what do you mean by that? Ryuzaki glanced at Garp. Just consider it encouragement for a promising young man. He pulled out a small metal disc from his pocket and handed it to Luffy. This is a malice detector. It can sense the malice of nearby people. If someone harbors intent to kill you, it will heat up to alert you. It's not a powerful weapon, but it might save your life at a critical moment. Luffy took the metal disc, eyes filled with curiosity. Wow, it can really sense killing intent. That's so cool. Thank you. Ryuzaki smiled slightly. No need to be polite. Whitebeard watched this scene, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He turned to Marco. It's about time. We should be leaving. Marco nodded and signaled to the other crew members. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to return to their ships. Before leaving, Whitebeard looked deeply at Ryuzaki. Kid, remember our agreement. Ryuzaki nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, old man. Garp and Kizaru exchanged glances, seemingly deciding not to pursue matters for now. After all, acting rashly in this situation would only provoke greater conflict. Chapter 94 report and aftermath. The atmosphere on the Thousand Sunny's deck relaxed abruptly when Ryuzaki announced the end after 3 minutes. Although Luffy lost, there was no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, he appeared unusually excited because of Ryuzaki's strength. Wow, you're really amazing. It hurts even more than when Grandpa Garp hits me. Luffy said, rubbing his back and grinning widely. Garp's forehead twitched, but he said nothing. Kizaru continued to wear his indifferent smile, as if everything that just happened had nothing to do with him. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates began to return to their ship one after another. Marco and Jozu approached Whitebeard, their eyes filled with concern. "Old man, do we really have to use it now?" Marco asked quietly. Whitebeard did not respond, only tightening his grip on the golden package in his hand. His gaze fell on Ryuzaki, then glanced at the wooden box in the distance, his expression complex. "Take care, kid." Whitebeard nodded at Ryuzaki, his voice deep and powerful. Ryuzaki smiled in response. "Old man, safe travels. Remember to take good care of my things." Whitebeard laughed heartily and turned to leave the Thousand Sunny, heading back to his Moby Dick. The massive whale ship slowly started up and sailed away from Sabaody Archipelago. Garp and Kizaru also prepared to leave. "Ryuzaki, those treasures of yours, don't think the Navy will just let them go," Garp warned before departing. Ryuzaki shrugged. "The Navy is always welcome to visit, as long as they bring enough berries." Kizaru's triste lazili. "Huh? What a tiring day. We also need to go back and write reports. I hope when we meet next time, Mr. Ryuzaki will have even more interesting items." With that, Kizaru transformed into a golden light and shot into the sky, while Garp leaped back onto the warship, which then turned its direction and sailed away from the island. Only Ryuzaki and the Straw Hat crew remained on the deck. Luffy was still curiously examining the thought detector in his hand, occasionally sensing in the direction of Zoro or Sanji. "Hey Zoro, it's not reacting. Don't you have any ill intent?" Luffy asked. Zoro rolled his eyes. "Why would I have ill intent towards you, idiot?" Robin stepped forward, looking at Ryuzaki. "Mr. Ryuzaki, is your ability teleportation?" Ryuzaki nodded. "Sort of a more convenient way to move." Usopp leaned closer. "Wow, that's amazing. Can you teach me? It would make my escape even faster." Ryuzaki smiled. "That's an innate ability. You can't learn it." Frankie stroked his chin. "Suuer? What a mysterious man. Your physical structure must be very special." Ryuzaki said nothing more and simply put his coat back on. He looked at the sky, seemingly planning to leave. "Hey Ryuzaki," Luffy suddenly called out to him. "Will you come back to Sabaody? When I earn money in the future, I will definitely come to buy your treasures." Ryuzaki paused, turned to look at Luffy. "Maybe. This sea is vast. Who knows where my next stop will be? However, if you really want to get stronger, relying solely on treasures is not enough." He gave Luffy a meaningful glance. Then his figure blurred again, and the next moment he vanished without a trace. The Straw Hat crew exchanged glances, all astonished by Ryuzaki's departure. He left. Chopper said quietly, "What a mysterious person." Nami sighed. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, very strong. "It feels bottomless." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. "Moreover, it seems he has connections with many big players." Robin pondered. "Whitebeard, Admiral of the Navy, Hero Garp. And red-haired. His identity is certainly not just that of a simple merchant." Chapter 95. The Terror of the Five Elders in the Distant Woods. Longqi waited until the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates had left and Ryuzaki had also disappeared before daring to come out from his hiding place. He looked at the empty coastline, his expression unusually grave. Witnessing the battle between Ryuzaki and Luffy, as well as Ryuzaki's incredible ability to teleport, filled Longqi with shock and unease. Ryuzaki, teleportation, even able to move freely in front of Whitebeard and Garp. Longqi murmured to himself. This information must be reported to the higher-ups immediately. He couldn't afford to delay any longer and quickly activated the communication device, preparing to send an encrypted report to HQC-0. Meanwhile, far away in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Five Elders meeting room was exceptionally tense. Sengoku had just finished reporting on Akainu's purchases and his initial findings regarding Kizaru and Garp in Sabaody. Akainu bought a soul-cutting blade, a door of all, a bamboo dragonfly, and a universal capsule? The bearded elder frowned. Wasn't he supposed to be buying the time room? Yes, but Ryuzaki claimed the time room was sold out. Sengoku explained, however, the items he bought, according to Akainu's description, also possessed incredible powers, especially the door of all and the soul-cutting blade. The door of all. The ability to teleport. A glint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the sword-wielding elder. Could this be related to Ryuzaki's own abilities as mentioned in the intel? It's uncertain. Sengoku shook his head. Akainu's report did not mention Ryuzaki demonstrating his abilities. But the latest report from Agent C was even more astonishing. Sengoku took a deep breath and relayed the contents of Longqi's encrypted report to the Five Elders. When he mentioned Whitebeard appearing in Sabaody, purchasing the time wrap skin, and Ryuzaki, showcasing a teleportation ability not granted by items during his brief encounter with Straw Hat Luffy. The entire meeting room fell into silence once again. Whitebeard, time-wrapped skin. Returning to his peak, the voice of the curly-haired elder trembled with disbelief. Is this information accurate? Agent C. Longqi witnessed it firsthand, and he described the effects and risks of the time-wrapped skin. It can last for 30 days, but will overdraw future life force, Sengoku said solemnly. As for Ryuzaki's teleportation, Longqi also saw it with his own eyes, emphasizing that it was not just simple fast movement, but true disappearance and reappearance. Even he could not catch the trajectory. The 5 elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock, fear, and anger. The time room, time-wrapped skin, teleportation. The power that Ryuzaki possesses has far exceeded our imagination. The bearded elder slammed the table. He is a huge variable, an uncontrollable factor. The longsword elder spoke coldly. We must take action immediately. We cannot let him grow stronger. The question is how to act. The blonde elder pondered. He can teleport, and conventional encirclement may be ineffective against him. Moreover, he now has contact with Whitebeard, and even with the Straw Hat Kid. Rashly encircling him may likely trigger a global chaos. He entrusted his personal belongings to Whitebeard for safekeeping. The curly-haired elder noticed another detail in the report. What does this imply? It's hard to judge, Sengoku said. There was only a yellowed piece of paper and a dull stone in the wooden box. No dangerous energy detected. Chapter 96 4 billion berries, a piece of paper. A stone. The bearded elder looked troubled. Could it be the key to some kind of time control power? In any case, this Longqi, along with the treasure in his hands, must be in the control of the world government. The sword-wielding elder spoke firmly. He posed a serious threat to the balance of the world. Sengoku, what do you think we should do? The curly-haired elder looked at Sengoku. Sengoku pondered for a moment. As it stands, a strong attack is too risky. His teleportation ability, combined with his unknown depth of power and possibly other treasures he may possess. If he escapes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, he seems to know everything about our surveillance. So what do we do? Are we just going to let him continue? The bearded elder asked unwillingly. We must change our strategy, Sengoku said. Since he considers himself a businessman, perhaps we can start with negotiations to extract more intelligence, or even find a way to control him or his treasures. Negotiations? He has already demanded 4 billion berries from Akainu. The longsword elder snorted. And he seems to lack nothing in terms of money. He may not lack money, but he seems very interested in information. Sengoku reminded them. His first condition to Akainu was for intelligence. The elders fell silent again. They knew Sengoku was right. But for the world government to bow to a pirate businessman was an unprecedented disgrace. Dispatch stronger sea agents to continue infiltration and monitoring. The curly-haired elder finally made a decision. At the same time, led by C0, develop a detailed infiltration and control plan. If necessary, we can consider cooperation. Cooperation? The bearded elder was taken aback. Yes, cooperation. The curly-haired elder repeated. If his power cannot be destroyed or controlled, then perhaps we can try to make him serve the world government. Of course, the premise is absolute control and loyalty. This is too risky. The sword-wielding elder opposed. There are risks, but if successful, the world government will possess unimaginable power. A hint of fanaticism flashed in the eyes of the curly-haired elder. Then, the plan is set. The bearded elder said solemnly, C0, begin action immediately. We must grasp everything about Longqi before Whitebeard uses the time-wrapping skin to create greater chaos. Yes, Sengoku responded and exited the conference room. Inside the conference room, the expressions of the elders remained stern. The name Longqi loomed like a giant shadow over the hearts of the world government. They felt an unprecedented crisis, along with a hint of uncontrollable greed. The power of time, the ability to teleport. These are too tempting enough to change the pattern of the world. Holy Land Marineford, C0 headquarters. Longqi stood before the leader, reporting in detail everything he had witnessed at Sabeti Archipelago, including Whitebeard's arrival, the transaction of the time-wrapping skin, the battle between Longqi and Luffy, and Longqi's exhibited teleportation ability. The leader of C0, a tall man dressed in a white suit and wearing a white mask, listened quietly without making any sound. He seems to know everything about our surveillance and can even accurately point out my location, Longqi added at the end, with a hint of unmistakable frustration in his tone. Chapter 97 Shadow Level Agent. The leader spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Longqi, teleportation, time-wrapped skin. This information has already been delivered to the five elders. They have issued new orders. He took out a sealed document from his pocket and handed it to Longqi. This is the latest command from the five elders. The actions regarding Longqi will be fully managed by C0. Longqi took the document and opened it to read carefully. The contents of the document shocked him. The five elders actually proposed terms like infiltration, control, and considering cooperation if necessary, which is extremely rare in C0's operational guidelines. Leader, do we want to try cooperating with him? Longqi asked, looking up. The premise of cooperation is absolute control, the leader said. If control cannot be established, then we must eliminate him completely. But for now, our intelligence is too limited to assess his full strength and trump cards. What is our next course of action? Continue monitoring. But we need to change our approach, the leader said. Since he can easily detect conventional surveillance, we need to adopt more secretive and harder to detect methods. At the same time, dispatch stronger agents to attempt to establish deeper contact with him. Stronger agents? Longqi was somewhat puzzled. C0 is already the strongest intelligence organization in the world government. The five elders have allowed us to initiate the highest authority shadow plan, the leader said. We will send in shadow level agents to approach Longqi under new identities and gather intelligence from within. Hearing this, Longqi's pupils contracted. Shadow level agents are the most mysterious and powerful beings in C0. Each possessing strength comparable to that of an admiral and being adept at disguise and infiltration, and they are not easily deployed. At the same time, we need to test him, the leader continued. Test his reactions and assess his bottom line. But this probing must be done carefully, without letting him detect our true intentions. How do we test him? Start from his weaknesses, the leader said. Since he is a businessman, then trading is his weakness. We can disguise ourselves as other forces, or use third parties to present him with some special requests and see how he reacts. For example, requesting to purchase some items that are extremely important to the world government, or proposing deals involving sensitive regions or figures. Longqi understood the leader's meaning. Exactly. The leader nodded. But most importantly, we must find out where his treasures actually come from. This may be the key to controlling him. And also, what is in the wooden box that Whitebeard is keeping? Understood. Longqi replied solemnly. From now on, your focus will shift entirely to Longqi, the leader said. At all costs, acquire all intelligence regarding him. Remember, the command from the five elders is that he can only be used by the world government, or he must completely disappear. Yes. Longqi accepted the order and left, preparing to execute the new mission. The gears of C0 began to turn, and a secret operation against Longqi was unfolding in the shadows. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Grand Line, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard returned to his captain's cabin. He looked at the golden film in his hand, his eyes resolute. Old man, are you really going to use it? Marco knocked on the door and entered, a look of concern on his face. Chapter 98. The antique copper bell. Whitebeard chuckled. Of course, Marco. I can't wait. But Longqi said this will overdraw your future vitality. Future? Whitebeard laughed heartily. My future has long been tied to this sea. If I can return to my peak and protect my sons, even if I die, it's worth it. He stretched out his hand and pressed the golden membrane against his chest. The membrane immediately melted into his skin like a droplet of water merging with the sea, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, Whitebeard felt a powerful force surge within him. That long-lost, invigorating sensation made him clench his fists involuntarily. He could feel every cell in his body cheering, as if the diseases and aging that had plagued him for years had never existed. Dad, Marco exclaimed. He could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from Whitebeard, the kind of immense strength he only had in his youth. Whitebeard stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt as if he had returned to decades ago, the man who could wield a naginata at will and shatter space. Ha ha ha, this feeling is absolutely amazing. Whitebeard laughed loudly, his voice resonant and strong. Marco was both delighted and worried. He was thrilled that Dad had regained his strength, but concerned that this power could only last for 30 days, and the price was his future life. Dad, what about that wooden box from Longqi? Marco pointed to the box set aside. Put here, Whitebeard said. I promised him I would keep it safe. Unless he comes to take it, no one else can touch it. Understood, Marco nodded. Whitebeard walked to the window and gazed out at the distant sea. His eyes sparkled with ambition and determination. World government, Navy, it's time for you to feel my power again. The Moby Dick continued to sail, but the atmosphere on the ship had completely changed. Whitebeard's recovery filled the entire crew with confidence and vitality. They knew that the next 30 days would be the time for the Whitebeard Pirates to shake the world once again. Meanwhile, around the world, some forces that had long coveted Longqi's treasures began to stir. In a dark corner, a cloaked, mysterious figure was whispering with an information broker. Longqi, time room. Anywhere door. The mysterious figure's hoarse voice emerged. Is the information accurate? Absolutely, sir, the broker flattered. Even the Navy's Akainu went personally to buy it. And Whitebeard has also obtained a treasure that can restore youth. Good. A glint of greed flashed in the mysterious figure's eyes. Find out his whereabouts, and also the source of his treasures. At all costs, we must acquire this power. In another place, on a pirate emperor's territory, a cadre was reporting to his leader. Boss, that merchant named Longqi has been making big moves recently. The Navy and Whitebeard both have dealings with him. The pirate emperor, sitting high on his throne, licked his lips. So, a treasure that can restore Whitebeard's youth? Interesting. Investigate further, and, if possible, bring that merchant to me. As the undercurrents surged, various forces began to set their sights on Longqi, drawn by the scent of blood, eyeing the treasures in his hands that could change the world's landscape. Chapter 97. Conflict erupts at Sabiti Archipelago. Longqi reappeared in a corner of the island. He had no fixed residence, just casually choosing a spot to set up his stall. The weather today was great, sunny and bright. However, Longqi sensed an unusual tension in the air. This feeling he had experienced when both the Navy Admiral and the four emperors appeared, but today's atmosphere was more concealed and chilling. It seems trouble is coming. Longqi smirked slightly. He didn't pack up his stall, but leisurely pulled an item from his pocket, a rustic copper bell. Chapter 99. The Spirit Interference Bell. Ding ding. The copper bell rang with a crisp and pleasant sound, not loud, yet it seemed to penetrate through space. As the sound of the bell echoed, figures hidden in the corners of the Shambadi archipelago paused. It was as if a warning or a command resonated in their ears. Not far from the dragon's booth, a man dressed in an ordinary tourist outfit had a change in expression. He was about to report the situation through his communication device when the device suddenly malfunctioned. What's going on? He muttered under his breath, looking towards the direction of Dragon. Dragon remained leisurely seated, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, the man felt a strong wave of dizziness wash over him. The scenery before his eyes began to distort, and the whole world seemed to spin. Before he could make a sound, he fell straight down from the tree, collapsing to the ground unconscious. Similar situations were occurring elsewhere on the island. Some sea agents disguised as tourists or residents experienced varying degrees of physical discomfort upon hearing the bell, ranging from dizziness to outright fainting. This was one of Dragon's treasures, the Spirit Interference Bell. It could emit a special sound wave that interfered with the mind and perception of specific targets, for example, those who harbored hostility towards him or were marked by him, even causing them to faint directly. Of course, this interference was not a random attack. Dragon could set the range and intensity of the targets. This time, he only targeted those agents who were secretly monitoring and lurking. Minutes later, most of the watchers on the island lost their ability to act. However, Dragon knew this was just the first wave. The real enemies had yet to appear. Sure enough, not long after, several black airships slowly appeared in the distant sky. They did not fly any flags, but a subtle white world government emblem was painted on their hulls. The appearance of the airships caused panic among the island's residents and tourists. What is that? A new weapon from a navy? Such a terrifying aura. Dragon looked up at the airships, his gaze turning somewhat cold. He knew this was the action of C0. Moreover, to mobilize such a scale of aerial force, it was likely not an ordinary sea agent. The airships slowly descended, stopping at a height of several dozen meters above the ground. The hatches of the airships opened, and figures dressed in black suits and wearing white masks leaped out. They moved with agility, landing silently, each exuding a powerful aura. These were the elite troops of C0, and among them, the few leading figures were far beyond the average sea agents in presence. They ignored the civilians on the island and swiftly advanced toward Dragon's location. Dragon remained seated, showing no intention of fleeing. He knew that once his ability for instant movement was exposed, the world government would eventually adopt more aggressive measures. He needed an opportunity, a chance to make the world government understand that he was not someone they could easily manipulate. The C0 team quickly surrounded Dragon's small booth. Leading them was a man wearing a wolf mask. His gaze felt substantial as it fell upon Dragon. Dragon, the wolf-masked man spoke, his voice deep and oppressive. By the orders of the 5 elders of the world government, we are here. Please come with us. Dragon smiled. Please come with you? It seems the world government's way of inviting people is quite unique. Do not resist, said another man wearing a leopard mask. Your abilities and treasures must be controlled by the world government. This is for the stability of the world. Chapter 100. Forcibly taking away stability? Longqi shook his head. The world's stability cannot be achieved through suppression and plunder. Stubborn and unyielding. The man in the wolf mask stopped wasting words. He raised his hand. An AC-0 agent behind him immediately stepped forward, gathering a powerful force in his hand. Since you want to cooperate, we can only take you away by force. The agent charged towards Longqi, moving as fast as lightning, his fist wrapped in armed color hockey, aimed directly at Longqi's face. However, just as his fist was about to hit Longqi's figure disappeared into thin air once again. What? The agent was taken aback, his fist missing its target. In the next moment, Longqi appeared behind the man in the wolf mask. You're after me. Longqi's voice rang in his ear. The man in the wolf mask reacted quickly, spinning around abruptly while delivering a fierce kick aimed at Longqi. His leg was covered with hard-armed color hockey, the power strong enough to break steel. Longqi, however, simply raised a hand and pinched his kick between his index and middle fingers. What? The man in the wolf mask was shocked again. He felt as if he had kicked a mountain that couldn't be moved, all his strength completely nullified. You have decent strength, but still not enough, Longqi said. He flicked his fingers lightly, and an invisible force instantly spread along the man in the wolf mask's leg. The latter grunted, his body uncontrollably flying backward, crashing into a giant coconut tree with a thud, shaking the entire tree violently. Seeing this, the other C0 agents roared in anger and charged at Longqi. They employed the physical techniques from the 6 styles, combined with their powerful armed color hockey, launching fierce and deadly attacks. However, Longqi's figure flickered quickly among them, with each appearance accompanied by a C0 agent falling to the ground. He didn't use flashy moves. He simply dodged, poked, or lightly blocked, but each contact rendered these powerful agents unable to fight. Their proud speed and strength seemed meaningless before Longqi. His instant movement made it impossible for them to lock onto their target, while his defense and counterattacks were despairingly strong. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen charging C0 agents lay on the ground, some clutching their chests, others holding their arms. Although they hadn't sustained fatal injuries, they had temporarily lost the ability to move. Only the man in the wolf mask, the man in the leopard mask, and a few stronger shadow-level agents behind them remained. The man in the wolf mask got up from the ground, shaking his numb legs. His eyes no longer filled with contempt, but replaced by deep apprehension. Who exactly are you? He asked in a deep voice. Longqi sat back down at his stall, took out an apple, and slowly began to wipe it. I'm just a merchant, he replied calmly. A merchant who doesn't like to be disturbed. The man in the leopard mask snorted coldly. A merchant? The power you wield has already surpassed the limits of what a merchant should have. Limits? Longqi took a bite of the apple and chewed. Who sets these limits? The world government? Longqi. The man in the wolf mask spoke sternly. Do you think you can oppose the world government by yourself? No individual power in this sea can contend with the world government. Chapter 101. The intervention of Kizaru. Longqi smiled and said, Maybe, but at least I can make those who want to forcibly rob me pay a sufficient price. He casually tossed aside the leftover apple core and pulled out another treasure from his pocket, a uniquely shaped short staff. The top of the staff was embedded with a gem that emitted a faint glow. It seemed that today's business was about to get a bit bigger. As he tightened his grip on the staff, the gem's light began to intensify, and a heart-pounding wave of energy radiated from it. The wolf-masked man and the leopard-masked man both changed their expressions at the same time. They could feel that the power emanating from Longqi's staff was even more terrifying than some ancient weapons they were familiar with. Retreat! The wolf-masked man shouted decisively. He knew that this attempt had completely failed. Longqi's strength far exceeded the assessments in their intelligence reports. The agents of C0 disregarded their injured companions and quickly retreated toward the airship. However, Longqi did not give them that opportunity. He raised the staff in his hand and aimed at the airship in the sky. Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. The gem at the top of the staff shone brightly, and a thick beam of energy shot into the sky, accurately hitting one of the airships. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed across the Sabeti archipelago as the sturdy black airship was instantly turned into a massive fireball under the barrage of the energy beam, with debris scattering everywhere. The residents and tourists on the island screamed in terror and fled in all directions upon witnessing this scene. The wolf-masked man and the leopard-masked man turned pale. They had not expected Longqi to dare to directly attack a world government airship. This was no longer simple resistance, but a blatant provocation. "You're insane," the wolf-masked man roared. Longqi's expression remained calm. "I'm just telling the world government that my things are not so easy to steal." He raised the staff again, aiming at another airship. "Stop." At that moment, a figure rushed in from a distance, trying to stop Longqi. It was Admiral Kizaru. In the distance, Longqi hid among the ruins, watching everything unfold in shock, barely able to breathe. In a short span of time, Longqi had not only easily defeated the elite of C0, but had also destroyed a world government airship. Moreover, Admiral Kizaru had actually appeared. The Sabati archipelago was in complete chaos. A golden light streaked across the sky, plunging toward Longqi's location like a meteor. As the light dissipated, the figure of Admiral Kizaru emerged. He still looked nonchalant, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy expression, as if he had just come for a stroll. "Oh dear, that's quite terrifying. You casually blew up a world government airship. This won't do." Mr. Longqi Kizaru's voice was drawn out, carrying his unique tone. Longqi looked at Kizaru, and the light from the staff gradually receded, eventually returning to its ancient appearance. He understood that Kizaru's appearance meant that the world government's patience had reached its limit. The fact that a Navy admiral personally showed up indicated how much the five elders valued or feared him. "Admiral Kizaru," Longqi greeted calmly, as if they were merely friends who had met by chance, having conducted a small business that unexpectedly caused such a commotion. Chapter 102. The Shield of Self-Defense Small Businesses Won't Explode. C0's airship. Kizaru tilted his head, and a golden laser shot out from his fingertip, moving so fast that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye, heading straight for Riyazaki's brow. He attacked without warning and without any intention of testing the waters. It was a direct, lethal strike. However, Riyazaki seemed to have anticipated this. The moment the laser was fired, he disappeared once more into thin air. The golden beam pierced through the ground behind him, leaving a charred, deep pit. In the next moment, Riyazaki appeared behind Kizaru. "Seems like the Admiral's temper isn't too good," Riyazaki said with a hint of mockery. Kizaru turned around, still wearing a smile, but his eyes had become sharp. He transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing in front of Riyazaki, and countless golden light particles emitted from him, coalescing into a light sword that slashed towards Riyazaki. Lightspeed kick, accompanied by a sound. Kizaru lifted his leg and kicked out, the golden light sweeping in like a tsunami. Riyazaki chose not to take it head-on. Instead, he used instant teleportation again to evade Kizaru's attack. He appeared near the wolf-masked man and the leopard-masked man from C0. The two had just gotten up from the ground and were preparing to retreat when they saw Riyazaki suddenly appear beside them, their faces instantly turning pale. "Your mission is complete. You can withdraw now," Riyazaki said to them. The wolf-masked man and leopard-masked man exchanged glances, although they were reluctant. They knew that staying in the presence of Riyazaki and Kizaru, two monsters, would only lead to death. They immediately took the remaining few operatives from C0, who could still move, and quickly retreated towards another airship. Kizaru did not pursue C0. His gaze remained fixed on Riyazaki. "Oh dear, what a slippery guy," he smiled, his body transforming into light again, moving at extreme speed, almost teleporting to catch up with Riyazaki. Flash kick. Kizaru delivered another lightspeed kick, this time seeming to have locked onto Riyazaki's presence, with a larger attack range. Riyazaki's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew he couldn't keep relying on instant teleportation to evade. The short staff in his hand glowed softly again. This time, he didn't release an attack, but pointed the staff at himself. A gentle light enveloped Riyazaki, forming a translucent shield. Kizaru's lightspeed kick struck the shield, producing a piercing friction sound. A powerful shockwave spread outward, carving a deep trench in the ground and affecting the surrounding buildings. However, Riyazaki stood unharmed within a shield. Though the shield trembled violently, it ultimately blocked Kizaru's attack completely. "Oh, what ability is this?" Kizaru was somewhat surprised, retracting his attack and looking at Riyazaki with interest. "It seems to have quite good defensive power, just a little gadget," Riyazaki said as he retracted the shield, the glow of the short staff dimming again. He knew that while this shield could withstand Kizaru's attacks, it consumed a lot of energy and couldn't be used for long periods. Moreover, he didn't want to compete with Kizaru in terms of endurance here. "Mr. Riyazaki's abilities are really endless," Kizaru said with a smile, "but angering the world government won't be so easily resolved. I'm just defending myself," Riyazaki replied. "If the world government hadn't tried to take me away by force, I wouldn't have retaliated. Your method of self-defense seems a bit extreme, Kizaru shrugged. Blowing up the airship and injuring C-Zero's elites, that's not something that can just be explained away as self-defense. Then what is Admiral Kizaru here for? To take me back? Ryuzaki asked. Chapter 103. The time traveler Kizaru's smile faded a bit. Bringing you back could be a bit troublesome. Your teleportation is too fast, and your treasures are quite interesting. He paused, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The world government's thoughts. You know, always changing. Ryuzaki keenly caught the deeper meaning in Kizaru's words. The world government's attitude didn't seem as tough as it appeared on the surface. At least, Kizaru's demeanor wasn't as extreme as Akainu's. Perhaps this was the new strategy of the five elders at work. So, is Admiral Kizaru here to discuss business with me? Ryuzaki asked, following his lead. Kizaru laughed. Discuss business? Does Mr. Ryuzaki have something to sell? My wallet isn't as thick as Akainu's. You know I have many treasures. There must be something that Admiral Kizaru would be interested in. As Ryuzaki spoke, another item appeared in his hand. A delicate golden pocket watch. Like this one, it allows you to traverse freely at any point in time and even change history. Seeing the pocket watch, Kizaru's eyes instantly lit up, and the lazy expression on his face vanished without a trace. Oh, a time machine? He asked in surprise. Ryuzaki smiled slightly, tentatively named the time traveler. However, this treasure is currently not for sale. Not for sale? Kizaru said, somewhat regretfully. What a pity. I still want to see the beauties from decades ago. If Admiral Kizaru is interested, you can come back when I have new time-related treasures. Ryuzaki said. But the premise is that the world government no longer uses such rough methods to trouble me. Kizaru stroked his chin, seemingly pondering Ryuzaki's words. He understood that Ryuzaki's displayed strength and those incredible treasures in his hands had made it impossible for the world government to suppress him like an ordinary pirate. The shift in attitude from the five elders might be due to this realization. Mr. Ryuzaki means, you want to negotiate with the world government? Kizaru asked. Not negotiating, Ryuzaki corrected. I just hope for a peaceful trading environment. I am a businessman, only engaging in trade. If someone tries to forcibly plunder, I will only retaliate. Kizaru glanced at the C-0 airship, which was retreating in disarray, and then looked at the chaotic ground around them, littered with debris from explosions and shockwaves. He knew that Ryuzaki had already proven his determination and strength through action. All right, Kizaru stretched lazily. I'll take your words back, but next time we meet, it may not be under the same circumstances, always at your service. Ryuzaki responded calmly. Kizaru didn't say anything more. He transformed into a golden light, shot into the sky, and disappeared into the horizon. With Kizaru's departure, the tense atmosphere in the Sabati archipelago eased slightly. However, the residents and tourists on the island were still in shock, discussing the scene before them. In the distance, Luffy and the Straw Hat crew witnessed everything. Wow, Ryuzaki is amazing. Even Admiral Kizaru can't do anything to him. Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Zoro tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his expression serious. That Kizaru, although he looks lazy, his strength is unfathomable. Ryuzaki was actually able to contend with him and even block his attacks. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. And he seems to have treasures that can control time. What a dangerous guy. Nami patted her chest. So scary. Blowing up an airship just like that. The world government definitely won't let this go easily. Chapter 104. The world is shocked. Robin looked in the direction of Longqi, lost in thought. He seemed to know that the world government would change its strategy. Or rather, he was guiding the world government to change its strategy. Longqi gazed at the direction where Kizaru had left, a faint smile playing on his lips. He knew that this conflict, although it caused some destruction, successfully demonstrated his strength and determination to the world government. He was no longer a businessman who could be easily manipulated, but an existence possessing great power and incredible treasures. He believed that after receiving Kizaru's report, the Gorosei would consider more carefully how to deal with him. And this was exactly the result he wanted. He rearranged his stall. Although the surroundings were in disarray, he seemed unconcerned. He knew that the Sabati archipelago was no longer a suitable place for him to stay. It was time to find a new location. Longqi murmured to himself. He slowly packed away the treasures on his stall, his movements unhurried. He knew that this incident would create a huge sensation worldwide, like a bomb going off, and he would become the focus of attention for the world government and various forces. However, this was precisely my opportunity, Longqi thought. Only by attracting enough attention could he draw in more potential customers and grow his business. He glanced at the sky and decided to leave before nightfall. He still had many things to do and many treasures waiting to be sold. The events that occurred in the Sabati archipelago spread across the globe at an astonishing speed. The world government's airship was destroyed by the mysterious merchant Longqi, and Admiral Kizaru personally intervened but failed to subdue him. The elite agents of CP0 suffered heavy losses. These sensational news stories swept through the media like a hurricane. The next day, the front page of the World Economic News featured a massive headline. Shock. A mysterious merchant appears in Sabati. Repels Kizaru, destroys government airship. Accompanying the article were several blurry photos, one of which vaguely showed Longqi's silhouette, while another captured the flames of the airship explosion. The whole world was in an uproar. In Marineford, the atmosphere in the Gorosei meeting room was tense to the extreme. Kizaru's report had arrived, detailing Longqi's ability to teleport, his powerful defensive measures, and a short staff capable of destroying airships. What concerned them most was Longqi's composure in the face of Kizaru and his statements about a peaceful trading environment. He actually possessed treasures capable of destroying airships. The bearded Gorosei's face turned ashen, and he could even withstand Kizaru's attacks. The intelligence was severely flawed. The casualty report from CP0 was also released. The sword-wielding Gorosei spoke in a deep voice, stating that the losses were severe and they couldn't even track his movements. He was clearly demonstrating against us. The curly-haired Gorosei said he knew we wanted to control him, so he used this method to tell us that he was not someone to be easily manipulated. What should we do then? The bearded Gorosei asked reluctantly. Are we just going to let him continue? The power he holds is too dangerous. The risk of a strong attack is too great, the blonde Gorosei said. If we let him escape with those treasures and hide, we will be even more passive. Moreover, he seems to be fully aware of our surveillance methods. He mentioned a peaceful trading environment. The sword-wielding Gorosei said. This might be a breakthrough point. Chapter 105, accepting his deal, are you saying? To accept his deal? The bearded elder frowned. At the very least, we could try to make contact. The curly-haired elder said, dispatching disguised agents to approach him as clients and attempt to make a deal. During the transaction, gather more intelligence, understand the source of his treasures, and look for ways to control him. This is the second phase of the infiltration, control, and cooperation if necessary plan. The blonde elder stated, C0, continue executing the plan. Dispatch shadow-level agents to the locations where Longqi might appear under new identities. Be sure to gain his trust and obtain core intelligence. At the same time, closely monitor the movements of the Whitebeard Pirates. The sword-wielding elder added, the effect of the time-wrapped skin lasts only 30 days. These 30 days will be crucial. Once Whitebeard regains his peak strength, the world order could change dramatically. We must be prepared to respond. There are other forces interested in Longqi's treasures. The curly-haired elder said, the Navy, Sea, the Revolutionary Army, and other emperors of the sea. They will all take an interest in Longqi. This sea is about to become chaotic. Around the world, the influence of the news continues to ferment. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, Fujitora, and others are in a meeting. That Longqi. Akainu's expression darkened, daring to attack the world government's airship. We must immediately send forces to eliminate him completely. Wait. Akainu. Sengoku stopped him, and the elders issued new orders. Do not take large-scale military action for now. Why? Akainu roared. This threat must be eliminated immediately. His abilities and treasures are too special, and the risk of a strong attack is too great. Sengoku explained that the elders decided to change strategies and first conduct secret infiltration and contact, with C0 in charge. Though Akainu was unwilling, he could not defy the elders' orders. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. Once C0 fails, I will personally turn him to ashes. Akiji appeared calmer. Teleportation. And those treasures. He is indeed a tricky fellow. Fujitora stroked his chin, being able to withstand Admiral Kizaru's attacks. It seems his treasure abilities far exceed our imagination. In a sea area of the Grand Line, one of the Emperor's Big Mom is on her cake island. Manga subordinate rushid din holding a newspaper. Manga. Look at this news. Big Mom took the newspaper, reading the headline, her enormous body slightly trembling. That merchant actually has such power. Even Kizaru. Mama. She let out her signature laugh, but her eyes were filled with greed. Treasures that can destroy government airships. Treasures that can withstand admiral attacks, and that which can restore Whitebeard's youth. Mama wants to get them all. In another sea area, on the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks looked at the newspaper, a curious smile on his face. Longqi has caused such a big stir again. Ben Beckman, smoking, said, repelling Kizaru, destroying airships. It seems his strength and treasures are even more powerful than we imagined. Moreover, he seems to have made contact with Whitebeard and the Straw Hat Kid. Lucky, eating meat on the side, said. Shanks put down the newspaper, looking out at the distant sea. This era is becoming more and more interesting. In the Kamabaka Kingdom, Ivankov looked at the newspaper and exaggeratedly shouted, "Oh, my God, Longqi, such terrifying power. Even the Navy admirals can't do anything about him. The Revolutionary Army must recruit him." Chapter 106. The teleportation treasure in the base of the Revolutionary Army. The leader, Monkey D. Dragon, gazed at the newspaper with deep eyes. Dragon's Island. Teleportation. Treasure. The power he possessed was enough to change the world's landscape. Sabo stood behind Dragon. Should we make contact with him? If we can obtain his treasure, it would be a huge help to the Revolutionary Army. Dragon paused for a moment. Let's observe first. His identity remains a mystery, and the source of his treasure is unknown. Rushing into contact could bring unforeseen risks. But at the same time, we can't miss this opportunity. Dispatch reliable personnel to try to understand him from the sidelines. On Sabeti Archipelago, Dragon had everything packed. He attracted no one's attention and used teleportation once again to leave this place of turmoil. His next stop was a relatively peaceful island in the first half of the Grand Line. He needed a new place to continue his business. However, he knew that after this incident, he could no longer remain inconspicuous as before. The eyes of various forces would converge on him. He did not feel worried. Instead, he felt a sense of excitement. Only in this way could his treasure sell for a higher price and his business grow larger. He appeared on the new island, a beautiful little island where the residents lived a peaceful life. Dragon casually found a secluded beach and set up a small stall. He displayed some new treasures, waiting for his first customer. He knew new visitors would arrive soon. Some came for his treasures, some for information, and others with different intentions. He looked up at the sky, where the sun still shone brightly. He smiled, like a true merchant, waiting for business to commence. On the other side of the island, several tourists dressed in ordinary clothes were strolling around. They looked no different from regular tourists, but their eyes occasionally scanned the surroundings, appearing unusually vigilant. They were shadow-level agents of C0, sent to infiltrate and monitor under the orders of the Five Elders. They did not know that their target was already within reach. New undercurrents were stirring on this peaceful little island. Chapter 100. The temptation of trade and infiltration. Dragon set up his stall on the beach of the new island, with the sea breeze bringing a hint of saltiness. He leisurely sat in a chair, looking at the few treasures displayed in front of him. There were gemstones flickering with faint light, uniquely shaped tools, and an ancient-looking book. He knew that after the events at Sabeti Archipelago, his reputation had spread. Although it came with danger, it also brought more opportunities. Many who were previously unaware of his existence or skeptical of him would now take a keen interest. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before some people began to walk towards the beach where he was located. Some wore the attire of local residents, some dressed as adventurers, and others appeared to be merchants. Dragon's thought detector did not issue a warning, which meant that these people at least currently held no obvious malicious intent towards him. He knew that among these people, there were likely shadow-level agents from C0, as well as scouts sent by other forces. They would not launch a direct assault like C0 did before, but would try to approach him in the guise of customers, testing the waters. Chapter 107. Special goods. Hello, Mr. Merchant. A man dressed in local fisherman's attire approached. He looked quite ordinary, with dark skin and a simple, honest smile. May I ask, do you have any special goods here? Longqi raised his head, revealing a standard merchant smile. Of course, I have all sorts of treasures here. Something you will surely need. He pointed to the treasures on the stall. These are all unique, rare items with incredible abilities. The fisherman looked curiously at the items on the stall, his eyes betraying a hint of suppressed inquiry. Oh, incredible abilities? That sounds impressive. He asked, where do these things come from? Longqi shrugged. As for the source, that's a trade secret. However, I can assure you that they are all genuine treasures. The fisherman did not press for the source, but pointed to an ancient book and asked, what does this book do? It looks very old. This book. Longqi picked up the ancient tome, which is called the Book of Knowledge. As long as you touch it, you can instantly grasp any knowledge you wish to learn, whether it's languages, skills, or even history and science. The fisherman's pupils slightly constricted, and an expression of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly returned to his honest demeanor. Oh, that's amazing. Then, how much does it cost? Knowledge is priceless. Longqi smiled, but for this book of knowledge, I only accept one form of trade, intelligence. Intelligence? The fisherman seemed a bit taken aback. That's right. Longqi nodded. I need some valuable information. The higher the value of the intelligence, the more knowledge you can gain from the book. The fisherman fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. He didn't know if this was Longqi's test or his genuine trading method. His task here was to obtain intelligence, but Longqi required intelligence in exchange. This caught him off guard. What kind of intelligence is considered valuable? The fisherman asked. For example, high-level secrets of the world government or some unknown historical truths. Or perhaps, core intelligence about the other 4 emperors or the Revolutionary Army. Longqi said, of course. The authenticity and importance of the intelligence will be judged by me. The fisherman felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Longqi's demands exceeded his expectations and were beyond what he could currently provide. He was merely a disguised infiltrator of the shadow level. Although he knew some insider information, core secrets were absolutely impossible to leak. I'm just an ordinary fisherman. How would I know any high-level secrets? The fisherman feigned distress. Longqi did not expose him, just smiled. That's all right. You can stroll around the island. You might find some valuable intelligence. Or you can check out other treasures. The fisherman realized this attempt had failed. He nodded. All right, thank you, Mr. Merchant. Then he turned to leave. In that moment, the honest smile on his face vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He needed to report the situation immediately. Longqi's thirst for intelligence and the demands he made for it were very thought-provoking. Chapter 108. The Power Gem. After he left, another man dressed as an adventurer approached. His demeanor was sharper, and his gaze was piercing. Hello, Mr. Merchant, he said straightforwardly. I heard you have a treasure that can make people stronger? Of course. Longqi pointed to a gem on the stall that shimmered with a red glow. This is the Power Gem. It can instantly enhance your strength, giving you physical abilities far beyond the ordinary. The Power Gem. A flicker of greed flashed in the adventurer's eyes. How much do you want for it? Berries? Longqi chuckled. I'm not really short on berries. For this gem, I only accept trades involving special items. Special items? The adventurer frowned. What kind of special items? Well, some devil fruits with unique abilities, or some rare minerals, or perhaps some technological creations from unknown civilizations, Longqi replied. Of course, I will need to personally assess the value and rarity of the items. The adventurer furrowed his brow again. He was also an agent sent by C0, disguised as an adventurer just to get close to Longqi. His mission was to test Longqi's limits and trading preferences. The fact that Longqi did not accept berries, but only special items indicated that he was seeking something more valuable than mere wealth. Moreover, many of the items he requested were those that the world government was either searching for or tightly controlling. Devil fruits, unknown technology, the adventurer pondered. It seems you are quite interested in these things. I am a merchant, and I am interested in everything of value, Longqi said. As long as you can present me with items that pique my interest, this power gem will be yours. The adventurer did not agree immediately. He knew that Longqi's demands were high, and he was uncertain whether Longqi could discern the true value of special items. More importantly, he could not casually present devil fruits or unknown technology for trade. I'll think about it, the adventurer said. If I find something that interests you, I will come back to see you. You're always welcome, Longqi replied. The adventurer also left, wearing a serious expression. Longqi's trading methods and requirements made it quite tricky for these lurking agents. They could not conduct transactions through conventional means, nor easily extract information. Longqi watched them leave, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew these individuals were just the first batch of testers. The world government would not easily give up, nor would other factions. He intended to use this method to elevate the value of his treasures while filtering out truly capable and valuable clients. Those who could only offer berries or ordinary information would not catch his interest at all. He knew that the real big fish were still to come. Perhaps it would be high-ranking officials from C0 with core secrets of the world government ready to negotiate, or the pirate emperor bringing rare devil fruits, or even a mysterious organization arriving with unknown technology. He was not worried about danger. As long as the treasures in his hands were powerful enough, he could handle any challenge. Moreover, he had some even more powerful treasures hidden away that he had yet to reveal. He believed that, with the passage of time, his reputation would grow louder and his business would expand. Those who tried to control him or seize his treasures would ultimately realize that collaborating with him was the wisest choice. Chapter 109. The Clash of Treasures and Intelligence. The sun gradually sank in the west, painting the beach in golden hues. Longqi sat there, enjoying the sea breeze. He knew that tonight or tomorrow, new visitors, new transactions, and new conflicts would follow. He was prepared. On the beach of the new island, Longqi's small stall stood out prominently against the sea wind. The events in the Shambodi Islands were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that converged toward him. As the sun rose, more people began to gather on the beach. They strolled in small groups, seemingly casually, but their eyes would inadvertently glance toward Longqi's stall. Various disguises, curious tourists, writers seeking material, scholars studying antiquities, and even a few pirates who looked like they were evading capture, could all be sensed by Longqi through their unusual auras. There were spies sent by various factions, shadowy agents of the world government, eyes and ears of the pirate emperors, and observers of the revolutionary army. Longqi remained leisurely seated, playing with a gem that emitted a soft white light. He was accustomed to these probing gazes, even taking pleasure in them. Only when a client approached him would he display the enthusiasm of a merchant. The first to step forward was a well-dressed man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a thick notebook. He appeared to be a scholar. "Hello, esteemed merchant," he said in a slightly arrogant tone. "I've heard you have some extraordinary items here. I am very interested in history and ancient civilizations. I wonder if you have any collections in this area?" Longqi smiled and pointed to an ancient book on his stall. "Oh, if you're interested in knowledge, this book of knowledge may catch your attention." The scholar adjusted his glasses, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "The book of knowledge? That sounds intriguing. What makes it so special?" "Just as you think," Longqi said, "it can allow you to instantly grasp any knowledge you wish to learn, whether it's a lost language, ancient technology, or the buried truths of history." The scholar's breath caught, and he leaned slightly forward. "Any knowledge? This is incredible." He tried to maintain his composure, but his voice trembled. "May I ask, how do we trade for this book?" "Intelligence," Longqi replied directly. "Valuable intelligence." The scholar was taken aback. "Intelligence? You mean historical documents? Fragments of ancient texts?" "No," Longqi shook his head. "What I need is live intelligence. About the world government, the four emperors, the revolutionary army. Those secrets that are unknown and capable of influencing the world order." The expression on the scholar's face grew complicated. He had indeed come to acquire intelligence, but he hadn't expected Longqi to demand intelligence in return for the trade. Moreover, Longqi's demands were so high that they far exceeded what a disguised scholar like him, an undercover C0 agent, could provide. I'm just an ordinary scholar, not knowledgeable about these matters." "That's all right." Longqi maintained his warm smile. "Perhaps during your research into history, you might inadvertently uncover some obscure truths? Or you could take a look at other treasures first."